But these are not normal times at all. And my worry is whether some of these taxes that are coming because we are under pressure to demonstrate to our external creditors and to our development partners that, look, we can help ourselves. So we're throwing in these tax measures. We don't even know exactly whether the money will come. What we should be thinking about is, if the money doesn't come, and the creditors are now going to say, but you guys, you came to us saying that you're making a fuss. You went to impose all these taxes. We saw them. But where's the money? You say, my people, they don't like paying taxes. So I'm just saying this to make the point that you continue to put your data together. Hopefully, things would normalize. And then you can now make the solid case that will take these things off. If that time things are more normal, your case is likely to get favor with people. So that's what I would say. And I'm just saying this to lay the point that do the analysis and make the case.
Now, the Acting Commissioner of Insurance, Michael Ando, has indicated the National Insurance Commission's resolve to enhance customer satisfaction by addressing unsettled issues surrounding insurance claims. To this end, the Commission has launched a complaints management system, an online portal, which allows customers to send unresolved claims grievances to the regulator. Mr. Ando said the move, which leverages technology, will create a convenient resolution process for customers and improve service delivery in the insurance sector.
Complaint management system will address complaints associated with insurance claims. It is one of the initiatives by the National Insurance Commission to leverage technology to improve the claims process and address unresolved customer grievances. Speaking to the media after the launch, the Acting Commissioner of Insurance, Michael Ando, noted that the platform will ensure utmost customer satisfaction and enhance service delivery.
The attitude towards complaints, when you are doing business with someone, he has a grievance, he has a complaint, it is important to respond to those complaints so that you take care of the person, and that is what I address, and this system is supposed to help us to do that. Now, to make a complaint, you don't need to travel, you don't need to, wherever you are, once you have access to the internet, you can go there and conveniently submit your complaint to us so we can deal with.
He explained how to access the portal.
So you go to the hub, there's a hub that is displayed. If once you have access to the internet and you go to that hub, the portal will pop up and you put in your details and you hit submit. There is a plan for USSD short code to be used to do this. It was going to come together, but I think there were some technical hitches, so that will be worked upon. So it will be possible at some point to use your USSD code to submit a complaint.
Mr. Ando urged insurance companies to establish a robust complaint mechanism.
We are actually coming up with some market conduct directives. These are regulatory requirements that we bring out to insurance companies, and that one that has got to do with complaints. So we are going to require insurance companies to first of all have procedures within their companies to receive.
All right, and that's it for business. Handing you back to Kenneth.
Thank you very much, Daryl. The news team returns at midday with JoyNews today. My name is Kenneth Jesse. Bye-bye.
It's time to get stepping, because if you upgrade your DSTV subscription now, we'll step you up to an even higher package.
Respect that.
Upgrade now and step up to even more action. Step up to more football. Step up to more local drama. Step up to more fun and get more than you pay for. Upgrade now and get boosted to the next package at no extra cost. Visit your multi-choice branch or agent and upgrade to step up and get boosted.
Ahani now want our children to use the internet to learn. No we nyina be farmers, doctors, lawyers, fishers, traders in a market kahu. Yeni nyina yepede yenye hen friends and loved ones who bonkomu phone do without any interruptions.
Ow, yes, ow. A stable service netuma send them mobile money na come our parents of ye.
JT Trot Room opedosha Chelsea vs Man City game without missing a moment.
Era mana, onoze nenywa jido bo receive mobile money payments every the customers ho. On pay delay so. Eboze love talks in quoting or po. Obotuma kasa till he sleeps on the phone.
Eyimunyina is made possible because of the red, white, and grey telecommunication towers are our hen communities munti. Them telecommunication towers are safe or ho to the benefit of Obiara our community nimo. We are here, the yebobwa. In case of any emergency biara, and now you see a theft going on, for the Ghana Police Service on 191 and now 18555. Ebotunsa for 0209 222220 and 0242 435629 and now 30 for assistance. So, welcome the telecommunication towers into the approved locations in your neighborhoods so that you can keep connecting to the people and things you love. Message Ghana Institution of Engineering and the Radiation Protection Institute and a wine endorse.
And tonight on PM Express, a conversation about the anti-LGBTQI+ bill, which has finally been passed by Parliament. Remember, it went a back and forth for 3 years. And today, the House unanimously passed the bill into law after some initial hurdles were cleared. Until today, how has this bill fared in the last 3 years? Let's refresh your mind. And it first, in fact, as it stands now, this is what the law seeks to do. You get 3 years jail term for engaging in LGBTQI+ activities, 5-year imprisonment for promoting LGBTQI+ activities. The bill actually came to Parliament. The first time it came to Parliament was in July 2021. That was when it was introduced. Then in August 2021, it had the first reading. Then today, February 28, the bill has now been passed, but that was not without some hurdles. Initially, there's been conversations about substituting the imprisonment term with the community service. That suggestion was made by now Majority Leader Afenyo Marking, but that was shut down. But here are his reasons. He says the term could worsen individuals since the act is behavioral. The jailing for sexuality is not the solution, and he says the bill is likely to resurrect criminal libel law. We'll get into that, those matters, as you see a coalition of some group also bringing up this particular one, saying this could affect the work of the media. Now, the Majority Leader Afenyo making his initial argument to substitute the imprisonment with community service was dismissed. The House also rejected a proposal to seek consensus from flag bearer. You remember, he said that they should seek consensus from the two flag bearers of the two major political parties, the NDC and the NPP. That was also shut down. He pleaded for time to propose further amendment, but was denied he was denied that. So the passage of the bill also had some issues that stalled the passage. So first was the plus in the bill, which the Speaker said was not properly defined. So it was referred back to the sponsors that they should properly define the plus in the bill, which I believe was done, and today it was passed. So is the bill now law? No, it's not law yet. The President has to assent to the bill to make it law. So that is where we are currently. But let's paint a global picture. There are a number of countries who have also subscribed to laws that would punish LGBTQI activities. 65 countries have jurisdictions that criminalize LGBTQ. 12 of them have jurisdictions with death penalty inclusive. 14 countries criminalize expressions of transgender. And then if you look at the Africa perspective, there are 54 countries in Africa. Out of the 54 countries, 31 have laws against LGBTQ. Countries that have criminalized the act are 21, and you have 21 other countries who have custodial penalty sentences. That's on the Africa sub-region. Now, if you look at the penalties associated, libel conviction term, those countries we're talking about, they have four, so this is Nigeria, for instance, and they have 14 years imprisonment conviction for people who enter into same-sex marriage, contract or union, 10 years imprisonment for people who register, operate or participate in gay clubs, societies and organizations, directly or indirectly making public show of same-sex amorous relationships. And you have 10 years if you administer, witness, aid or abet the solemnization of same-sex marriage, or you support registration, operation and substance of gay club societies. This is Nigeria. And that's how the picture looks like in Nigeria. Now, if you look at Cameroon, they have 6 months to 5 years imprisonment and a fine of 20,000 CFA to 200,000 CFA for sexual relations with a person of same sex. That's your offense that gives you this kind of punishment. And then you move on to top 10 countries who tolerate LGBTQI activity. So this is the level of tolerance by the countries. If you look at Cape Verde, it gives you 80%, and this is an Afrobarometer survey we're sharing with you. It says 80% in Cape Verde, they have 80% tolerance. South Africa has 70%, and the lowest is Benin and Lesotho, which are at par at 22%. But you see 56% for Mauritius, you see Namibia with 54%, followed by Mozambique and Sao Tome 40%, Botswana and Tunisia, who have some tolerance. But if you look at bottom 10 countries, they are not tolerant. They have very less tolerance for LGBTQI activities, and it is led by Burkina Faso, and Gambia is the least. So Gambia is actually not tolerant at all, with 3% of LGBTQ activities. Where is Ghana? 7%, Sierra Leone 7%, Guinea 7%. So these three countries stand at 7% tolerance. And then you see Malawi, Senegal, Liberia 5%, Zambia has 4% tolerance for LGBTQI activities. Today, the LGBTQ law has been passed in Ghana. what next? I've been joined in the studio by Sam Nate George. He's MP for Ningo Prampram and the lead sponsor of the bill. I would also be joined virtually by Michael Augustus Akakpo, his Senior Programs Officer, Human Rights and Social Inclusion at CDD Ghana. Dr. Amanda Odoi is academic and researcher and a member of the number of coalitions who are against the passage of the bill. And I'll also be joined by Very Reverend Father Clement Kwesi J. He is Secretary General to the Catholic Bishops' Conference. Let's have a conversation after this break. And welcome to PM Express. My name is Aisha Ibrahim. PM Express is brought to you by Syntest Tank. It is strong, it is tough. Alomo Bitters. Experience greatness in every moment. And Ghana AIDS Commission. Pepsodent, every smile matters. If you want to talk about Syntest Tank, no matter your water needs, Syntest Tank has it all. Syntest Tank is first to introduce double layer tank, and now you can have as many layers as you want. Now, Syntex Tank is first to introduce white inner layer tanks in Ghana. We now introduce to you the customer specs order, which lets you order any color and size of preference. Syntex Tanks gives you the longest warranty of 7 years, which no other tank gives you in Ghana. So whatever your water consumption, size of project or demand, choose Syntex Tank. We have agents nationwide. Call them on 0244 335 168 or shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex Tank, a year strong, a year tough. Also, I've been joined this evening by Michael Akakpo, Dr. Odoi, and also Very Reverend Father. Thank you all of you for joining us. Sam George is with me in the studio. It's been a tough day for you, I can imagine. Well, we've been following this from day one when it started. We've seen the back and forth, even before the third reading today, before it was passed into law. You had some issues with clauses 10 and 11. What were the issues?
All right, so good evening to our viewers. The media was our issue. The media has been our biggest ally in this battle. You've been a reliable partner on this journey for 3 years. You've given us the opportunity to clarify portions of the bill that had been intentionally and maliciously twisted by opponents of the bill. And so we consider you our greatest ally in this journey. Going forward with the public sensitization, we would still depend on the media. However, we realized that the latest spin had been focused on clause 10 and 11 of the bill, which dealt with the propagation, advocacy of support for the prohibited acts under the bill. And the latest spin had been that we were reintroducing criminal libel law, and even media houses could no longer have editorials on the subject matter. And so we decided to say that, look, for the avoidance of doubt, we'll put it inside of the bill that this is subject to the 1992 Constitution, because the sponsors of the bill will respect the Chapter 12 rights that the media has, the freedom of expression. But the media is also guided by ethics. There's a difference between editorials and advocacy. Editorials are informative and educative. Yeah. Advocacy are opinionated. And so, for us, we don't have a problem, and that's why we introduced that these provisions are subject to the provisions of the Constitution. That phrase was introduced so that all the things in clause 10 and 11 are subject to the Constitution. Chapter 12 of the Constitution that deals with the freedoms of the media. Article 162, I believe, and all that gives you the freedom to express yourself. However, those freedoms are guided by your ethics. And that's why you would not advocate for something that is a criminal offense. That's why you would do, Joy, for example, before we started the show, you could have chosen to do an editorial on money laundering or anti-terrorism, but your editorial will stop short of advocating for those things. And that's the simple point we're making here. Okay, so now it's been passed. Let's have an appreciation of what the document actually states right now, currently. There's a 3 years imprisonment bill. There's 5 years. I mean,
what exactly does the document state?
I don't have the document.
I mean, just highlights of it.
I think that we have 3 categories of offences, or 4 actually, 4 categories of offences in the bill. Category 1 is where we criminalize the acts of homosexuality, lesbianism, gays, transgenders, and all of that. That is considered, if you're found guilty by a competent court of jurisdiction, you can be subjected to a fine of, I think, not less than 750 penalty units, and not more than 2,000 penalty units, I think. Or a jail sentence or custodial sentence of 6 months minimum, maximum 3 years, or depending on the facts before the court, a combination of both. So that's one offense. The second group of offenses are for persons who propagate, advocate, and spread the criminal offense of homosexuality, because it's been criminalized by the Act. Now, even that is broken down into 2 categories: those who do the general, and those who do targeted at children, persons under the age of 18. Now, that comes with a prison sentence of a minimum of 5 years and a maximum of 10 years. Then you also have persons who willingly fund such prohibited activities. They also have a punishment that is 5 years to 10 years. Then you have a 4th category of persons who carry out extrajudicial treatment, who, because there's a duty to report, that if you see this, you report to lawful authority. We've defined lawful authority to include traditional rulers, members of parliament, and all of those. Now, you either report to them, but if you fail to do that and you carry out extrajudicial treatment, that's where people lynch persons. You can go to jail for between 6 months and 3 years. So the bill itself takes care of extrajudicial. So those are the 4 various regimes that I readily remember are stated in the bill.
Let me bring in Michael Akapo. Michael, you've been opposed to this bill since day one. Well, it's been passed today, and it was, if you like, a unanimous decision by parliamentarians.
Well, thank you, Aisha. I mean, I wasn't in parliament when the bill was passed. I happened to be in a workshop when I heard the bill had been passed. But to say that it was a surprise, it was not a surprise. We had followed our first briefing yesterday. We had indicated that there was a possibility the bill was going to pass today. And as I said, then I'm listening to some judge make his applications on the content of the bill. I'm just a bit surprised that, maybe we've mitigated past the thing that he had raised up in the bill in terms of prescribing the act of homosexuality, which is already covered under the Section 104 of our criminal code. I think he also raised a point about willingly funding or promoting homosexuality. I mean, I very differ that in all the time we've been doing advocacy on rights, there has never been any attempt by any of these advocacy human rights coalitions to say we are funding, we are pushing for homosexual acts to be legalized. We have never said that. We have argued on the basis that rights are the cornerstone of our democracy. And as such, if the Constitution, which some judge himself in 2015 had sat on the panel on the television program and has justified why he didn't think LGBT people need to be criminalized, and why he believes that the Constitution is sacrosanct when it comes to the issues of rights. I don't want to have that 250 some judge back. It's quite unfortunate that we have to get to this place where we are today. I'll just say that for now.
Well, Dr. Odo, you want to respond to that? I'll give you the opportunity to do that. Let me hear from Dr. Amanda Odoi. Your group also describes this law as harmful to democracy and to the country's development. Why so?
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and good evening to your listeners. I think there's one thing I want to draw attention to before I move to this question, is the fact that advocacy is not opinionated. Advocacy seeks to drive the interest or a cause of something in the extent of causing a change. It can be policy, which is systemic. It can be an individual form of advocacy, which a group come together to make a claim or push for an agenda. And it's informed by research, it's informed by activities, it's informed by data. And then there's self-advocacy. So LGBT persons could have done a self-advocacy, but our group moves beyond self-advocacy to look at the impact of this bill on the group, on the society. So we've sat down, and that's the sad aspect of it, that we've sat down and a group of people with a particular interest have pushed for a law that affects the entire country. So we have a bill or a law which has not been assented yet that talks about the fact that if same-sex relationships, it's anal sex or any forms of unwanted sexual activity as they have defined in the law, it's just limited to queer persons. But then when anal sex, which can be detrimental to the health, as they are claiming, also to women when they are forced to have anal sex in heterosexual relationships. But we are saying that, well, with the power in our hands, we can discriminate against a certain gender whilst we give certain limitations to a certain group. We also have instances where people's lives are going to be monitored. So at first, queer people have lived with us. Actually, there's evidence to show that queer people have always lived with us. We have gone to school. The reasons why we have norms and practices in our schools which had sanctions around these relationships is the fact that they have always been with us, and we thought that we should be regulated. But with the start of this bill and the discussions around it, hostility has increased against the community to the extent that even non-queer persons who exhibit effeminate characteristics are right now tagged. You go to the job place, your movement is monitored. People are discriminated against. An employer can decide that because you exhibit effeminate characteristics, I cannot take you or employ you in my job just in case I am tagged for employing somebody that is queer. Because by walking about, I do not claim to be a queer person. You will never know. If you never catch me and act, you can never know. This has implications for people's livelihoods, people's economic participation, people's engagement in education. Now we are saying that academic institutions must out all students who are assumed or perceived or are found to be queer. You are denying them right to education. There's equal access to education that must be for everyone. And this has implications for the lives of these young women, young men that will have to go to school. It has implications for employers. We are saying that the client-doctor confidentiality, if you're a doctor and you have a client coming to you and it tells you that, well, I am queer and because of this and that, I need this kind of services, I must be ousted. And it has implications for brain drain. We've realized that in most countries, people who feel that they are being targeted are leaving. There are a lot of us, if nobody tells you that they are queer, you will not know. So there are skilled people we have trained that may have to leave this country at this point because they do not feel safe. And these are the economic issues that we are raising. And the fact that this bill does not only apply to queer people, and we are at risk. As a parent, you have to give up your child. You have to report your child who is found to be queer. And this child may be the breadwinner of the family. What do you do as a pastor or as a priest? If somebody comes to you and comes to confess, now you have to report that person. So what are the mental stress, the torture we are going to take a lot of people who are not necessarily queer through these phases has implication, and some of the words that are being used also, for example, if you're saying that promotion is subjective. As an academic, my specialization is in sexualities. And as part of sexualities, I do LGBT studies. As public health workers, we need to talk about some risk, even around sex, sexualities, and it may include talking about queer people and some of the support that they will need. It is for the good of the country and for us to be able to look at the various groups, their needs, and how to meet them so that it does not become a problem. At this point, it is going to be very difficult to engage in such conversations. And you're saying that who willingly funds research fees policy? Research fees the betterment of the lives of people. So if I get funding into research on queer issues, and there's implication. If I make known that I'm researching into this field, I'm looking for these kind of people to talk to, there's implication. So you're indirectly restricting production of knowledge, participation, and empowerment of people and how to engage their lives. And these are the things we're saying is dangerous. If we already have a law that says that if you engage in a certain sexual act, you are going to be arrested, why do we have to create new ones that has to affect an entire population, a whole country, and limit the rights, the voices of people and their ability to engage, and redefine laws to suit? And the redefinition of laws, which has implications for other groups, such as genders, such as women, and how they can engage even in sexual relations in their bedroom.
Sam George is here.
Report. And also, if I'm a mother and I go into a hotel with a daughter or from a friend, and we want to stay in a hotel as two females, right now when you're booking a hotel, you have to call, and then presumably the hotel has to ask you, are you going to be two females living in a room? Are you queer? All these restrictions, all this discomfort that are coming with it are things that we think that we should have paid attention to before we push for something.
Sam George wants to react. You want to react to Michael and then Dr. Odoi.
First and foremost, I would appreciate it that Michael, if he was going to make reference to the video from me on my majority caucus on JoyNews, should not have just listened to a 60-second clipping that's been put out, but requested Joy FM to give him the full tape. I spoke in context, so Michael, go get the context and understand it fine. Now, secondly, when you say that people have rights, and I mean, Mike, we had this conversation on Newsfile about 2 weeks ago. I gave you a simple homework. I expected that you would do better this time. I asked you 2 weeks ago on Newsfile to show me what part of the Constitution of Ghana, the 1992 Constitution, gives people rights based on sexual preferences. You can't just come on national TV and say that people have rights. Rights are defined in Ghana's Constitution. And this also deals with the misinformation put out by Dr. Amanda Odoi. Rights are defined in the Constitution. Even the right to life can and will be curtailed by the state on certain grounds and basis. All the rights in the 1992 Constitution are premised on the fact that they are not injurious to public safety, public health, and public morality. It is clear that the proponents of this pro-LGBTQ agenda read the Constitution in bits and pieces and omit certain parts. Because if you read the 1992 Constitution that you say gives you rights, or gives the people you advocate for rights, did you read the Constitution to realize that rights can be curtailed on the basis of public morality? And do you understand what morality and public morality is? Do you understand what public health is? Dr. Amanda Odoi admits that in the course of their work, they have to deal with people who are at risk because of their sexual activities. And you don't think that that constitutes public health? And again, the misinformation. I don't know if she's referring to the bill that myself and my colleagues have authored. But you see, people have created their own impression of the bills and are fostering their misinformation and miseducation on people. First and foremost, I mean, several of the claims she's made here that you can't go and apply for a job. Why? When you're going to apply for a job, does anybody ask you who you slept with in your bedroom? Am I the one asking LGBTQ practitioners to define themselves by their sexuality? What happens in the confine of your bedroom remains the business of you and your partner. Nobody's coming into your bedroom to find out what's going on. But when you decide to define yourself by what is supposed to be your private sexual preference, then it becomes a matter of public policy, and public policy will apply to it. And if this is all about funding for you, I am more interested in the sanctity of Ghanaian children and not the funds that you receive to do what you claim is academic research. You travel to countries like Qatar. Some of you travel to Qatar. Some of you travel to Saudi Arabia. And when you go there, you abide by the laws there. You just showed Nigeria. Nigeria's punishment is 15 years. Yet they go to Nigeria, they go to these countries and respect the law there. But think that Ghana should become a jungle because we think that we are yesviatra, because we think that we are so liberal. The Americans who are funding you, in American states, they are passing legislation to curb LGBTQ. 2 days ago, Tennessee passed legislation in its house that banned the flying of even the flags. They've not just banned the activity, you can't even fly the flags in public schools right now. They're protecting their children. And so what they are rejecting in their own countries, you want to come and impose it here. In the United States, 27 out of their 50 states have laws that ban one form or the other, LGBTQ. That's more than 50% of their states. And yet you want to paint a picture that you are so academic. How academic are you? Are you the places you are getting the funding from? In their own home countries, the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, is pointing out that homosexuality makes a person 400 times, a homosexual person is 400 times more likely to abuse substance and be an alcoholic and be a drug abuser than a heterosexual person. And it constitutes a health crisis. A homosexual person is 400 times more suicidal than a heterosexual person. Not me, the CDC. It says that a man who has sex with another man is 400 times more likely to get HIV/AIDS than a heterosexual man. And you think that this is something that we should allow you advocate for in the name of academic freedoms? Well, rights are definite. And I'll be glad for you to go and test the law in court and show to the courts what rights you are defending. And you see, let me just wrap up with this, Aisha, because I'm sure you want to bring in a few other people. It's extremely important that we understand that in this country, nobody is marginalizing any group of people. And Michael makes that point, that why do we need this law? Because you have Section 104 of the Criminal Offences Act. Well, maybe, Michael, you should go and read the Attorney General's memo to Parliament. In that memo, the Attorney General actually applauded us because Section 104, if you read Section 104, in light of the Supreme Court's ruling in Banusin versus the Republic 2014, where natural canal knowledge is defined by our Supreme Court, you realize that Section 104 is discriminatory because it cannot apply to lesbians because it talks about penetration. And lesbians do not have a natural organ for penetration. And so the Attorney General is unable to prosecute any female engaged in lesbianism under Section 104. And so when you have a law that is 1960, which at the time was dealing with what was the known form of homosexuality, and today you have transgenders, you have all kinds of insane perversions being bandied around as lifestyles, and we are making our laws representative of it. You say, why are we doing that? Amen.
Very Reverend, I want to bring you in now, and I'll give you the opportunity, Michael and Dr. Odoi, to come in on this. Very Reverend, you've been in support for this from day one. Now it's been passed. So what? Do we have Very Reverend AJ?
Yes, the church is very happy. The leadership of the Catholic Church is very happy with the passage of this bill. And we are praying and hoping that the President will assent to this bill so that it becomes law. And congratulations to Parliament for the 100%. And that is our objective, because from the Christian point of view, the bill seeks to promote what Christianity is all about. Human beings were created in the image and likeness of God. And throughout the Bible, homosexuality, lesbianism, whatever, has not been, they are contrary to the tenets of the Holy Scriptures. So we thank Parliament for passing this bill. And we hope what comes out of it. Thank you.
Dr. Odoi, your group also talk about how this will affect the work of the media. I think you made mention about the editorial bit, and then you try to differentiate editorial advocacy and all of that, trying to say that what is in the law actually affects the job of the media. I mean, I just want you to elaborate more on this, how this would actually lead to or bring back criminal libel law.
Okay, thank you. But before then, I would want to respond to a few issues that Sam George raised. There's one thing that I think he has to make clear. This is not the first place he's mentioned that using statistics from CDD. There's a reason why they are numbers. So I think he has to go beyond looking at the numbers that I'm mentioning to look at the reasons behind the reason why queer persons are more likely to be suicidal than heterosexual persons because they lack support. There's no support. And that is one of the things we are doing to them right now. So right now, if anybody is going through a problem, they don't have any outlet to go seek support. But as a heterosexual person, you can just go out there and talk to any doctor and then you are okay. So these are some of the reasons why those statistics speak to the higher numbers when it comes to issues of mental health and suicide amongst that community. So he has to go and look beyond the numbers and speak to the issues that are informing the numbers that are being put out there. Also, I think he has to consider the fact that sexual risk is not limited to queer community. There's sexual risk even among heterosexuals. Heterosexuals that engage in anal sex are also a public health risk. So if you are looking at saying that this is just a group and then if we halt their practices, we save public health, you are opening up a number of people. If we are saying that heterosexual community in Ghana is bigger, you are opening up a number of women who are being exposed to heterosexual, to a number of anal sex, to a number of sexual health risks that we have to pay attention to. And nobody is saying that we cannot have rights, whether as a bigger group or small group. We are saying that we have to pay attention to the issues at hand, and those are some of the issues that Michael was raising. And he also mentioned the fact that who asked of your sexual preferences? Nobody needs to ask. St. George, you need to pay attention to the actions and the hostility that is coming out of this bill. Now you just have to have effeminate characteristics, and everybody assumes that you're queer because that is the image that we have put out there about who queer persons are. But we have a number of queer persons who may not even exhibit such traits, and they are not at risk. I did a research, and I looked at homophobic violence in Ghana, when and where it counts, and it counts when people actually tend to think that if you have effeminate characteristics, then automatically you're queer. So people that are not even in the community are at risk right now, and they are being targeted. So you don't have to be asked by your boss to be able to, for them to be able to say that, okay, you're here. We have people that make posts, and just by the mere fact that they are men and exhibiting those traits, people already tag them as gay, and that has consequences. So they don't need to be asked. If that is the case, then we don't even need to criminalize, because nobody will have to know what we do in our bedroom. Do we know what you do in your bedroom with your partner? No, we don't come to ask. So we assume that everything is perfect and you are okay. We don't know the kind of dangerous sex that may be happening in people's bedrooms, even heterosexual. And then with the media, you mentioned his opening statement that he assumed that the media is an ally. You are gagging the media straight away, saying that it's either they align with Parliament on this bill or that's it. They cannot support. But the media is there to be a voice to the people, put out issues that are detrimental so that we can engage them as a society and find solutions to them. You don't just coerce the media and say that ally for which reason? To promote something that we think is detrimental. One way the media is going to have issues with the fact that if there are pressing issues that you're supposed to raise in the media concerning LGBT issues, now it's going to be very difficult because promotion is subjective, once again, as I say. Talking about LGBT issues may come with a different reason for which the media is reporting. Whatever somebody does with that information, you can never tell. But then you can be assumed that by the mere fact that you are publishing certain news items, certain activities on your news item, then it means that they are liable. Right now, the media outlets cannot show certain movies that are supposed to be having queer perspective. But for all you know, the content of that media item you're showing could be speaking to an issue that may be raised in this bill for whatever reason, but you cannot promote them anymore. And these are the things that we're saying that needs to be addressed, and these are things we need to pay attention to. What I find surprising is that we are not going to regulate what people share on their social media outlets, what information people put out there. So if I find out that somebody, there's a queer community, so I can just make a post, oh, look at these people. And then it's two men probably engaging in hugging or something. And then automatically I could be attacked for promoting queerness. But it could never be. It could be two friends. It could be two siblings hugging and showing affection. And that's it. That has consequences. So this is the extent to which we are trying to limit and curtail our ability to be able to pass on information and be held criminally liable for certain things that might not even be intended.
Michael, so the law has been passed. So what next?
Well, Aisha, so I wanted to just go back a little bit to something some judge has said about the Constitution. You see, I like to ground my argumentation in the Constitution. And just like I did tell some judge the last time we engaged, I told him that the Constitution is a neutral document. And it's for this very reason That is why when the Constitution says religion, it doesn't prescribe for us what religion we should have. And when the Constitution says gender, it doesn't prescribe for us to determine what gender that is. But I just want to take him back to something he has said. That if I look in the Constitution, which part of the Constitution guarantees that people who identify as they want to identify should be is part of the constitutional makeup. So this idea of, I'll call it this assumptive operative thinking, which is operating on the fact that, you see, sometimes because we are heterosexual, and because we've never questioned heterosexuality since we have been born, so we've taken it for granted that it is what is supposed to be for every society. The point I'm trying to make is that the Constitution does not discriminate. And I've said it so many times, that in matter of fact, there's no reason why we should even be having this conversation of LGBT rights. Because when the Constitution says all persons, it means all persons. It doesn't create separate categories of persons. It says all persons. So when you're making the constitutional argument to cause or to sanction the discrimination of a population of the country, we have to be very careful. Like I said, I'm a firm believer in rights. And I will go to bat for any person whose rights are being infringed on, whether they are gay, whether they are lesbian, whether they are from their tribal life, whether they are minoritized on any other ground. I will defend their right to be who they are. So we need to make the clear distinction. As I said, if you want to prescribe the act, if you feel like the act is what you want to prescribe, then make the law to do that. But the idea that, should I say that I'm gay? Should I hold out that I'm gay? And automatically, I should be arrested. And even if you look at the duty to report, I'm supposed to report to assemblymen, MPs. Which part of our how do you call it? Which part of our judicial, our police system, reporting system, have an MP to be reported to? What is the MP going to do? You know, we have so many problems in this country to be worried about. And to think that this is what is important for us, I mean, that's a sorry state for our republic. It is a really sorry state for our republic that in this moment of economic crisis, in this moment when people cannot afford to put a single meal on the table to eat, but we, our political leaders who we've elected, who are running $100,000 car, think that it is the sexuality of what people do in their bedroom that they should be concerned about. It's a sorry state for our republic.
Well, Sam George, you've seen the resistance coming from all angles. In fact, the Amnesty International has indicated that it will go to court if this bill is passed into law. And today you're hearing the coalition of the group that is against the passage, led by Professor Odrigajekpo, who say they would also be heading to the Supreme Court. It does look like you are not done with your job. There's still more obstacles that you need to clear.
Well, Michael ends by saying that I drive a $100,000 car, and so my focus should not be on the sexuality of people. Well, your whole job is about getting funds from the aberration of other people, and you think that you have a moral right to talk about something that's a law. I mean, listen, Michael, you reference all persons. You reference Article 17. I've said to you on this platform already this evening, don't read the Constitution in bits. Article 17.4. Michael, let me give you an education, please. Article 17.4, the Article 17 that you say says all persons. Go and read 17.4. I've told you, don't read the Constitution in bits. Read it as a whole. Article 17.4 says, nothing in this article that you have referred to shall prevent Parliament from enacting laws that are reasonable, necessary to provide for the implementation of policies and programs aimed at redressing social, economic, or educational imbalance in the Ghanaian society. When you have people who are born with 6 fingers, it is not considered, or 6 digits, it's not considered the norm because it's a 1 in a million occurrence. The fact that you have individuals who choose on their own to carry out what society does not consider normal does not mean that we must make it normal. And that is an educational and societal imbalance that Parliament has rightfully passed the law under Article 17.4 to deal with. Go and also read Article 39, the cultural imperatives that have been imposed on the state. So read the Constitution as a whole and don't read it in bits and pieces. And Amanda makes the point that I should go and look at what informs the statistics. Amanda, you are saying that people's aberration, their abhorrent sexual preferences makes them suicidal because they need help. And you think that we should now accept that aberrant behavior, that abhorrent practice, and now have to deal with giving them. Why? Is it because you think that that would open a room for you to now do research? But listen, people do research today into pedophilia. People do research into money laundering. People do research into all kinds of vices. It doesn't mean they have to advocate for it. The moment you begin to equate advocacy to research, you've missed the point, Amanda. That can never be the basis of research. Research can never be equated to advocacy, and the moment you do that, I see you've lost the plot. Okay, so the point we'll make here is this. Amnesty International, and you see, another point Amanda makes, that she's seen a rise in violence. I challenge you, Amanda. And you see, we did this when we had the open session for all of these allies to come into Parliament and appear before Parliament. We asked them for evidence of either a job or a hotel or any discrimination against a person, wrongfully so. None of them could produce an evidence. On this show, I'm calling Amanda out and saying she should give us one instance, of increased violence against a person because of this bill. Look, it's easy to say the things you are saying, but trust me, so long as God gives me breath, I will continue to hold all of you to strict proof, because it is clear that the intent behind all of this advocacy is economic. Aisha, let us call people out. It is economic. It's about the funding they will receive. Do you
have proof?
Absolutely. CDD is sponsored. No, CDD's research, and Michael is here. CDD's research on this bill was not funded from their own. It was funded by donor partners who have an interest in pushing LGBTQ. You should deny it. Amanda's research is sponsored by groups that are pro-LGBTQ. Don't deny this. This is fact. So if people are thinking about the money they get for their research, and for that, they think that Parliament should sit down for the innocence of our children to be taken away, where are we going as a country?
In terms of accent,
they should state the source of your funding. Okay. I am challenging you to state the source of your funding.
Michael, give me a second. I'll come to you too. All right, so go ahead and respond in 1 minute, please.
This very Ghana state we live in today, right? Where are we? Who is funding us today?
So you are not disputing that you are funded by groups that are interested in LGBTQ. You are not disputing it, because we need to call the CDD out on this. The CDD does fantastic work, but on this matter, we will call you out.
That you are deny or confirm. Yes. So he's doing that. Sure. Michael, go ahead.
The state that some judge is a minister, is a member of parliament for, is it not being funded partly by donors? So what is he talking about funding?
You mean Parliament is funded by donors?
No, what's the point he made?
To go back to the constitutional argument he made, look.
No, he should. Aisha, let's not run away from your source of funding. Michael, let's establish it. You've not answered my question. Are you funded or not?
Michael, can you give him a direct answer on
that? Are you funded or not by pro-LGBTQ groups?
Allow him to respond.
It's a civil society organization. So definitely yes.
He's not answered the question.
He says yes.
But no one funder has given us money to go and to go out on the limb and advocate for men to go sleep with men. And we have made that disclaimer so many times that this issue for us as CDD is a human rights issue. You know, this is the way that some judges kind of like to conflate issues and try to turn things around. But anyway, here we were quoting the Constitution to me. So I just want to reference him that if he goes under the directive principle of state policy, under Article 35, in that says 35.4, he says, the state shall cultivate among all Ghanaians respect for fundamental human rights and freedom and the dignity of the human person. And then he moves on to 5, and he says, the state shall actively promote the integration of the people of Ghana and prohibit discrimination and prejudice on the grounds of place of origin, circumstances of birth, ethnic origin, gender, religion, creed, or belief. So when he's making the constitutional argument to me that I do not get what the Constitution is saying, maybe he hasn't read the Constitution very well. Because as a matter of state policy, Parliament cannot be used to propagate hate. And that is what I'm telling him. And that is exactly what this bill is doing.
Michael, kindly read Article 39.1.
Right.
Since you are reading the Constitution, read Article 39.1
all right.
and 39.2.
Sam George, you have your response now. Yes. In terms of assenting the bill, you don't have a good case because of precedents. Recently, we've seen 2 bills that you've passed into law. The one that has to do with the death penalty in our criminal law, and then the witchcraft accusation bill. You've seen the back and forth on it. As we speak, the president hasn't assented. What makes you think he will assent to this?
Well, it's up to the president to choose to accent or not to accent. But if the president is minded that he holds power and trust for the Ghanaian people, and the Ghanaian people overwhelmingly today, it was a unanimous vote. There was no vote in opposition to the passage of the bill. We represent the people of Ghana. We've passed the bill. We're bringing it to him within 7 days. He has 7 to 14 days to append his signature to it. If he chooses not to, he would have to give us tangible reasons. And if his reasons don't make sense to us, we intend to bring it back to Parliament, because the Constitution envisages the time that you can have a president who would not be in tandem with the wishes of the people, and gives us 2/3. If we get 2/3 of Parliament, we will pass this bill into law with or without the president. But the president must bear in mind that his legacy is one that's at stake. He has made commitments to the Anglican Church in the Eastern region when he addressed the clergy there and said that under his watch he would make sure that nothing that promotes LGBTQ is done. There is nothing that is more inhibitional to the promotion of anti-LGBTQ than signing this bill. You understand me? So the president, I hold the view that I believe he would listen to the will of the Ghanaian people and proceed to sign it. If he doesn't do it, we would exercise our 2/3 majority power in Parliament and pass it into law.
Amanda, I have 1 minute. Let me give it to you to wrap up. When are you going to court, as your group said?
I want to clarify, Sam George.
Please do that in 1 minute.
That is making them have mental health justice. The lack of support is informing the statistics you're speaking to, so go back and read it again. Also, I fund my research, and I dare you to come out and tell me where you think I get my funding from, if you are daring somebody else to come up also. I'm also surprised to see a whole member of Parliament saying that there's no relationship between research, advocacy. Go check all our policies that we have as a country. And the relationship.
That's not what I said, Aisha. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Don't misquote me. No,
please. You said
I said research is not the same as advocacy.
Let me have my 1 minute.
Don't misquote me. If you're going to quote me, if you will quote me correctly.
And clearly, I want you to understand that that is the relationship, because for a policy, for a lot to be known, there should be.
I didn't speak of a relationship, Amanda. Don't set your own questions and answer them. I said there is a difference between research and advocacy.
Listen to this audio again when it's over, and you will see the mistake that
I said there's a difference between advocacy.
A lot of people look up to you as a parliamentarian. I don't think that you should make.
Well, that's all time will allow us. And as this bill has been passed, we are monitoring how things unfold. We're looking forward to the response of the president, who has the ultimate responsibility to assent or not to assent the bill. So, of course, we are watching with keen interest. Definitely, there's more conversations on this topic. Thank you so much, Dr. Amanda Odoi. Thank you, Michael Akakpo. Very Reverend Ajay, I'm grateful for your time. And Sam George, thank you so much for coming to the studio. Viewers, many thanks for watching. Enjoy the rest of our program.
My name is Father Moses Asa Awenongya SVD. I am the CEO of Reagan-Truffen Education Foundation. Reagan-Truffen Education Foundation is a foundation that takes care of the education of children and youth in Ghana from kindergarten to university. Beyond that, Reagan-Truffen Education Foundation takes care of the establishment of educational institutions, so that children and youth who otherwise could not have had access to good quality education would be able to have this. And by doing that, we are able to bring out the best out of children who otherwise could not have had any opportunity in life. And so we have the Reagan-Truffen Basic School, we have the Rauschmeier Institute for Technical Training, we have Reagan-Truffen Senior High School, and we have the Reagan-Truffen College of Applied Sciences. Now, beyond that, we give training even to teachers who are around us, to be able to even mentor other teachers, trainees who will come around in the area for training. But also, Namom Primary A, we had a mechanized borehole for them, so that they will have clean water, and they will then save time even in their education. We've also helped Azena Moore Senior High School to construct a 6-classroom block, very good one, with toilet facilities and all that what a modern institution should look like. And recently, together with a sponsor, we were able to complete a 3-classroom block in Lembisi, the Moshe Dapore primary school, which is in Bomopio. What I'm doing is out of the motivation to ensure that people have perspectives for their lives, and maybe better perspectives than I had. We started the whole thing in 2009 in December. Then I had the first 5 youth that were supporting, and as we're talking now, we have about 300 youth and children that we support directly, and beyond that, we then have the other people who then come in. Now, so since 2009 and up to date, we have been able to train doctors, we have been able to train nurses, we have been able to train managers and teachers and all that. And that is what gives me the joy to know that, look, we are doing the right thing. The JoyNews Impact Makers Award will lead us to be able to tell the whole world again our story. And this story is that it is possible to bring about change.
for joining us on Focus on Africa. I'm Wahiga Mwaura.
This is a covert operation on the hunt to catch a criminal.
We've been here for nearly a week and this camp seems to grow every day. The nightmare of hyperinflation has haunted Zimbabwe for over 20 years now.
Why is racism seemingly such a hard nut to crack for La Liga?
I think they are the first to say that they have not done enough.
Now to a new bill that could change the lives of African students in the United Kingdom, but not for the better. Well, joining me now in studio is Anita Nkonge, the BBC's youth reporter. I imagine there have been quite some reactions to that announcement by the UK government?
Yes, a whole bunch of mixed reactions.
For months, I've been investigating a form of blackmail that has become so prevalent in Nigeria that it's got its own name: Keto.
How widespread would you say this blackmail phenomenon known as Keto is in Nigeria?
Every week they get about 20 to 30 reports of cases of people saying that they either were close to be blackmailed.
The BBC's Umaru Fofana is in Freetown.
Hardly would anybody have predicted that in our lifetime we would see it lying down like this.
Climate change is here, and it's telling us it is here. We have to change our ways, or it is going to teach us a lot of lessons.
The Adventure Living Water Expedition is a research expedition and also a swim to draw attention to the influx of textiles to Ghana, specifically second-hand clothing waste.
What can the citizens themselves do to protect themselves?
So look at how you can empower the health sector, education and agriculture and the water sector.
It is not that Spain is a racist country, but that they acknowledge that there is a problem of education that must be dealt with.
The BBC's Nyasha Michelle has been talking to the British actress and finding out more about the show.
Hello and welcome to JoyNews today. We're broadcasting live from our studios in Kokomlemle. We're also live on DSTV channel 421 and GoTV channel 125. We are your home of independent, fearless and credible journalism. My name is Kenneth Jesse. Coming up this hour, in the midst of inconsistent power outages experienced in many parts of the country, the Electricity Company of Ghana insists there is no doomsday. More as minority in parliament declared the power sector broke.
It's been recurrent, it's been going on. And we just need to know, the public need to know what is going to happen to them in the evening, plan their lives, and be able to adjust.
Also in this package, Attorney General defends President Akufo-Addo's 10 trillion judgment debt saved to the state. More as he says the amount is even an understatement.
Because every minister has the responsibility of bringing to the president's attention the work that the minister has done. And in presenting my report, I deliberately understated the account.
Also ahead in this program, proponents of Human Sexuality and Family Values Bill prepared to face 18 civil society groups in court should the president assent to the bill. Details are coming up in a bit. Stay tuned. Hello again. Power outages, especially this month of February, have become a normal phenomenon in Accra and the Ashanti region, but there has been little explanation from players in the sector. JoyNews is, however, learning of a consistent shortfall in power supply, forcing the Electricity Company of Ghana to undertake unannounced load shedding. Executive Director with the Africa Center for Energy Policy, Ben Boache, says financial and managerial issues are responsible for the power outages.
the truth. Let me give you some statistics. Just this month, on the 2nd of February, the total shortfall was about 530 megawatts. So we cut exports and reduced it to 180. 14th of February, we had 390 shortfall. We cut export and reduced it to 190. On 16th of February, we had 360 megawatts shortfall, and we shed 110. On 19th, it was 570 megawatts, and we shed 360 megawatts. Yesterday was supposed to be around 530. We did 380 megawatts. So this is not an event. It's been recurrent. It's been going on. And we just need to know, public need to know what is going to happen to them in the evening, plan their lives, and be able to adjust. I think that is all there is at this point. When you clearly know that you don't have enough fuel, some of the plants are down. TICO has been down for some time now. You should know, working with engineers, when the timelines look like for them to come back on stream. Tell us what the timelines look like. Let people plan their lives. It's money. Because if you go and buy fuel, you need money to be able to do that. And beyond money, also there's a management crisis in the sector. And that's why people are happy to explain the problem and not how we manage the energy sector.
Meanwhile, the minority in parliament has been speaking on the matter. They say Ghana's power sector is on the brink of collapse. According to minority spokesperson on Mines and Energy, John Jinapor, government is so broke and unable to purchase fuel to power the thermal plants to generate electricity.
The load shedding is getting worse by the day. The very day His Excellency the President was delivering the State of the Nation address and boasting, at that very period, the utility companies were shedding load. The situation appears to be exacerbating. Yesterday alone, there was a whopping 530 megawatts of deficits, culminating in curtailment of power to Côte d'Ivoire, to Burkina Faso, and to Togo. You would attest that there was some massive darkness yesterday. Today at 12 p.m., load shedding would commence again. Our investigation indicates that some of the thermal plants are down. Specifically, TAPCO is down, TICO is down, and so they are not generating enough power. But more importantly, there's a lack of fuel in the system. Because of the financial constraints, government has not been able to procure adequate fuel to fire some of our thermal plants, culminating in the load shedding that we're experiencing. 1 month of load shedding is more than enough. This is not sporadic. This is continuous. This is persistent. And we think that the handlers of the power sector should do the onerous thing by informing the people of Ghana so they can plan ahead of time. This deliberate fixation on denial and deceiving the people of Ghana can no longer hold. We therefore call on President Akufo-Addo, Dr. Bawumia, and this government to do the needful by telling the people of Ghana the truth. We also call on government to look for money wherever they can find that money to procure heavy fuel oil and other sources of fuel to power the thermal plants. We cannot have this quantum of thermal complementarity and still shed load.
Let's go to our Parliamentary Affairs correspondent, Kweku Asante, who is joining me via Zoom for more. Kweku, welcome to the program. They are also demanding an official announcement of a load shedding exercise, the minority. What more can you tell us?
Can you say that again? I didn't hear that.
The minority is demanding a timetable for the load shedding exercise. What more can you tell us?
Well, that is their demand. They say that because per their research and the data they have available to them, it is obvious that the country is currently witnessing a load shedding exercise, which they demand that government needs to put the data out and announce an official load shedding. In fact, on the floor of Parliament a while ago, the Deputy Finance Minister, Blosia Sare, was making making the point about how this government had kept the lights on. Immediately she finished, the lights went off in Parliament. I've said that video, and that is the situation. But they think that from everything that they've seen, it clearly shows that the country is witnessing load shedding at catastrophic level, and they expect government to put out an official notice explaining that the country is going through load shedding and doing so.
Right, and the debate on the State of the Nation address is also expected to commence today. Has it started already?
That started. The Deputy Finance Minister, Abdul Siasa, removed the motion to thank the President on the State of the Nation address. She has spoken at length, spoken about how this government has kept the lights on. Of course, not in direct response to John Jinapor, who had made claims about doomsday and load shedding. We have Okujita Blakwa starting a debate for the minorities, currently on the front. We're talking about how, as a government, the president neglected the people of the Volta region who had experienced the Akosombo Dam spillage and the attendant effect. So it's going to go on until next week when the leaders will conclude it.
Is that to say that the majority has not officially communicated on the current load shedding taking place?
Not yet. We haven't heard quite from them.
Presentations at the memo stage to Parliament. We've made submissions in the media, pointing out why this is such an obnoxious and dangerous bill for our democracy and for human rights. Not only for LGBTQ people, even though the bill is targeted at them, but the implications that they have for other human rights of minorities, as well as even rights about freedom of expression, freedom for the media. So we've made those submissions, but it looks like it fell on deaf ears. And we sort of are disappointed that Parliament didn't take it seriously. We know that there was a lot of pressure within Parliament because of the way the issue was framed. So even those who know the dangers of the bill couldn't come out against the bill. A lot of human rights organizations also sent memorandum and appeared before Parliament. That is true, but our points were not taken into consideration. They went through periods where they took out issues that we had raised about the bill, some issues, but the main substance of criminalizing sexual identity remains. Criminalizing speech remains. And that's where the danger is for, let's say, the media. So
some say it's likely to re-introduce the criminal libel law.
Yes, it's like, imagine that there's a bill, and there's never been any bill tied to criminalizing anything that says even talking about the fact that you have a problem with the issue can land you in jail. That's why it is criminal libel law. And I think it was Honorable Afenyo Markin who made that point. But I think there are enough lawyers in Parliament, and they know indeed it is true.
However, the proponents of the Proper Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill say they are prepared to face off in court with a coalition of 18 civil society groups in their quest to institute legal action after presidential assent. Listen to the Executive Secretary of the Coalition for Human Sexual Rights and Family Values, Moses Fo Amweni.
Last 13 years, I have spent my hard-earned money and that of the church to cater for over 400 people who are suffering from this business of LGBT propaganda. Do you know when she keeps on saying it's a minority people, minority right to do what? To do what? You see, because the law follows the facts. What kind of rights is he claiming are minority rights? And I've shared this on your station, that this business of minority rights, civil rights, constitutional rights is always a false, herring being thrown at us. And the whole basis for this falsehood was a campaign strategy written for the LGBT movement by Paul Rondeau. You can Google for his name, because they went to him, the American LGBT movement went to him and asked, how can we have America accept LGBT activities? And he said, look, and I'm quoting from the book, After the Ball, go and read it. It says that because what we do and the consequences of it are so repulsive, let us not focus on what we do and the consequences, but focus on minority rights, human rights, democracy. That's the argument they're always throwing out. So I'm saying, you, the journalists, don't buy into it. That's a lie. She says they're going to court. Well, we're going to meet them in court. So to answer your question directly, in fact, we are waiting for her in court. That's a lie. The president is a very smart politician. I don't think he's going to buy into this false argument about democracy and human rights and all.
In a related development, former Executive Secretary of the Christian Council, Dr. Oponi Frimpong, has been applauding Parliament. He says the legislature has responded to a public concern.
We are growing our democracy, and we should not be afraid of dissenting views. When I am hungry as a Ghanaian, I should be free to say I'm hungry. It should not stop other people also to raise their concern. This anti-LGBT law that has been passed, it must be said, it's a national concern. What Parliament has done today, they have only responded to a national concern and deserve the commendation, the congratulations of Ghanaians. That other people will want to come together and raise their voices, that is their democratic right. But we want to plead with the president, the father of our land, that this law is a national concern matter, and therefore he must also give it a national response as early as possible. Even if some people want to challenge it at court, demonstrations, media, that is also their right. But it should not stop Ghanaians from protecting our moral values today and the generations that will come after us. At this stage, we will only humbly plead with the father of the land that this law is a national concern issue, and he must give it an urgent national response. We don't need to raise another tension. We have seen enough, and where we have reached is a president who must put this matter to sleep by assenting to the bill.
And the international community has been reacting to this issue since it first broke yesterday. Let's bring you some of their reactions, and this is from the United States Department of State. It says the United States is deeply troubled by the Ghanaian Parliament's passage of the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill, which will threaten all Ghanaians' constitutionally protected freedoms of speech, press and assembly. The bill would undermine Ghana's valuable public health, media and civic spaces and economy. International business coalitions have already stated that such discrimination in Ghana would harm business and economic growth in the country. The legislation is inconsistent with Ghana's tradition of tolerance, peace and respect for human rights. The United States echoes the call by Ghanaians who have urged a review of the constitutionality of the bill to protect the rights of all individuals in Ghana. And this is from the United Nations, and it says if the Human Sexual Rights and Ghanaian Family Values Bill becomes a law, it will exacerbate fear and hatred, could incite violence against fellow Ghanaian citizens, and will negatively impact on free speech, freedom of movement and freedom of association. If it becomes law, it will obstruct access to life-saving services, undercut social protection and jeopardize Ghana's development success. Evidence shows that the punitive laws like this bill are a barrier to ending AIDS and ultimately undermine everyone's health. So those are some of the views from the international community. Away from that story, President Akufo-Addo is calling on West African leaders to unite against the increasing rate of violent extremism and political instability in the sub-region. Addressing the third Kofi Annan Peace and Security Forum on Migration, the former ECOWAS chairman attributed this development to the activities of people he referred to as miscreants. President Akufo-Addo is therefore calling for a concerted approach by heads of states in the ECOWAS sub-region to address the complex dynamics of migration trends and their potential to undermine the hard-won peace and security in Africa.
Offered the stakeholders the opportunity to delve into the impact of the movement of persons from one country to the other. It has also set the stage for heads of state, delegates and participants to explore approaches to addressing migration-related conflicts through effective policies and peace-building mechanisms in the region. Addressing delegates at the forum, President Akufo-Addo called for a unified front to tackle violent extremism and political instability on the African continent.
The ECOWAS region is grappling with multiple sources of insecurity that include violent extremism and democratic reversals. The recent decision by the authorities in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger to withdraw from the ECOWAS does not augur well for the security and stability of our common region. The recent political turmoil in Senegal, for example, creates a loophole for miscreants to perpetuate insecurity in the region and deepen the migration crisis. Indeed, such developments are deflecting the attention of the community away from deeper and more meaningful regional integration and economic development that are anchored on the protocol relating to the free movement of persons, the right of residence and establishment. Together with my fellow ECOWAS counterparts, we're seeking ways to find amicable solutions. The region is at the crossroads, and our actions will determine the trajectory that will set the path for prosperity or destruction for our citizens in West Africa. As His Excellency Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, states, and I quote, "As a global community, we face a choice. Do we want migration to be a source of prosperity and international solidarity, or a byword for inhumanity and social friction?"
Meanwhile, Attorney General Godfrey Dame says through government's intervention, the nation has saved more than 10 trillion cedis in what would have been paid as judgment debt. This comes after President Akufo-Addo made a similar statement during the State of the Nation address in Parliament on Tuesday.
The savings that the president announced were actually an underestimation. The president grossly underestimated it, and it was actually my doing, because every minister has the responsibility of bringing to the president's attention the work that the minister has done. And in presenting my report, I deliberately understated the account, just not to raise unnecessary eyebrows and to be unnecessary sensational. But if you go through, 10 trillion is just arising in a single case. If you go through, the savings are actually over 14 billion. 14 trillion. Yes, I can refer to this matter, China Jinleng, which the Supreme Court set aside only last year. The judgment debt here, if you look at the figure here, originally, and then all the time, Ganashir, it was in the High Court of Justice, I think in Kumasi or so. The transport minister actually came here and made a lot of noise about it because it affected his account and all. And we took it up and compared to situations where ministers and the also administration would team up and orchestrate and facilitate judgment debts. It is this amount of 352 million. So that the figures are even dizzy. You can't even 352 million Ghana cedis. 352,662,144.41 pesos. And then an amount of almost $1 billion. $988 million, 294,313. That is it. So almost $1 billion plus 325 million Ghana cedis. So the Supreme Court again in 2022, after 2023, in the conclusion, says the application before the court that we have quashed the ruling given was expressly to set aside the Ganashir order and without prejudice making the consequential setting aside order, and they granted the order quashing all these proceedings. And interestingly, in this judgment, the court actually held that, as we contended, that the persons who had mounted the action even had no capacity whatsoever, and the identities could not be made out. A person who was a foreigner holding a power of attorney which had not been properly notarized, and who had even died later on in the course of the trial, and therefore could not have given another power of attorney to another person to pursue the trial.
Away from that, criminologist calls for auditing of security systems in intercity buses to quell highway robberies. The Kumasi-Accra highway has not only been a route susceptible to road crashes, but also a stretch for robbery attacks on night travelers. A recent video which surfaced on social media revealed how a driver and passengers in a minibus swiftly escaped an attack at gunpoint on the poorly lit road. With growing security concerns on the stretch, a criminologist with the KNUST, Dr. Jones Opoku-Ware, is proposing an intensive audit of security systems, including CCTV cameras at commercial car terminals and in intercity buses to profile passengers embarking on a journey.
It's almost midnight and these passengers are heading to Kumasi from Accra, but would soon encounter a near-death robbery attack on the highway.
Go, go, go. Let her go, go. Go. Let her go now, go, go. Jesus.
CCTV footage in the minibus captures suspected robbers, numbering close to 8, running towards the vehicle in an attempt to raid passengers of their belongings. But the driver swiftly reverses the vehicle to escape the scene and put his passengers to safety. This is one of the many scary robbery incidents that occur regularly on the Kumasi-Accra highway at night. The situation, security experts attribute to the poor illumination on the road and limited police surveillance. Dr. Jones Opoku-Ware is a criminologist with the Department of Social Work, KNUST.
The brazen nature of these robberies, especially these highway robberies, is what we have to look at. And for me, looking at the nature of our roads, especially which are not very lit, most of the time our highways, which are not very lit, they make it very easy for people to undertake such kind of operations. Anytime they really get motivated to do that. So it is something that is very, very, let me say, very normal for me, looking at the way our highways are configured and the kind of, darkness we see on our highways.
Over the last few years, it has become a new normal for many travelers to make their journeys at night. Dr. Jones Opoku-Ware is suggesting thorough auditing of security systems at lorry terminals and buses to quell robberies on the roads.
I've suggested this to the police some time ago. I think that was last year or last 2 years, that they have to go to the bus terminals and do a proper auditing of all the CCTVs that are there. Okay, especially the VIP area, which is the Asafu area. Okay, remember that the location of especially the VIP bus stop, especially that area, is a highly crime spot. They have to do a proper auditing of the bus terminals, not even the Asafu area alone, but all the bus terminals, because they are generally crime attractors and crime hotspots. Okay, and audit those security systems there and make sure that those who board buses, we can easily have a way to profile them.
For Joy News, my name is Emmanuel Bright-Kweku.
In the fourth episode of the NHIS Cost Burial series, Joy News uncovers reasons health facilities providing services under the National Health Insurance Scheme resort to cash and carry system, even though patients have valid health insurance cards. The reasons stem from NHIS underpayment of services and medicines offered to patients by the service providers. Stanley Nibleu has more in the following report.
Here at the Ganwest Municipal Hospital, scores of patients who have come here to access healthcare are not happy because they are compelled to pay money despite being valid members of the scheme. Accompanied by the mother, Sarah Kisiwa has just been discharged from the hospital after spending 4 nights at the facility after being delivered of her baby. She is one of the many patrons who had to pay money for services the facility offered to them. Kisiwa says the National Health Insurance is not simply working. She backs her claim with receipts she obtained from the hospital showing proof of payment.
Insurance, I I have the National Health Insurance, but when I come to the hospital, I am being requested to pay for services including labs and scans. I am surprised that patients are being asked to pay money for services rendered. This is really disturbing.
At the entrance of the Mamobi General Hospital is Rosamond Kodia. She has also been discharged from the facility after being delivered of her baby there. She also expressed shock about the huge sums of money she had to cough up to settle her bills despite possessing a valid NHIS card.
I think it's not working here because they really took me a lot of money. At the place that I delivered, they took me 190 cedis, almost 200 cedis, before I was moved up there. Up there too, I was being charged. The charges are too much. Let's say after giving birth, I've spent almost 500 cedis. And it shouldn't be so, even though I'm using health insurance.
For these patrons, improvement of the scheme to serve its intended purpose must be government's priority. But why would health facilities force patients to make out-of-pocket payment for services they render to them? A health professional with one of the district hospitals in Accra justified why health facilities resort to a cash and carry system instead of relying on the scheme. He said,
"The medicines we administer are imported from outside the country. When the prices of medicines are fixed, by the time it gets to the end of the year, the dollar rate would have changed. Taxes would have also been introduced. So maintaining the initial price will not help the facilities. Prices of most of the things that NHIS cover go up, but the insurance price will not be adjusted to complement it. If you're a manager of a hospital and you buy a medicine for 10 cedis in January, by December, that same medicine costs about 20 cedis. And a patient comes to the hospital, do you expect us to give the medicine to them at the initial price in order to avoid disagreement with the authority? When a patient comes to the hospital with or without the health insurance card, we make them buy the drugs because the price NHIS pays us is way below the price we buy the medicines on the open market.
Let's bring you more stories this afternoon as 5 shops at Kaneshi Market responsible for handling food have been sealed by the Metro Public Health Department in collaboration with the Accra Metropolitan Assembly AMA due to unsanitary conditions. Florence Kuchi, the Director of Public Health at the AMA, spearheaded the operation and provided further details regarding the closure. Stephanie Bimpong has more in this report.
That's an official of the Accra Metropolitan Assembly jostling a woman whose sweat was soaking into sugarcane she was preparing to sell to the general public. The officials, angered by her actions, would not allow her to continue contaminating the sugarcane and goes to arrest her.
The same thing that she's doing. Look at the behavior she's putting up there. So let's take her away. It will serve as a deterrent to all of you here. That's the best thing. I don't compromise with the wrong. You are doing the wrong thing. We want to educate you, and you feel like you are above education. We cannot allow that to be done here. To go on here, no. I'm saying they should send her away. The task force needs to send her away from here, and she shouldn't be here again.
Even the pleas of her colleagues would not get her off the hook. One of them, Abigail, says they usually have little choice in the matter because their main objective is to sell and get money for their upkeep and schooling.
I want to sell because I want to get money and continue my school.
That was the beginning of the clampdown at the Kaneshi Market on yesterday's Clean Ghana campaign led by Director of Public Health at the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, Florence Kuchi.
So you can see that upon all the education that we are giving out there, people are refusing to heed to it. So now the last resort of environmental health education enforcement is legal action. We have given them education, we've spoken to them, but we can see that nothing seems to be going on. So you see, we've locked some of the facilities. and those people will be taking them to court. So at the end of the day, we serve 4 notices, statutory notices, and we are asking them to come to the office. They'll come and explain to us why those things are going on in the various facilities that they are operating.
The team went to inspect the environments of drinking bars, cornmeal shops, and other food joints. 4 of the cornmeal joints whose surroundings didn't meet the sanitation criteria were shut down. The day ended with a caution to other traders to be mindful of their surroundings while adhering to the Assembly's bylaws. Stephanie Boampo's report, read to you.
We're back from the break with the latest in business.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see S-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Welcome. Let's do some business. I am Emma Davis. Ghana's electric vehicle policy is expected to provide market signals and help to decarbonize the transport sector. Meanwhile, players within the sector want more to be done to support more investors. According to team lead for Jet Ghana, Eugene Sagmote, a more conducive environment for investors is key to the growth of the space. More in this report.
Organized by the Jobs and Economic Transformation Ghana team, the UK government program is dedicated to the creation of jobs and economic transformation in Ghana. The initiative aims to explore investment opportunities, foster partnerships, and contribute to the growth of the automotive sector in Ghana.
The market is really burgeoning at the moment and presents lots of opportunities that these advanced manufacturers based in India are looking to take these opportunities further. In the space of 2-3-wheeler manufacturing, the market is very ripe. We see a few manufacturers here, and we have seen the government being supportive of the development in that segment of the automotive industry with the recent EV policy, which is seeking to increase uptake of electric vehicles. Herein lies the opportunity for them to partner with local stakeholders, as well as last mile delivery companies like the Ubers and the Yangos and the Bolts, to ensure that while delivery is safe and fast, it is also contributing to the existential issue of our time, which is climate change.
Founding director of Shima E-Vehicle and Solar Limited, Yugesh Lad described Ghana's investment environment as positive.
What stage is now the Ghana is, or the West Africa is, it's about the electric vehicles. It's a starting here. So definitely we are finding a good opportunity if we invest here for the electric two-wheelers. And as the government is very clear about the policies for the EVs implementations in the future, definitely we find a good business opportunity here.
Chief Executive of the Private Enterprises Federation, Nana Osei-Bonsu, is renewing calls for the Income Tax Amendments Bill to be reviewed in order to support businesses to grow. According to him, the tax handle is unfair to small and medium enterprises and hampering growth.
We wanted to alert the government to the point that one shoe fits all tax regime, income tax regime, not on all taxes, just the income tax, which is 25% of any business that you do. You're supposed to pay taxes on the income that you generate from that business. We think that that is a misnomer. They don't allow the SMEs to grow. The small potatoes, if you pay 25% on 10,000, the residual is little compared to 25% on 2 million. So the big players, even with 25%, they still get the benefit of a whole lot of money to be able to do their business. But micro, small, and medium enterprises, 25% on their income. So what we wanted to do, and the study has shown that if we stagger, if you spread the taxes on their income, say if you make 10,000, you pay 1%. If you make 20,000, you pay 3%. You make 50,000, you pay about 7%. Then it allows them room to accumulate. Why do people do business? They do business because they want to keep the majority of the money to themselves. They don't go do business because they want to pay taxes. So if you allow them room to get the money that they make from their business to grow their business to the level they will voluntarily be able to pay their taxes. And the government wouldn't have to get the tax accountants chasing people and going after them, and cases where the government was even intending to take taxpayers to court. You take taxpayers to court, what do? You destroy their business, you destroy the employment that they generate, and then you don't get the money going forward tomorrow. So that's the end of the day for you and them, the sunlight.
That'll be all for business with me, Emma Davis. For more business news, do log on to myjoyonline.com. The news continues. Good afternoon.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio, Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
Let's bring you sports now on Joy News today with me, Muftau Nabila Abdullah. Ghana's Black Queens have missed out on an opportunity of playing in this year's Olympic Games after losing 4-3 on aggregate to Zambia in the Olympic qualifiers. The first leg in Accra ended 1-0 in favor of Zambia, and the second leg was a thrilling 3-3 draw that ended Ghana's hopes of qualifying to participate in the event for the first time in the history of the country. Head coach of the team, Nora Hoptel, says that the outcome of the game is difficult to accept.
Second leg Olympic qualifier, we knew that we need to score to get back into the game. I think, Zambia had a good moment, a transition moment where they get in advance, and I think then we started to play football. I think we have been the ones in possession tonight. Of course, always when you lose a ball, you know that you need to be aware of the defense transition moments. I think we had a good control over a lot of moments. Then it was a very open game. We have been 3-2 in advance until the last minute. My team was brave. My team was playing football. My team was fighting. I cannot blame them at all. In the end, sometimes it's hard. We laid everything in, and then we got scored a free kick and the red card in the last minute. Those things can happen. Of course, we would have loved to go in overtime, and all in all, disappointing for us. Kudos to Zambia. Today, we offered them a little bit a better start, but I think we worked us very well back in the game, and it was all open. I mean, this game, to be honest, we have also in the last 15 minutes 2-3 chances, shots will get blocked. But sometimes football, sometimes it rolls them in on our side and then we are through. I cannot blame my team for having done anything wrong. It was all here. Finally, in the 89th minute, free kick, it's football. So I don't blame my team. I don't think a lot of things went wrong. We just need to learn and get more of this high pressure game. We have a very young squad.
France and the Juventus midfielder Paul Pogba has been banned for 4 years from football for testing positive to doping. That was an announcement that came just a couple of minutes ago, revealing the details of a substance Paul Pogba took whilst actively playing for Juventus in the Italia Serie A. A portion of the statement details that Paul Pogba took a substance known as DHE compound when he was tested. It was found in his blood. Details of it further added that the ban starts from when Pogba was first tested positive for it, and he's going to serve it until August 2027. It added that Paul Pogba, who is going to be 34 years when the ban elapses, will mean that he will only be able to continue his career after when he is tested negative for the substance. That's your sports for now. We do have more sports stories on myjoyonline.com. We appreciate your time. We take you to the Middle East now, where more than 30,000 Palestinians have now been killed in Gaza since the 7th of October. That is according to the Hamas-run Health Ministry. That number is equivalent to about 1.3% of the 2.3 million population of the territory, the latest grim marker of the awful toll of this war. The ministry says that the majority of those killed were women and children. Its figures did not differentiate between civilians and fighters when identifying those killed. In its daily update on Thursday, the ministry said 81 people had been killed in the last 24 hours, bringing the total to 30,035. The actual number of the dead is likely to be far higher, as the count does not include those who have not been reached. Hospitals, among them thousands of people still lost under the rubble of buildings hit by Israeli airstrikes. That'll be all for World News. Showbiz is next.
Ambient personality profile this Friday.
So I sold preset uniform and I joined the class. Then it came to time to register for the North Deck.
Okay.
And then Presec said, oh, even the afternoon school said,
they cannot register you.
What? That evening, we went to town. As we were coming up, then we saw that then he had then been made the assistant headmaster.
Okay.
Mr. Labi, strong man. He tried to, get to Amakwata. Then I also.
He also left.
We had to climb that hill. And run. Then I'll stop panting. And I'll turn. And the man will also be panting and coming. Then I remove my shoes and I started running. Then he'll be running. This is I'm talking about the life and death matter. That day that I didn't die, oh, me I won't die now. This is glory to the air. If you listen carefully.
Good afternoon, welcome to the Showbiz segments with me, Jacqueline and Sumayobwa. Now imagine having to only celebrate your birthday once every 4 years. On 29th February, about 5 million people around the world celebrate their once every 4 years real birthday. For some of the Liplins, being born on 29th February is an excuse to celebrate.
Yeah, I celebrate it either on the 28th of February or move it to the 1st of March. Reason being that I don't want to feel secluded, I don't want to feel lonely, but I know in actuality that is not my birthday.
How does it feel to celebrate your birthday once every 4 years?
I actually feel special because if you look at the population, the whole world running into billions, we constitute just about 5 million. If you come to Ghana, we are just about a little over 1 million.
Like it's kind of magical and it's kind of special. One thing I like about our birthday or growing up, one thing I really enjoyed was during my friends' birthdays, they will come to school and then we will wet them. But for me, I don't remember an instance where someone got to wet me, because you have to wait for 4 good years before you can wet me. And eventually, we will be free, but like you will forget about it. And then with the calculations, I feel like I'm 6 years old. Yeah, I'm 6 years. That's me. Because 24 divided by 4 is 6.
Raymond, you were born on 28th February.
Exactly.
But you were telling me earlier that most people have difficulty in believing the fact that you were born on 28th. Can you tell me more about that?
In fact, about 10 minutes ago, I received a call from my uncle wishing me a happy birthday. It's a typical example of what I've gone through most part of my life. You know, people at church, people in school, they still insist that I am not an exclusive member of the 28 group and that I belong to those in the 29th era. I have no problem about that. Even on my school platform yesterday, they had a full debate about my date of birth, and it's a constant debate. Every year, I have to suffer with my fellows in the 29th February group. But I love it. It adds more excitement, more joy to the celebration. So I have decided that I'll do 28th, I'll do 29th, and I'll do 1st March.
Happy birthday, I gotta sing down to you every day, every day, every day.
Well, we are back on a time-traveling adventure for Throwback Thursday as we dive into the real treasures of Ghana's cinematic past. Here are some classic productions in the 90s that will blow your mind.
We are rewinding the cinematic tape to the early Gold Coast era, where Ghanaian movies were just starting to make waves. Fast forward a few decades, we've got a blockbuster of talent exploitation, exposure, and globally applauded indigenous project. Step into the time machine with love brewed in an African pot. The LG of a Ghanaian feature films directed by the maestro Kwao Ansa. This 1980 romantic drama is not just a classic, it's a film that kickstarted Ghana's independent movie scene.
I knew it won't work because a crab does not mingle with birds. But you were stubborn. Very stubborn. You wanted the whole world to listen to the greatest rebel that ever walked this earth.
Mr. Boy Kumasenu, the trailblazer from the Gold Coast Film Unit's debut. This film, featuring the musical prowess of Guy Warren, is a double whammy of education and entertainment.
Boy Kumasenu started life in the simple fishing village of his ancestors. He and his cousin Agbo, who had been the leader and hero in 1,000 escapades, would often spend the whole day away from the village, instead of taking their place at the fishing nets.
In 1970, I Told You So to Ghanaians on a satirical joyride, giving a sneak peek into the consequences of ignoring fatherly advice. It's a tale of wealth, power, and the perils of not listening to dear old dad.
Jones,
Lost in the directions from Kukrentumi to Accra? Fear not. Kukrentumi Road to Accra from 1983 not only provides a roadmap, but does it with a lively and good humor twist. It's a cinema.
Well, it's a wrap for the showbiz segments with me, Jacqueline and Suma Iabua. Ken.
Wow. That's a very nostalgic, feeling because I've studied drama in school, so we're made to watch some of these movies. Thank you very much, Jackie, for bringing us entertainment. But that's it for now. My name is Kenneth Jesse. Marketplace is up next with Daryl Kwao. Hi, good afternoon. Welcome to the Marketplace. Coming up this afternoon, government targets end of March this year to sign off debt restructuring agreement with independent power producers as it reduces payment to $700 million. Also coming up, the minority in parliament warns Ghana's power sector is on the brink of collapse on the back of recent intermittent power outages.
At 12 p.m., load shedding would commence again. Our investigation indicates that some of the thermal plants are down. Specifically, TAPCO is down, TICO is down, and so they are not generating enough power.
Ahead, a report on the shoe and leather industry, which is grappling with power outages, raw material shortages, and a lack of skilled labor.
Many, but we try to circumvent it. One has been skilled labor. Getting skilled workers to work with is a very daunting task.
My name is Daryl Kwao. Thanks for being with us. Details coming up. Thanks for being with us, everyone. Government is targeting the end of March to sign off debt restructuring agreement reached with independent power producers. Government also claims that the debt owed the power producers has been reduced to about $700 million. Here's George Jaffe with more.
According to persons working on these negotiations, the debt had been brought to this level after government started making some payments to these independent power producers from last year. This was after it was able to finalize negotiations with about 5 of the independent power producers in July last year, when at that time the debt was pegged at $1.6 billion. But after some audit, it was reduced to $1.2 billion. Government started making some payments from last year after threats by some of the independent power producers to shut down the operations over delays in paying the debts. Joy Business also understands that the term sheets have already been exchanged with about 5 of the independent power producers for further scrutiny. But as at yesterday, there hasn't been any objections raised yet about what government has proposed in the timesheets. They are also hoping that by the end of this month, that agreement will be officially signed in terms of how government is planning to pay the remaining debts to these independent power producers. There have also been some arrangements where the Electricity Company of Ghana will start making some payments to each of the independent power producers in the coming months as government works to pay all these debts to the power producers.
Meanwhile, the minority in Parliament says Ghana's power sector is on the brink of collapse on the back of the recent intermittent power outages. According to minority spokesperson on Mines and Energy, John Jonapol, government is so broke and unable to purchase fuel to power the thermal plants to generate electricity. He was speaking to journalists in Parliament.
The load shedding is getting worse by the day. Every day, the President was delivering the State of the Nation address and boasting. At that very period, the utility companies were shedding load. The situation appears to be exacerbating. Yesterday alone, there was a whopping 530 megawatts of deficits, culminating in curtailment of power to Côte d'Ivoire, to Burkina Faso, and to Togo. You would attest that there was some massive darkness yesterday. Today at 12 p.m., load shedding would commence again. Our investigation indicates that some of the thermal plants are down. Specifically, TAPCO is down, TICO is down, and so they are not generating enough power. But more importantly, there's a lack of fuel in the system. Because of the financial constraints, government has not been able to procure adequate fuel to fire some of our thermal plants, culminating in the load shedding that we're experiencing. 1 month of load shedding is more than enough. This is not sporadic, this is continuous, this is persistent, and we think that the handlers of the power sector should do the onerous thing by informing the people of Ghana so they can plan ahead of time. This deliberate fixation on denial and deceiving the people of Ghana can no longer hold. We therefore call on President Akufo-Addo, Dr. Bawumia, and this government to do the needful by telling the people of Ghana the truth. We also call on government to look for money wherever they can find that money to procure heavy fuel oil and other sources of fuel to power the thermal plants. We cannot have this quantum of thermal complementarity and still shed load.
All right, we'll have some analysis on the challenges with power supply in the course of this bulletin, but challenges in accessing high-quality raw materials, skilled labor and power supply are adversely impacting operations of the shoe and leather industry. Leading players in the sector say the industry sources most of its raw materials overseas with heavy tax impositions. They lament the high cost of products affects the cost and patronage. Here's more in this report.
And leather industry, despite interventions by the government to boost operations, continues to grapple with logistical and human resource challenges. According to some industry players, the sector is presently faced with lack of access to locally processed high-quality raw materials, lack of skilled human resource, and unstable power supply for effective production. Tonye Senaya is the chief executive of Horseman Shoes.
As a local business, our challenges are quite many, but we try to circumvent it. One has been skilled labor. Getting skilled workers to work with is a very daunting task. Another challenge would also be the materials to work with. You know, we have been working with the materials available to us all these years. But when you bring experts who come in, and yes, they appreciate our work, but they feel that our work could be better if we have the right materials, if we have the right tools, if we have the right machinery. So it's also a very big challenge. And of course, the power crisis, especially within this period where we've been having the training, the power has been very, very, very erratic.
Tonye Senaya spoke on the sidelines of a skills training workshop organized for some industry players, including persons living with disability. The 3-week workshop, funded by the Ghana Skills Development Fund, is aimed at honing the skills of beneficiaries in shoes, belts, wallets, and other leathery accessories making.
Thank the Ghana Skills Development Fund, GSDF, and their partners. We know they have partners, and they are partners for supporting skills development in this country. We hope that donor agencies would find value for money and continue to support us.
The 15 participants were taken through designing and pattern making for environmentally friendly leather products. Stefano Parini is an Italian facilitator for the workshop.
If here we try to work with the same standard of Europe, is a challenge.
Some participants shared benefits derived from the training.
Disabled for and no more actual juma. If say you will nipa bebria or a juma, I was say almost disabled for year juma.
I didn't know people living with disability would also benefit from the training. I am grateful for the opportunity.
Juma abum. But I don't say the why. I'm mintimi nasia made the better nasi.
Since 2010, and you started here. And yesterday, you know, Nyamiadum, GSDF, ebe so yasen, eboaye, edi obi free, Italy by, ebe chere Jumane neso. In fact, eboaye pa, another opportunity.
GSDF has really been helpful to the Horseman brand.
Ebe chere back, sani ebe ya, sani ye koye ni mo mpaboano, ebe san koye ni mo bags no.
All right, let's take you back to our top story today to do with the country's power challenges. Joining me on Zoom is Nana Mwesi the who is Executive Director of the Institute for Energy Security. Earlier in the bulletin, we heard from the minority talking about the cause, alleging that, the country is broke and is unable to purchase fuel to power the thermal plants. That's causing the electricity generation challenges that we are facing right now. What are you hearing to be the cause of the power outages we are witnessing recently? And, well, what do you make of the minority's assertion that the government is broke and cannot purchase fuel to power thermal plants?
This afternoon, Darryl. Good afternoon to your viewers. Yes, it is the case that government is not liquid enough to buy natural gas or pay for fuel that is needed by the power producers to churn out power, hence the low supply of power in the system. What we have is not able to meet our, peak demand as a country. And so some power to be shared off. So it's an issue of fuel supply challenge, which is, contingent on financial, weakness as well.
Do you agree that the power sector is on the brink of collapse?
Yes, it is possible if we behave the same way. Because one thing that can give the IES the assurance that we can overcome this is the fact that government, is admitting that there's a challenge. But as we have it today, government is not admitting that we have any challenge in the sector and saying that there is no doomsday. Meanwhile, we know doomsday has been with us for quite a long time. Unfortunately, after the president's proclamation during the State of the Nation address, a day after, it's escalated. Probably nature working its own way to probably take the cloth off the issue. And so we can only say that we'll have a sector tomorrow. If we accept the challenge, then work at it. That is the only way we can have a sector. Over the past few, or maybe a decade plus, the challenge has been an issue of adequate installed capacity and also supply of fuel. The adequacy in the installed capacity or available capacity to churn out power that could cover our peak demand has been dealt with long time ago, before 2017. And what is left is the fuel supply challenge. If you don't have money, then you cannot procure the fuel as well. If we can raise enough money and be liquid enough in the sector, then we have a sector that's going to work. But as we have it today, the fuel supply is a challenge. Transmission lines and systems have their own challenge. Distribution leg has its own challenge. If we're able to address all this within the value chain, then of course, our system will be safe. If we don't do, we may be sitting on a time bomb.
Well, like you indicated, the government remains tight-lipped about these challenges. They still insist we are not in the era of doom. So how is that problematic? Because again, we heard from businesses, Hosman Shoes talk about the impact of these power challenges on the operations of his business.
Yes, unreliable power supply, insufficient power supply impacts negatively on businesses. It's also a security threat. We are not able, as even residential consumers, to go about our daily lives conveniently. It's quite a problem. And so if we want to see a country that is that intends to overcome the economic challenge that we have today, then of course we should not add this situation to it as well. Unfortunately, the utilities that have to convey to us what exactly the problem is, including GRIDCO and the ECG, are also collaborating the government wrongly and suggesting that we are in a good position. For God's sake, if you cannot supply power to your people, you just have to churn out some timetable for them to plan their daily lives. But you don't go and also behave as if everything is right. Behind the scene, they speak to us and they tell us things are not right. But if they have to be bold enough to face it and count it as same, they are unable to do that. And that's quite unfortunate.
Well, while we grapple with the outages, we've been reporting today that government is targeting the end of March to sign off debt restructuring agreement reached with independent power producers. Our reporting says that the government claims that the debt owed the power producers has been reduced to about $700 million. What's your reaction to that?
Well, that is a voodoo accounting or reconciliation we have at our hand here. We don't know how they arrive at that because as we have it, if you are dealing with these IPPs based on their invoices given to you over the period, invoices on power sale, then of course you're only addressing one of the problem. There are many that sit and wait for you to address. The foreign exchange losses is not part of this discussion, as we know. Also, the idle capacity charges is not being tackled. And again, fuel supply invoices. Because the fuel suppliers have contracts with the IPPs. Then governments have committed to pay for the IPPs. And so the suppliers bring the invoice to the IPPs, and IPPs send it to government to pay. All those invoices are there. Many are not paid. And so we don't know how they arrive at the $700 million. Because technically, if we even want to interrogate how much they owe Sona Asogli, it's in excess of what they have just mentioned. To cover their power sale invoices, the foreign exchange losses, the idle capacity charges, and fuel supply.
Well, you call that voodoo accounting, but let's just give them the benefit of the doubt if they're able to.
Of course, that's what we'll do.
How
then,
would
you see?
Yeah.
Well, you come and make a bold statement on the floor of Parliament when you have not signed off any agreement with an IPP. You are now telling us that it will take us up to March for you to sign off. It means that there is nothing concrete on paper. We need to take our time. We cannot wish our problems away. Let's call the spade a spade. Then, of course, at that point, we are admitting that we have a problem. Then we look for the answers.
Well, let's just give them the benefit of the doubt. I mean, if this is true,
we do.
how would that ease the challenges we are grappling with right now?
They are talking about the IPPs.
Yes.
You remember late December or late last year, from September to December, we had on 2 occasions or 3, WAPCO shut down their valves and not allowing gas to flow from the Western Corridor to the Eastern Corridor in Tema. And we had widespread outages for days. Is it covered in this reconciliation? So they are only dealing with one of the legs. There are many other legs that if you don't fix, the table will wobble and you won't have stability in your power sector. They should address the many other challenges that confronts them. This is not enough to address the issues.
All right. What's the way forward in dealing with the power outages and the other challenges we are facing right now? Quick word.
Just ensure that you raise enough money, whether through the revenue received by ECG or NETCO or any other source, and go and plug the holes. If you plug and you pay, I am sure that fuel suppliers will be willing enough to continue working with you without any hitch. Make sure that you're also preparing to clear the debts of the IPPs, because once in a while they will come back threatening. And when they make good their word, you'll have the same situation again. And so find enough money, raise enough within the sector, and pay everybody within the leg. You know, we have this cash flow water system, and it's not working. Make it work as well, so that everyone within that very sector get a fair share of its contribution to consistent power supply.
All right, Nana Mwesi, the 7th Executive Director, Institute for Energy Security. I appreciate your frankness, your insight as well on this subject matter. Well, Ghana's electric vehicle policy is expected to provide market signals and help decarbonize the transport sector. Meanwhile, players within the sector want more to be done to support investors. According to team lead for Jet Ghana, Eugene Samote, a more conducive environment for investors is key to the growth of the space. He spoke to Joy Business at a Ghana-India Auto Investor Mission.
Organized by the Jobs and Economic Transformation Ghana team, the UK government program is dedicated to the creation of jobs and economic transformation in Ghana. The initiative aims to explore investment opportunities, foster partnerships, and contribute to the growth of the automotive sector in Ghana.
The market is really burgeoning at the moment and presents lots of opportunities that these advanced manufacturers based in India are looking to take these opportunities further. In the space of 2-3-wheeler manufacturing, the market is very ripe. We see a few manufacturers here, and we have seen the government being supportive of the development in that segment of the automotive industry with the recent EV policy, which is seeking to increase uptake of electric vehicles. Herein lies opportunity for them to partner with local stakeholders, as well as last-mile delivery companies like the Ubers and the Yangos and the Bolts, to ensure that while delivery is safe and fast, it is also contributing to the existential issue of our time, which is climate change.
Founding director of Shima E-Vehicle and Solar Limited, Yugesh Lad, described Ghana's investment environment as positive.
What stage is now the Ghana is, or the West Africa is, it's about the electric vehicles. It's a starting here. So definitely we are finding a good opportunity if we invest here for the electric two-wheelers. And as the government is very clear about the policies for the EVs implementations in the future, definitely we find a good business opportunity here.
All right, you're watching The Marketplace now. We want to take this other story that we are covering for you this afternoon. And the Northern Regional Minister, Shani Al-Hassan Saibu, has indicated that the high unemployment rate in the country can have long-term effects on the society. He says currently Ghana has 12% youth unemployment rate, while the unemployment rate is about 50%. Haji Sani Saibu said this at the launch of the Ghana Enterprises Agency and MasterCard Foundation Business in a Box in Tamale.
The Big Box project is a 4-year intervention being implemented by the Ghana Enterprise Agency in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. The focus of the project is aimed at providing about 250,000 youth comprising 70% female and 10% persons with disability with entrepreneurial skills and the appropriate startup kits. The Northern Regional Coordinating Director, Damani Mumuni, who spoke on behalf of the minister, said government was putting in strategies to address the challenge.
Ghana is faced with a 12% youth unemployment rate and more than 50% underemployment, despite major investments by government and private sector. The high levels of youth unemployment can have long-term negative effects on the economy and society as a whole. The introduction of the Business in a Box project under the auspices of the Ghana Enterprises Agency in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation is therefore a positive move towards empowering our youth.
The Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Enterprise Agency, Kosi Yankee Aye, said the program has exceeded the target it was set to achieve.
The program was to target 39,000 people across the length and breadth of the nation. But thanks to God, 93,000 plus people benefited from the intervention. And I think we deserve a round of applause. The support benefited a lot of people in the northern region as well. And as we always do throughout our work, we ensure that every district and every region is not left behind. The Business in the Box projects that we're launching today actually builds on the success of the first phase, which was the Young Africa Works Initiative, which was implemented from 2020 to 2022. Based on the success of that intervention, as I mentioned earlier, we designed a new program to scale the old one. And why did we do that? We realized that there was a lot of need. And as I stand here and I look out there, I see a lot of young women, young men, persons with disabilities who are here because I believe they need more support and more time and should be done to build that.
All right, that's our program this afternoon. There's more news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. Our top story over there, cedi crosses 13 cedi mark, loses 5.4% in value to the dollar since the 1st of January 2024. Also, government targets March 2024 to sign off debt restructuring agreement with IPPs. We've been talking about that this afternoon. Do visit our website, myjoyonline.com/business for the day's latest stories. And my name is Darryl Kwao. Thanks for watching. We will be back same time tomorrow.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no!
We are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio. Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
Hello and welcome to another edition of the 77%. I am your host, Eddie Micah Jr. Are you ready to talk about sex? Because on today's show, we find out how two young nurses want to improve sex education in schools. But is talking about sex still a societal taboo? We'll hear from 77%ers in Kigali. And we meet Malawian comedian, designer, and drag queen, Miss Grande. Sex. I'm sure saying that word out loud may sound uncomfortable for some of you. It's always been viewed as a complex and culturally sensitive topic across Africa. There could be several reasons for that, including cultural and religious influences, stigma, or shame. But why should that stop us from learning or talking about it? Well, it's definitely not stopping our Girls Off Mute reporter, Camilla Lopsh. She went to check out a social project called Clinica Juvem, or Youth Clinic in Cape Verde. Let's find out more.
Hello and welcome to another Girls Off Mute episode from the Cape Verdean capital, Praia. My name is Camilla Lopsh and I'm 15 years old. Today we're going to visit the community project Youth Clinic, created by two young Cape Verdean nurses to promote sexual and reproductive health. They want to reduce teenage pregnancies and offer medical services to young people. Do you want to know more? Come join us. When Vera Baruch and Neosa Leal were in high school, they had no access to proper sexual and reproductive health services. They saw many of their classmates leave school due to early pregnancy, which is why they started their own project, a school youth clinic.
It's a clinic for youths, girls or boys who are of reproductive age, so they can get proper family planning advice, and if necessary, pregnant girls have healthcare assistance during their pregnancies.
5 years after finishing their nursing training, Vera and Neosa returned to their old high school, the Liceo Manuel Lopez. They applied for funding and eventually managed to open their sexual health clinic. Sexually transmitted diseases, contraception, and everything concerning reproductive health was discussed with the teenagers.
Even though we started this project, which will hopefully help to reduce cases of early pregnancies, we still need to do more, because young people need to be educated on the subject. They need to understand how to plan their lives, when it's a good time to start their sexual and reproductive life, what they should do or shouldn't do.
By offering professional advice, they hope to create more awareness and prevent teenagers from dropping out of school at an early age.
We have various activities for the school. For example, we have lectures, and we're going to have a wide range of professionals to address different issues around sexual health. Doctors will be offering gynecological consultations for teenagers, and we're also going to focus on providing information by distributing pamphlets and always being available at school to meet the demands of our students.
The two nurses also work outside the school in order to reach other young people who don't have access to good health services. They talk to them about sex, but also other issues like the responsible consumption of alcohol or drug abuse. We've come to an end of this Girls Off Mute episode. We'll be back soon with new stories. Bye.
Lovely report from the Girls Off Mute team and our youth reporter, Camila Lopes. I think this project in Cape Verde will help create more awareness about sex. And that's why the topic of sex should not be a taboo. We are definitely not shying away from it. And that's why this week's street debate took us to Kigali, Rwanda, to talk about sex. Edith Kimani spoke to young Africans from different corners of the continent who gave us an insight on the situation there.
Hello and welcome back to the 77%. This week we are in the beautiful city of Kigali, and we're here to talk about something that is very rarely discussed in the African public spaces, and that is sex. And so we're here to try and find out, is it time that we rethink how we have conversations around sex and sexuality? Well, I have some people here who are going to help me answer that question. And I want to start with a broad question for everyone. Do you remember your first introduction to sex education? How was that like?
The first introduction was being shown how to wear a pad, because apparently people assumed I had started menstruating. And now I was told to be very careful because it seems it's possible to have a human being after that.
Yeah. Okay, Solo, let's hear from you. What about you?
I'm South African, so in SA, mainly it was due to the HIV and AIDS pandemic. So everything was against that. It was trying to teach us about sex, but in relation to this is what might happen to you. So all I ever saw were campaigns on TV at school. So my idea of sex was like, eventually you have like these little creepy things that get into your blood and suck you dry.
Oh my gosh, that sounds very scary. Tsepiso, you're laughing. Was it the same for you in Botswana?
My first interaction with the idea of sexuality was actually at home. At the beginning of the term, Mom asks for our school bags, and we think she's checking books, making sure everything's ready for the new school term. We get our bags back. We find condoms, right? We're shocked. We're like, what are these? That's when we initiated the conversation. My mother initiated the conversation on sex and protection, and obviously coming from Botswana, HIV.
So it sounds like it's a lot of fear-based education. Ivy, I'm going to put you on the spot here because your mom, Elizabeth, just said what her experience was. Did she give you your first introduction to sex education?
Yeah, actually, regarding how you relate to boys, how you relate to men, you know, how you carry yourself in your teen years. Yeah, and it is the reason why I am the lady who I am today.
Yeah. I actually want to hear from Emma because she is, we call them shangazis here, but it's actually a sex educator in a traditional setup. Is this how people get introduced to sex in Rwanda?
It's a little bit different because when I was growing up, I got the first introduction when I was really young, like at 7 years old. And that's when we were with other girls, especially domestic girls, if you have one at home, and they start talking about especially the labia elongation. So this is a culture that starts very early in the Rwandan culture, and that's where you start learning about sexuality. It doesn't happen very much these days, but yeah, you can be introduced to really sexuality as young as 7.
Okay, so Amina, let me come to you briefly because we're seeing that there's various ways that people got into contact with the information about sex, and not just sex but also sexuality. But why is it important to have something more comprehensive?
One of the things that we've been able to see is how adolescents have inadequate information about sexual reproductive health. Yeah. For example, there are some who have told us, like, if you do unprotected sex at the nighttime, you're not going to, at daytime, you're not going to get pregnant. So they do have plenty myth about sexual reproductive health, and if we don't equip them with the right information, this is going to be something that is going to be transferred even to others.
Yeah. Okay, Emma, I'm just wondering the role of culture here. What can we do to integrate some of these cultural practices into sex education?
I feel like the Rwandan culture used to encourage people to talk about sex. We had people who were supposed to teach you about sex like your aunties or peers. But when Christianity came in Rwanda, we started to learn that it's a sin. So kind of sexuality and things related when you are not yet married, it's a sin. Why are you interested? Why are you talking about sex?
I want to come back to you, Tsolo, because earlier you had said something interesting to me about how sex education is taught, and it's different for men and women, or girls and boys in your culture.
Back home, the culture I come from, part of the Xhosa culture, you'll have like young boys, they go off to the mountain, they get circumcised, and they taught all of these ideas of what it means to be a man. And one of the first things that they expected to do when they return back home is to have a girlfriend and to sleep with her. It's sort of like a transfer of energy that you have to do that kind of welcomes you into manhood. However, on the other end, when you have young girls like myself, you're expected to remain a virgin for as long as you can. You have to keep it together. You have to remain pure. However, we live in the same society. Like the same guy that you're expecting to go out there and get girls, I'm the same girl that's expected to be gotten, and she's also expected to keep it together.
Ivy, I want to come to you a little bit, because I wonder if this pressure for a woman to be preserved still exists in your generation.
Actually, in Kenya, when you get in a relationship with a guy or you are in the talking stages with a guy, one of the few questions that they will ask you is, what is your body count? If I say my body count is 5, then they're like, damn, you have been passed around so much. Yeah, and the man asking you that has probably lost his count. But you, when you say 5, it is outrageous.
Your mom is,
your
mom cannot believe what you're saying.
Like it is
so about the people you have slept with in your talking stages. What business? Like, I may not even like you, man. Like, how
according to the man, I should be preserved. I should be in my bubble, be in my circle, not have sexual relations. But him, he is poking everywhere. He is everywhere, and it is not an issue.
So you had a different viewpoint, right?
Yeah, I have a little bit of a different experience in how things are changing amongst young people in my space. When they're talking about their sexual encounters, everyone works for their own orgasm, right? I think that going along, it shows me that women are taking control of their own sexual liberty. Yeah. And I think what then becomes problematic is on our side as the gents, right? A lot of gents then become intimidated by seeing a young lady who's so in touch with their sexual side, right? And who's pursuing their sexual liberties as freely as we are as gents, right?
By the way, we're speaking strictly here from a heterosexual point of view. I'd like to hear some solutions, some ideas you have on how we could make sex not a conversation that's shrouded in mystery and secrecy, but more open and in a healthy way.
First, we need to get the shame off sex. It is normal. We need to start with the parents and train them to bring up their children in a way that they are comfortable and happy with whoever they are, with their bodies.
All right. Yes. And finally, Tsepiso.
See, young people are already having conversations on sex and sexuality with other peers. For example, at our university campus, we've created a space called Baraza, where we gather to have conversation on topics that are kind of controversial. And we've had conversations around homosexuality, for example, and we've talked about women's pursuit of their sexual liberties within these paras and what that means in the African context, right? And guys have been free enough to open up about some of their misconceptions about that as well, and learn, unlearn, relearn as well.
Wow, I love that. That's a great place to wrap up this debate. The sun is setting. We have a lot to think about. I asked earlier, should we rethink how, where, and even who talks about sex on this continent? That's a resounding yes, if you ask me. Thank you for watching.
That's a resounding yes from me too. We should change our perception on discussions about sex across the continent. And honestly, I think change is already happening. We conducted some polls on our Instagram page, DW the 77%. Let me take you through 2 of the questions we asked. First, is sex a taboo topic for you? Out of 22 votes, 91% said no, with 9% saying yes. Another question we asked was, should talking about sex be encouraged? 100% of you said yes. So, there's talking about sex and there's engaging in the act or things that could lead to the act. One viewer asked the question, when is the right time to get intimate with a new partner? Is there a right time? Our very own sexpert Kaz breaks it down for us.
Hello everybody and welcome to The Spread, a safe space where we get to discuss everything sex and relationships. Today our question is a bit of a heartfelt one coming all the way from Ivory Coast from a young lady by the name of Mariam. Bonjour Mariam. Her question reads, hey Kaz, so I've been dating this guy for about 3 weeks now. I really like him, we have almost everything in common. We also have really strong sexual chemistry, but I'm worried that if I sleep with him, he will leave. This has happened to me before, so I'm trying to be more cautious going into relationships. My question is, when is the right time to have sex with a partner for the first time? Thanks for your question, Mariam. The thing with relationships is that every encounter you have with each person you date will be different. If what you're looking for is longevity, then give it some time. See if he sticks around. He sounds like a decent enough guy, and as cliche as this sounds, only time will tell. There are a ton of things that you can do to ease a sexual tension so you don't feel like you're missing out on anything while you're still getting to know each other better. Send each other sexy text messages. Explore ways of being intimate that don't involve physical touch. Long, sexy phone calls right before bedtime. Intimate dinners under the stars. You may even decide to get physical without actually having intercourse. The list is endless, and this can go on until you feel comfortable enough to have sex with your partner. When you feel ready to have sex with your partner for the first time, go ahead and enjoy those pleasures. Just remember to be safe and go in with no expectations other than enjoying the experience. From me, Kaz, till next time.
Thanks, Kaz, for that. I think the key point for me is that never do anything you don't want to do. And be safe, because you may not be ready to be a father or a mother. Unfortunately, society has its way of stereotyping, especially young mothers, tying them into roles that don't feel natural to them. And that is not cool, because motherhood is about nurturing, and how that looks like differs from one mother to another. In Nairobi, Kenya, Amina Jasho is leading the fight against such stereotypes.
Becoming a mother is a life event that is mostly met with joy, but the transition into motherhood is marred by stereotypes that could weaken the resolve of any strong woman until they decide to challenge them. That is something that Amina Jasho from Nairobi, Kenya started to do.
So my transition into motherhood was being accepted into spaces where previously I wasn't. When I became a mother, things changed. And I kind of got that respect of ensuring that, hey, okay, now we can hear from her because she's become like a grown-up.
Motherhood in Kenya, as in many parts of African societies, is seen as a duty at the expense of your personal needs. Once a woman becomes a mother, society applies different rules on her. Suddenly, she's judged harshly when she dares have too much fun, or if she becomes a single mother, or if she is queer. Amina is no stranger to the effects of such stereotypes. And one of the things that Amina has done is to found the digital platform Unmothering the Woman. It has evolved to hybrid events where Kenyan women meet to talk about breaking the motherhood stereotypes.
I have been all of these mothers. I have been the divorced mother. I have been the not being able to breastfeed mother. I have been, partner of domestic violence mother. I have, had my mother go to prison. Like who would you like to speak to? Who's your demographic? My demographic is me.
Jacqueline Achieng is one of the women within the Unmothering the Woman movement. She had her first child at 35, and she too has faced stereotypes.
There are people I would interact with, especially in the workplace, and that time I used to go to a certain church that they were very strong in their faith, and they would look at me like, why would you choose career in this life over motherhood and family life?
She says being a part of the community has become so important because now she doesn't feel alone in her struggle.
Women need such safe spaces. Once you take on this role of wife, mother, you lose your individuality. So you are given that space to be an individual. Yes, we know you have your child, we know you love them, but you also have these feelings that you need to process.
Mothers are expected to find their joy in their families and their children. So what happens when women like Jacqueline and Amina find their joy in other activities outside of motherhood?
Of course, there's guilt. You have to remove yourself from the yoke of mom guilt, 100%.
Jacqueline Acheng is one among thousands of women that Amina has impacted on the Facebook page Unmothering the Woman. Amina and her group want to continue being multifaceted and not pinned to only one version of how a mother should be.
That's right. No one has the right to decide how a mother should be, except for those experiencing motherhood. Now, talking about stereotypes, as you might be aware, members of the LGBTQ community often face discrimination and persecution in many African countries. In Malawi, same-sex activities are criminalized under the law, and people who identify as trans have also faced persecution. Yet Malawi does have a queer community which is fighting for its place in society. One of its members is Zahir Elias, aka Miss Grande.
We need to have a legal system in place that allows people to have the right to say that this was unfair and I need this to be addressed. And this was wrong, I was harassed, I was abused, I was hit, etc., whatever. And it needs to be addressed. People are not going to like you even if the world says do whatever you want and it's legal. They're still not going to like you. But if ever they cross that line, they should be prosecuted for those crimes.
Zahir is a designer, comedian, and actor who uses drag as a dramatic art form to make his voice heard. But
I am actually also from like Joburg in like South Africa at the same time. But this is the thing, man. People always assume, that I'm different, like I'm from somewhere else and whatever, which is true. I'm from both South Africa and also from Malawi. There's a part like across town I can't go to because there's a fear of being attacked, physically attacked. And the thing about it, Malawi has a mob mentality, so if one person goes off, everyone goes off. If I had to tell you all the things that happened this week, it would be really hard just to fathom.
Being an artist in Malawi is hard. And when you also have to fight issues around your identity, it is incredibly lonely. Zahir's other persona had a solution to create not just a safe space, but also a community.
I'm a Gemini. I like to view myself as two personalities. So I like to say Miss Grande is from the other part of me that's free, that is open, that is unapologetically to say whatever she wants to say in that moment. That's who I view her. Zahir is here to make sure that bus is running. He's here to pay the bills so that the lights are on. He's here to make sure that the shoes are there. He's here to make sure that whatever bad things happen to him and his customer service is bad, he can take it and make a good review out of it. He's just the behind the scenes of everything.
So the background of the Malawian LGBT community has been out there for a very long time, but people haven't been comfortable to live as themselves in Malawi. And the highlight of the LGBT community came when Auntie Tiwu, a transgender woman, married her husband back in, that was around 2010. And that issue became so big that other international organizations had to intervene. And that's when Malawians started talking more about our community and what it's like to be in the community, but we're never accepted in this community in Malawi.
When we rode with the first Rainbow Night, the response we had, the turnout was really good, but now with the backlash you start seeing from other customers that usually be regulars here, and they still have that void of not trying to be part of it because of the ideas, or I think maybe it's the information they have. So I think maybe we're not we're not really educated much to accept the LGBT community. So I know that spaces like this and putting a voice out, it makes it safer for everyone out here who is LGBT.
The African approach to inclusivity in terms of the LGBT community would be unity within communities, within different communities, and unity between society as a whole. Because once we lose the support that we get from society, we cannot move forward.
The fact that he's not hurting anyone, he's not bringing pain to anyone's lives. He's such an amazing person. He's so flamboyant, and there's a lot of joy with Zahir. Like, I love his sense of humor, the person that he has become. He's been through so much, and the way I look at it, he's just trying to survive.
So I like to carry light. So if it's a long show, it's a suitcase, but today it's going to be more of an interactive show. So I have my bag and I just basically stuff everything in.
Zahir's journey is far from over, but he's determined to continue with his art while living his best life.
Wishing Zahir all the best with his art while living his best life. And I hope you are living your best life too. Don't forget to connect with us on all our social media platforms. We're on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Join us. Let's grow together. Thanks a lot for sharing your time with us. I am Eddie Micah Jr., and I'll leave you with some music from the incredible Simi. Until next time, bye for now.
Because if you're at police station, now traffic light no be saying nothing. Okay, we have you papa. How you papa now. South traffic light na say what you need. Now one case if we be doing raso, and as we remember raso na. She back to airport. Airport first one, second one. Now the court say is Shangri-La. It's so red. Now red no jina say green bar. What green in a man, a red night. Abba, the house distance in the Muare. Who don't prepare no to ride as a friend, Diana, is one idea. One actually, or the car red Susan, yellow green Susan, yellow red number at once.
Okay, what's that? Yeah, to manage the know. Traffic will be disabled, pair traffic. At times, and yet, who do one, no police. Nothing will be a problem, and do it cause accident all the time. And the answer I answer higher power. Don't go baby to say traffic be up I went from Medina away as away residential. It will be block and yet you might have a police for no no. Now yeah brothers nana. Yeah, it to me never take a crack. Baby to say happy at junction. I tell you here man. I tell you here man. Now traffic be a man than the power or Accra. I'm not going we are do ever we are do span traffic light do I tell you and here man I tell you say man sometimes we do private car be jebo so we jam at once now why you think no to in the best traffic no me I saw second span as red and the man red man and go to my
Stories. That's what we tell.
This is Election Brief with me, Aisha Ibrahim. Over the next half hour, we'll bring you stories from across the political divide. Election Headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity. Election Headquarters for an informed electorate. Please do stay for me. Many thanks for choosing us. Julius Deborah, former Chief of Staff, Kojo Bonsu, former Kumasi Mayor, Senator Zenator Rawlings, Dr. Zenator Rawlings is MP for Korle Klottey, and Professor Nana Opoku-Agyeman are names being flouted around as possible running mates for John Mahama in his second presidential bid. As the NDC Council of Elders and National Executive Committee prepares to deliberate on John Mahama's choice, a highly placed source has confirmed to JoyNews the NDC presidential candidate will nominate Professor Nana Opoku-Agyeman to partner him. The former UCC Vice Chancellor partnered the former president in the 2020 elections. Parliamentary Affairs correspondent Kwekwa Asante has been speaking to some parliamentarians on this development.
I think all the names you have mentioned are more capable than Dr. Baumia, but I really don't think that it will make any sense, you know, changing the running mate we used in the 2020 elections. It is very clear that there was some impact being made, you know, by the running mateship of, you know, Prof. Nana Mensah, and it wouldn't make any political sense for us to attempt to even do so. So I really don't think that there will be any changes. I'll be shocked if there is any changes. And the only way there could be a change is if Prof. Nana herself says she's no longer willing to contest.
Why should it be another name?
There are those who say that Nana Jane did not contribute to the NDC's success in 2020 and that he couldn't win anything in Central Region.
Then they should go back and read their notes, because she was supporting way back before she came to the limelight. People were supporting behind, and she was part of those people. Look, it is time for women, and we are starting from vice president, and this time it will happen live. And I believe the choice of a female running mate shows a commitment to gender equality and participation in leadership. John Dramani Mahama has made it and is going to do it again. He did it the last time. We couldn't get a general election because of one or two reasons. And this time, she's going to name her again, and this time we are going to have the first female vice president for Ghana.
I am a gender activist. I believe I'm very sensitive when it comes to gender. And for me, the lady or our mother, Nana Jane, did marvelously well.
Well, on Zoom this afternoon, a senior lecturer at the Department of Political Science at the KNUST, Dr. Kwesi Amache-Boateng, and political marketing expert at the University of Ghana Business School, Professor Kobi Mensah. Grateful gentlemen for your time. I'll start with you, Dr. Amache-Boateng. As a political watcher, what are your sources telling you about the names that have come up strongly from the NDC? Kindly unmute for me, Dr. Amache-Boateng.
Yeah, I was expressing appreciation to you for having me, and also greeting your viewers. Actually, the indications are that former President Mahama is going to retain Professor Nana Jane, and people believe that what happened the last time around had its own, if you like, ramifications, that the context was such that irrespective of who had been with President Mahama, you know, the outcome couldn't have changed. And that, you know, a lot could be sort of made with her. Maybe Professor Kobimensa will come in, that she's a marketable person from various angles, gender perspective, and also what she herself has to add to the ticket. So that is what generally, the information you get. But then on my own, I have my own understanding as to what should be happening to Ghana. The two individuals who should be spearheading Ghana's serious effort to address the economic, challenge that has really plagued the nation since independence. So if I were to be among the people advising former President Mahama, I will come in with something different.
Well, let me bring in Professor Kobi-Mensah. Prof, I mean, these names, Julius Deborah Kojo-Bonsu, Senator Rawlings, and the strangest contender, according to, the strongest, according to sources. Professor Nano Poku-Agyeman, is which of these names is easily marketable, bearing in mind we have just months to the election?
All right, thank you, Aisha. I think that I wouldn't be able to, and let me say hello to Dr. Machi. I wouldn't be able to actually tell you which of the strongest. Obviously, the choice of a running mate is for so many purposes. Of course, not only for the campaign, but for governance. Obviously, when you win the election, you've got to govern with someone else. And so you're looking at the one that can actually make the strongest impact on the candidate. Of course, we are talking about the candidate needing support in terms of advice, in terms of confidence in the voters. Obviously, before coming into government itself, you need to vote. Now, for those who actually claim that perhaps Professor Nana didn't actually bring anything to the table, I think I beg to differ. If you look at the electoral gains that the party made, you couldn't really tell whether her impact or not, because obviously 2026 it was completely a different story. 2024, I think 2020, I think the NDCs would actually appreciate it. Of course, it is difficult for you to dissect to find out what kind of impact did she make. I mean, clearly she could have actually made the campaign resonate amongst certain minority groups or among certain voices that otherwise you wouldn't actually have had. And so it is difficult for you to tell the percentage of contribution of a candidate on the ticket. But of course, what about the advice to the candidate itself? I mean, the vice presidential counsel on the candidate, we wouldn't be able to tell. It's only the presidential candidate that can tell. So I wouldn't agree with those who would say that she didn't bring anything to the table. But generally speaking, all these candidates and the names that have come up, well, strong contenders in their own right. But as to who would make the most impact, I think the candidate himself would be able to tell. And then, of course, when it comes to the voters, we would actually look at the various segments, that the voter can actually make an impression. Don't forget, a candidate come onto the ticket with a personality, with competencies, with ideological positions, with their track record, obviously the tribe or what we call the cleavages, of course, and then the behavior. So many other factors will contribute to candidates' suitability to the top of the ticket.
Dr. Amachi, let's look at these names so far. What's your assortment telling you? Are they practical names?
They are. We start from Dr. Senator Rawlings. Obviously, we know where she's coming from, her contribution in her own right. And of course, she'll be standing on a strong tradition and will be also bringing in the voter region strongly. And that, to me, will be massive, very, very significant political statement. If you look at Ghana's political history and then in the fourth Republican democracy, obviously they want to have one of their own, on the ticket. So Dr. Zinato will make a very, very strong case. And then I'll go on to, I don't know whether I heard you talk about Dr.
Senator Rawlings?
No. He's an economist. The name is just escaping me. Come on. I think he was on the economic team of the NDC before. I'm personally interested in, someone who really gave advice in the area of economics and will be able to make a very strong case to support the president. It's someone the president can rely absolutely on, such that if any information, comes from any quarters concerning the economy, because the president knows of this particular individual, his capabilities, and if the person has sense, then definitely they go in for that. It should be possible for the president to be able to, have such confidence in a individual, if the person has this background, especially in economics. I'm sorry, I think Ninoy something.
No, so the names are Kojo Bonsu, who is the former mayor of Kumasi. I don't know if he's the one you were talking about. There's Zaneto Rollins, there's Julius Deborah, and then there's Professor Nana Opoku-Agyeman.
Well, I've also heard of Dr. Ninoy Thompson also. I've heard of that.
Okay.
Interestingly, he's not one of the people that we're considering now.
Okay.
The mayor of Kumasi, I'm not in a position to tell how strongly he'll be able to affect, the rank and file here in Ashanti. I'm not in a position to tell. But information I have about him is that he demonstrated strong leadership here, and so he has got, his support base. People who believe that he's tough and strong and is able to, put his feet down to make a political move that will address the common good, but wouldn't have the support of some powerful individual interest. And so on the basis of that, I've heard people talk about the fact that, he could also, effectively, support former President Mahama. We've already spoken about Dr. Izinato, and then I think, what other names do we have there?
Yeah, so basically the four of them. I'll be narrowing down to Professor Nana Opoku-Agyeman, whose name has also come up strongly. People feel that if she was marketed the last time, it will be easily marketing her this time round. But let me bring in Professor Kobe Mensah on this. We know that we do not vote for these running mates, but definitely they play a role in making their flag bearers win. You think the NDC has a stronger person to partner John Mahama?
Well, clearly, before a party actually settled on a candidate, they would have actually looked at the strength and the weaknesses of that particular candidate. And if we go by the 2020 in the selection of Professor Jane Opoku-Agyeman, for example, there was a very practical reason why she was chosen, i.e., to present that minority voices or to represent that minority voice. You're talking about, people, differently able people. You're talking about, gender gaps. You're talking about so many other, maybe youth, for example. Usually, when we look at the female candidate, we're looking about a representative of young people, differently able people as a way of representing those what we call minority voices. So that practicality of the reasons for her selection could weigh on the president because they are still relevant. Of course, and there could be also a principal position that the president, the former president might be considering. The reason why he has been retained could also speak the same way for he retaining, the professor, for example. So there are principal position as well as practical position for her retention. Clearly, the other ones, the list that you have actually brought about, also very, competitive candidate. Obviously, Kojo Bonsu, someone who is from one of the dominant, voting blocks in Ashanti region, and so it would seem to be a very strong candidate for the NDC, as well as her performance, his performance or track record in Ashanti region would speak well, for his, stronger candidacy. If you talk about Zaneto, as Dr. Amachi was saying, in a very strong tradition, and I'm sure the rank and file of the NDC would want to actually see that, and they're coming from one of the blocks of the NDC's, strongholds, which is the Volta region, for example. So I think that, and then of course Julius Deborah, somebody who the former president really works with. I mean, I think in the circles, he's one of his buddies, of course, and so would it be very, very strong candidates, if they consider him, and of course with the kind of chemistry between him and the former president, would be a very strong added advantage. But as I said, the reasons for the selection of Professor Nana Jane, it's quite, what do you call present? It's quite fresh, practical reasons and principled positions would perhaps make her the most fitting and strongest candidate, to be selected. And I wouldn't be surprised if the former president actually goes for her.
Right, Dr. Machi Boateng, what do you think? Is Professor Nana Opoku-Agyeman strong enough to pull more votes for John Mahama?
Let me add to what Prof. Mensah has just taken us through. I think she wasn't marketed so well the last time round. The qualities in her, the constituencies that she represents, and the minority group that Prof. Mensah is relating to, could all be sort of gingered up to let them come to terms with the fact that, look, this time around, we consciously coming up with somebody who is going to be there for you in government. So I think she could be marketed, she could be marketed. She's been around. We know her strengths and weaknesses. I don't think I heard of any notable weakness that anybody came out with. She's done so well in her career, coming high on top of the ladder academically. So she will definitely be an excellent sort of ambassador of the constituencies that she represents. But I don't think that should be enough. Some strategies, political strategies should be attached to the campaign team to bring out the best in her and also what she represents and how this would inure to the good people of Ghana, help building Ghana. For example, principles of discipline, a sense of decency that women generally demonstrate. So I think, yes, she could make a very strong
Dr. Machi Boateng, I'm grateful for your time. Professor Kobe Mensah, grateful that you both joined us. Now let's get into the power conversation, because power outages, especially this month of February, has become a normal phenomenon in the capital city of Accra and in the Ashanti region. But there's been little explanation from players in the sector. JoyNews is, however, learning of consistent shortfall in supply, forcing the Electricity Company of Ghana to undertake unannounced load shedding. Today in Parliament, the minority says Ghana's power sector is on the brink of collapse on the back of recent intermittent power outages. According to minority spokesperson on the Mines and Energy Committee, John Jinapo, government is so broke and unable to purchase fuel to power the thermal plants to generate electricity.
The load shedding is getting worse by the day. The very day His Excellency the President was delivering the State of the Nation address and boasting, at that very period, the utility companies were shedding load. The situation appears to be exacerbating. Yesterday alone, there was a whopping 530 megawatts of deficits, culminating in curtailment of power to Côte d'Ivoire, to Burkina Faso, and to Togo. You would attest that there was some massive darkness yesterday. Today at 12 p.m., load shedding would commence again. Our investigation indicates that some of the thermal plants are down. Specifically, TAPCO is down, TICO is down, and so they are not generating enough power. But more importantly, there's a lack of fuel in the system. Because of the financial constraints, government has not been able to procure adequate fuel to fire some of our thermal plants, culminating in the load shedding that we're experiencing. 1 month of load shedding is more than enough. This is not sporadic, this is continuous, this is persistent, and we think that the handlers of the power sector should do the onerous thing by informing the people of Ghana so they can plan ahead of time.
Well, this certainly puts much pressure, especially on the two major political parties as they prepare their manifestos. I've been joined by Kojo Nsafo-Apoku, who is an energy expert and chairman of the NPP Manifesto Committee on Energy and Petroleum. And also, I've been joined on the other side by former Power Minister and MP for Pro East, who is also on the Energy and Petroleum Committee of the NDC. Grateful for your time, gentlemen. I'll start with you, Kojo Apoku. In the last few days, there's been issues with power supply, even as the president promised this week that we will never go back to the days of darkness. This puts a lot of pressure on your team as you work on the manifesto. And that manifesto seeks to retain the NPP government in power, correct?
Yes, 100%. Aisha, let me say afternoon to you and good afternoon to your viewers. Look, it does put pressure on everybody when mechanical and electrical gadgets basically has times when they fail. Unfortunately, it's campaign season, and our brothers in the NDC don't have a message, so they are praying every night that something will go wrong and they will call it doomsday. Yes, yesterday, SemPower, which produces 360 megawatts, tripped around 4 o'clock. Now, it's unfortunate that Honorable Jinapo, who stood there, knew, because based on the breakdown that he was giving, he knew that that 580 that he was talking about included SemPower that has tripped, and it had tripped that very day. So it's not like there is a problem and somebody is hiding it. Based on the information that he had, but he was very conspicuous to hide that fact that he will explain to the Ghanaians that the 580 megawatts that he's talking about is as a result of one major IPP tripping, and it's off the grid. So 360 megawatts of SemPower was off yesterday. Yes, rightfully so. There's problems with TAPCO and TICO, which we are seriously looking at. And also the Bew Dam, which comes on in the evening, the Unit 2 had a problem. Aisha, these are mechanical and electrical gadgets. These are equipments that nobody wishes them not to work. But if they do trip or they do have a problem, there's nothing anyone can do. Now, when somebody come out to say that the government is broke and cannot buy fuel, can somebody please tell me what fuel we buy? The gas that we use is supplied by the Nigeria Gas and is supplied by Ghana Gas. Are they telling us that we cannot take the fuel from Ghana Gas because we are broke? Are they saying that there's no gas coming from Gas?
Well, one of the things that John Jinapo said was if you had not transported a car power plant to Kumasi and it was in Accra, I could have played a role.
No, that's Ameri.
The Ameri plant. Is this an advice you will give to your manifesto team in your next government in case it wins power?
The Kumasi, the Ashanti region area has a peculiar problem. And this administration has sought to solve that peculiar problem, which a lot of governments have not solved. Look, it has always been advised to most governments in the last 20 years that we need generation in the Middle Belt. All our generation is in the shore, in the southern part of the country. And as a result, there is a certain peculiar problem that exists in the central part that affects Ashanti region in particular. So basically what happens is that in the peak times, you realize that the Ashanti region gets low voltage and there's a lot of suppressed demand. The relocation of Ameri to Kumasi is to resolve this problem. A lot of people have spoken against this relocation of Ameri, but it is in the interest of the people of Ashanti region. That is why the Ameri is being relocated to Kumasi.
So this is something that you will maintain in the next government?
Yes, it's done. The relocation of Ameri is completed. It's 95% completed. It's just a matter of test run and commissioning. And that will be done in the next couple of months. So that 6 units that were taken to Kumasi will be now powered. Yes, that Ameri plant being out of the system is also causing a bit of a shortfall in the capacity that we have, admittedly. But my point is, let's not anybody go on and on about there is doomsday and government is broke. I don't get what the brokenness come in. We supply our own gas from Ghana Gas. We get gas from Nigeria. So where do we buy fuel from that they are trying to make it look like government doesn't have money to buy fuel? Buy fuel from where?
Well, let me bring in Dr. Kwabena Donkor. I know you haven't launched your manifesto team yet, but I know you've been working towards your manifesto. You just ended your policy dialogue recently. The current situation is putting a lot on your table to consider for the energy sector in terms of your manifesto, right? Dr. Kwabena Donkor, kindly unmute for me. Hello, Dr. Donkor. Sure.
You.
Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah. The party recognizes that energy is the bedrock of any industrialization. And therefore, in our planning towards the launch of our manifesto, we're taking energy seriously. But we also recognize that energy is not a static issue. What is adequate today will not be adequate tomorrow. And therefore, we have to plan ahead. And it is for this reason that the NDC in the last John Mahama administration plan to meet current demand and also plan to have a strategic reserve or a reserve margin for which our opponents claim we are contracted excess power. But yes, we recognize the challenges of the day. We are shedding load. There is no defense of that. We are shedding load. Yes, we have issues with paying for gas. Even if the gas is domestic, we pay for it. And in any case, the gas we bring from the west to the east, the reverse flow, is transported for us by the West African Gas Company and West African Pipeline Company. And too often in the past, they have held us to ransom because we owe them. These are facts that we should not be contesting. I believe what we should be doing is going forward. How do we, one, make the energy system more efficient? How do we, two, make it more robust? And three, how do we match growing demand to our ability to supply at a cost-effective price? And this is what our manifesto committee will be looking at.
Kojopoku, what's the focus of your team as you prepare the manifesto for the NPP?
Well, I'm happy to take the notes that my big brother, Dr. Kwabena Donkor, has put down. But the most important thing that we are talking about is that, yes, there is indebtedness in the system. Nobody has denied that indebtedness. So yes, WAPCO and all those people are owed some money. But the most important thing is that government is in the forefront of those payments. What will be very important to us will be what we call the 3 Fs: facility, fuel, and basically, I'll just come back to the last F in a minute. But the facility is basically the IPPs that basically make sure that we are able to now keep the growth going, as he is talking about, looking ahead. Then you have the fuel, which is the gas that you need, because mostly now, about 75% of our generation is from thermal. Then the fund, so the 3F is facility, fuel, and funded. So the third part is to make sure that the finances is available, to make sure that all the two, the facility and the fuel, is available to the Ghanaian public. So we would heavily rally around the 3 Fs to make sure that we solve the lasting problem of power crisis. But let me make this point. My Dr. Donkor mentioned that the NDC government made sure there was enough capacity, and the MPP government came and cancelled. There was a committee set up by Setekwe, Honorable Setekwe. That committee recommended to the NDC that as of 2016, the mess that has been created, the excess power that has been signed, if they are not cancelled, Ghana will spend $568 million a year. That is not me. That is a committee that Honorable Setekwe formed that told him, Honorable Setekwe, but by the time they were leaving office, the excess capacity which they have signed and leaving behind to the MPP will cost the government $568 million a year. Now, tell us, what does a prudent government do? Do we sit and do nothing and pay $560 million a year, or do we now rectify and clean that space, which is what the MPP did? We cleaned the space to make sure that we take out a lot of the IPPs that have been signed on to the power purchase or the MOUs that were not necessary. So that exercise was very necessary, and it was a recommendation made by the committee formed by the NDC.
But even the
MP.
ones you left, have you been able to pay the debt owed them?
Well, the take or pay. I mean, at the end of the day, what you have faced with is take or pay. The government has paid a lot of it, but yet still we owe. Look, we all owe. I mean, if government owe, it's not Kujubuku that owe. It's not the Nanano that owe. It's all of us that owe. Now that we are talking about no money and there's no capacity and there's no fuel, nobody has talked about the E&I gas, which is more expensive, that we have a take or pay, but we are paying. Nobody is talking about the IPPs that were very expensive that were left behind. We are paying. One of the conversation, and me and my brother, my uncle, Dr. Donko, agree on this. The excess capacity conversation has to be taken into consideration by Parliament and PURC. It shouldn't be a cost that is seen as a nuisance. Okay, so the excess capacity should be factored into our tariffs so the country can plan better. And those are some of the things that some of us in our manifesto committees will be looking at. That looking forward, do we now have to get Parliament to pass law and PURC to basically take it on board so that the excess capacity conversation is dealt with not as a nuisance, but as a requisite for our power planning.
Well, Dr. Kwamna, we agree that energy issues are very delicate and it keeps rearing its head at any given time. I mean, for any government, do you have a plan to deal with our power situation once and for all? And if you listen to Kojo Poku, he says it is something that recurs. I mean, everybody owes. That's how he puts it. Do you have a plan to deal with that challenge once and for all?
Well, our committee will be looking at, first of all, the power sector as a subsector of the energy. We'll also be looking at petroleum sector. We'll also be looking at the renewable sector. The renewable space provides some opportunity to ameliorate the cost of fuel. However, we also recognize that there is some amount of redundancy required, and I will not call that excess capacity. You need a reserve margin because you are dealing with plants. If you are able to meet your demand, just exactly match your peak demand to your supply, anytime one plant goes down, anytime a plant goes down for maintenance or in an emergency, you have a challenge. And therefore, you are always going to need some capacity beyond what you need every day. But more importantly, as the economy grows, and you have our president probably out of the country touting for investment, no investor is going to wait for you that, okay, I'm bringing in my investment for an iron and steel complex, and it will take about 3 years to set up a thermal plant, so I will wait for you. When you set up a thermal plant, I come. No investor is going to wait for you. You are going to need to have the power available. In the period while the power is available, and which serves as leverage for attracting investment, the power has to be paid for. And that is, again, where the conversation must go. How do we mainstream the reserve requirement into the national budget so that it is seen as a developmental expense rather than an expense on the on ECG and NETCO? We need to think beyond the orthodox. We need to move out of orthodoxy. And we also need to move away from petty politicking, which is being a bane of the sector. We really have to look at, are we desirous of development, of industrializing, especially having a manufacturing base? If we are, power is sine qua non, and therefore somebody has to pay for the power whilst we attract the investment. And apart from foreign investors, our own demand, look at our building pattern. 20 years ago, if you took the cantonment's residential area, there were single bungalows on 1 acre land and with 1 or 2 air conditioning. Today, we have converted all of them into huge apartment complexes with serious air conditioning. So there is really growth. But we have another challenge. That is the financial management of the macroeconomy. our payables in terms of IPPs, even in terms of VRA. And mind you, VRA is still the single largest power supply and not any IPP. Even in terms of them, most of the payables are dollar denominated. The receivables are CD denominated. And therefore, when we so mismanage our macro economy, that there is no financial stability, that today the dollar is at 13 cedis, we have a challenge with payment, even with the best of intentions. Again, our manifesto will look at the question of efficiency. Is our energy sector efficient? I personally, and this is a personal position, that I believe a 20% efficiency in the cost of operations will go a long way in making our energy sector robust. We have challenges, but our manifesto, when it comes up, will seek to address the challenges as we see them. Remember, I started this conversation by saying that power is a dynamic situation. It's not static. So even as we plan for the next 4 years and the next 5 years, there are going to be externalities. Assuming, and that is my prayer, we discover geothermal energy in Ghana, it is going to change the dynamics. And therefore, we must be prepared. We must also go through institutional reforms. Are our institutions, energy sector institutions, serving us well? Can their efficiency be improved? Those are the issues that the NDC manifesto will address.
All right, so definitely we'll be monitoring, especially these two major political parties, the NPP and the NDC, on what they bring to us in terms of energy, because as we said from the beginning, it's a very delicate issues. Dr. Kwabena Donkor, I'm grateful for your time. Kojo Poku, I'm so grateful that both of you joined. Let's get on to other stories. The sighting of the band of women carrying lighted kerosene lanterns on the hot afternoon on the streets of Damongo was a talking point for many. This symbolic act attracted diverse interpretations, but to the women, it is their way of echoing what they describe as economic darkness being experienced in Ghana due to economic mismanagement. With their lighted lanterns in the afternoon, they hope to find a rescuer in the form of former President John Mahama. Nana Aljima has more.
The streets of Damongo were painted in NDC colors in anticipation of a visit by John Mahama, who won the constituency by over 55% votes in the 2020 general elections. The women are among many who made their way to the Jakpa Palace for the first meeting, with their lanterns filled with kerosene balanced on their heads. These women presented the lanterns to all event grounds visited by the former president on the day.
We are looking for, because we are in darkness, we are looking for JM. JM is our light. So we are looking for JM in northern region, Savannah region, to come and save us.
Have you found him?
Not yet. We are still looking for JM.
Damongo is the regional capital of the Savannah region, carved from the northern region. Access to potable water remains a major challenge of the people in the area. The people here largely rely on supply of water from boreholes and tanks, as others tend to drink from dams in the area. For these challenges, the women carrying lanterns to the town hall engagements claim the regional capital remains in darkness despite the change in status.
We drink water from tanks. We don't have water, no water. What we need is just the water. MPP promises for water and zero. So we are looking for John to come and bring the water for us. Damp water. It's not pipe water, damp. So we drink water with sheep and goats and cows. So we just want proper water. In Damongo, we don't have correct water. We are suffering. So we are looking for JM to come and save us.
Okay. So Fati, aside the water issues, what are some of the issues that you think you should?
We are looking for correct education in our Savannah region.
and regional hospital. If JM, we fund JM to come and look for hospital for us and then correct school.
The sentiments of the women were echoed by selected persons who had opportunity to speak at the engagements with the former president seeking re-election. John Mahama speaks of the initiative to find a lasting solution to the water situation under his tenure.
We had a loan, we got money to do the Damango water system. When we took it to Parliament, our friends voted against, they threw it out and said no, they will come and do it. 8 years now, 8 years. Today I hear they are drilling some 2 boreholes there. We have had, NDC did Damango water system with boreholes, but the town has outgrown boreholes. The town needs water to be brought either from the Black Volta or the White Volta to supply enough water to Damango town. And that is what the loan we got. It was supposed to pipe water all the way from the Black Volta.
In 2020, what has become known as skirt and blouse in Ghana's politics manifested in Damango constituency. Though John Mahama won the presidential election at Damango, the then incumbent MP, Adam Butawakilu, was defeated by NPP's Samuel Jenapo. For JoyNews, Nanaya Ojima reporting.
This is your election brief on election headquarters. It's on the JoyNews channel. Election headquarters is for an informed electorate. My name is Aisha Ibrahim. The Pulse comes up next with Elton Bobby. Do enjoy the rest of our programs.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio, Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
Hello, beautiful people.
Welcome once again to Home Tips with Mira. Home Tips with Mira is all about home tips, DIYs, and home remedies. So in today's episode, I am doing something very basic, something very simple, and that is frying eggs. Yes, but I'm adding a certain kind of herb to the vegetables that I'll add to the egg, and that herb is so common. In fact, it grows by itself. It's in our gardens. You know, at times when you're walking, you see it in cracked pavement, but it is highly edible. So before we do that, let's step out and then we will see what kind of herb it is. The leaves I'm referring to is parsley. I believe you have seen this before. In fact, it is not weed, it is a herb, and it is so high and so rich in omega-3 fatty acids, something that can be also found in fish oils like salmon. When you eat salmon, you get omega-3 fatty acids and sardine, and it is so rich in purslane. So when you see purslane in your garden or in your house, maybe it is coming through some cracked pavement, please don't uproot it as weed and throw it away. In fact, it has a lot of uses, both medicinal and for human consumption. So now let's look at how purslane looks like. The stem is a bit fleshy and it is pink, you know, a little reddish, and the leaves are also fleshy, and it has seeds. The seeds are so small and they are so black. So I'm just going to cut some purslane and I'm going to add it to other vegetables, and I'll use it for my egg. Purslane contains a compound which is called oxalate, and it is so high in it, so it's not so advisable to consume it raw. You can just steam it or boil it, and it reduces that one a bit. Just like, you know, how you would consume other leafy vegetables like ademe, like spinach, like kontomire. You know, you just need to boil them up a bit in order to consume them. So it is the same way with purslane. So I'm cutting mine and I'm going to use it for my egg. After harvesting your purslane, cut off the smaller stems and soak it in salt solution for about 5 minutes. This is to kill off any pathogens or living organisms on the purslane. Whilst you are doing that, then you can start to chop your vegetables. But for me, the vegetable that I'm going to add to my egg, I have red bell pepper, I have garlic, I have onion, and then salt to taste, and then I have a bit of cayenne pepper just to add some hotness to it. That is how I like it. And of course, I'm using my usual and regular coconut oil to do the frying. I've chopped all my veggies, including the purslane, and this is the raw purslane. You know, some people eat it raw, but it is not so advisable, like I said earlier, to eat it raw, because it contains something called oxalate, and eating it too much can, you know, result in you having kidney stones, according to research. So we don't want to have any kidney stones in our body, so we have to subject it to heat a bit. But let me just share with you how it tastes like in its raw form. Okay, it is crunchy, and it's a bit slimy, and it tastes a bit similar to spinach. Yes, it's similar to spinach. So in frying my egg, I'm just going to put my oil in the pan and then add my chopped garlic just to, you know, whip up the flavor, because I love the garlic flavor. And then I'll put in straight my chopped purslane, because I want the cooking time to be a bit more. So I'll just wait for like a minute, and then I'll add my onion and then the chopped red bell pepper. You know, as usual, I always do the tasting for you. So the taste of the purslane now, as it has been cooked, is a bit different from when I tasted it earlier, which was a bit slimy. So always remember to subject your purslane to heat, because that is a better way of taking it. And please remember that purslane also is so rich in omega-3 fatty acids, which is good for your general well-being. It helps with your brain development, it helps with bone health, and it boosts your immunity. And please, when you are using your purslane, wherever you get it from, whether in your garden or by the roadside, be careful, because there's a probability that pesticides or weedicides has been used in that area. We don't want to ingest any poison into our body. So whilst enjoying your purslane, please go on my YouTube page to subscribe and share, and also follow me on Facebook. And remember to take very good care of your body, because that is all that you have. So please, until I come your way again next time, please stay positive and ready. Bye-bye.
I am Dr. Sabi Ohene. I'm a psychiatrist of the University of Ghana Medical School. Suicide is the act of deliberately killing oneself. And unfortunately, it is a worldwide problem which we all have to deal with. The WHO estimates that close to 800,000 people commit suicide every year. And although it can occur in virtually all age groups who are old enough to take decisions by themselves, it is the peak, the largest cause of death globally in the age group 15 to 29 years. It is the single largest cause of death in men below 50 years. In Ghana, the suicide rate is not known exactly, but reported cases are more than 370 currently in a year. We must understand that this is probably a gross underestimation for various reasons. Suicide is considered a taboo in most Ghanaian cultures, and therefore families are very reluctant to talk about it or to accept that family members have died of suicide. There are various risk factors for suicide, including depression. When somebody is suffering from clinical depression, especially when they are feeling hopeless and they are talking of wanting to die, a few things that we also need to bear in mind that apart from these disorders, there are various psychosocial issues that may drive people to suicide. Sometimes poverty, where the person is struggling to make ends meet and nothing seems to work, or even when they face reverses in relationships, some people may actually attempt suicide or successfully commit suicide because of a relationship gone bad. What are some of the things that one can do to prevent suicide? It's really difficult unless you are aware of what the problem is. But when people start talking of wanting to take their lives, we should always take them seriously. Sometimes they say they were only joking, But anybody who talks of suicide perhaps needs to be assessed. In Ghana, many people, for cultural and religious reasons, do not like to talk openly about suicidal ideas that they have. They may simply say they are having bad thoughts, but unless they are encouraged to, they would not open up to talk about suicidal ideation. So whenever you hear anybody, especially when they appear depressed, talk about having bad thoughts, try to find out what these thoughts are. And if they express any ideas of wanting to die or wanting to take their lives, it's important that we simply don't tell them to forget it, as some are wont to do, but instead to encourage them to quickly see a doctor. Suicide is a real problem, a clear and present danger that we must all be aware of.
My name is Richard Oko. I am the founder and president of the National Beekeepers Association. I formed the association in the year 2000 with about 10 farmers in Nkranza and the Bono East region. I was by then working with a rural bank there as head of credit. So we gave some loans to some farmers, but repayment was an issue. Researching into it, I realized that though the farmers did all that they were told by the agric extension officers by following the cultural practices, yield was so low. So my research led me to know that they are lacking high pollinator services that will lead to increase in crop productivity. So I brought them together and started to teach them. And we know the best pollinators are bees. Unfortunately, cashew and all the plants they cultivate are pollinated by bees. So we started the training, and the following year, harvest improved, they paid their loans, and they had monies in their account. I suffered the lack of knowing that and harvesting poor crops because of my parents who were peasant farmers, and we didn't get much. But knowing that doing this will increase crop productivity, enhance your farm income, motivated me, and I've dedicated my life to supporting smallholder farmers. We have trained, in total, over 5,000 farmers have benefited. What we do is to train in communities, so the trainees getting it will also go into other communities and keep training. So I say conservatively we've trained over 5,000, but it could be more. JoyNews, Joy Business program is known everywhere. They are online, they are everywhere. So it's going to send us to every corner of the earth. That is the best we can get. Farmers anywhere in Ghana and outside Ghana will also get to know what we are doing. So they will definitely be calling us for support. We want people to get in and support us, to reach out to them. The invitations come, but we are limited in terms of resources to move to those areas.
Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible. From our studios here in Accra and around the world, welcome to the Pulse, this Thursday's edition. And coming up this afternoon, mixed reaction greets the passage of the controversial Proper Sexual, Human and Family Values Bill 2021. Whilst religious groups applaud it, international bodies declare Ghana unsafe for LGBTIQ community, threatening grim economic implications to Ghana. We have details as President Akufo-Addo has a daunting task of making a decision on the bill. Also, this afternoon, rising tide of judgment debt lawsuit flood Ghana's Attorney General's office, raising concerns of conspiracy or genuine claims. We have an exclusive interview with the Attorney General Godfrey Damim, plus tell you how a judgment debt of 950,000 Ghana cedis awarded against the state jumped to over 10 trillion Ghana cedis.
Because every minister has a responsibility of bringing to the President's attention the work that the minister has done. And in presenting my report, I deliberately understated the account.
To Parliament, where the minority takes on government for the current intermittent power outages, arguing government is broke and unable to purchase fuel to power some of the generating plants. We are live in Parliament as they demand an official load shedding timetable from the ECG.
1 month of load shedding is more than enough. This is not sporadic. This is continuous. This is persistent. And we think that the handlers of the power sector should do the onerous thing by informing the people of Ghana so they can plan ahead.
The Pulse is brought to you by Global Communities Digilu, affordable, safe sanitation for all. We are live on DSTV on channel 421 and Gold TV 125. My name is Elton Brobe. Thanks for choosing us.
You're welcome to the maiden edition of the JoyNews Impact Makers Award.
Tonight, we gather here to honor and celebrate individuals.
We celebrate the goodness in our humanity
and create more inclusive, compassionate, and thriving societies.
the overall winner, Isaac Ajoato.
In a land where dreams are often cradled in the arms of hope, there exists a league of unsung heroes. They are the silent architects of change, the torchbearers who illuminate paths where once there was only darkness. From the verdant stretches of our farms to the innovative labs of science, from the warm embrace of humanitarian aid to the simplest acts of kindness. These are the changemakers who sculpt the future of our nation, stitch by stitch. Unknown to them, their acts of selflessness have resonated across the land, stirring the hearts of many and sparking a movement of recognition and celebration. It's that time of the year again. JoyNews proudly presents the Impact Makers Awards 2024. Join us in our quest to spot and honor those steadfast warriors who are remolding the destiny of our communities and our nation. This is your moment to nominate the unsung hero in your midst, the beacon of change whose story deserves to be told. To nominate your Impact Maker of the Year, send your entries to impact.makersawards@myjoyonline.com. Let's amplify their stories. The Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impact.
You're welcome back. Now let's start with the controversial Proper Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2023 that was passed by Parliament yesterday. Now this afternoon, mixed reaction greets the passage of the bill, which prescribes a 3-year jail term for engaging in LGBTI++ activities. While religious groups applaud it, international bodies declare Ghana unsafe for LGBTIQ community, threatening grim economic implications for the country. President Akufo-Addo has a decision to make, which will come with consequences locally and internationally, regardless of the position he takes. We'll get into the mind of you, our audience, shortly to pick your thoughts on this bill. But first, let's get into the concerns of the international community. We know the U.S. State Department and the United Nations have concerns about the passage of the bill. Head of our Foreign Affairs Desk, Blessed Soga, joins me via Zoom. So, Blessed, let's start from the U.S. State Department. What is your reaction to what Parliament did yesterday?
Well, Elton, if you can hear me, the demand is not necessarily a demand, but the caution is simple, that Ghana will pay a price for the passage of the Proper Sexual and Family Values Bill, which is now being passed into law. For the United States government, they believe that this law, if passed fully, as we await the presidential assent, will undermine, the social, cultural, and also economic growth of the country. It's the reason for which they are cautioning Ghana, which has been perceived in the international community for a long time of, being tolerant to businesses and other forms of international norms such as democracy and human rights as a factor that has always driven the image of the country, and that the passage of this new law could undermine all of that and erode the gains that we've been making.
And let's talk about, I know the U.S. Embassy has also added its voice to the decision taken by Parliament yesterday. Before we talk about the UN, the U.S. Embassy in Ghana, what is your position on the decision taken by Parliament yesterday?
So for their position, they believe that, these minority groups ought to be protected, and that it is not speaking well of a country such as Ghana, which has always been known to be protecting the rights of people and adhering to the rule of law. So for them, the international community and a coalition of businesses abroad who normally invest in this country have, indicated that there's a possible harm that could be cost the economy once we go ahead to pass this law, which Parliament has done, and of course, we are waiting to see if there'll be any further pronouncements on this.
And then the United Nations?
For them, they equally share the same about this, with the fact that there are some HIV cases that ought to be dealt with within that sexual minority group. Just by the passage of this law, a lot more of these people who identify with the groups would not openly come out and to share their concerns for any possible help from the health agencies or authorities. And so the belief is that there are so many dimensions to this, including public health, which will be affected as a result of the passage of this law.
Right, thank you very much. Blaise Soga is head of our Foreign Affairs Desk, and you heard him say reaction coming, especially from the United States State Department, and of course the U.S. Embassy here in Accra, and of course the United Nations. So is this something that was expected? International Relations Expert Ishmael Clover joins me in the studio with more on this developing issue, and of course we also are joined in the studio by the Member of Parliament for Ho West and one of the sponsors of the bill, Emmanuel Bejua. Gentlemen, you're welcome.
Thank you.
So let me start with Mr. Bejua, since you are one of the proponents of the bill. Now, the reaction, international reaction we are getting. Locally, it's been overwhelming support for what we did in Parliament yesterday. Apart from the 18 non-governmental organizations, they've made it clear that they may go to the Supreme Court to seek redress. But first, let me start off with your reaction to what we are getting from the international community, especially.
Good afternoon to
I think we have a technical issue. We'll try and fix it as early as possible so that I can get you to respond. But let me bring it, Ishmael. Ishmael, your reaction to what the international community is saying, especially coming from the U.S.
Okay, good afternoon to you and your viewers. This reaction is expected. There's no way you pass such a law which seems to contradict what is going on globally, particularly pertaining to group. And you will not have the kind of reaction that you are seeing from the global community. So I'm very sure and certain that those who propose the bill, they are aware that this is the response that they should expect, because this government and these institutions represent constituents that believe in this sort of rights. So if you pass it, they will come at you with some of these messages. Some are just to put a little bit pressure on you so that they know that the stages of lawmaking, they still have the president. So some of these are a way of getting to the president. Sometimes maybe the president will shy away from signing, the president may delay it. These are ways of getting those things done. So yes, it's expected, and I'm not sure that there's anybody in Ghana's parliament well passing that bill. Things that the international community will take it without a response, because also because of the position of Ghana. What it means is that if one of your favorite charts in democracy go that way, then it opened the door for all others to go the same way, because so far in Africa, those countries like Uganda are not seen as the most democratic of all the nations. But Ghana is championed by the West as the sample for all of Africa, for the rest of Africa. So if your favorite child take a particular path, then you are scared that, okay, if we don't deal with it, then others may follow. So yes, it's expected that they will put pressure, but there's a limit to the pressure pertaining to the kind of world we are living in. And it's also depend on the nation, how the nation rally around what they believe is.
All right, so let me reintroduce Honorable Emmanuel Bejua, Member of Parliament for Ho West and one of the sponsors of the bill. So you've been listening to the concerns raised by the United Nations, the U.S. State Department, and of course the U.S. Embassy here in Accra. Your initial reaction?
Yeah, well, Elton, thank you. Once again, good afternoon to our cherished viewers. It's been expected. I was here last time, was it a week or no, a month ago?
Yeah, a month ago.
A month ago, when the United States ambassador, U.S. ambassador, came out to meet with some of you, the media personnel,
and said that it will be difficult to promote Ghana if Parliament should pass the bill.
It is not out of place at all. You remember when we introduced the bill, the former ambassador of Australia to Ghana also made some statement against the law. And so we've been expecting that. If you look at even the memorandums that came to Parliament concerning this bill, against the bill, well, most of them are they are from outside the country, not from within. And so I agree largely with my brother Ishmael that yes, we were expecting it, and anyone who goes into this warfare, I call it warfare, should be prepared for the aftermath of the war. And so we were ready and we are prepared for it.
Right. So going forward, I mean, the ambassador made her position known before the passage of the bill. Now, the U.S. State Department, they've added their voice to it, virtually not in support of what you did in Parliament yesterday. But you say that you had the support of the Republic in pushing through this bill. So you are only representing the aspiration and the wishes of the Ghanaian public. Now, within the country itself, we've also seen opposition to what you've done in Parliament yesterday, with the 18 years old threatening to go to the Supreme Court if President Akufo-Addo should append his signature to the passage or to the bill that you passed in Parliament yesterday. What's your reaction to that as well?
Well, our reaction is so simple. Anybody at all, per our constitution in Ghana, can go to the Supreme Court for interpretation or annulment of the laws that are made in Parliament. And so it's entirely their constitutional right to go to court if the president, and I believe the president will assent to it, as the president assent to it, it's their constitutional right to go to court. Having said that, we are not perturbed at all. You should understand the framework of those who supported this bill. Currently in Parliament, I would say 90 to 99% of members supported the bill. In fact, almost everybody, except one or two people. Even that, for instance,
the majority leader yesterday has some concern.
Yeah, he has concern. His concern has to do with either we should have community service or custodian sentencing. And some of us thought that, well, because we don't have any community service law in Ghana, there's no framework for community service. We cannot, make a law that will ask for community service. All we have currently is a custodial services. So he is not against the bill, but just that he wanted the sentencing regime to be changed. Now, having said that, if all of us are for the bill and Ghanaians have elected us to go and represent the moral conscience of Ghana, and we have come out with a bill that is supposed to protect the morality of Ghanaians, the culture of Ghanaians, the sanctity of Ghanaians, and somebody else from somewhere else, including the minority group, the so-called G18, that comes out to say that they are not interested in the bill. I mean, they have every right to do whatever they want to do, but the bill has been passed. It's left the president to assent to it, and the president will assent to it.
We'll come to that, but Ishmael, are we in danger of facing economic sanctions because of what our parliament did yesterday? Are there examples that we can,
not really,
we can cite in Africa, for example?
The Ghanaian law looks remarkably different from a place like Uganda, because in the Ugandan case, some of the punishment in that law include death punishment. I mean, so if you look at from the beginning, the concerns that have been raised by various groups that have been integrated into the law, the Ghanaian law appears to be a little bit more moderate. So we may not expect the level of sanctions, the level of punishment that they meted out to Uganda, for example, where the World Bank will stop additional funding for certain projects, and the U.S. Department will consider sanctions and even taking them off AGOA. The Ghanaian law appears to go through a lot of consultation. Therefore, some of the harsher punishment, as it were, have been watered down. But having said that, it is tempting on the part of the international community to try and stop this trend of African countries enacting laws to halt the development of what they perceive as human rights. So we may not actually have direct sanctions, but there are indirect ways of sometimes cajoling nations into some of the things that they want to do. So as you see, some of the statements are diplomatic statements to whip up the pressure on the president, because then the president have to deal with all these nations, have to listen to all this, and then decide, is it in the interest of this nation or not? And I think that the president will be in a very dicey situation. On one hand, the domestic political situation make it very difficult for him to resist it.
To say no.
To say no. Because you see, once you resist it, and we are getting to December, it becomes a political issue. So you need to do something about it. At the same time, if you sign it, and you have to go and explain to the international community why you do so. But I think that where we are now, the bill has already been passed.
We will hear from the Attorney General pretty shortly. Yesterday, whilst Parliament was in the process of taking the bill through third reading, one of my colleagues, Koyo Jansen, was in the office of the Attorney General and had an interview with him. We're going to bring that interview to our viewers shortly, where he makes the point that he, as Attorney General, and then the number one, or if you like, the legal advisor to the President, he will not advise the President to sign onto law any instrument or bill that seeks to infringe on the rights of an individual. So clearly we are getting to understand the mind of the President going into this matter. What is your reaction? And then I come to Honorable Vedra.
You see, that's true. As an individual, he has a legal position. He has a certain perception of, because human rights are interpreted in various forms. Some people believe that it's a matter of the individual. Therefore, it's universalized. It doesn't matter where you are. Either you are born in Ghana, Kyrgyzstan, or wherever. The same right applies to all of us. Some people also take the view that it is cultural dependent. So every culture defines what rights are applicable. Now, so he being the chief legal advisor, he will give his legal advice. But we also must situate that legal advice within the political and the socio-cultural environment. And that's why I said it will be a very dicey issue for the President, because you may take the stand that I will not sign. And then the groups that are pushing it, if it becomes politicized, then you have to pay the political price for your action. That's why it is quite a very dicey issue for the President. But if you are facing a situation where you want to break the 8 and all those kind of things, I'm not sure you should push it to that level. So I think they will take all this into consideration. The view of the legal advisor to the President. Yeah, of course, he's right to say that, because it comes from a particular angle where they see law as human rights as universal. But the majority of the people in this nation whom you represent, who the President represents, seems to lean to the side where they say that as for this behavior, it's not what we wanted. So,
but how do you think Ghana will be viewed in the international community? We have our foreign minister, for example, bidding to become the General Secretary of the Commonwealth Organization. She's campaigning. With this development, how do you think, will it be a blowback on her?
Well, it will be some burden that she has to carry into that fight. But then let us not make it look like it's only Ghana that has anti-gay legislation. Most of the Muslim world, they don't tolerate this behavior. But then they have people who are leading many international organizations. The only thing here is that given the push by the West to have these rights promoted across the globe, this is like a pushback of the advances they have made all these years, particularly given that they have used aid and other things to promote it. For you to have a country that over the years you have seen as one of your own, one of your obedient servant, going against the tide. That is why it looks like we are taking. Assuming the country like Saudi Arabia decided to reform their legislation and put in harsher punishment, the world will not react the way they are reacting, because then they are framed in a particular light. It is the way they view Ghana. It is the way they look at the country.
Because you are dependent. I mean,
yes,
you had the U.S. added voice to your request to have a bailout from the IMF. You are definitely not your.
Yeah, you can. Yes, you are.
And therefore, you are open to all kind of manipulation.
And that is true. But sometimes you see, that's why sometimes some of these issues may happen to teach you that you can't depend on people forever. There's a point at which you have to stand up for your own. The further we are dependent, doesn't matter if they give us points, we should take it.
let me bring in Honorable Benjamin. So, Honorable, you have passed a law that says that if I am a man and I decide to have a relationship with a fellow man instead of the opposite sex, I should be jailed for 3 years. That is my right. That is my individual volition. I have decided to adopt that kind of lifestyle. And you say that it shouldn't be consistent with what you have passed in Parliament.
Well,
explain to me.
I think there are two things that people are confusing: the individual right enshrined in our Constitution. Now, the question is, what is individual right or human right? What does our Constitution say? As our Constitution says that a man can marry another man as your right, or whatever you do in your bedroom is your right. The Constitution does not say that at all. The Constitution talks about the fact that you have the right to live. That's one of them. You have the right to economic life, to have a job to do. You have a right to join associations. Let me take the first one, right to live. How does a man live? A man can only live when a man and a woman gives birth to one person to live. So is it we, the proponents of the law, that are saying that that are stopping the human right in Ghana, or those who think that a man can marry a man without giving birth to another human being to live, are those who are, providing life for people? So we need to understand that human right stops at the end of where your right starts. Right. That is first thing. And so we, the proponents of the law, are not saying that you cannot do whatever you want to do in your bedroom. You can do it. Just as you can steal gold anywhere. But as soon as you are caught for stealing gold,
that's another issue.
That's another issue. So we are saying now, Elton, today, or from when the president was sent to it, if this law comes into being, you cannot marry a man in this country. Or you cannot go to a priest that I have an animal, a pet in my house, and I'm interested in my pet, therefore I want to marry my pet. We are also saying that henceforth, you cannot adopt if you decide that you want to be a gay in your private life without anybody knowing. You cannot adopt a child. We're also saying that you cannot go to the hospital and say, no, I want to change my
sexual orientation
to become a woman. We say we cannot do that because there are three things that that all of us must look at that supports this bill. One, the moral conscience of this nation, which is enshrined in our Constitution, that we should protect the culture of this nation. That's one. Two, what we are talking about, African personality. Everybody talks about African personality, and my brother rightly said it. Kwame Nkrumah talks about we as African, we must stand as African. No wonder our president, the current president, said, Ghana be your aid. Do we have to continue depending on people forever? If you cannot stand on your right as an African, as a Ghanaian, to say, this is what I believe in, this is what I want to do, then you have, the third one has to do with the fact that Ghana is a spiritual nation, religious nation. Even though we said our constitution is a secular constitution, we are religious in nature. So we have religious group now coming out, including regional house of chief, national house of chief, coming to say that we frown on this thing called right. It is not a right, it's a lifestyle. Somebody decided that this is what I want to do. And you tell me that it's all right. If this is what you want to do, then go and steal and see whether you not be stoned or you not be killed. And so we should not confuse the two at all, that it's human right. People should stop deceiving us. People should stop throwing dust into our eyes and by saying that it's the right of someone. It's not your right. Because when you were born as a man. And you can't tell me that when you were born as a man, your father or mother taught you that go and have sex with another man. And tell me that is the orientation.
So, Afenya Markin's issue had to do with custodial and non-custodial. That you say that there is no law that says that one can be sentenced to do community service. So that the reason that proposed amendment was crushed. But me as a media person, the law also imposes some obligations on me. If I am seen to be promoting activities of the LGBTI community, I may be in far of the law. Now, some are suggesting that you are seeking to introduce a criminal libel law through the passage of this, bill.
Okay, so for the first time in the history of this parliament, this bill has undergone two consideration stages. The first one, the second consideration stage was done weeks ago. That was last week. And then yesterday, we went to another consideration. This thing came up. And if you look at our clause 10 of the bill, which we changed slightly, because we also have seen that the Constitution provides that the media should be protected.
Absolutely.
The freedom of the media. And so we said, we introduce a sentence here. in this part. That's prohibition of propaganda, promotion, and advocacy for activities prohibited under this act. So now we said that we said a person who, but before the person who comes, we say subject to the provision of our constitution. So whoever is a judge will subject your whatever you've done,
the conduct,
your conduct to the provision of the constitution. Before, through a medium, technological platform, technological account, or any other means produces, procure, market, broadcast. So the judge who is to judge your issue will not just stand up and he will subject whatever has brought about you to the constitution.
All right.
And so the media is protected. Those who think that we are introducing the criminal libel law, please, we have not done that. Rather, we are protecting you.
Now, let's look at implications. And I want to start with you, and I'll come to you to ask of personal issues. I remember that in a run-up to the NDC's parliamentary primaries, some of your members, some of the co-sponsors of this bill, complained about the fact that some people were trying to get them out of parliament because of their position on the bill. Now, I remember when I spoke to you some time back, you were having issues with, your visa with the U.S. Embassy and stuff. We'll come to that. But Ishmael, so the facts have been laid bare. We have put ourselves, this morning when I woke up, DWTV, BBC, CNN, everybody was talking about Ghana. And we're talking about Ghana because we're taking a position that is not consistent with what they believe to be the norm. So going forward, how should our international relations be now that we appear to be deviating from what appears to be the darling boy of the West?
Well, anyway, for now, we have passed this legislation. And as in my mind, we will have to take some of the consequences for it. For instance, I expect most Western nations to publish travel advisory for their citizens, where they will caution those in that community that Ghana is not that safe for them. And therefore... Especially
for those who are the LGBT
community. Yes, within that community.
We don't even want them in Ghana.
So, within that community, you may have a situation where most Western nations will put out an advice to them in terms of traveling to Ghana. So you expect that if there are quite a number of them that used to visit Ghana, that will reduce. And then you must also look at a situation where, in terms of foreign direct investment, businesses that are pro-LGBTQ will shy away from Ghana. We should be ready for that. And then again, in those Western nations, there are people who will buy goods coming from certain countries based on certain rights. They also shy away from certain goods coming from certain countries noted for certain rights. So if it gets consumed globally that Ghana is anti-gay country, then you expect that there are some constituents within the US and all those Western nations that may not want to purchase certain items from Ghana because then they perceive that these people are against a certain section of human rights. So yes, this...
And are we ready for this? Are we ready to what extent will this have effect on our economy? An economy that depends largely on foreign inflow.
So that's why I say it depends on the number of them who are already doing business here, and depends on how they assess the viability of their business interests in Ghana. So if you are an LGBTQ plus person and you look at your business interests in Ghana and it's very viable, then you have the choice to say, okay, I can come to Ghana, I can do my business, but during the period of stay in that country, then I may have to control my sexual urge. So it also depends on what they get here, and so those calculations will have to be done. I don't expect a major shortfall of foreign direct investment, except that Western nations deliberately wants to ensure that no other African nation follow Ghana, and therefore implement certain policies that virtually curtail foreign direct investment.
That warn you ahead.
That warn you ahead. But looking at the situation you are in, Now, let's be minded that Africa is in a very good place in terms of asserting independence because of the geopolitical tension going on. So everybody wants a cake of Africa. That's why the U.S. high officials are visiting the continent. And for the West, Ghana represents something they will not want to lose. Given, although we have passed this law, they won't want to lose Ghana to maybe a more Eastern influence. Because if you look at the Chinese, they won't comment on either you have LGBTQ plus laws or whatever. And therefore, if the Western interests here will withdraw, it will leave the field virtually for those other interests. I'm not sure they are ready to take that gamble. So yes, it's not all gloom, but as a people, we must also stand up for certain values and certain things that we believe in. We can't always do the economic interests and so forth and so on. Sometimes sanctions may even work to your own good if it is imposed. That is, if you have a concrete program of how to address the consequences.
In fact, this morning I was reading an article. Russia in 2020, Russia debt to GDP was 55%.
Yes.
As of 2023, it's 21%. Yes. Meaning even in the midst of economic sanctions, they've managed to hold their own.
You see, if you look at Russia, with all the sanctions they've had, they are the largest supplier of arms to Africa. In terms of volume of arms. Right. All right. Before even the sanctions, the Chinese overtook them. But during the sanctions, although they are fighting wars, but they are still the largest supplier of arms to Africa. So sometimes it's all about we having a program. So for instance, you already have your program, Ghana Beyond Aid. Perhaps it's time to fast track it and achieve some little bit of independence within the international setting. That doesn't mean that we will not trade with anybody. We will still trade. But the only thing is that you want to trade and gain the advantage instead of just trading for consumption. So these are issues. Of course, as I said, we should not be
early days yet. now the bill is one step away from becoming the law. We're waiting for the president. But Honorable Bejwa, when Uganda passed a bill, the first reaction of the United States, for example, to say that we are imposing visa restriction on certain individuals of their parliaments. Are you expecting same?
No.
I mean, even before getting to the third reading of the bill, some behind the scenes issues had happened that tended to suggest that you guys were being watched.
Well, Uganda has, like my colleague mentioned, Uganda has their own law, and that law is so stringent as compared to ours. There's no death penalty in our law. I mean, ours.
But there's an imprisonment of 3 years.
Of course, if you are found to indulge yourself in that activity, you should be in prison. Having said that, at the beginning of all this, when some of us put ourselves there, we had a backlash from some international organizations, some institutions, but we have gone past that. I have received all my visas, I mean, both from the U.S. Embassy and from UK. When I went...
Despite the fact that
they explained to me
you
why
were a co-sponsor.
Yes, they explained to
me. And it had nothing to do because...
that's what they claim, that it has nothing to do with that. So I don't have problem. Since they have explained to me that it has nothing to do with this, I'm okay with it. And my other colleagues has all equally received their visas, so they've traveled. I've traveled to the U.S., And so I am not expecting any sanction. I can tell you that there will not be any sanction. It is all propaganda. Ask yourself that in Hungary, that is in Europe, has laws against the LGBT community. And that country is in Europe. What are they doing about it? Ghana has passed a law. Nigeria has passed this law. Uganda has passed this law. Is Uganda still there? Or the country of Uganda is no longer there? Things are completely off. We don't have a president, Museveni, and a vice president, the rest of the people are no longer there. I don't think there will be any sanction. These are all propaganda. This community, called LGBT community, are so strong. They are powerful in terms of finance, in terms of the media. Their presence is all over the place. But we should not say because their presence is all over the place, we should allow them to continue to do what they started in this country. I can tell you that when you go to our senior high schools now, children are being recruited with money, economic gains. They are recruiting people, forming clubs
in the senior high
in
school.
the senior high schools. Just that we on the set, that I was giving some senior high school that they started. When we started this bill, parents came to us and said, look, let this bill go through. We want this bill passed. That's why there's overwhelming support for this bill across the nation. Now, if you have this support internally for a bill, a law that you have passed in Parliament, you have internal support. The president, I think he should.
So these schools that some are recruiting others to join the community. These schools have authorities there. Are the authorities aware and they are not doing
If they are not aware, they will not have come to us. We've received letters from schools that says that, look, these groups, these young girls and boys are being recruited. They form clubs. They claim they go to class meeting. They give them 50 Ghana cedis, and that is what is being used to lure them into this activity. And so, for us now, even though you have leadership there, leadership cannot do anything because
there's no law.
There's no law. Now, our first law, that's at 29, has to do with uncanny natural knowledge, which is just, and the definition of unnatural carnal knowledge is a man, penetrating the anus of another man, penile penetration. What about a woman who is using, how do they call that machine? Something that,
Sex toys.
Sex toys. How about a woman who is doing that to her colleague female? Is it culturally right? Is it morally right? Is it Ghanaian? If it is not, then let's stop it.
So Ishmael, so on the global scale, you think we are receiving applause or condemnation?
Of course, you won't receive applause on the global stage because the way this Western media is controlled, you know that they will use information and sometimes misinformation to try to put pressure on you. So on the global stage, yes, you receive applause from countries that also share the same view with you. So for instance, maybe in Nigeria, people will jubilate Ghana has joined the club. In maybe Muslim-dominated countries, that is accepted. But for the big players, particularly the Western world, you won't receive an applause. You are rather going to be seen as going back on advances that have been made in terms of promoting human rights all these years. So it's not like we want to be applauded. It's more like what you think is good for you domestically. And therefore, as you are putting it out there, it takes away a little bit of you being considered an open society, where everybody can go into Ghana and have their own freedom, quote and unquote, because then you have taken away some group of people who are quite loud in terms of their control of strategic communication, their control of major media organizations. So that's why you see BBC. There are so many things that have happened in Ghanaia's parliament.
But they didn't report.
Of course, you should understand. And you see, and the way they will report gives you the implication that this is a country going backwards instead of
going forward.
So
we're bringing the discussion to a close. But so what happens next now, Honorable?
Well, Elton, let me just draw your attention to the fact that this bill has gone through some changes. Initially, if you look at the title of the bill,
has changed as well.
Promotion of proper human sexual rights and Ghanaian family value.
The Ghanaian is out.
No, not only Ghanaian. Now it's not Human Sexual Rights and Family Value Act. So promotion of is gone proper. Now we've left the human sexual rights and family value. So we are limiting the right to sexual rights. So nobody should confuse us that we are talking about human right. We are talking about human sexual rights. What is your human sexual right? That's what we are talking about. And what is the Ghanaian family value? What are the values and culture norms of Ghanaians? Now, you also mentioned, which I want to bring this to fore, that you mentioned that the Attorney General, Honorable Godfrey Odame, said he cannot
advise the
president. He was the same person who brought amendment to this original bill. Now, this bill was 20. Tell him today, and if he's listening to it, he should listen to me carefully, that you, Godfrey Odame, you were with us. You were the same person who preferred amendment to this law, that we brought this law to some level of appreciation. Things that he brought to us that, look, we should look at some of the issues concerning human rights. We took them out. So if he doesn't have the final version of this law, he should not talk. He should look at the final version before he advises the president. And I believe he will look at the final version and he will advise the president to pass this law.
So and what's next? Now that you are the president.
So the next thing is that
when is the bill moving for Parliament?
Our law says that as soon as we pass the law, the clerk of Parliament will have to send it to government printer. The government printer will now put it on what we call it, that sheet. Is it stencil sheet?
Yeah.
And then it will come back from the government printer to the clerk of Parliament. Clerk of Parliament will see whether it conforms with whatever we pass in the House before they write officially to the president. Now, as they write officially to the president has 7 days to assent to it. After 7 days, if he will not assent to it,
you have to report back to Parliament.
He has
within 14 days.
Within 14
and give reasons why.
And give reasons why. And those reasons will be incorporated in this, either for the changes or we have 2/3 of members of Parliament who, if we are able to garner the 2/3, and I know that only 1 or 2 people will not sign, but the rest of the people will sign. 2/3, if you like, don't sign, it's whether you win your seat again in Parliament, because Ghanaians will come after you. Now,
so if he doesn't sign,
it will come back to us.
You will use the procedure in Parliament
not only
to have it
constitutional
2/3 of 4 MPs to vote for, and it becomes law.
It becomes law. Pro bono.
Ishmael.
It's a matter between where Africa wants to be and where the world wants Africa to be. As we are speaking, the proponent of this bill, and of course proponent of birth control and all these things, they're in a major crisis of human population. Yeah. One of the reasons they engage in Africa is you have the full population.
Right.
You are growing. All other regions, of course. I always say in Africa, when you get married by 11 a.m., by 4 p.m., we ask you, are you pregnant? Because you are supposed to give birth. So the point is that what's the future of Africa? If what is giving Africa a lot of resource and power is the human population, then the title of the bill makes sense in that you are not banning LGBTQ+, you are promoting, as it were. Perhaps
the promotion is even out of the long title.
You see, okay, fine, but it's also, you can twist it like this. If you turn it like this, then it doesn't have to even deal with LGBTQ+. So it's about communication. So I'm saying that, okay, I want to properly define my people, what sexual right is. That is what it is. But if we don't take the lead in communicating, that's why I said that one of the problems with Africa is the lack of global media giants, as it were. Government are not supporting, even the private wants to grow to that level where they can shape global public opinion. So, for instance, if you look at the Arab world, with Al Jazeera, it is now very difficult for the West to control the information that other people control, because then you can just see what they are doing. The Chinese are coming out with their own thing. So, unless we're able to get to that level where we have maybe Joy so strong, so powerful, we will have to battle some of this information kind of thing. So maybe you are trying to do something else, but the interpretation is being different because you don't have. So, but having said that, I think that the where it has gotten to,
there's no turning back.
There's no turning back, and we must all prepare for
whatever the president.
Whatever.
Let me pick some social media comments, and then we'll wrap it up on this subject, and then bring on the Attorney General. So, Black Handsome says, passing an anti-LGBT bill in Ghana is criticized for infringing on basic human rights, particularly the right to individual freedom and protection from discrimination. It raises concerns about fostering an intolerant environment, hindering progress towards inclusivity and equality. Such legislation can contribute to stigmatization and jeopardize the well-being of the LGBT community. We'll pick more comments on social media as we move on. Another one says, another very bad example of how not to do politics. Now, all Ghana problems will be solved by attacking the gays, the most clear way of brainwashing the population. People need schools, hospital jobs with good wages. Instead, give them a ban on a minority who doesn't disturb anyone. Now, Ghana will be happy. And this is coming from Vicky01. That's the name Vicky provided. Albert says, whether you support it or not, it has been passed. It is either you abide by it or bounce out. Even in the US, there are pro-anti-LGBTQ. Once again, some joy wins. And this is coming from Albert. more comments, and then we'll wrap up the show here. Nungua Bena Boy. So among all the problems the country is facing, it is the sexual choices of the citizens that our leaders are concerned about. Kolebu Renal Dialysis Unit is closed down because of 4 million Ghana cedi, but this is what our leaders think must be done. And he says, "Bibini shaking my head." And of course, we'll pick a few other. And then Augustus, the last one I'll pick because of time, says Sam George is a winner. So there's divergent views over there. But Honorable, so before I let you go, your final words, so you continue.
Well, let me use this medium to thank especially our media partners who have supported us throughout this journey, especially the multimedia group. You've supported us heavily, even though sometimes we thought that you are not for us, but you have shown clearly.
We are always neutral.
You are neutral. I know you are neutral. Of this nature. Yeah, so thank you so much. All other media houses. The bill has been passed, Elton. This bill has been passed. Ghanaians have... This is the only bill in Ghana or in our parliament over the last period that I've seen Ghanaians supported us as parliament. It got to a point where we thought that it was political bill. Some people even thought that it was an NDC bill. But eventually, we've seen that the bill, cut across. I can tell you that the former majority leader, preferred a lot of amendment. He shaped this bill. In fact, he's one of the person I would do out of my heart for. In the House, this guy stood up. Even the last day, he said, "Look, make sure this my amendment passes." So, Honorable Chairman, sir, you've done very. And there was this another minister, former
Minister for Environment.
The guy defined, defined, sex with his, scientific knowledge. He's a medical doctor. And so this clearly shows that it is not a partisan bill at all. It was a bipartisan. I mean, both sides of the House supported it. And so Ghanaians, we thank you so much. We thank you so much. We know that the president will assent to it. Mr. President, please assent to our bill for us. Don't listen to the G18 people. They thought that the bill will not be passed. It has been passed. Yours is just to assent to it, to show that you are really a man of your own and a Ghanaian.
The Member of Parliament for Whole West, Emmanuel Bejua, and of course, International Relations expert, Dr. Ishmael Kulobo. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. And this is The Pulse here on Joy News. My name is Elton Brobe. We'll take a short break. We shall be back with Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Godfrey Yeboah-Dame.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Blessing, do you know of any good medical school I can take Kofi to?
Oh, Fifi, is that why you're looking all moody? Then I have some good news for you. The College of Medicine and Allied Sciences, COMAS, Accra, Ghana, is a degree-awarding institution, and they offer Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery using the Graduate Entry Medical Programs, Bachelor of Diagnostic Imaging, and BSc Health Information Management. All these programs are accredited by GTEC. Their bilingual curriculum prepares you to consult in French.
But I'm worried about admissions.
Admissions are ongoing. Contact us on Facebook or on Instagram at info.comas or call us on 0208-456-556 or send them an email info@comas.edu.gh. Comas, the citadel of a holistic professional medical education.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see S-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
You're welcome back to the Pulse here on Joy News and around the world. Your comments and questions are welcome via our social media handles. Now, let's move to some other stories we have for you this Thursday afternoon. The Attorney General, Godfred Yeboah-Dame, says he will not counsel the president to endorse a law that infringes people's rights. He spoke in an interview with Morning Show host Kojo Jansen hours before the passage of the Proper Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2024. He's also raising concerns about the rising tide of judgment debt lawsuit that has flooded his office in this exclusive interview.
Trillion Ghana cedis. I'm not sure I've even heard that number said out loud before, but the president certainly said it during the State of the Nation address. He says that the Attorney General, through his actions of defending the state against judgment debt claims, has saved Ghana 10 trillion Ghana cedis. That's some 1 trillion United States dollars. Yeah. And of course, there was a reaction to this. But then the president said the evidence is all there. Well, that's why we are here to find out from the Attorney General himself what evidence there is to back a saving of 10 trillion Ghana cedis. Thanks for having us. So let's jump right into it.
Right.
Sikane Wahi.
Well, I think they're all there. They're all made out in claims made by various people, litigants, against the government of Ghana. And indeed, it's very important to note that these sums were saved in furtherance of our constitutional rule and Article 88 of the Constitution. If you remember, when I assumed office, I made a commitment to a nation that the same zeal with which private legal practitioners contest claims against their clients is what I also bring to the office. And so, to go straight to the point, 10 trillion Ghana cedis.
Yeah.
Now you see this order for Ghanashe Nasai issued in the High Court of Justice, Commercial Division, Accra. And what is the sum here? And if you can just read the order.
Right. I'm looking at 10, oh my goodness, so many commas.
Yes.
10 trillion, 331 billion, 841 million, 859,411 Ghana cedis, and 20 pesos. Let's not forget the pesos.
Sure.
So what case is this?
So that is African Automobile Limited against Ministry of Employment, Manpower Development, and the Attorney General.
Someone
and of course,
sued
by the description of the ministry, you would note that clearly it's a Ministry of Oath, because
Right.
under the government of President Akufo-Addo, we do not have Ministry of Manpower, Employment, Ministry of Employment and Manpower Development. You have Ministry of Employment. So these are judgment debts that were claimed against the government of Ghana way back, of course. By dint of my role as Attorney General, I've had to defend them. So on the 26th day of April 2021, an order for Ghana Share Nasai, implying that an amount in the sum of 10 trillion 331 billion 841 million Ghana cedis had been ordered to be paid by the government of Ghana. And you see the amounts here, stated here, that the banks against which the sums were supposed to be paid from. The accounts are accounts being held by the Bank of Ghana, Head Office, Ghana Commercial Bank, Head Office, and Consolidated Bank, Ghana Limited. So right after this order was served on us, we were quite alarmed, and I assembled the whole team here. I gave them further directions on it. And this was, as I said, 26 April 2021. So on 31st May 2021, the High Court set aside the ordered that the sum be not paid. Now, so you see, this is the judgment of the High Court.
Right.
The ruling of the High Court, 31st May 2021. And the concluding parts are most instructive. It says, it is therefore ordered that the Ghana Share proceedings regarding the applicant's indebtedness should, okay, so in this one, the subsequently pursuant to the challenge that was made by the Attorney General, revised the figure downwards to 3 trillion Ghana cedis. Now, after the revision, then an action was filed by us to set aside the entire judgment on the basis of fraud, that the government of Ghana was not owing any sum at all. So this is it. So indeed, it is correct to say that 10 trillion Ghana cedis was claimed against the government of Ghana, and 10 trillion Ghana cedis has been avoided. And that's just one suit.
Right.
Now you go to many other suits, if I may.
If we can finish with this particular one,
sure.
because I mean, I've never heard of such a thing.
Yes.
So walk us through as much as you can about this case.
Yes.
When was this judgment awarded against the government of Ghana?
Right.
And what are the facts?
Right. So the judgment itself was awarded in 2011 under the SWA NDC administration 2011. And it went all the way to Court of Appeal, was affirmed again by the Court of Appeal. And then the processes to set aside judgment commenced in our time, in our administration. I mean,
so this all happened in Ghanaian courts?
Yes, Ghanaian courts.
10 trillion was awarded against a party
and the law firm,
the government of
the
Ghana.
law firm is reputable as this legal. If you are familiar with law practice in Ghana, it's a law firm that I think is headed by Professor Abuchi. So the lawyers are there to verify. So all these claims are there.
What were they claiming 10 trillion for?
Well, for some supply of vehicles and equipment to the government of Ghana way back in the 1990s. And of course, so claims arising out of breach of contract. And that is actually a reason why I have been compelled to get Parliament to enact a law which seeks to amend the Contract Act by which the payment of compound interest is prohibited against the government of Ghana. Because before I assumed the reins as Attorney General, indeed, I observed a trend for various public officers to the process of compound interest, actually inflict unnecessary judgment debts against the government of Ghana. So remember the case of NDK against the Attorney General,
yes,
which I again applied to the Supreme Court for an order stating that the sum of 79 million Ghana cedis paid by the government of Ghana was sufficient and therefore should be declared as full and final payment. And the government was relieved from the obligation of paying the sum of 1.27 billion Ghana cedis. If you remember, it was reported widely by your station, Daily Graphic and all that. The sum in question was a paltry 268,000 Ghana cedis, 268,000 Ghana cedis.
That was the original amount awarded,
sum,
right?
In 2009 was 268,000 Ghana cedis. But by the process of computation of compound interest, the sum increased to 1.3 billion Ghana cedis. And after an amount of 79 million Ghana cedis had been paid by the government of Ghana, NDK was still pursuing government of Ghana for payment of 1.27 billion Ghana cedis. And I made the application to the Supreme Court that on grounds of equity and what have you, the sum paid by the government of Ghana should be awarded or should be held by the court as having fully satisfied the judgment debt. And that's what actually motivated me to lay before Parliament the Contract Amendment Act. And Parliament, thankfully, passed the law July last year. And I believe the President has assented to it. So now no public officer is permitted to engage in a transaction in which the interest arising from a breach of the government's obligation will be calculated on the basis of compound interest. It will just be simple interest, because indeed, when I was conducting the NDK case, I realized that if there had been a computation of interest rate at simple interest, the amount paid would have just been a paltry sum. And the Supreme Court actually held, pursuant to my application, that the sum owed by government of Ghana, or that sum outstanding, was only 14,000 Ghana cedis.
Wow.
Compare 14,000 Ghana cedis to 1.27 billion Ghana cedis.
So in this case,
10 trillion Ghana cedis.
What was the original amount awarded that started gathering the compound interest?
The original amount was far, far lower. The original amount was about 971,000 Ghana cedis.
Less than a million Ghana cedis?
Yes, from 1997 to 1999. And afterwards, and I think that the process of judgment debt for me had become a conduit for milking the state, had become a conduit for necessarily inflicting financial hardships on the state. And some people had more or less permitted it to be an enterprise. And we saw various judgments of the Supreme Court between 2012 and 2016 reflecting such a tendency. And so I'm not surprised at all.
Well, I mean...
but that's just one case, 10 trillion.
And
you
in fact,
walk through the other cases. That's why I said that
to wrap on this case, if you don't mind, what is the current state of things? I know you've got the garniche order quashed.
Yes.
But is the matter concluded?
Yes,
is there room for appeal? Could we still end up having to pay?
Yes. So we've set aside, we've applied for the judgment to set aside on the basis of fraud at the High Court. And pending that, no action or step can be taken to execute it. And I believe that clearly the High Court will uphold the action that we have commenced.
But that's
no basis
not
for
yet done.
Well, the people affected, those who are claiming the 10 trillion, recently only filed their defense.
Right.
So let's see.
I'm just asking these just to be sure that we've actually saved this money already, or that we will save it at the end of this process.
On account of the principles established in the NDK case, clearly, this sum will not be paid. How justifiable is it that the amount which by 1999 was 979,000 Ghana cedis now should balloon to 10 trillion and people should be paid? And I think previously, people were encouraged, motivated to engage in such acts because you find public officers, whether from Ministry of Finance or the Office of Attorney General, even sitting down to negotiate with them and all that, encouraging such negotiations. In my time, with all respect, such practice will never prevail.
Although government of Ghana, between 2017 and 2021, have still paid out some $300 odd million worth of judgment debt.
Yeah, of course. I mean, clearly judgment debts arising as a result of various situations cannot be avoided. And indeed, I was earlier on explaining to you that if a policeman perhaps engages in some act of brutality against a citizen, the person will go to court and sue the Attorney General. In such an instance, there are many instances where I find on my table courts awarding sums of over 400,000 Ghana cedis and what have you, in cases that you cannot use your legal ingenuity to orchestrate a defeat of the applicant. And I think that indeed, from the perspective of law and fairness, if a person has suffered genuine, has suffered genuinely as a result of officers of states engaging in negligence and on other tortious activities, it will be inequitable for you to say that such a person should not be paid. So yes, there may be instances where a person clearly will be owed a claim, and that should be verified. But I'm talking about situations where dubious, unwarranted claims, as this, have gone through the courts and prevailed. And those are actually the huge cases that bring a burden on the taxpayer.
Are there many more such cases where compound interest has turned the number into something astronomical?
Yes. I told you about how the Supreme Court quashed the payment of compound interest in the NDK case. And in the NDK case, it was actually remarkable. When I finished concluding the matter, I received a call from Marita Brew congratulating me. It's a matter of record. She had called me a number of times, sent messages, congratulating me on it. And then I called her back and she said, yes, because the matter that had been of concern to them, they were struggling or they were finding it difficult to deal with it. And therefore, she found it quite remarkable that I had been able to put it to conclusion and all that. These are matters of record, messages and all. So then we have this one, another African automobile matter. There's an action that was pursued by Sorry and Co. Sorry at Law.
Yes.
It's a matters of record. Sorry at Law. You know who Sorry at Law.
Yes, Albert Sorry.
And
his law firm.
And you can verify. You see the entry of judgment here. What is it for?
Oh my goodness, these big numbers.
582 billion.
582
billion Ghana cedis.
1,748,751 cedis. No pesos this time.
Right.
What's this about?
So again, a claim for some breach of contract by the government of Ghana, and this is what they allege was owed by the government of Ghana. Ultimately, when an application was made to the High Court in 2020, 10 February 2020, the court suspended the execution of the judgment and actually held that we could issue a rate to set aside the entire action on the basis of fraud. So you say applications are accordingly granted and the execution aforementioned is hereby suspended pending the hearing of the matter. And so not a dime has
So
been
when
paid.
you say that these actions are being set aside on the basis of fraud,
yes,
what you're actually saying is that some people in government before you colluded to have these judgment debts awarded when there was really no case for such payments to be made.
Well, I think that it is actually as a result of, one, vigilance, lack of vigilance on the part of public officers, or sheer complicity in the process of ensuring that the state is ripped off with hard-earned purse. And I say so for the reasons that were given by the Court of Appeal and its judgment in the Worumi matter. You find the criminal matter instituted against Alfred Worumi. The Court of Appeal giving a judgment on the submission of no case that had been made by Alfred Worumi. No, so the Alfred Worumi had been prosecuted, and the High Court had eventually acquitted Alfred Worumi. And the state purported to appeal against the acquittal by Alfred Worumi. And the state clearly heard that the Court of Appeal heard that the state had no case at all because the state itself had, through its processes, orchestrated for Alfred Worumi to profit from the judgment debt and turn around to prosecute only him, leaving out the public officers in question. And the public officers were officers or officers at Tangier, as well as the Minister of Justice. So, if I may quote from the judgment to the Court of Appeal in 2016, 10th March 2016. You see, this is one. And this actually it's a panel of three. Each of them gave an opinion. I'm just quoting from only the opinion of Justice L.L. Mensah. The others were even worse. Justice L.L. Mensah said, indeed, in the instant case, the trial judge should have terminated the trial and upheld the submission of no case, because the evidence of virtually all the prosecution witnesses, including PW1, whose name is there, an officer of the Ministry of Finance, through PW.
If its name is there, you can say it
through
for us.
PW9. No, but I don't want to be misled. She's actually a lawyer.
Right.
But in terms of those who orchestrated, actually some other officers.
Right.
And anyway, with the evidence of the PW3, PW7, PW8, and PW9. When I say PW, it's prosecution witnesses.
Yeah.
That I've highlighted, all go to bolster the defense of the respondent. So imagine a situation where the state puts up a prosecution and all their witnesses were supporting the case of the accused person. Clearly meant to fail. Then it says here, at page 8, it says, once the whole armada of the government of Ghana, legal, financial, administrative, technical, ministerial, or consultancy machinery combined together to act on the purported misorientation of the respondent and found the claim to be impeccable, the respondent cannot be convicted of a transaction which the state had blessed all the way. And indeed, you will see that the officers of state who actually blessed Woyomi's transaction were named specifically in this judgment. At page 7, it says that the then Honorable Attorney General and her deputy, Honorable Bachodru, who between them wrote 4 letters in support of the respondent's claim.
So that would be Betty Mould Idrisu at the time.
Precisely. Did not only use their ordinary care and judgment, but they fell on their legal professional expertise to assess the claims of the respondent. And they did this not in isolation, but with the advice of 2 other legally professional brains in the persons of Paul Asmenu, head of legal for the Ministry of Finance, and Samuel Nekwetete, Chief State Attorney.
So you're suggesting there's a pattern that
yes,
runs through these cases?
The question that ought to be asked is that how can a group of people in government, through this judgment, as has been affirmed in this judgment, actually machinate for a person who is not a public officer to have access to the state's hard-earned money, at that time the equivalent of about 25 million euros. And then subsequently, if it emerges that the whole transaction was fraught with fraud and irregularity, they purport then to prosecute the third party, who is not a public officer, and left themselves out, and left the public officers out. Carefully did so. Clearly. I get it. So I think that yes.
If I may, I mean, with respect, you are in office today, and you are showing us evidence of cases where you have had judgments overturned and saved money, as you describe it. But you see, in the examples given, it was made possible by people in offices such as yours, right? Who's to say that a year or 2 after you leave office, we're not going to find out that there are perhaps a couple of $100 million that were handed out to people in similar circumstances, unless you, as the goalkeeper, letting the goals in?
Well, there has not been any instance of a claim against the state passing through this office which was not contested. Unless in cases of, say, a police officer, as I said, a police officer beating a civilian, or some clear case of, even, say, my driver, officer of the office of Attorney General, using an office vehicle, runs down a person. Are you going to say because you're Attorney General, you're not going to ask or permit the person to be punished and all that? But there has not been any instance of the state using its armada of government machinery, as was held in this Woyomi case, facilitating the payment of any judgment debt. I can say with all the confidence I can marshal.
Now, you have several cases here.
And indeed, it is also worthy to note that when the MPP left office in 2009, January 2009, NDC made similar noises. The same officers here who have been mentioned, the Attorney General and the Deputy and all that, shouted on various platforms that they're going to prosecute the MPP administration for corruption. I was the one who conducted the first criminal trial when the MPP was in opposition. A question was AJ, tried for allegedly stealing rice over 1.5 billion Ghana cedis and all. At the end of the day, the prosecution fell flat after the state had called 70 witnesses. No case at all could be sustained. And the same story could be told of all other cases mounted against officers of the SWA Kufuor administration. You talk about Asamoah Barton, the prosecution of Asamoah Barton and his wife, prosecution of Akoto, the late Akoto say, and all. Talk about even the Ghana at 50 prosecution, which they made so much noise about. Not a shred of evidence was laid. So I'm used to NDC making all these noises. Now, the opposition, they're crying foul over a lot of things that clearly do not amount to any criminality whatsoever.
There are some
they're making the noise. They're making the noise. When they can't, they'll prosecute. Similar noises were made by their people. I think that the nation must really be able to distinguish between light and day. To distinguish between night and day. I mean, I think when it comes to good governance, the record of the NDC cannot match up to any standard at all.
There are some who might say that your administration is pretty much doing the same thing with cases like Opuni and Dr. Atoforsen, you know, where lots of noise has been made.
Right.
Now these people are being taken through court, and some of the cases, in one case, the thing has dragged endlessly, doesn't seem to be any end in sight. Looks like there was a lot of noise at the beginning, but the result is just not showing itself.
Yeah, but the case,
is it not the same thing?
No, but the case is staying too long in court. That does not amount to saying that the persons have been acquitted or that the prosecution was frivolous. The frivolity or the legitimacy of prosecution can be established only upon the conclusion of the matter. And indeed, I'm very confident of a conviction in most of the cases we're talking about. So far, all the major cases that they have been conclusion to, we've had success in them. Even more contentious or more complex matters, treasons, murder, and what have you. What about simple cases as fraud and all? And that is why they are resorting to all these machinations of appealing and hurting the judicial process. I have the benefit of experience. And again, I will follow my experience. When I was in private practice, I never resorted to all of these gymnastics that have been resorted to by lawyers. I conducted a CJ trial within about 10 months. The trial court acquitted him on 6 out of 8 counts at the submission of no case stage. I felt aggrieved. I appealed to the Court of Appeal. Court of Appeal presided over by Justice Apau and considered by other judges, Senor Jamafe and I think Mariam Owusu. Mariam Owusu was actually the president of the panel, and then considered by Justice Apau and Senor Jamafe as the panel members. Acquitted him on the other 2 within a period of about 6 months, 16 months. The entire trial had terminated. And so if you are a practitioner, you believe in the strength of your case, there's no way be resorting to all these unnecessary gymnastics.
You have quite a pile of cases here.
Yes.
And
so I'll quickly run through them for you.
Well, without you having to run through them
No, to show that indeed the savings that the president announced were actually an underestimation. The president grossly underestimated it. And it was actually my doing, because every minister has a responsibility of bringing to the president's attention the work that the minister has done. And in presenting my report, I deliberately understated the account, just not to raise unnecessary eyebrows and to be unnecessary sensational. But if you go through, 10 trillion is just arising in a single case. If you go through, the savings are actually over 14 billion. 14 trillion. Yes, I can refer to this matter, China Jinlen, which the Supreme Court set aside only last year. The judgment that year, if you look at the figure here, originally, and then all the time, Ganashir, it was in the High Court of Justice, I think in Kumasi or so. The transport minister actually came here and made a lot of noise about it because it affected his account and all. And we took it up and compared to situations where ministers and the also administration would team up and orchestrate and facilitate judgment debts. This is amount of 352 million. So that the figures are even dizzy. You can't even 352 million Ghana cedis. 352,662,144.41 pesos. And then an amount of almost $1 billion, $988 million, 294,313. That is it. So almost $1 billion plus 325 million Ghana cedis. So the Supreme Court again in 2022, after 2023, in the conclusion, says the application before the court that we have quashed the ruling given was expressly to set aside the Ganashir order and without prejudice making the controversial setting aside order. And they granted the order quashing all these proceedings. And interestingly, in this judgment, the court actually held that, as we contended, that the persons who had mounted the action even had no capacity whatsoever. And the identities could not be made out. A person who was a foreigner holding a power of attorney, which had not been properly notarized, and who had even died later on in the course of the trial, and therefore could not have given another power of attorney to another person to pursue the trial, was allegedly pursuing this matter. And the court said, no, our contention was right. And therefore, if they want to mount the claim, they must come and properly establish their authority. To date, they have not come forward.
For all these cases, I have only one question.
And then you talk about the numerous international arbitration cases, which the state also has enjoyed remarkable success. And I think that it's a matter of record. Yeah. For the past 2 years, the rest of Ghana has actually been chasing me to come and give a lecture to their LLM people on international arbitration. I have not had the time to do so. I think this is our because indeed they are quite impressed by the remarkable rate of success and just want us to enlighten them on what Ghana is doing right.
Yeah.
Now, $300 million was claimed by a company, Cassius Mining. That was refused by the Permanent Court of Arbitration, pursuant to objections that we raised. I have a copy of the judgment here, and if you just would permit me, this is it, the 91-page award of the arbitral tribunal. Now you look at
300 million US dollars.
Yes. So page 7 says, okay, this is actually even under one for 60 million USD. The 300 million is also there, and eventually was suspended. And today, I think the people, after the denial of the original claim, pursued another international arbitration, and we raised various objections and all. I think the ruling should have come in either today or, if not today, maybe tomorrow. And this one that I have in my hand is for at least 60 million USD. It says, finally, look at page 7. The claimant seeks an order awarding Everyway, the Beijing Everyway company, the traffic system, damages which it has incurred as a result of the aforementioned breaches of a treaty, amounting to an estimate not lower than $55 million. At the time of this claim, the interest component had shot the amount up to over $60 million. The conclusion, which you see here, after we had raised all the objections to the inapplicability of the treaty and what have you, the court said, for the reasons...
Which year was this?
Oh, this was just last year.
Right.
It's just last year, or last 2 years. Let me see. I mean, most of these cases are from 2021, when I assumed the office. Right. So it's January 2023, last year. It says, for the reasons set out above, the Tribunal A opposed the respondent's objections to the Tribunal's jurisdiction and finds that it has no jurisdiction to decide the claimant's claim in this arbitration. And they invite the parties to directly confer on the issue of cost. We actually decided not to pursue any cost at all. The most important thing was for us to win and to throw the appeal out, which we did.
All right, now for all of these cases, I really have only one question.
Right.
Are they all concluded, or are there opportunities for appeals? Could any of these rulings be overturned, or have you actually saved us these amounts?
Yeah, most of them have been concluded, and I'm very sure that the ones that are not concluded are actually the ones that we have issued rates to set aside the original judgment on the basis of fraud. And indeed, the court has, in consequence of our rate, issued orders suspending the execution of the judgment or setting aside the order for Ganache Nasai, implying that the payment cannot be made at all. And I'm very confident that on the basis of all the reasons I've advanced, the claims no doubt to be defeated.
Right.
Yeah, in one of them, the 10 trillion one, our view is that the amount owed is only about 56,000 Ghana cedis or so. If at all, that's what should be paid.
Well, we will certainly go through all of these documents with our cameras for the benefit of our audience.
And the lawyers are there to verify. I've shown you mentioned law firms who are pursuing them and all that. So,
before we wrap up, a couple of updates, if you may. Another area in which you've been commended is the number of prosecutions you have managed to put under your belt in the area of Galamsey. The criticism, however, is that we are not seeing the kingpins, the people who are funding these, small fry, if you will, to go into the pits and dig. Why not? Why haven't we seen any kingpins locked up?
I think you are. Hitherto, the noise was that Galamsey activities are being funded by Chinese citizens. Is that not correct?
Yes, that has
been. And the major campaign was who? Mentioned as who?
You mean Aisha Huang, the recent...
Precisely. And where is Aisha Huang now?
But that's just one person.
No, hold on. I'm saying that you are seeing the campaigns being thrown into jail. Aisha Huang has been convicted. after coming to the country. There was the case that we mounted against Aisha was actually one of the most difficult ones. There was no direct evidence of Aisha 1 on a mining site. Nonetheless, everybody knew Aisha 1 was engaged in galamsey activities. It tells you that she was actually operating behind the scenes, funding people. We had to actually dig into her arsenal, chase up evidence relating to writs that had been issued against her by various persons who had alleged that she had encroached on her land, on their lands and all that. And then brought up all these witnesses from Bepotintin and Bogoso and other places and all to mount the prosecution. It was actually an overwhelming circumstantial evidence. You know the rule in circumstantial evidence where it irresistibly points in one direction and the necessary inference can be made. And that is why Aisha 1 was convicted. Before then, there had been the jailing of various Chinese nationals by the Takwa Circuit Court. We had 2 Chinese nationals thrown in for 25 years. Well, the law, current legal regime requires that if a foreigner is engaged in such activities, the minimum penalty is, or punishment is 20 years. And for a Ghanaian, 15 years minimum. And then there was also a conviction by a Takwa Circuit Court of 2 Chinese nationals and some Ghanaians, if you remember, where the punishment existing under the SWA regime was imposed, implying that they could be fined and no, and they were fined and allowed to go. And I actually had to instruct for the filing of an application for certiorari in the Secondary High Court for it to be quashed. So fortunately, National Security, National Security rounded them up, fortunately, when the application was filed, and then the judgment was passed accordingly, and now they're all in jail.
Now, because you mentioned Aisha,
So that was the Attorney General Minister for Justice, Godfrey Yeboah-Dame, in that interview with my colleague, Kwadwo Jansen. The rest of the interview will bring you in subsequent bulletins. But let me pick a bit of a reaction and then we'll get into your election headquarters, because in the studio right now is the Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, Mustafa Bande. Mustafa is here to walk us through the process towards the decision on the running mate for the NDC flag bearer, John Dramani Mahama, for election 2024. Mustafa, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
And you want to react to what we've heard from the Attorney General before we zoom into the very reason why you are here this afternoon.
Well, I think in brief, the exercise the Attorney General is engaged in with the full backing and endorsement of His Excellency the President is frivolous.
Why do you say so?
Unnecessary and uncalled for. Because it's actually a mockery that an Attorney General should be celebrated because you've, been able to stay a judgment or convince a court to set aside a judgment, which is a temporary measure. It does not conclusively deal with the matter.
In some cases, the cases are off.
But we know that fundamentally it gives the applicant or the litigant an opportunity to come back. Strategically, legally. A legal strategy would tell you that the person litigating the matter will time and come back. And so if you have been able to do that, you compile figures, come to us and say that celebrate my government, celebrate my Attorney General because he have saved, the country some money. I think it's unnecessary and uncalled for. It's simple populism.
But you will be condemning him if it was the other way around.
The other way around. But I mean, we know that this government is, involved in a lot of things that needlessly will give us judgment depth, whether you like it or not. Was it not the same Attorney General that was in government when they were collapsing banks? What about that? We have senior members of the Akufo-Addo regime and his own family members fronting judgment debts, and yet they want us to celebrate them for setting aside judgment.
Are there examples you can provide?
Gabi is one. Gabi's law firm
which is
actually wrote to the finance minister to pay judgment debts.
For work done by an entity.
At the time he was writing, did he believe that it was a collusion? Was it a collusion? The Attorney General is trumpeting that legal opinions and concerns by the public is noise. Such, an arrogant posturing of a minister who thinks that opinions, concerns from the public about conduct of the business of government is noise. Really? It's not his fault.
The collapse of the banks, has there been established
we all know that
wrongdoing?
We all know that there's a lot of causing financial loss to the state. The banks were collapsed needlessly. People lost jobs. We all know that. You see, we are not, when you cause a negligent loss of money from state coffers, it doesn't manifest in a day. It takes time to manifest. And I'm saying that the cousin of His Excellency President Akufo-Addo, who is known as the de facto prime minister of the Akufo-Addo regime, actually wrote through his law firm to his other brother at the finance ministry to pay judgment debts.
For work done by
whether it's work done or not. At the time Gabi was writing that opinion, did he believe that it was a collusion? Or he actually thought that the person deserved some judgment debt? And so if anybody apart from Gabi should write a similar opinion, then it's collusion in the eyes of the Attorney General and in the mind of himself. When it is not a family member of Akufo-Addo writing to justify a judgment debt and any other lawyer does same, it's a collusion, isn't it? He talks about how NDC was in power and made noise about somebody and he prosecuted the case. Is that not the same thing he's doing in Opuni matter? They are seeking to just use the court to jail people for political cards. And that is unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. If you want to measure the misconduct, public misconduct of this government, reckless termination of contracts, dealings with people that will bring judgment debts in the future, it's unprecedented.
But again, on the matter of the Opuni case, I'm sure if he's innocent, the court will establish that.
So the Attorney General should wait for the courts. The process of determining the finality of a legal matter is a court. Right. It is not for an Attorney General to either make an intervention or go to the court and set aside. Setting aside a judgment is not a conclusive avenue to redress. It's not conclusive. The person can at all moments come back to the court in another forum to have the matter litigated. So when you have set aside a judgment, don't, out of seeking for populism, trying to hide from public accountability, go and cook figures and say that we should celebrate you for that. Nobody will celebrate the Attorney General and his president for setting aside judgment because that is frivolous. That in itself does not deal with the matter. And I know that a cousin of the president whose law firm was justifying judgment debt was writing and relying on facts. And we should go and peruse the facts other than looking at the procedure or the mechanism.
Mustafa, thank you very much on that. And Mustafa Bande is the Deputy General Secretary of the NDC. He's in the studio to walk us through the process towards the, I don't know whether to use the word, the endorsement of the party's running mate for election 2024. And that's exactly what he's here to do. So Mustafa, when we spoke on Tuesday, you indicated that you had opened your doors for lobbying. I don't know whether you've been lobbied for this, perhaps the second most important job in the NDC as we head towards the elections.
Well, so this, like I said, this is a season for us, the executives. I mean, we're obviously the kingmakers, so you have to lobby if you want to be a running mate. And I must say on a more serious note that the number of people who have expressed interest, including people who are not politically known.
The number of people who have expressed interest in partnering the former president.
Traditional leaders, society-conserved individuals who believe that this is the time for them to partner with the party to give hope to Ghanaians is quite amazing.
And who are these individuals?
Well, a lot of them. You know some of the names, a lot of them. And I'm just saying that...
No, I'm more interested in those who are outside of politics.
It's amazing because given the position that I sit in, I should be the one mentioning anybody's name because I would be giving leads to who. The president has tied a rope on his envelope and brought it to the general secretary. We are not opening it until we have that 7th meeting. So me, myself, I don't know what is in the envelope, but I do know.
No, but if you don't open it, how then are you available to be lobbied?
Yeah, but they will lobby. They know that we are the executive. They know that on the 7th is the D-Day. So you will lobby. If you don't lobby, your name will not make it up to the list. But these individuals hold an impeccable public record, high level of integrity. And I did say yesterday that there is a gap in our governance today. The position of vice president have been deprived by the current vice president. And in fact, when you mention a vice president in the eyes of a lot of young Ghanaians now, it's a mockery. And what comes in their mind is very unfortunate. They believe that the current vice president is not sincere. They believe that they have a cause to believe that the current vice president is not honest. They have a cause to believe that the current vice president was used for all the political wrong reasons. And that...
And then rewarded with a flag bearer?
Say that again?
And then rewarded with a flag bearer?
Well, whether he was rewarded or he wasn't rewarded, the most important thing is that the title of vice president, as far as we sit here today, comes with some sentiments of disgrace and reproach by the conduct of the current vice president. Ghanaians believe that he's been used to lie to the public, to deceive the public. He actually held public lectures, giving hope to Ghanaians, telling Ghanaians that his pedigree was a solution to our problem, telling Ghanaians that his competence was what would do the magic, telling Ghanaians that his coming on board was a finality to all the economic challenges that we face because he was capable. Only for him to be given an opportunity, and he turns up to be the most disgraceful, the most incompetent, the vice president, the head of economic management team, who gave Ghanaians the worst economic performance in the history of our country.
Nevertheless, so the MPP, they have absolute confidence in him. In him, they'll be able
but they are beneficiaries from his mess. They used him as a weapon to deceive Ghanaians. So they will be confident. But Ghanaians are not happy. The people of Ghana are not happy. And so people who voted for President Akufo-Addo in 2016 voted largely because they have sold a fake goods to the people of Ghana, and the marketer and the seller of that fake good was Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who held public lectures to tell Ghanaians that he was competent. All the deceptive promises that Nana Akufo gave Ghanaians, apart from the one that he said in Tree, Monsominhwe, all other policy Nana Akufo chain out was being told to this public, the people of Ghana by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
So what kind of running mates are you bringing on board?
So currently, as we speak, we need to fill in the gap to bring back some sort of credibility to the seat of the vice president. So the NDC is not really, apart from looking at competence, credentials, we are not looking at just that, apart from regional balances. Obviously, if you have the candidate from the north, the vice will obviously come from the south. So apart from these balances, His Excellency the President and the NDC is looking out for credibility and integrity to bring back some level of confidence in the office of a vice president. Other than that, tomorrow, a vice president will go to the market and people will begin to hoot at him. And that is a high office of the land.
Our sources say that the former president,
yes,
your flag bearer, has already settled on Professor Jane Nanopo-Kwajiman. Yesterday when we spoke to some members of parliament, all of them went in favor of the professor.
Correct. So
is that the same?
The members of parliament are possible, you call them voters or advocates for one particular individual. But from where I sit as a Deputy General Secretary, I know that quite a number of people are on the list, and that Professor Jane is not short of that list. She actually made it to that list of running mates in the last 2020 election. She was part of the team that bridged the gap of our defeat from 2016. So we went with her, our votes went up. So it does not, there's nothing that suggests that it should be here or it should not be here. If His Excellency the President decides that, okay, given the circumstances that we find ourselves, the kind of problems that we have as a country, step aside for another person to take my running mate slot, I think it's ideal, it's correct. If the president then decides that, okay, I have worked...
The circumstances may mean that you may meet somebody with background in economics.
Let me just
no, I just want to...
If the circumstances... No, but Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had a background in economics. Under him, we have the worst economic indicators in the history of our country.
Your chairman said that the changes in parliament was because we're going into an election, the economy was going to be a main issue, so we needed somebody with a background in economics to lead your front in parliament.
Yes.
And I'm saying that if it is the same criteria for the sort of a running mate, then clearly you are overlooking Professor Jenano.
Parliament is a fighting wing of the party. Parliament is not the head. We are talking about the head. And we have had circumstances where a vice president is not having an economic background, and he actually performed like this con man who the MPP deceived Ghanaians with. President Akufo-Addo, the MPP sold 2 con men to the people of Ghana, and we bought them mistakenly. The president and his vice president,
and I'm saying that word you are using is not too strong.
People who have the confidence
to use such a word for your political opponents.
People who have the confidence to lie at the State of the Nation address.
These are president and the vice president.
The confidence to stand.
The very high position of the country.
The biggest,
and to be reduced to comment.
The biggest public offense is when a vice president knows that what he's saying is a lie, but yet he's saying it and people are clapping for him. Unfortunately, ministers of state are clapping for him, and they know he's lying.
And to describe him as a con man,
the president is lying. The vice president is lying. When you go to Kuala Lumpur, sick people cannot get beds. Yet he's saying that I have digitalized your records. If you go to medical service, the most important, procedure of a medical service is not your records. It is how you get medical treatment and get actually healed of your disease.
And the problem didn't start today. We have that problem has persisted for years.
They are in power.
It's transcended from political party to political party.
Where is the Agenda 111? And I told them recently that where are the dams? Your station did a documentary on the dams, and it proved to the people of Ghana that they collected money from the World Bank and they chopped the money. And the vice president go to the public to say that we have constructed dams. He says it in front of cameras, without shame, without fear. And he's not a call man. And I have evidence that suggests that it is not true. The vice president says, I've built hospitals in your village, what do they call? Toilets in your villages. You come from a village, do you see any toilet there? Have you seen any new toilet? Look at the MPP. Do they look like people who perform and keep quiet about it? Look at them trumpeting that an attorney general have set aside judgment that let's clap for him. And if you think that when they built KVIPs under HIPIC, didn't you see the writings that they use? Red. Wherever you are, you see that there's a toilet here. Where are the toilets? A vice president holds a public lecture to lie. He says he has done railway. Weeks before the vision statement, they showed us some short video of a certain rail in whether US or UK coming out of a factory, and that is meant for Ghana. Let's clap for them. And then he says, Temampaka Dam, he built it. It was started by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and paid for.
Let's talk about Thursday next week.
Yes.
What is agenda?
So I just justified why I say that the president and the vice president are 2 con men the MPP sold to the people of Ghana.
Let's talk about Thursday next week.
Yes.
What is agenda?
Thursday,
how are you approaching it?
We are seeking to fill the gap. Bring on board somebody that will satisfy the people of Ghana with credibility and integrity.
And
somebody who will bring to the high office of a running mate and, of course, an automatic vice president, a leverage of credibility and integrity. Somebody that when he says that I'll protect the public purse, you and I don't have to go and look for police to chase them to bring the purse.
So these
ones have stolen the purse.
The NEC will meet first. To do what exactly?
No, we'll meet Council of Elders
first.
Decide on it, because that body is obviously the most respected and highest body. So then we bring their decision and consideration to National Executive Committee. Now, the National Executive Committee is made up of a wider range of people from the regions representing the rank and file of the party, representations from Parliament, former ministers, and of course, the flag bearer himself is a member of NEC, and then the functional executive committee of the party. So at that level, one would say that is the biggest, most highest consultative body as far as naming a running mate is concerned. So when we have that discussions at that level, what it means is that the rank and file of the party will have endorsed the choice of the primary choice of the candidate.
So therefore, at the level of NEC, after the council meeting, you will be presented with names or just a name?
Names.
Yeah,
that's why I said
then you take a decision on the names.
That's why I said the people are lobbying. They must lobby us. I mean, so if you don't lobby us, your name will make it.
and then, are you going to subject the names to voting?
When it calls for voting, it will be done. Of course, all rules of democracy and practice of meetings take place are rules that are applicable to our NEC meetings, and that when the argument is so divided that there have to be a vote, a vote will be allowed. The president is not one, the candidate, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, is not one who wants to tie the party behind his hands. He says, I have a choice. This is my opinion. Talk about it, decide on what you want to settle on. But I do believe that the rank and file of the party is not more interested in debating what the choice of the candidate is. They are all waiting for a candidate to make it up to the team. Yet we have a very solid political party as compared to our people. They have given birth to another political party. More are going to happen within their party. We have a united executive front led by the General Secretary and the National Chairman, Asidun Ketia. We have a competent, credible flag bearer who has experience. When we have a running mate, then our team is set. This is a team that will manage the message of hope to the people of Ghana. The same team will take responsibility for the best or the performance of the party in government. Unlike these ones who are now metamorphosing and trying to share blames. Who should you blame? An exiting president should take the blame because personally he is going home. Blame him and whitewash the one that is coming, the one who was used to lie to the people of Ghana, scheme and whitewash him so that he looks white.
Finally, and then just 10 seconds.
The black paint, we are going to use the whole black paint in this world to paint Dr. Babu Bawumia.
Are you for continuity or change in the running mate position of the party?
I am for integrity and credibility. That is what is lacking. That is the gap created at the slot of a running mate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
so much for coming through. Mustafa Bande is a Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, and we are all looking forward to that Thursday meeting, first between the Council of the Party of Elders and then the National Executive Committee of the party. And then after that, they will adore the running mate for the presidential candidate, John Dramani Mahama, for the December presidential election. So that is the big day, 7th March, next week, Thursday. Before we go, the intermittent power outages witnessed in recent days dominated the first day of debate of the 2024 State of the Nation address, on a day the Chamber of Parliament and the entire House was plunged into darkness. First by Doomsaw and later by ECG disconnection exercise. More on that shortly, but first, the debate started on a family affair note, as John Jinapor and his brother Samuel Abu Jinapor have to go at each other over their prospective party's record in the energy sector. Minority spokesperson on my end, John Jinapor, spent a considerable amount of his debate time to berate the government for the current power outages.
The load shedding is getting worse by the day. The very day His Excellency the President was delivering the State of the Nation address and boasting, at that very period, the utility companies were shedding load. The situation appears to be exacerbating. Yesterday alone, there was a whopping 530 megawatts of deficits, culminating in curtailment of power to Côte d'Ivoire, to Burkina Faso, and to Togo. You would attest that there was some massive darkness yesterday. Today at 12 p.m., load shedding would commence again. Our investigation indicates that some of the thermal plants are down. Specifically, TAPCO is down, TICO is down, and so they are not generating enough power. But more importantly, there's a lack of fuel in the system. Because of the financial constraints, government has not been able to procure adequate fuel to fire some of our thermal plants, culminating in the load shedding that we're experiencing. 1 month of load shedding is more than enough. This is not sporadic. This is continuous. This is persistent. And we think that the handlers of the power sector should do the onerous thing by informing the people of Ghana so they can plan ahead of time. This deliberate fixation on denial and deceiving the people of Ghana can no longer hold. We therefore call on President Akufo-Addo, Dr. Bawumia, and this government to do the needful by telling the people of Ghana the truth. We also call on government to look for money wherever they can find that money to procure heavy fuel oil and other sources of fuel to power the thermal plants. We cannot have this quantum of thermal complementarity and still shed load.
Well, his brother Samuel Abujinapo, who is also the Lands and Natural Resources Minister, who have none of that, taking on what he said was NDC's abysmal doomsday record. According to him, whilst he admitted the current outages are frustrating, it is better than what the NDC took Ghanaians through.
The MPP has lost its way when it comes to the management of the economy. And you need to go home, take a breather.
And that's our show for today's Thursday edition of The Pulse. It came to you live from our studios here in Accra and around the world at myjoyonline.com. For more stories, log on to our website, myjoyonline.com. My name is Elton Gobe. Tomorrow, Friday, we'll be here to bring you the weekend edition. You have an exciting evening.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio. Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
Hello and welcome to Business Live. Coming up tonight, the Ghana cedi crosses 13 cedis mark as it depreciates 5.4% in value to the dollar since 1st January 2024. Energy analyst accuses ECG and Gridco of collaborating wrongly with the government as Ghana grapples with intermittent power cuts.
Unfortunately, the utilities that have to convey to us what exactly the problem is, including Gridco and the ECG, are also collaborating the government wrongly.
Also, Works and Housing Minister pushes for a review of policies from housing sector players to make the sector attractive.
In my recent days at the Ministry of Housing, I'm still looking for answers as to why, despite the fact that some technologies, such as hydrofoam and laterite interlocking blocks, a lot of our projects are still resorting to expensive cement and related technologies.
These and many more in the next 30 minutes with me, Emma Davis. Please stay. Welcome. Let's settle for the details. The minority in parliament says Ghana's power sector is on the brink of collapse on the back of recent intermittent power outages. According to minority spokesperson on Mines and Energy, John Janapo, government is so broke and unable to purchase fuel to power the thermal plants to generate electricity. He was speaking to journalists in parliament.
The load shedding is getting worse by the day. The very day His Excellency the President was delivering the State of the Nation address and boasting, at that very period, the utility companies were shedding load. The situation appears to be exacerbating. Yesterday alone, there was a whopping 530 megawatts of deficits, culminating in curtailment of power to Côte d'Ivoire, to Burkina Faso, and to Togo. You would attest that there was some massive darkness yesterday. Today at 12 p.m., load shedding would commence again. Our investigation indicates that some of the thermal plants are down. Specifically, TAPCO is down, TICO is down, and so they are not generating enough power. But more importantly, there is a lack of fuel in the system. Because of the financial constraints, government has not been able to procure adequate fuel to fire some of our thermal plants, culminating in the load shedding that we're experiencing. 1 month of load shedding is more than enough. This is not sporadic. This is continuous. This is persistent. And we think that the handlers of the power sector should do the onerous thing by informing the people of Ghana so they can plan ahead of time. This deliberate fixation on denial and deceiving the people of Ghana can no longer hold. We therefore call on President Akufo-Addo, Dr. Bawumia, and this government to do the needful by telling the people of Ghana the truth. We also call on government to look for money wherever they can find that money to procure heavy fuel oil and other sources of fuel to power the thermal plants. We cannot have this quantum of thermal complementarity and still shed load.
Meantime, Executive Director of the Institute for Energy Security, Nana Moisi VII, is worried that the power sector is on the brink of collapse if governments fail to acknowledge the challenges in the sector. He accused industry players for failing to criticize government.
And only say that we'll have a sector tomorrow. If we accept the challenge, then work at it. That is the only way we can have a sector. You know, over the past few, or maybe a decade plus, the challenge has been an issue of adequate installed capacity and also supply of fuel. The adequacy in the installed capacity or available capacity to churn out power that could cover our peak demand has been dealt with long time ago, before 2017. And what is left is the fuel supply challenge. If you don't have money, then you cannot procure the fuel as well. If we can raise enough money and be liquid enough in the sector, then we have a sector that's going to work. But as we have it today, the fuel supply is a challenge. Transmission lines and systems have their own challenge. Distribution leg has its own challenge. If we're able to address all this within the value chain, then of course our system will be safe. If we don't do, we may be sitting on a time bomb. Unfortunately, the utilities that have to convey to us what exactly the problem is, including GridCo and the ECG, are also collaborating the government wrongly and suggesting that we are in a good position. For God's sake, if you can consistently, you cannot supply power to your people. You just have to churn out some timetable for them to plan their daily lives. But you don't go and also behave as if everything is right. Behind the scene, they speak to us and they tell us things are not right. But if they have to be bold enough to face it and count it as same, they are unable to do that. And that's quite unfortunate.
Meanwhile, the government is targeting the end of March to sign off debt restructuring agreement reached with independent power producers. Government also claimed that the debt owed the power producers have been reduced to about $700 million. George Yafe has more.
According to persons working on these negotiations, the debt had been brought to this level after government started making some payments to these independent power producers from last year. This was after it was able to finalize negotiations with about 5 of the independent power producers in July last year, when at that time the debt was pegged at $1.6 billion. But after some audit, it was reduced to $1.2 billion. Government started making some payments from last year after threats by some of the independent power producers to shut down the operations over delays in paying the debts. Joy Business also understands that the term sheets have already been exchanged with about 5 of the independent power producers for further scrutiny. But as at yesterday, there hasn't been any objections raised yet about what government has proposed in the term sheets. They are also hoping that by the end of this month, that agreement will be officially signed in terms of how government is planning to pay the remaining debts to these independent power producers. There have also been some arrangements where the Electricity Company of Ghana will start making some payments to each of the independent power producers in the coming months as government works to pay all these debts to the power producers.
Now to one of our top stories, as the Ghana cedi crossed the 13th mark or cedi mark as the depreciation of the local currency continued. Most forex bureaus, according to checks by Joy Business, sell $1 for between 13 cedis 5 per Swiss and 13 cedis 15 per Swiss. Some analysts have attributed the recent depreciation of the cedi to persistent corporate demand, which they described as seasonal, and the over 5 billion cedi coupon payments of about 15 new Government of Ghana bonds to investors last week. However, they believe that the worsening situation goes beyond the two above issues. Joining me to analyze this further is research lead at GCB Capital, Courage Putti. Courage, thank you very much for joining us. Always a pleasure to have you. What could be the cause of the recent depreciation we are seeing?
Well, good evening to you and your listeners. A number of things. We know what period we are in. Q1 normally is characterized by the seasonality pressures. We see the fuel we consume around the Christmas period has been replenished, and a lot of the demand we see on the market is coming from the BDC sector. The interventions from the Bank of Ghana forward auction is not enough, obviously, and so they had to be supplemented from the market. It's a big source of demand. Corporates around this time are also turning in a lot of demand on the market. It's a big part of the reasons also. And obviously, the last week, Government of Ghana paid some coupons, 5 billion in total. We know in the time we are in, T-bills seem to be the only viable investment option on the market. In fact, alternative options are quite limited, really. So there is the likelihood that most of those flows or some of those 5 billion flows is finding its way into FX demand. So speculation playing a role in there. And all of these would have be feeding into the currency performance we are seeing so far. Truth is, I mean, per my estimation, we just about 4.5% depreciation thereabout, depending on what market you are looking at year to date. Compared to same period last year, we were safely over 20% depreciation. So even at this rate, it's still relatively stable compared to the previous year. And am I alarmed at the rate at which things are going? Not necessarily. We know our fundamentals are still very weak, even if there is some fragile recovery. Reserve cover of about 2.7 on the gross level and just about 1.1 month of import cover when you look at net reserve. So woefully inadequate. And so even from the word go, the cedi was primed to fall. And so the performance year today, for me, is way better than what the fundamentals would suggest. And that is why I feel that the Bank of Ghana's intervention at this point is probably the most they can do, given the lack of reserve cover to be able to intervene on the market. And we would have to manage communication and sentiment around the market, and particularly find a way of mopping up that 5.8 billion coupon paid last week, so that it does not feed into excessive demand on the FX market.
Then would you say this is a temporary problem?
Well, like I said, the fundamentals are weaker. I mean, the performance is stronger than what the fundamentals suggest. If we are going strictly by the fundamentals, the cedi should be a lot weaker than it is now. And I guess the confidence in the progress going forward, and of course the IMF's backstop even in an election year, as part of the reasons why we're seeing this relative stability. And of course there is inactivity on the bond market, but we are entering another crucial period in Q2 where a lot of companies, multinationals, would have declared dividend and would have been repatriating. So the dynamics are stuck against us, but it is how we manage the sentiment around it that would ensure the stability. I think the inflows from start of the year, the 600 million for IMF, 350 from World Bank, I'm not sure if all of that has been received, and then the 800 million from Cocoa Loan Syndication gives us in total about 2 billion in FX that could help the Bank of Ghana intervene on the market. We are hoping that their scale of intervention will be meaningful from now on to manage the sentiment and at least keep the cedi at bay. But then I don't think anything happening now is alarming given the fundamentals we have.
Then you don't think this may impact inflation?
Oh, it has definitely consequence for inflation. If you are having pronounced depreciation and uncertainty going forward, yes, it will have the pass through to inflation. The point I'm making is that at this point, it is quite measured, quite expected. But if we're going past 5, 6, 7% going forward, then that could definitely have implications for inflation. But the sources of inflation even go beyond just the direct impact of cedi depreciation. It has consequences for fuel prices at the pump as well. Because the truth is, the pricing formula for fuel at the pump has exchange rate in there. So beyond the goods and the prices of import, it would also feed in through the export price of petroleum, and all of these are sources of pressure to inflation going forward. And it's the reason the Bank of Ghana, contrary to the calls from a lot of people that the rate cut should be quite aggressive, is the reason the Bank of Ghana needs to be a bit more cautious going forward. Because truth is, if you ease the policy stand quite aggressively, you would see inflation undulating again, and that is not a predictable trend, and the predictable trend we all want as market players. So it has to be cautious to firmly have a grip on inflation, and then the rates cuts can follow, really. So the system has to be managed and managed properly.
Okay, aside BOG being cautious about what to do, what other measures would you suggest could be deployed through fiscal or monetary policies to solve the challenges?
Well, I think on the fiscal side, we do more than we're doing. Already, the fiscal tightening that happened in 2023 was quite tight and punitive. It's the reason unemployment rates are the levels they are, is the reason the hardship is what it is. And of course, slightly lose this year relative to last year. But then the truth is that, can we do more than we're doing in terms of fiscal tightening? I dare say probably not. The consequences, social consequences, could be quite dire. So I expect we maintain things the way they are and try to keep the fiscals within check. On the monetary side of things, the BOG has the option of mopping up the liquidity in the system from the OMO operations. And of course, through the T-bill operations, government of Ghana can also mop up some liquidity from the system. It is when we mop up the currency in circulation that it will limit the potential for speculation, even in the FX market. Those are the things within our scope now we can do to try to manage the situation. Plus moral suasion, really. Ghanaians need to understand that your personal objective, it's not wrong to try to accumulate some dollars, can have dire consequences for the economy. And we saw that in 2022 when the cedi depreciated to over 50%. And of course, inflation skyrocketed, prices of goods doubled, quadrupled, and the consequences were just, unbearable for all of us. If we pursue our individual selfish interests, which is not wrong legally, it has consequences for all of us. So we need to question ourselves properly. Do we have need for the dollar you are buying? And all of that. And we need to take on that nationalist hat as well. Otherwise, we will complicate life for all of us. And you would hold some dollars in your room, but at the time you would convert it, probably prices would have jumped well ahead of the gains you would have made from any such investment. So we need to be guided with all of these. Right.
Thank you very much, Courage, for always making time. Courage Buti is Research Lead with GCB Capital. You're still watching Business Live with me, Emma Davis. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way. A better Africa.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio. Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
Welcome. Thanks for staying. The rest of our stories continues. The Minister of Works and Housing, Kojo Nkrumah, is asking players within the housing industry to furnish out some key policies to ward off challenges that could affect the growth of the sector. According to him, the sector has been bedeviled with so many challenges, hence the need for a proper regulatory framework. He was speaking at the Ghana Real Estate Developers Association annual CEO's breakfast meeting.
Works and Housing Minister Kojo Nkrumah at the event called for a collaborative effort from stakeholders within the housing industry to aid in bridging Ghana's housing deficit.
Our low savings culture as a country over the years has contributed to the non-availability of low-cost and long-term financing to support the sector. Alternative avenues, such as savings funds or funds drawn from insurance or other patient money sources, need to be quickly explored. Another challenge that this industry needs to overcome is the high cost of materials in the face of less expensive options. In my recent days at the Ministry of Housing, I'm still looking for answers as to why, despite the fact that some technologies, such as hydrofoam and laterite interlocking blocks, have the ability to reduce the cost of a unit, sometimes between 30 to 45%, a lot of our projects are still resorting to expensive cement and related technologies, which end up making our projects unaffordable.
President for the Ghana Real Estate Developers Association, Patrick Ebubonfo, expressed concerns on Ghana's mortgage laws.
The delivery of housing is a critical issue that impacts individuals, communities, and societies as a whole. There are numerous opportunities and challenges associated with housing delivery that must be carefully considered in order to address the growing demand for not only affordable housing, but also luxury housing. One of the key opportunities for housing delivery is the potential for innovative and sustainable design and construction practices. With advances in technology and materials, there's a great potential to create housing that is not only cost effective, but also environmentally friendly.
Now, fish farmers affected by the Akosomo Dam spillage incurred a loss of about 54 million cedis due to the incident. This was revealed by the Chief Executive Officer of the Chamber of Aquaculture, Jacob Ajika. According to him, the chamber has engaged government on different levels. However, there has still been no support to the victims. Speaking on the sidelines of the Farmed Blue Food Festival, Mr. Ajika indicated that some farms had to shut down as a result. Hundreds of Ghana's cage fish farmers are still counting their losses following a devastating impact of the water spillage from the Akosomo Dam along the Volta Lake. New information by the Chamber of Aquaculture indicates that about 800 fish farms worth 54 million cedis were destroyed. Chief Executive of the Chamber, Jacob Ajika, says they are still waiting on the government to come to their aid.
The affected farmers haven't gotten any support at the moment. So every farmer, or most of affected farmers, are on their own at the moment. They have to source for their own funds to come back or to recover from this. So again, these are some of the risks that comes to the aquaculture industry. And we're hoping that through our collaboration with our stakeholders, a lot of attention will be paid to the aquaculture industry. And once again, I must say that we're still appealing to the government to come to the aid of those farmers, because most of them couldn't recover from this. Some have collapsed totally, and a lot of young men and women have lost their source of livelihood. They are unemployed at the moment because once the farms that they work for are affected, they just don't have any job. In terms of number of farmers, we projected over 896, but in terms of figures, the overall impact of that dam spillage was 54,867,000 Ghana cedis.
In Ghana, the aquaculture industry plays a vital role in the nation's economy. As consumers become more discerning, there is a growing need for transparent information about the products they purchase, particularly in terms of health, safety, and sustainability. It is for this reason the Chamber of Aquaculture organized the Farmed Blue Food Festival under the Blue Food Partnership Ghana initiative. Karen Damavivas is the overall lead of the Blue Food Partnership from the World Economic Forum.
It's been very important and gratifying to us that the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development and the Fisheries Commission is very supportive of this work. We cannot do anything without the enabling environment that needs to flourish and be more resilient for the progress of this sector and for these industry players. And alongside that, and this is a great testament to this event, it's also really important to integrate the science and the academic community, the research community into our work and our partnership building, because the private sector can't work on the innovative solutions alone. I think that we need more knowledge sharing across sectors and also break silos in order to get to a point where we can more sustainably grow aquaculture and create a brighter future for the sector in Ghana.
The Farmed Blue Food Festival is sponsored by the Blue Food Partnership Ghana initiative, led by the World Economic Forum in partnership with the Chamber of Aquaculture Ghana, with the global technical support of Future Fish. That'll be all for tonight on Business Live. I am Emma Davis. For more business news, do log on to myjoyonline.com. Have a good evening, but I leave you with international business.
Focus on Africa on BBC News. Our top stories. The UK Minister for Armed Forces offers to meet with the family of Kenyan woman Agnes Wanjiru, allegedly murdered by a British soldier more than a decade ago.
If I were Agnes's family, I would be deeply annoyed and angry at how long this is taking. The saying is that justice delayed is justice denied, and is now a very long time.
Meanwhile, the International Criminal Court awards more than $56 million in compensation to victims of the Ugandan warlord Dominic Ongwen. And also, coming up in the program, jail time for those identifying as LGBTQ after Ghana's parliament passes a tough new law. We'll have a reaction from the gay community there. And as people in Cameroon grapple with the rising cost of living, we have a special report from the capital, Yaoundé. Well, many thanks for joining us. You're watching Focus on Africa. I'm Wahiga Mwaura. The United Kingdom's Minister for the Armed Forces has offered to meet with the family of Agnes Wanjiru, a Kenyan woman allegedly murdered by a British soldier 12 years ago. James Heapy told the BBC that he, and I quote, totally understood the pain of her relatives, end quote. Now, there's been anger in Kenya amidst allegations of a cover-up. The family of Agnes Wanjiru last year criticized the British government for failing to engage with them. But in an interview with BBC correspondent Barbara Pletasha, Mr. Heapy said that the United Kingdom would allow for the extradition of any suspect if requested by Kenya. Let's hear more from that interview now.
If I were Agnes's family, I would be deeply annoyed and angry at how long this is taking. The saying is that justice delayed is justice denied, and is now a very long time since Agnes's death. But an investigation is ongoing. The UK government is working hard to, or the UK government is supporting the Kenyans in their investigation whenever we are asked to do so. And we will support whatever requests are made of us in the future, up to and including charging and an extradition.
Well, the family of Agnes Wanjiru have given their reaction to the comments by the British government. Agnes' niece, Esther Njoki, spoke to me earlier. I started by asking her to recount her memories of her aunt.
My late Agnes Wanjiru was always smiling, happy, hardworking. She used to take care of us when we were very young, when our mom was not in. Yeah.
And, even as we reflect on that, her daughter should now be about 11 years old. Has she been asking questions about her mother?
Since she learned of what happened to her mother, she's been asking so many questions about what happened. Why is the suspect still walking free in London? And it has been a hectic time trying to keep her calm. Sometimes when she hears the stories on television, she really cries a lot. And so it's always a hard time for us trying to keep her calm.
How do you keep her calm? What do you tell her?
You always try to give her hope by telling her that justice will be served one day. We are there for her. We'll fight for her until she gets justice for her and her mom.
Why do you think there's been a delay in the conclusion of the investigation?
The reason why I think there is a delay is because of neo-colonialism. I think it still do exist, and also the cover-up, because when the soldiers committed the crime in 2012, the two governments, of course, they came into an agreement so that they can deport it back, because I'm sure both the governments knew that the soldier had committed the crime, and that's why they deported them back, and they covered up the story until now, when the saga popped out in 2021. Yeah.
Well, there's been a significant development, an offer by the Armed Forces Minister James Heapy to meet with you. As a family, what's your reaction to that offer?
Our reaction to that offer is we are very happy, first, for him personally, saying that he will like to meet us, the family of Agnes Wanjiru, because we have tried knocking doors to many offices, trying to get justice for Agnes, and it's always full of frustrations here and there. So it is a good startup when we hear him saying that he would like to meet us. We will be very happy. And the first question that we'd like to ask him is, when will Agnes get justice for her daughter and herself? Yeah.
I mean, potentially this would be the first meeting in 11 years, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. Why do you think this meeting hasn't happened before?
The reason why this meeting hasn't before is because there has been many cover-up, and also because this case it's a case between two countries. That's why I think it has been hard for us to meet.
How serious do you feel the British government is about getting to the bottom of this, and the Kenyan government?
It's hypocritical, because when they say that the investigations are still going on, my question is, what are they investigating 12 years later? It is hypocritical when they say that the investigations are still going on, they are cooperating. No, I can't agree with that. If they are cooperating, right now the soldiers, they would have been warranted arrest.
So have you yet received an invitation, some sort of timings of when you could meet the Armed Forces Minister, and what would you hope would come out of that meeting?
What I hope that would come out of that meeting is justice of Agnes Wanjiru. That's our prayer, and our prayer to the both governments, justice for Agnes Wanjiru and her daughter, because it hasn't been easy trying to look for justice, because I don't know why they always, every time we knock the doors, they are not open for us.
James Hiapi, the Armed Forces Minister, has told the BBC that he totally understands your pain, the pain of your family. Do you think that's true?
It's not true, because if he understands, when the saga popped up in 2021, he promised that we'll get justice, but 3 years later, nothing. They're just doing so little, because if there's something serious that is happening, right now we could be talking of something else, not Agnes.
That was a reaction from the family of the late Agnes Wanjiru in regards to the offer to meet the UK's Minister for the Armed Forces. Elsewhere, however, we want to now get a reaction on a story that we brought you yesterday. Ghana has introduced a new bill that threatens to imprison anyone identifying as LGBTQ. That's lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or queer, or who sets up or funds a gay rights group. Gay sex is already illegal there, but it's the latest sign of growing opposition to the rights of sexual minorities in the country. There's been widespread criticism of the law internationally, with civil society groups threatening to challenge it. It's after a coalition of religious and traditional leaders sponsored the legislation that is favored by most lawmakers. Well, the proposed law will only come into effect at the Supreme Court should President Nana Akufo-Addo sign into it. Last month, Amnesty International warned that the bill, and I quote, poses significant threats to the fundamental rights and freedoms of LGBTQ plus people. Grace is a human rights defender and lives in Ghana. She joined us anonymously due to security reasons and gave us her reaction.
Well, the moment I got the news, I shouted, I just exclaimed, and I was at a friend's end, and she asked me what was it, and I told her Parliament had passed the bill just today, and that was yesterday. And she was like, she didn't really understand, because she's not an activist. She just keeps hearing about. She didn't really understand. But then I explained everything to her. In that moment, I felt numb. I felt sad, and I didn't know what to do, because at that moment, I just went off and confused. I didn't know which step to take again. So I just asked those that kept calling me to find out if I've seen the news to just hold on with their calls for me to put myself together. And then I can speak on any matter when they need me.
What are your main concerns now if the bill is passed into law or is signed into law by the president?
I have many concerns, but then one of my concerns has to do with the community. That is the queer community in Ghana, because even with the introduction of the bill, violence and abuse has risen drastically, not to talk of it getting assented by the president to become law. Then what happens to the community? These are vulnerable people. They're already marginalized in the community, not to talk of now with a bill that is going to be implemented by the police. And then now we have to just hide who we are. It's not going to be an easy task for us. We're looking at the rate of unemployment in the country. Now people cannot really be themselves anymore.
What message would you want to send to the president before he signs this bill into law?
Well, the only message I can tell him is he shouldn't sign this bill into law because LGBT persons, we have family, we are Ghanaians, and we belong to Ghana. We do not have anywhere to go. If he signs it into law, and then we are all sent into, we all get caught, and then jail, what happens to our families? What happens to our children? Those of us who have, wives and husbands, what happens to us? There are some of us who work in even the president's offices. There are some of us who lead religious spaces. What happens to us? Does it end our life? And then not forgetting the fact that we have the right to also vote. So it doesn't mean that we do not get a chance to vote anymore. A lot is going on, and right now, all I can tell the president, he should consider his signature to the bill because we have families that we belong to, and our families are proud of us.
Well, we can now speak to our Ghana correspondent, Thomas Nadi, who is in Accra and can give us more details. Thomas, thanks for joining us for this. And I know we spoke yesterday just after that bill had been passed by Parliament. Now, there's been more time to take stock. What are the reactions locally and internationally?
Well, Waiga, reactions have been trickling in locally and internationally. The UK has expressed disappointment that Ghana's parliament has passed this particular bill and urged the country to protect human rights by upholding its constitutional and international obligations. While the U.S. has simply issued a statement to condemn it, later today the U.S. ambassador to Ghana indicated that it could hurt the country's economy. That's quite interesting because the U.S. imposed sanctions on Uganda when the anti-gay law in that country came into effect. Now, the question is, will Ghana suffer a similar fate? Well, time will tell. Civil society organizations and rights groups have also condemned it, describing it as regressive and threatening legal action.
I mean, Thomas, on that question of what the United States said, that the bill will affect Ghana financially, how is the population, how are economists and others reacting to this?
Well, there's a bit of concern here. You need to remember that Ghana is currently undergoing an IMF bailout program and negotiating with its external creditors to delay the payment of interest on its loans. And so there's a lot of concern. How are the external creditors going to react to this particular news? No one knows.
Okay, Thomas Nadi, we'll just have to wait and see. Our Ghana correspondent there joining us with an update from Accra. All right, we still have a lot more for you on the program. Let me tell you what's still to come. Life in low-income settlements in Cameroon, where soaring food prices have made basic commodities unaffordable for many people.
And I joined the class. Then it came to time to register for the North Deck.
Okay.
And then Presec said, oh, even the afternoon school said,
they cannot register you.
What? That evening, we went to town. As we were coming up, then we saw that then he had then been made the assistant headmaster.
Okay.
Mr. Labi, strong man. He tried to, get to Amakwata. Then
You also left.
We had to climb that hill. And run. Then I'll stop panting. And I'll turn. And the man will also be panting and coming. Then I removed my shoes and I started running. Then he'll be running. This is
chasing you.
I'm talking about the life and death matter. That day that I didn't die, oh, me I won't die now. This is flowing through the air. If you listen carefully.
Welcome back. You're watching Focus on Africa. The International Criminal Court has awarded approximately $56 million in compensation to victims of the Ugandan warlord Dominic Ongwen. The order covers almost 50,000 victims estimated to have been harmed by him and Uganda's Lord Resistance Army militia that he led as top commander.
The Chamber is satisfied that setting the amount of Mr. Ongwen's liability for reparations at an amount of 52,429,000 euros is fair, equitable and appropriate, and takes into account the rights of the victims and those of the convicted person.
Well, the order covers almost 50,000 victims estimated to have been harmed by him and Uganda's Lord Resistance Army militia that he led as top commander. Well, the ICC has now sentenced Mr. Ongwen to a 25-year prison term for multiple war crimes against humanity. However, the judges say that the rebel commander did not have the resources to pay the compensation and that the money would come from a trust fund set up by member states. Well, in 2005, the ICC indicted 5 LRA leaders, but so far they've only been able to capture and sentence Dominic Ongwen. The LRA leader, Joseph Kony, remains in hiding. I spoke to the representative of the victims of LRA, Lanam Stella, who is herself a victim. And she began by narrating her experience as a captive of the Lord's Resistance Army.
My personal experiences, I was being adopted from Kitgum district. By that time in Kitgum district, but this day is now in Namo district from northern Uganda. When I was only 10 years, these people came at night and they'll kick the door and they'll pull us outside and they'll tie our waist with the ropes. And we moved in the line as a children until they took us in Sudan. We have been trained how to use gun. We have been given to the different men. I was 13 years only. That was giving me to the man who 38 years at that time. So I delivered a child with that man. I stayed for 8 to 9 years in captivities. During when the attack, the UPDF went and attacked us and the aeroplanes up. That is the way I came back home. After coming back home, I got 20 people in the different camps, and we start facing a lot of the challenges into our country. Stigma, rejections. Life was not easy for the victims. Most of the victims, they lost their parents during the war in northern Uganda. Even community suffer a lot. So both victims and community, we have been suffering a lot in northern Uganda. So life was not so easy in northern Uganda. Up to now, during life is not easy. As now, I can tell you people that the people in the world that we have 36 victims who are making suicide because of the hard life. We have 5 children, and the rest is the 31, it is women's and men's. Men's a few, but mostly the women's who make suicide because of the hard life. Even some victims, because of the hard life, they're willing that they'll feel like they should not come back home because they're still facing a lot of the challenges. Some victims are still have the injury in their body, and life is not easy. The issue of the land in northern Uganda is critical.
So you have this ICC order that war victims of the LRA will be paid $56 million. Do you feel that justice has been served for the victims by that gesture?
I like to thank ICC so much and the Trust Fund for the Victims and the Defense One and our country to join hands together to see that the victims of Northern Uganda, they have justice. But my appeal to the courts and my request to the ICC and the Trust Fund for the Victims, we appreciate it so much for what they think that it is good for the victims. But we request them, if they can add some things on the top of what they already put in the place. Because they're telling us, individual, if you change 750 euro to Uganda money, it is 3 million and some 200 for each person who's suffering during harm of a when. We appreciate it so much, but we request the ICC and the Trust Fund for the Victims, kindly, we request that if they can add some things for adding on top.
A brave reaction there by a representative of the victims of LRA, Lanam Stella. Elsewhere in Cameroon, which like several other African countries is grappling with the rising cost of living. Citizens are forced to bear the brunt of higher food prices, coupled with the impact of a recent fuel subsidy reduction by the government, pushing up transport costs. Well, despite accompanying measures put in place by the authorities, as the BBC's Paul G looks at the now reality of life under difficult circumstances in the capital, Yaoundé.
Each day marks the beginning of a new struggle for millions of Cameroonians. Rising food costs are such a heavy burden, it's hard to tell when things will improve. 53-year-old Stella Ancho knows perhaps more than anyone else what it means to live in an expensive city like Yaoundé.
My family is suffering. Whenever the landlord comes asking for the rent, we can't afford to pay.
She and her family moved here 5 years ago after fleeing an armed conflict in the country's northwest. Now, Stella can barely afford to provide a steady meal for all 13 family members who live in this small apartment. She's got no permanent job, so it's difficult to keep up with the soaring prices. Her story mirrors the everyday experiences of many across the country.
When we first got here, we could buy food with small amounts of money. But now, food prices have gone up.
According to finance website Business Insider, Cameroon is among the 10 African countries with the highest costs of living. The National Institute of Statistics says reduced local production, poor harvest, and security issues are disrupting food supply. What's more, people are dealing with a 15% increase in fuel prices. After years of subsidizing the cost of imported fuel, the government reduced its subsidy this month for the second time in a year. To cushion the hikes, it introduced measures such as a 5% pay rise for civil servants and a slight increase in the minimum wage. Nevertheless, taxi drivers are particularly feeling the pinch.
Before, we could go to work and make 5,000 francs or 7,000 francs. But the money we use to feed the family with now goes to feed the car.
After negotiations with trade unions, authorities have increased the fares that transport providers are allowed to charge customers. The government says price hikes are necessary because the fuel subsidies were costing the economy too much, a view held by some financial experts.
The International Monetary Fund has been consistent in mounting pressure on Cameroonian authorities to either reduce fuel subsidies or scrap them altogether. Recent subsidy cuts suggest that government might be yielding to the IMF's pressure.
But some economists disagree with the measures.
What we are going to see in the future, if things are not done the right way, is that, of course, speculation will come in. Prices will go up. You will see a lot of young people, if they are not capable of doing the business the way they were doing, they will have to look for other means. And you might get to an extreme where we will see increase in crime rate.
The government insists the phased reduction of fuel subsidies will ensure economic stability and release funds for other projects. But in 2008, high fuel and food prices sparked protests in major cities across the country. With similar moves seen in neighboring Nigeria recently, it's not clear how far Cameroonians might go this time if their purse continues to run dry. Paul Njie, BBC News, Yaoundé.
And now, let me tell you about the BBC Komla Dumor Award. It's now in its 9th year and is seeking the next rising star in Africa. Journalists from across the continent are invited to apply for the award, which aims to uncover and promote fresh talent from the continent. And as a former recipient, I'd urge you to be quick, as applications will close on the 15th of March before midnight. Please visit the BBC website for more details, and all the best. Thanks for joining us on Focus on Africa. I'm Wahiga Mwaura. See you tomorrow, and goodbye.
Bold, credible, and fearless journalism. That is what we stand for. Duty bearers and citizens know that they'll be asked the hard questions to bring out the truth. That is what we expect of us. It is this commitment to tell truth to power that sets us apart, because we will hold the feet of leadership to the heat of accountability. My name is Evans Mensah, and this is JoyNews. Fearless, independent, and credible.
That's what we tell each other every day. At Joy News, we tell your story. You have a story the world should know about? Tell it to Joy News. We are your home of bold, credible, and fearless journalism. I am Emefa Apau.
You're welcome to the maiden edition of the JoyNews Impact Makers Award.
Tonight, we gather here to honor and celebrate individuals.
We celebrate the goodness in our humanity
and create more inclusive, compassionate, and thriving societies.
The overall winner, Isaac Ajato.
In a land where dreams are often cradled in the arms of hope, there exists a league of unsung heroes. They are the silent architects of change, the torchbearers who illuminate paths where once there was only darkness. From the verdant stretches of our farms to the innovative labs of science, from the warm embrace of humanitarian aid to the simplest acts of kindness. These are the changemakers who sculpt the future of our nation, stitch by stitch. Unknown to them, their acts of selflessness have resonated across the land, stirring the hearts of many and sparking a movement of recognition and celebration. It's that time of the year again. JoyNews proudly presents the Impact Makers Awards 2024. Join us in our quest to spot and honor those steadfast warriors who are remolding the destiny of our communities and our nation. This is your moment to nominate the unsung hero in your midst, the beacon of change whose story deserves to be told. To nominate your Impact Maker of the Year, send your entries to impact.makersawards@myjoyonline.com. Let's amplify their stories. The Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impact.
Ambient personality profile this Friday.
I sold Presec uniform and I joined the class. Then it came to time to register for the North Deck.
Okay.
And then Presec said, oh, even the afternoon school said,
they cannot register you.
What? That evening, we went to town. As we were coming up, then we saw that then he had then been made the assistant headmaster.
Okay.
Mr. Labi, strong man. He tried to, get to Amakwata. Then
he also left.
We had to climb that hill. And run. Then I'll stop panting. And I'll turn. And the man will also be panting and coming. Then I removed my shoes and I started running. Then he'll be running. This is you. I'm talking about the life and death matter. That day that I didn't die, oh, me, I won't die now. This is flowing through the air. If you listen carefully.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
You're welcome to the maiden edition of the JoyNews Impact Makers Award.
Tonight we gather here to honor and celebrate individuals.
We celebrate the goodness in our humanity
and create more inclusive, compassionate, and thriving societies.
The overall winner, Isaac Ajawato.
In a land where dreams are often cradled in the arms of hope, there exists a league of unsung heroes. They are the silent architects of change, the torchbearers who illuminate paths where once there was only darkness. From the verdant stretches of our farms to the innovative labs of science, from the warm embrace of humanitarian aid to the simplest acts of kindness. These are the changemakers who sculpt the future of our nation, stitch by stitch. Unknown to them, their acts of selflessness have resonated across the land, stirring the hearts of many and sparking a movement of recognition and celebration. It's that time of the year again. JoyNews proudly presents the Impact Makers Awards 2024. Join us in our quest to spot and honor those steadfast warriors who are remolding the destiny of our communities and our nation. This is your moment to nominate the unsung hero in your midst, the beacon of change whose story deserves to be told. To nominate your Impact Maker of the Year, send your entries to impact.makersawards@myjoyonline.com. Let's amplify their stories. The Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impact.
Ambient personality profile this Friday.
I sold Presec uniform and I joined the class. Then it came to time to register for the North Deck.
Okay.
And then Presec said, oh, even the afternoon school said,
They cannot register you.
What? That evening, we went to town. As we were coming up, then we saw that then he had then been made the assistant headmaster.
Okay.
Mr. Labi, strong man. He tried to, get to Amakwata. Then
He also left.
We had to climb that hill. And run. Then I'll stop panting. And I'll turn. And the man will also be panting and coming. Then I removed my shoes and I started running. Then he'll be running. This is you. I'm talking about the life and death battle. That day that I didn't die, oh, me, I won't die now. This is flowing through the air. If you listen carefully.
Hello, good evening and welcome to Upfront. My name is Raymond Akwa. My guest tonight is a man who was in Parliament, is in Parliament. They are the people that worked on that bill that's generated a lot of controversy. I mean, of course, a lot of ignorance too among people who have not, we are told, read the bill. Tonight on Upfront, he will tell us what this bill is truly about. What have they finally settled on? Is it markedly different from what was introduced to the public or introduced to the committee in the first place? For example, what have they done about the sections on intersex? What have they done about the claims by Sraj that it gives directives to independent constitutional bodies? What have they done about the claims that it violates privacy, personal liberty, freedom of expression, freedom of association, freedom of assembly, equality, and also non-discrimination? In fact, what have they done about the claims that the bill gags advocacy and campaigns aimed at protecting LGBTQ also persons from discrimination and violence, and that it undermines basic human rights? What have they done about claims that this bill is supposed to make me, Raymond Akwa, fear for my life because I cannot even speak up about gay issues? And that is the issue that we are trying to get to the bottom of. Line by line, clause by clause, a better appreciation with the ranking member of the Committee of Constitutional, Parliamentary and Legal Affairs in the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, the Honorable Benjamin Bernard. Why do I call Benjamin all the time? Bernard Ahiafo. Honorable, you're welcome to our front.
Thank you.
I hope you are doing well.
Yeah, well.
It was a tough job from 2021 to 2024. But it appears finally the coast is clear.
Yes.
But why did you push it through when the majority leader, for example, has concerns and needed more time to make some final changes? You should respect a man who's now been given such a big role.
Well,
let me use the opportunity to say a very good evening to your cherished viewers and listeners. As a matter of fact, as indicated, the bill has taken some time in Parliament. You stated that from 2000, this bill has been in Parliament throughout to this stage. But what is important is that at long last, the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana has done the third reading. At long last, Parliament of the Republic of Ghana had done the third reading of the anti-LGBTQ bill. The bill is actually called Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill. It's now going to be Human Sexual and Family Values Act. The President has assented to it. Now, you've indicated that the majority leader was seeking for more time.
Yes.
In fact, I believe strongly that when a procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, it is that procedure alone that must be followed in exercising the right. Our standing order regulates how a bill is supposed to be taken through a consideration stage. Now, the law permits in Standing Order 171 that after the consideration of the bill can be taken through a second consideration before the motion for the third reading of the bill. So they have done the first consideration, second consideration, then another consideration of the bill. Now, we all know that at that particular stage, when you are granted leave, you go straight to propose the amendment that you have to the bill that you want the House to carry along. You don't ask for a permission to be able to file an amendment to that particular bill. So when you are asking for permission, then it means that at the stage of passing the third reading of the bill, you don't have at hand any amendment to any of the provisions of the bill. That is not the stage for which you should be seeking for time to come and file the amendment. Let me use the opportunity to explain the processes that we're making law. You see, when a bill is introduced in Parliament, that is what we refer to as the first reading of the bill. It will be referred to the appropriate committee. The committee will do a stakeholder engagement, welcome a memo from the general public, go through that particular process, and resolve to do clause-by-clause consideration of that bill at a committee level. After the committee has completed the exercise, they will generate a report and add proposed amendment at the committee's consideration to that particular report. Then the bill is ready to be taken at second reading. Now, at second reading, we debate the principle, the rationale, the brain behind the bill, the mischief that the bill is seeking to cure. We debate it at the second reading. Then when it is passed at the second reading, then the bill moves to consideration stage. At consideration stage, the entire provision of the bill, including the long and short title, is open for amendment by any member of the public. So at that stage, you see many members filing amendment to the bill at the consideration stage. Now, human as we are, maybe for one reason or the other, we have passed through the consideration stage, but you went and looked at the bill and realized that there is the need for a particular provision to be amended. So the law allows you, just before the third reading of the bill, you can arrest the third reading and seek leave of the Speaker to take the bill through second consideration. Then when you are granted the leave, you go straight to the provision of the bill that you feel should be amended. Then you propose your amendment to the entire House. But that is not the stage for which you should be arresting the third reading of the bill to be granted leave so that you can go and file amendment. Okay. No, a second consideration, you propose the amendment on your feet.
Okay.
Because there is no time for you.
So you people did not treat him unfairly?
No, we never treated him unfairly. Yeah, because the bill has been in the House for long. I believe anybody who intends filing amendment to the bill for the amendment to be moved and debated on the floor of Parliament had the opportunity so to do. You see, there is this issue that we call filibustering.
Yeah. where you can be on your feet and speak for a longer period to deliberately delay a bill.
That is
it's very popular elsewhere. I don't know if your standing orders allow you to do that.
Yes. People use it a lot.
Okay.
If you read Eskin May, that is what happened. So it's either you want the bill passed or you want to engage in filibustering. I believe the bill has been in the House for some time, and if my brother, the majority leader, intend to do a fresh amendment apart from a lot of amendments that he proposes, most of which were not carried out, he would have done it at that stage.
I get your point. Now, there's the other point that's also making the waves now. It's passed.
Yes.
For Parliament, you've done your work.
Yes.
But there's a huge uproar out there. People insisting that the, the president should not assent to this bill. In fact, just today, the strike boss says you, as Parliament, failed the LGBT, the gay community. That's a better expression for it.
I do not see anybody who will look at this particular bill from clause 1 to the end will say that we have failed that particular community. Because if you look at clause 1 of the bill, it tries to proscribe certain activities, and they are spelled out here. Lesbianism, gayism, a bisexual, a transgender, a transsexual, an ally, a pansexual, or a person of any other sexual orientation or in a sexual relationship that is contrary to the sociocultural relationship between a male and a female. For instance, they said a woman and a woman engaging in a sexual relationship that is popularly known as lesbianism is proscribed by this particular bill. Now, the homosexualism, where a man and a man will be engaged in sexual relationship or getting married, so as a woman and a woman is also not allowed. You are born as a man, but you, however, want to transgender into a woman. You are born a woman and you want to transgender into a man. Those are the activities that are being proscribed. You are a man, but you want to marry an animal, bestiality. So we encourage that in our country. And
some say your bill is criminalizing people who want to be who they are.
No, you see,
that being a homosexual is who they are.
God wants you to be a man, so you are created a man in the wisdom of God. He wants somebody to be a woman, so He's created the person a woman. Why would you, a man, want to be a woman?
Why are you interested in my sexual preference?
Naturally, even among birds, it is male and female. Is it not true?
I'm told so.
Among all animals, it is male and female. Even plants, it is male and female. A human being is a gregarious animal. Why should we allow a female and a female to get married and engage in sexual relationship? Why do we allow a male and a male to get married and engage in sexual relationship? Why do we allow a person born as a man to say that I have transgendered into a woman? Let me give you one example. In UK, somebody said, I am a man, I have transgendered into a woman. He was involved in a crime. And at the point of convicting him, they must send him to a female jail. He ended up impregnating the inmate. Is that what we want to encourage in society?
Now, the question that people have difficulties with is that you included, in fact, the Strat's review or complaint about the bill said you included intersex persons for their biological condition, which they have no control over.
That one, in finalizing the bill, we've ironed all those things.
So there's no intersex in the bill?
No.
How about the other claim, Honorable?
Look at clause 1.
Clause 1, yeah.
Yes.
It lists the people that...
Yes, lists the activities.
Okay. Yeah, so the activities, once again, are...
A lesbian.
A lesbian.
A gay.
A gay.
A bisexual.
Bisexual.
A transgender. A transsexual. An ally. And a pansexual.
Would I be arrested merely because I call myself a lesbian?
No. You see, if you look at the bill into detail, the bill prescribes activity. You understand? If you are in this studio and you are saying that you are a lesbian, who will come and arrest you? Should you be in this studio and said, oh, I am a thief? Stealing is a crime.
Yeah.
Is that not so? But if somebody is in your studio saying I am a thief, but he has not stolen anything, would the person be arrested?
So merely calling yourself something does not mean that you have offended the law.
The bill prescribes activities, LGBTQ activities. So if you don't engage in the activity, you have nothing with the law.
But you have to invade the bedroom of somebody to be able to know whether they are engaged in it.
The law doesn't extend to the bedroom.
Okay.
So if you are caught, you are in trouble.
In the act.
For instance, if somebody steals and the person is not caught, what happened to the person?
There's no crime.
So it is only when you are caught. So they should get the meaning clearly.
Okay.
People are committing crime and they are getting away with it. And in other words, some people are in prison now for a crime that they have not committed because of judicial uncertainty. So that one, you can rule it out.
Okay.
Because if you are in your bedroom, whatever happened in your bedroom, if a report is not made about it, for instance, rape, is it not a crime?
Yeah, it's a crime.
Having a carnal knowledge with a female without her consent.
Consent, yeah.
It's a crime.
Yeah.
But you do have a carnal knowledge with a female without her consent, and she didn't go to report. Who will be able to know what happened between you and her in a bedroom?
Okay. So, I mean, this point is important because already people are saying out there that merely because you say you are gay or you are lesbian, the police will round you up.
No, that is not it. The law prescribes activities.
Okay. The other point,
activities. The law is specific.
About the activities, not the people.
Yes. If you say that, oh, I am going to transgender into a woman.
You have not even done it anyway.
You have not even done it. So you've not involved in
the
activity that the act is trying to make illegal.
I get your point.
Once you don't engage in the activities that the act is making illegal, I don't think the law will go after you. No police will go after you because mere words will not amount to a crime.
A crime. Now, they say the bill violates the right to privacy. Does it?
How does it violate right to privacy?
Strategists of the opinion that...
They should go ahead and explain how it violates right to privacy.
To them, it invades what people are supposed to do in their bedrooms and what you should not care about.
Oh, no. That is not it. I completely disagree with Siraj.
But they sent you a copy of their memo.
They should look at the... You see, at the committee stage, we have received
a lot of
close
memos.
to 200 memoranda. And we went through it stage by stage. And we had a meeting. And the Siraj came to do a presentation based on their memo. And the committee did very well by taking all those memos into consideration in coming out with clause by clause of the bill. What would have to be deleted has been deleted. What addition that the committee will have to make has been made. Even the day that the third reading was done. The media issue that you are talking about. We realized that the Constitution guarantees that particular freedom.
Media freedom.
So what we need to do is to subject the provisions of clause 10 and clause 11 of the bill to the provisions of the Constitution. So it means that whatever right that is guaranteed by the Constitution, your fears are allayed that you will continue to enjoy those rights.
So the point that's been made,
subject to the provisions of the Constitution. That is the final rendition of clause 10 and clause 11 of the bill. So what I would want Shira to do is that the bill at its final stage, they should take a look at it, having regard to the proposed amendment to the bill, and still take the stand that they are taking that the bill is invading privacy or it is not evading privacy. I maintain at the committee level that the bill as introduced and referred to the committee may not end up in the form in which...
Yes, that's true. That conversation was had.
I always state that anytime they are having stakeholders engagement,
I want you to...
at the second reading of the bill...
Clarify this for me, Honorable. people said what you were doing, you are preventing media people from talking about gay and lesbian things, and that any wanton arrest and preventing of me from actually participating or engaging in the act of my job, it's a threat to media democracy too. Freedom of the media. Specifically, which provision in the bill is actually curtailing my rights to serve the masses of this country?
You see, the bill proscribes funding, promotion of the illegal LGBTQ activity.
Okay.
So if you are involved in promoting, in funding the illegal activity, then it means it is then that you will be caught by the law.
Not just me talking about
for instance, if you are using the media to just discourage people from engaging in an activity of LGBT or any illegal activity, would anybody have a problem with you? You cannot use your media to be promoting armed robbery.
No,
Can you?
That's a crime.
Okay. So if the law says that these activities are illegal, can you use your media to be promoting illegal activity?
No, you can't do so.
Yeah, that is the same thing that the bill is saying, that by the passage of this particular bill, the LGBTQ activities that would be illegal by the passage of this particular law, you cannot fund it. You cannot promote it. So that doesn't infringe on your freedom you have under the Constitution.
So it does not infringe on the freedom of expression?
No.
Not on the freedom of association?
No.
Not on the freedom of assembly?
No.
Not on the freedom of equality?
Yes.
And the freedom of non-discrimination?
No, it doesn't. For instance, in this country, can we allow armed robbers to form an association?
I mean, that would be
in the name
ridiculous.
of the freedom of association?
No.
Why? Because armed robbery
is a crime.
Can we have association of thieves?
Certainly not.
Can we have association of rapists?
I don't think so.
Why?
Because these are
those
crimes
activities are illegal.
Outlawed.
So the Constitution creates freedom of association. But I believe there is a limit to every freedom. That is why we say in law that your right ends at somebody's nose. And the beginning of somebody's life, maybe somebody's right, may be the end of another.
So if a popular professor says, this is about human rights, it's also about the rights I just mentioned to you out there, and that media people should be rather interested in reading the bill and understanding that their job is also threatened.
No.
What do you say to such a person?
Then I will encourage the media to look at the bill in its final stage and then come out to say that it threatens their freedom, in the sense that if clause 10 and 11 is saying subject to the provisions of the Constitution of Ghana. You know the Constitution is the supreme law of
the country, of course.
Above and beyond which no federal law exists. So if there is a law that says subject to the provisions of the Constitution, then it means that whatever right that is guaranteed by the Constitution, as we speak, the bill cannot override it. So unless, of course, you are saying that your understanding is that by the passage of this law, the freedoms, the rights guaranteed by the Constitution for the media, in I think chapter 12 or so, article 162 of the Constitution, from 162 going. You see, this bill is amending it.
But we cannot do that.
We cannot do that.
Anyway.
Even the Constitution itself says that Parliament has no right to make a law, which law will be inconsistent with any provisions of the Constitution. If you make a law which is inconsistent with any provisions of the Constitution, then to the extent of inconsistency, it is null and void.
Now,
so in crafting this particular law, we are also reminding ourselves with the constitutional provisions in order not to violate any provisions of the Constitution.
And I'll take my time going through the popularly held views about the bill, about what it offends, who is actually targeted, and the things that people out there, and even people who come to sit in these studios, some professors, say about this particular bill. That's why, because you worked on it, because you put it through the process and you have the final copy. That's why we are going through this. Does the bill also gag advocacy and campaigns aimed at protecting LGBTQ persons from discrimination and violence?
No. Even the bill, there is an aspect of the bill that states clearly that if you commit a violence against an LGBTQ person, you have to face the full recourse of the law and be punished by prison terms. It's clearly stated in this particular bill.
Really?
So, yes, so those who are advocating that the bill rather violated their law, I think if they look at the bill carefully, it rather protects their rights. Yes, the fact that you are perceived to be LGBTQ, you see, in our criminal jurisprudence, all suspects are deemed innocent.
Until proven guilty.
Until proven guilty. So that is the principle that guides our criminal jurisprudence. So a situation where a person is perceived to be engaged in LGBTQ activity doesn't make that particular person a criminal. At that stage, the person is still a suspect until otherwise proved to be guilty of the crime. So the bill proscribes a situation where you perceive somebody to be an LGBTQ person, and then you jump in to assault or attack that particular person. If you do that, you are committing a crime within the meaning of the human sexual and family value.
The other issue that has been raised about this bill is that the bill has provisions that are too broad and vague, which can lead to the abuse of power and arbitrary arrest of LGBTQ persons or anyone perceived to be
which
that
specific provisions are they referring to? You understand? So the statement that they are making is very nebulous.
Yes.
You understand?
Oh, you are saying that this is also vague. Okay,
yes.
It's interesting.
It's very vague because which of the provisions of the bill are they referring to? I have the bill before me. They should be able to refer to a particular clause that they are complaining about, or say that they have complained about a particular provision that Parliament has not taken in.
They're talking about Clause 4, for example. Yes. It says that Clause 4 appears to be broad.
Let's all look at
Clause 4 appears to be broad and vague in terms of what constitutes the parameters or scope of the term undermining.
Yes, so let's look at Clause 4. Prohibition of LGBTQAP+ and related activities. A person commits an offense if the person engages in, so it's talking about activity, sexual intercourse with a person of the same sex. What is ambiguous about this? You are engaging in a sexual intercourse with a person of the same sex. It means that a woman and a woman, and a man and a man, they are of the same sex. So the bill is proscribing it. Sexual intercourse with an animal, bestiality. What is the ambiguity about this particular provision?
Are these all the other ones?
Yeah.
Does it add activities that are not properly defined?
Pansexual activity, or marries or purport to marry a person of the same sex as that person. So you are a man. You want to marry another man. Is it not clear? This is what the bill is saying. Knowingly married. I think I've read this already. Yeah. Then marries or purport to marry an animal or object. You understand? You are a man, but you want to marry your dog. You want to marry your cat, or you want to have sexual intercourse with your dog. You want to allow dog to have sex with you as a female. These are what the activities that the bill is complaining about.
So it's not
that
vague.
is why I feel that they should go straight to the point and list the actual aspect of the bill that they say it is vague. The Clause 4 that they have mentioned is what you and I are looking at. Now, if you come to D, hold out as a lesbian, a gay, a transgender, a transsexual, a queer. You see, a queer, people have problem with the meaning of queer. See, a queer is a person who is not heterosexual. A person who is not cisgender is what we call queer.
Okay.
So in life, we are all heterosexual. We are all cisgender. That is why a man can marry a woman can marry a man. But those who are not, it's an umbrella term for those who engage in those activities. Bill that they are saying.
Party says clause 15 and 16 violate the rights of freedom of expression and opinion, freedom of association and also freedom of assembly.
Let's look at that's why I brought the bill to the state.
Okay.
So
15 and 16.
Clause 15 the bill and see whether it creates ambiguity or it doesn't create ambiguity. Yes, prohibition of adoption order for LGBTQ A, B plus persons.
Okay, which one is it, 15 or 16?
That is clause 15.
Yes.
Then clause 16 is prohibition of grant of fosterage for LGBTQ persons.
What does that really mean?
You understand? For instance, what is an adoption?
Adopting a baby?
Yes.
Okay.
You understand? So you are engaged, or let me say, let's look at it this way. If you know this person is an armed robber,
okay, or
is a group of armed robbers,
yeah,
will you allow such a person to adopt?
Adopt a baby?
Yes.
Well, why? Why should that be?
The person is involved in criminal activities.
Okay, yeah.
You know, in everything.
So we cannot trust a baby to such a person.
Yes, in everything you do regarding a child, the interest of that particular child is paramount.
Yeah.
You understand? So what the child is being adopted into should be a major concern for us. You understand?
I get you.
You want to be a foster father of somebody. Then you are an armed robber. Should we give you the opportunity? Now, you are somebody who is a man, but have transgendered into a woman. You are somebody who have engaged in lesbianism, homosexual activity. You are engaged in bestiality. You are pedophilia. You are having sex with children. You understand?
I get you.
Then you want to be given the opportunity to adopt children. You want to be given the opportunity to act as a foster parent. What are we talking about? That child, the rights of that particular child must be protected by not allowing certain categories of people to be adopting them. No. Assuming you have a child, and I come to you, you look at my background as a member of parliament, as a lawyer, who probably do not have a child and seeking to adopt a child. It is by the act of God that I do not have a child. It is not my own creation.
Yeah, that you don't.
Then I don't. Then I want to adopt. Now, here lies somebody who is married to his fellow woman and they are engaged in lesbianism. Here is somebody who is engaged in homosexuality and engaged or married another man and engaged in homosexuality. This person says that I have a right to adopt a child.
Okay.
Do you understand?
No, I get your point.
Yes.
Now,
so that is why
I didn't get the point, but I don't know why it is felt in the opinion of Sraj.
That is why I have brought to the law.
Okay.
That this is
but was it in the original law and you removed it?
Most current rendition
of the law.
In passing a bill,
it goes through a lot of processes.
At consideration stage, it goes through a lot of processes, and there are a lot of guiding principles. One, the law that you are passing, is it inconsistent with any other laws that you have passed, taking the constitutional imperatives in mind? You understand? Now, is the law certain? Is it clear? And you draft in a language that everybody can read and understand. So in drafting, we do not use jargons, we do not use vocabulary. You draft in simple tenses for everybody to understand. And you must be brief, based on the brevity rules. So there are a lot of rules that guide it. So when the bill is introduced at consideration stage, every clause of the bill is open to the 275 members of parliament to look at it critically and propose the amendment. So this is not the final bill, because as of yesterday, there were amendments to the bill before the third reading. But this one captures the senses. That is why with this, you look at what the provision is saying as against what those who are arguing against the law, they are saying. So I urge those who are arguing against the law to try and take a look at the final bill that will be going to the president for assent.
Did you at any point in time in your quest on this particular law put together a bill that will undermine Ghana's economic growth? Which this is what the U.S., just somebody in the United States Embassy also has been saying.
I do not see. You see, it is unfathomable to say that this particular bill undermines economic growth. You see, let me give another example. I was in The Hague, the Netherlands. So at a meeting, and issues relating to the LGBTQ bill in Ghana crop up. I am somebody who like calling a spade, but not a long fork or spoon. So I ask that we have cultural dynamics. In The Hague, can I come to Hague and marry more than one? You know the answer that they gave me?
No.
It's against their law.
It's not bigamy.
That you are committing an offense of bigamy by marrying more than one. However, in Africa, if you go under the traditional marriage, it is potentially polygamous. But we do not see it as a crime. But to them, it is a crime. So what is wrong if in our country we are looking at LGBTQ, homosexuality, lesbianism, transgender, bestiality, pedophilia, we are looking at those activities as a crime in their country. If they feel it should not be a crime in their country, they should engage in those activities. There is a sovereignty of every country. So if in their country I cannot be polygamous, and we are polygamous in Africa, but it is not undermining our economic activities, why should an act or a law made by Parliament prohibiting LGBTQ activity will go a long way to undermine our economic?
A purported spokesperson for United States State Department, is it Miller or Milina, as it's being called, has also pointed out that Ghana's tradition of tolerance, peace, and respect for human rights is a source of stability and prosperity that has long served the country as a model for countries around the globe. He believes that the bill will undermine Ghana's valuable public health, media, and civic spaces, and the economy.
Well, my short answer is that maybe such a person is looking at the bill at the original state in which it was brought to Parliament. If our constitution doesn't undermine the freedom of the media, and the bill is subject to the provisions of the constitution, how reasonably can you say that the bill is undermining your freedom? If the constitution does not undermine your freedom, and the law is subject to the provisions of the constitution. If our constitution does not violate human rights, and there is a whole chapter dedicated to fundamental human rights, and this bill is subject to the provisions of the constitution, and the constitution does not undermine human rights, how can you say the bill undermines human rights?
Those who say that they are human rights activists.
Yes, in any case.
They are the ones who are actually pointing out that this is problematic.
What I'm saying, that in any case, Section 104 of our Criminal Offences Act has been with us from 1960. I'm talking about Act 29.
Okay,
Section 104. Prescribe a carnal knowledge.
Yes.
How does it undermine
unnatural carnal knowledge?
Yes, unnatural carnal knowledge. How does it undermine our economic growth?
But it has always been problematic
How does it discriminate? Does it discriminate? Does it offend any human rights? This law has been with us from 1960 till date.
So you are insisting it will not affect our public health?
What I am saying here is that this law maintains that particular position and elaborates on it, in the sense that homosexuality is a natural carnal knowledge. It's not a natural
The activity?
Knowledge. Yes.
Okay.
It's not a natural kind of knowledge. Having sex with an animal is not a natural kind of knowledge.
Frankly, I don't know. So, I mean, clearly, I've not done one before.
These are activities of a natural kind of knowledge that has been with us from 1960.
See, when you say unnatural kind of knowledge, you're saying that there is an accepted mode of engaging an act. What you're doing is not in that mode. It is unnatural.
That is all.
And that you are engaging in sex in a way that is not the way that we know it to be.
That is all.
You are using that the wrong hole, or you are actually entering the wrong place.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is all. That is all.
There is a member of parliament who said that engaging in a sexual act, like what they call fellatio, a man putting the mouth to the woman's private part, is also prescribed by this law. Is it true?
Well, we have to look at the law, because what I have here, you said it's called fellatio.
Yes.
It's not stated in any of the provisions of the law directly.
But can it be read into any of the provisions?
Well, I don't know which one, because then it must come under queer. Is that heterosexual?
No, see, I'm not talking about the person involved.
Is that cisgender?
So if a man is sleeping with his wife,
yes,
and the man decides to do what is popularly called, what they call it, is it fellatio or whichever term that they have?
Can I explain it by asking a simple question?
Yes.
Do we have a marital rape?
Marital rape?
In our laws. We have marital
Do we?
Rape. Yes.
Oh, they do? I didn't know that we had marital rape.
No, I'm saying that we have a marital rape. Because for the two of you are consenting adults.
Yes.
And you have married. Can you go to court to say that my husband has raped me? Have you heard of it before?
No, I've not heard of it before. No, I've not.
It is only people who are not married that you can have an issues of marital rape.
Okay.
Erupting.
Okay.
From their relationship. So, if in the comfort of your bedroom, a husband and wife decided to engage in sex other than the natural way of doing it.
So we're talking about oral sex. That's what we're talking about.
Though in the Act 29, which was made in 1960, prohibit unnatural carnal knowledge. Have you ever seen such a person going to police station to report?
That I did it with my wife or my husband.
Yes. You understand?
I've not heard it before.
So, you see, nobody is taking the law into your bedroom affairs. Okay. That is why when the unnatural carnal knowledge law was made in section 104 of Act 29, it doesn't extend to the bedroom affairs.
No, I wanted to be clear on it because it has been raised.
This particular law is not extending to somebody.
No, you mean it does not cover oral sex? Or it does cover oral sex, no matter the parties involved?
I don't see this act prescribing oral sex, if that is what you want to do.
Yes, because it's been raised. Even MPs have talked about it.
That's why I'm saying that. I don't see any of this particular provision. Because, you see, if you talk about lesbianism, what is lesbianism?
A female and a female. Yeah.
Now, what is a gay?
That's male.
Okay. So what is a transgender?
I mean, I may not know the entire spectrum.
Yes.
I'm not part
Yes.
of it.
You see, the prohibited activities are clearly spelled out. And in law, we say by express mentioning of the things, all others are excluded. So anything that is not expressly mentioned by this particular law is taken to have been excluded.
So how do people construe that this law will do that?
Where's from JoyNews?
Okay.
So if I am mentioning a category of offenses and one is not mentioned, it means that by express mentioning of the thing, all others are excluded. So they are just setting a question for themselves and try to be providing an answer.
Their own answers.
My point is that they should look at the law as passed by Parliament and make input into that particular law and stop making a very nebulous statement that the bill is, or the law is against human rights. The law is evading privacy. And at the end of the day, all those who will be caught by this particular law, the issue goes before a court of competent jurisdiction. And the court would have to look at the law, interpret the law. And if you are guilty of that particular law, then the court will proceed to go and look for the punishment prescribed by the law and punish you.
There's a question that's on the minds of many. Why is the activity itself, those who engage in the activity, attracting a punishment of up to 3 years, right? And yet the promoters attract a higher punishment?
You see,
that's up to 5 years.
Yes. You see, somebody may engage in activity. Such a person may even be a first offender.
Okay.
Such a person may even lure into doing that particular this. There is a tendency that a lot of people will be engaged in this unintentionally.
Okay.
Now, for you to say that you are funding LGBTQ activity, then you know what you are doing. And the activity of somebody who is funding, the activities of somebody who is promoting the LGBTQ activity is worse for me than somebody who is even engaged in the act. Because if you are promoting, you are not only promoting it, your promotion may not be limited to only one partner. There may be several people who are involved. So the degree of harm that you will be causing is higher than two people engaging in the activity.
How about if I'm not, okay.
What brought about all these laws? You recall some time ago that people call themselves LGBTQ activity and they have acquired property at Domi Komenya and they have established
the Kwabenya place that they were finally
have established office. What are these people doing? Growing people into the activity. That has generated so much concern that the office was closed. They went further to erect billboard. These are the financiers that we are talking about. So I think a stiffer punishment should be given to them. And even the punishment is not much.
5 years?
Yes.
For somebody merely speaking up about something?
No. You see, if you
because
say,
the promotion is not,
say,
because promotion could be advocacy.
If you say somebody just speaking about something,
like for example, protect the rights of LGBT
no, if you are
people.
talking about protecting the right of the LGBTQ, for instance, I am in this studio saying that anybody who lodge an attack on a person perceived by LGBTQ person is committing a criminal offense within the meaning of this particular law. I am speaking about LGBTQ. So would my assertion be taken to have been promoting LGBTQ activity, or I'm speaking from the perspective of the law?
Would it be a reasonable expectation that you are advocating?
No, I am not advocating.
Okay, I get your point.
LGBTQ.
Yeah.
You understand? I am speaking to what the law says, telling people that don't attack anybody perceived to be LGBTQ because the law provides a remedy.
On how to deal with the situation.
Or how to deal with the situation.
I get your point.
You understand? And
there's a tricky question.
An act prescribe a procedure to deal with a particular situation, it is that procedure that
must be followed
dealing with the situation. But if I say on this particular studio, for instance, that I want 100 male who will be engaged in LGBTQ activity and they will be divided into two, and all those who are engaged in that, they will get a financial reward from me.
Okay.
You understand? What am I doing?
You are promoting.
Yes, I'm promoting.
Okay. Now, okay, that's the difference,
the law
right?
is trying to.
How about if I use a
avoid.
social media page? Am I still culpable?
To
promote it.
To promote.
Yes.
You are guilty. You are communicating.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yes.
Now, the other point, though, I mean, mindful of the provisions of the Vienna Convention.
Yeah. So if you use a social media to say that you are even providing a house for those who want to engage in LGBTQ activity to come and engage in those activities, are you not facilitating?
Okay, yeah, that could be equally seen as such.
Yes.
How about if I am...
to say that don't attack anybody perceived by LGBTQ because they have the right not to be attacked. If you perceive that they will have to be made to face the full rigors of the law, this is the procedure. Report the conduct of the person. Let's put the person before a court of competent jurisdiction and let the court come out with a pronouncement.
If I produce
set the
music,
person free.
If I produce music, or have already produced music prior to the coming into force of the law, was that music still being circulation?
Well, what happened is that with my little constitutional knowledge is that Parliament have no right to make law that will take retrospective effect. So the law can only take prospective effect. So effective the date of the assent of this particular law, it takes effect. So you cannot produce any music that purport to promote activities of the LGBTQ.
How about if I'm a diplomat who's promoting the activities of LGBTQ people in this country, mindful of the Vienna Convention and these provisions?
But you are not above the law.
Really?
Yes.
I want to thank you, Honorable. I think we have basically clarified it. When are you making this available on the website so that we can all have access and read for our personal comfort and understanding?
Well, as I told you, the third reading was passed yesterday.
Yes.
There were some few amendments to the third reading. So I believe when they are ready to send the bill to the President for the assent, then the actual publication will be.
I am grateful to you. If what happens with the presidency, if he assents to it, we will have a deeper conversation on the actualized, finalized document going into the future.
Yes, and let me tell the general public that there are constitutional imperatives that the president will have to follow, particularly in Article 106, 7 and 8. So upon presentation of the bill, the president has 7 days to signify whether he assent to the bill or do not assent to the bill. Then when he signifies within the 7 days, where the president do not assent to the bill, he has 14 days in order to get back to Parliament that he has not assented to the bill. And these are the reasons for not assenting to the bill. And then the Parliament will look at whatever that has come from the president. Either the president is recommending an aspect of the bill to be amended, and if Parliament feels strongly that the president will have to pass the bill, then he will be compelled by a two-third majority of Parliament to assent to the bill.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ben Ahiapo. Akachi South is where he represents them in Parliament. Thank you also for watching Up Front tonight.
When I look at the economic management team, it is quite clearly a fantastic team. Professor Jambafo, Senior Minister Yao Osafo Mafu. What a solid team.
This is an unaware government.
It is your essential guide to the pulse of Ghana's democracy. Election Brief offers you a front row seat to the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and comprehensive coverage.
What does this mean? We therefore project it is almost statistically impossible for President John Dramani Mahama to achieve 50% plus one. Our projection is that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will win the 2016 presidential election.
The champion, undefeated, no liability, no basa-basa, no mas-mas.
During this campaign season, our experienced team of reporters will bring you exclusive insights, breaking news, and unbiased reporting from every corner of Ghana.
The people have met him with excitement and they keep chanting Savior to imply that they believe that he holds the key to turning the economic fortunes of the country.
As Vice President, I am like a driver's mate. But by the grace of God, if you make me the president, I will be in the driver's seat with constitutional...
We dive deep into the strategies, the promises, and the people shaping the future of our country. Election Brief isn't just about the headlines. It is about the voices of the people.
This is an election. These people came to us that they are going to maintain everyone. And here lies the case. We have the videos, evidence. And now they've taken our names out. Look at the number of people here. And you expect us to let the election go on. Never.
Join the conversation and have your
We are live on DSTV channel 421, Go TV 125, on all social media platforms and the Joy News podcast. My name is Carlos Caloni. Our headlines this hour: government paid over 300 million Ghana cedi in judgment debt between 2017 and 2020. Currently, government is drowned in over 14 trillion cedi judgment debt. We have more from a response from the RTI request. Also, doomsday hit Parliament on the day power outages dominated the first day of debate of the 2024 State of the Nation address as brothers on the different side, John and Samuel Jinapo, go at each other.
For the past 3 weeks to 4 weeks, they've been shedding load on a daily basis. Light went off yesterday, that is correct. Light went off this afternoon, that is correct. Ghanaians went through inconveniences yesterday, that is correct.
We have details from Parliament where MPs and staff got stuck in elevators after ECG also disconnected the House over 823 million cedi debt owed to ECG. And later we'll have prime business.
Bank of Ghana will mop up liquidity in the system to control the free fall of the cedi.
I expect we maintain things the way they are and try to keep the fiscals within check. On the monetary side of things, the BOG has the option of mopping up the liquidity in the system from the OMO operations.
Razak will come your way with Prime Sports.
Well, with 6 days to go to the start of the African Games, Team Ghana intensified preparation with assurances of a podium finish in the tournament.
We are your home of independent, fearless and credible journalism. Please stay with us.
Joy News Prime Headlines was brought to you by...
Don't take risks. Use a condom every time.
And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
Some spices. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for joining us here on Joy News Prime. Now, government is faced with a grim task of settling a judgment debt of 950,000 awarded against the state that jammed to over 14 trillion Ghana cedis. Tonight, lawyers of the African Automobile say they are constrained with law or how to execute the court judgment due to the massive amount of the state is expected to pay. Now, at the State of the Nation address, President Akufo-Addo mentioned the Attorney General saved the country from paying over 10 trillion Ghana cedis in judgment debts. Now, Attorney General Godfred Ibuadami, while confirming what his office saved Ghana from paying 10 trillion Ghana cedis in judgment debts, cited the misuse of compound interest by public officers to inflict unnecessary financial hardship on the state. His office subsequently petitioned Parliament to amend the Contract Act to halt the trend. He spoke to my colleague Kojo.
I have been compelled to get Parliament to enact a law which seeks to amend the Contract Act by which the payment of compound interest is prohibited against the government of Ghana. Because before I assumed the reins as Attorney General, indeed, I observed a trend for various public officers to the process of compound interest, actually inflict unnecessary judgment debts against the government of Ghana. So remember the case of NDK against the Attorney General,
yes,
which I again applied to the Supreme Court for another, stating that the sum of 79 million Ghana is paid by the government of Ghana was sufficient and therefore should be declared as full and final payment. And the government was relieved from the obligation of paying the sum of 1.27 billion Ghana cedis. If you remember, the sum in question was a paltry 268,000 Ghana cedis. 268,000 Ghana cedis.
That was the original amount awarded, right?
In 2009 was 268,000 Ghana cedis. But by the process of computation of compound interest, the sum increased to 1.3 billion Ghana cedis. And after an amount of 79 million Ghana cedis had been paid by the government of Ghana, NDK was still pursuing government of Ghana for payment of 1.27 billion Ghana cedis. And I made the application to the Supreme Court that on grounds of equity and what have you, the sum paid by the government of Ghana should be awarded as, or should be held by the court as having fully satisfied the judgment debt. And that's what actually motivated me to lay before Parliament the Contract Amendment Act. So the process of judgment debt for me had become a conduit for milking the state, had become a conduit for unnecessarily inflicting financial hardships on the state. And some people had more or less permitted it to be an enterprise. And we saw various judgments to the Supreme Court between 2012 and 2016 reflecting such a tendency.
Now, in response to a right to information RTR request filed by JoyNews, the Ministry of Finance disclosed startling figures regarding judgment debt payment made by the government between 2017 and 2020. The document revealed payment made to over 70 individuals and entities, indicating wide distribution of funds among various recipients. Now, among the notable beneficiaries are companies like NDK Financial Services, Vacuum Salt Products, Balkan Energy, and several others. My colleague Emefa Apau joins me in studio with a breakdown of payment by this year. But before we go into the breakdown, you've been speaking to Kofi. What has he been saying about this particular issue? Okay,
so we know that Kofi Abochi is one of the representatives or the lawyers for Africa Automobile. One of the cases that we've seen that judgment debt, they started off about 500 billion. That was what was awarded originally, but because of the stretch and then also the accumulation of interest, we're told that now is about 14 trillion. And that issue came up in that interview with my colleague Kojo Yankson that you've been playing over the period. And the Attorney General raised issues about collusion, and either it's a sheer complexity on the part of some of the officials involved in this matter. Kofi Abochi has been debunking those claims that at least on the part of his clients, he cannot talk about collusion for that matter, and that the state looked on for the amounts to accrue, and they don't even know how to execute that judgment because of the amounts involved as we speak. 14 trillion is what we are speaking about. We are the IMF for 3 billion. Yeah. So that's the situation. But interesting is I'm glad to hear that JoyNews has an RTI response from the Finance Ministry, and the figures are startling. This is a 300.38 million cedis. That's the judgment debt we've paid from 2017 to 2022. Well, the president has been talking about some 10 trillion that the Attorney General has saved. So maybe, if you permit me, I could go through the breakdown for you, Carlos. So 2017, the number of payments are 10, and that comes up to 111.24 million Ghana cedis. And this is Ghana cedis, not the old cedis. Now, in 2018, we've paid 12, and that comes to 153.09 million Ghana cedis, just to 12 entities or individuals. Now, in 2019, we have paid 11 entities, and it comes to 13.96 million Ghana cedis. It looks like that's a bit on the lower side. That's about the lowest. Okay, 2022 is 2.8 million. For 2020, maybe we can briefly go back to 2015. We've had 18.91 million. Then 2021, we paid just to 2 persons and or individuals or entities, and it's 57,811. And then 2022, we've been talking about 2.8 million Ghana cedis. And then moving on, the total legal fees and refunds related to judgment that, once there's awarded, they also have to pay the legal fees and refunds related to that particular judgment debt. That comes up to 4.94 million Ghana cedis. That's how much we've paid. So that's for 2017. The amount released is 2.6 million. Then 2017, the same year, we released another 2.6 million. So that's the amounts that we've released regarding the legal fees and refunds related to judgment debt that has been paid over the period. And this is from the Ministry of Finance. If we have more, we can go through it. That's from 2017 to 2019 in terms of judgment debt over the period. So that's the response that we got from the Attorney General's, from the Finance Ministry, once we sought to find out how much exactly we've expended, because the President mentioned that we've saved 10 trillion. But it looks like there's more than that. More to this.
We'll still keep digging.
Hearing. Yes.
Thank you so much, MFA.
Thank you, as always. My pleasure.
Moving on, the intermittent power outages witnessed in recent days dominated the first day of debate of the 2024 State of the Nation Address. On a day, the Chamber of Parliament and the entire House was plunged into total darkness first by doomsday and later by an ECG disconnection exercise. More on that shortly. First, the debate started on family affairs note as John Jinapor and his brother Samuel Jinapor had to go at each other over their respective parties' record in the energy sector. Parliamentary Affairs correspondent Kwekwa Sante has the rest of the story.
The debate on the 2024 State of the Nation Address presented by President Akufo-Addo to Parliament has begun in earnest, and the recent power outages has taken center stage. Of course, not without controversy. In fact, Parliament itself got rocked by what has now been popularly known as doomsday. So let's start from the top. Abino Seasare, the Deputy Finance Minister, was arguing on the economy and what she believed the government has really done in terms of changing the fortunes of the country. She again insists that if you look at the way things are going, she believes the president has offered hope to Ghanaians.
Mr. Speaker, as I listened to the president, I felt a great sense of pride. Mr. Speaker, his address showed that in a world fraught with challenges, Ghana continues to show resilience and advance in hope.
Abino Seasare ended on the note of power, and this is where the lights went off in the House.
Government had to make a huge commitment to address the IPPs and to make sure that we sustain the lights and not go back to the doomsday days that we were saddled with right before 2017.
Well, the conversation on the power outages became a family affair on the floor. The two brothers on the different sides of the aisle, Samuel Abu Jinapor and John Jinapor, went at each other, criticizing the respective parties for the way they handle the power sector. Samuel Abu Jinapor says, whilst the recent power outages is inconveniencing, it is way better than what was experienced under the NDC.
For the past 3 weeks to 4 weeks, they've been shedding load on a daily basis. Yesterday alone, they shed 530 megawatts. This afternoon, exactly 12 o'clock, the lights went off. That is why people are stuck in the elevator. Yes. And you still have the temerity to tell us that the lights are on. Mr. Speaker, that cannot be the case. Mr. Speaker, for 4 years, the Honorable John Jinapor, Member of Parliament for Yape Kosogo, talks about lights going off yesterday and talks about lights going off this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, lights went off yesterday. That is correct. Lights went off this afternoon. That is correct. Ghanaians went through inconveniences yesterday. That is correct. They will go through inconveniences as a result of lights off this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, that is correct. But Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians certainly do not have a short memory. They do not have a short memory.
Well, the entirety of Parliament was, for a large part of today, disconnected from the national grid. Initially, it was the normal power outages, but at some point, Parliament had to put on its generators because the Electricity Company of Ghana had been on the premise of Parliament to disconnect the entire house because of the 23 million Ghana cedis debt it owes the power distributor. The Deputy Minority Leader, Emmanuel Amakufibua, who was in his office, then walked into the floor to complain about the unbearable heat in the Job 600 and how so many people were stuck in the elevators.
5 and 6th floor, we have people stuck in it. I just got the fire service to run in there. So it's important we know what is happening around us. The light is off, except for this chamber, and I don't want that to pretend. Some people are stuck in the lift. On the 5th and 6th floor. In fact, I just came in because we just got the fire service people to try to get them open the elevator. And it's very serious. And I think this house, before we continue doing business, we must know the crisis we face.
We understand Parliament is making some commitments to pay some part of the debt it owes ECG, but for now it will continue to run on the generators until they are able to reach some amicable settlement with the Electricity Company of Ghana. But back to the State of the Nation address, and I told you early on how Abena Siasare, the Deputy Finance Minister, started on the note of the economy. The ranking member on Agric and Cocoa Affairs for the minority, Eric Opoku, tried to punch some holes into the arguments that were made by Abena Siasare.
Every Ghanaian is feeling the heat. Now, the President appeared before this House to present the 2024 State of the Nation address, and he now describes the head of the economic management team as Dr. Digitalization. He's no longer the brilliant economist. He's now transmogrified into another area, digitalization. Meanwhile, Dr. Baumia, throughout his life, has been trained as an economist.
The State of the Nation address debate is going to continue for the next few days in Parliament up until next week, when leadership on both sides of the aisles will conclude the debate and thank the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for the message he has delivered. Obviously, this has turned into a political footballing game where the political parties going at each other, citing their respective economic prowess. But especially with this year being an election year, both parties and the MPs on both sides of the aisle are seizing the opportunity to make it a real campaign issue. And it's going to continue till the leaders conclude the debate next week. Reporting for Joy News, Kweku Asante, Parliament House, Accra.
Still on the energy sector, as election 2024 approaches, the current energy situation put pressure mainly on the two major political parties as they prepare their manifestos. On election brief earlier, energy expert and chairman of the NPP Manifesto Committee on Energy and Petroleum, Kojo Nsafwa-Poku, and former Power Minister and MP for Pru East, Dr. Kobina Donko, outlined how their respective parties intend to address the power crisis in their 2024 manifestos. While Dr. Donko is of the view we need a reserve margin when operating power plants, Kojo Poku insists government is at the forefront of paying energy sector debt.
Our committee will be looking at, first of all, the power sector as a subsector of the energy. We'll also be looking at petroleum sector. We'll also be looking at the renewable sector. The renewable space provides some opportunity to ameliorate the cost of fuel. However, we also recognize that there is some amount of redundancy required, and I will not call that excess capacity. In the period while the power is available and which serves as leverage for attracting investment, the power has to be paid for. And that is again where the conversation must go. How do we mainstream the reserve requirement into the national budget so that it is seen as a developmental expense rather than an expense on the on ECG and NETCO? Again, our manifesto will look at the question of efficiency. Is our energy sector efficient? I personally, and this is a personal position, that I believe a 20% efficiency in the cost of operations will go a long way in making our energy sector robust. We have challenges, but our manifesto, when it comes up, will seek to address the challenges as we see them.
What will be very important to us will be what we call the 3 Fs: facility, fuel, and basically, I'll just come back to the last F in a minute. But the facility is basically the IPPs that basically make sure that we are able to now keep the growth going, as he is talking about, looking ahead. Then you have the fuel, which is the gas that you need, because mostly now, about 75% of our generation is from thermal. Then the fund. So the 3F is facility, fuel, and funded. So the third part is to make sure that the finances is available, to make sure that all the two, the facility and the fuel, is available to the Ghanaian public. So we would heavily rally around the 3Fs to make sure that we solve the lasting problem of power crisis.
Now, the Gumua-Fete traditional authorities have issued a 1-month notice to some refugees and squatters at the Budumburam refugee camp in the central region. The traditional authorities say expansion works on the Kaswa-Winneba Road and increase in criminal activities in the area are reasons for the demolition.
A team from the Central Regional Coordinating Council was at the Liberian camp on Thursday to stop further demolition exercise by the Gumua-Fete Traditional Council. More than 200 people, including some recognized refugees, were displaced in the first phase of the demolition, which took place on Tuesday. Budumburam has been a refugee camp for 34 years, but attempts by owners to reclaim their land after voluntary repatriation and integration of the refugees has been met with fierce resistance. Justifying the forceful eviction, a chief of Gumua-Fete, Nana Ibrata, was not happy that the settlement has become a den for criminals.
We've been hearing from newspapers and then on television and here and there. That place has been, let me say, Sodom and Gomorrah, the camp and then the Kaswa. So to reduce these criminal activities, it's also part of it. That will reduce the criminal activity because most of the time people do certain things and then go there and hide themselves over there, which it is very bad. It doesn't speak good well of with Nananum of Gumua-Fete and then the entire nation. So that is also part of it. That is the reason why these are two things that we have put together to demolish so that they can find their way.
Oman Krado of Gumua-Fete, Nana Kwesi Kwanza, said the Traditional Council, in agreement with the Central Regional Coordinating Council, has decided to suspend the demolition for months.
The big men have spoken to us, so we are giving the occupants of the land 1 month to move out of the camp. The debris at the demolished area will be collected tomorrow so that the land will be prepared for the onion sellers. Since the chiefs have taken over the land, there is no retreat.
Nana Kwesi Kwanza was also concerned about the free consumption of electricity at the camp. The area public school now plays host to the displaced persons. Their leaders say they will not move out of the classrooms anytime soon, insisting the school was built out of their sweat and toil.
Student being affected is not good, but that's the only option we have. Even churches that were supposed to even move, you are broken all these places. And thank God, where we are, it is building that we ourselves built. It's not built by any chief. It's not built by any government. We ourselves built it at the refugee school.
How long will you continue living in the school?
As long as we don't have a remedy to our problem, we'll continue being there.
Now, the Ghana Refugee Board, which intervened in the demolition exercise yesterday, has begun collecting data on those refugee status for relocation. Now, Executive Secretary of the Ghana Refugee Board, Tete Padi, said the relocation could be voluntary, adding that the board cannot do much if the refugees are not willing to move out. He joins us now with a live update on the situation. Mr. Paddy, can you confirm if there are refugees actually living in the camp as we speak?
Yes, indeed. There are some refugees living on the camp, or what used to be the camp.
In 2012, when the cessation clause was invoked for Liberian refugees, a few of them applied to be exempted, and some of those who applied were successful, and they were exempted from the effects of the cessation clause. And so, yes, we have a few of them, but most of them, the large majority of people at Budubram, including Liberians, are not refugees.
Are you able to paint a picture in terms of the figures? What volume are refugees and those that are not?
Okay, so we have in our database under 600 who are refugees. Not all of these are residents at Budubram. Some of them live outside of Budubram. And so what we're doing is that we're currently collecting data on actual refugees who have been affected. And in a day or two, we should be able to complete that exercise. And our intention is to relocate such persons away from Budubram to a refugee camp that we run.
All right. So the victims claim those granted refugee status were not given work permits, hence their relocation will be meaningless. How do you react to this concern?
Okay, so they were actually given work permits, but except that the Ghana Immigration Service has standard permits stamps that they issue. Since we encountered these challenges, we have amended it. But what happened was that they indicated on the residence permits that the employer was the Ghana Refugee Board, and clearly Ghana Refugee Board was not the employer. But what we explained to them was that for those who encountered any issues with potential employers, they referred those employers to us, and we explained to them that the Liberians of the former Liberian refugees can't be employed by them, and that it was clearly just a challenge with the formatting of the permits that was given them. And indeed, several of them used those permits to work.
All right. You also talked about relocating to where specifically?
So we have a camp in the Western region. One of our camps, we have two camps in the Western region, but the Ampane refugee camp is where we are relocating them to.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Paddy, for speaking to us here on JoyNews Prime. Now, away from that story, the Kumasi-Accra Highway has not only been a road susceptible to road crashes, but also a threat for robbery attacks on night travels. A recent video which surfaced on social media revealed how a driver and his passengers in a minibar swiftly escaped an attack at gunpoint on the poorly lit road. With growing security concerns on the stretch, a criminologist with the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Dr. Jones Opokowari, is proposing an intensive audit of security systems, including CCTV cameras at the commercial bus terminals and in intercity buses to profile passengers embarking on a journey. There's more in the following report.
It's almost midnight and these passengers are heading to Kumasi from Accra, but would soon encounter a near-death robbery attack on the highway.
Go, go, go. Let her go, go. Go. Let her go now, go, go. Jesus.
CCTV footage in the minibus captures suspected robbers, numbering close to 8, running towards the vehicle in an attempt to raid passengers of their belongings. But the driver swiftly reverses the vehicle to escape the scene and put his passengers to safety. This is one of the many scary robbery incidents that occur regularly on the Kumasi-Accra Highway at night. The situation, security experts attribute to the poor illumination on the road and limited police surveillance. Dr. Jones Opokowari is a criminologist with the Department of Social Work, KNUST.
The brazen nature of these robberies, especially these highway robberies, is what we have to look at. And for me, looking at the nature of our roads, especially which are not very lit, most of the time our highways, which are not very lit, they make it very easy for people to undertake such kind of operations. Anytime they really get motivated to do that. So it is something that is very, very, let me say, very normal for me, looking at the way our highways are configured and the kind of, darkness we see on our highways.
Over the last few years, it has become a new normal for many travelers to make their journeys at night. Dr. Jones Opokuwari is suggesting thorough auditing of security systems at lorry terminals and buses to quell robberies on the roads.
I've suggested this to the police some time ago. I think that was last year or last 2 years. That they have to go to the bus terminals and do a proper auditing of all the CCTVs that are there. Okay, especially the VIP area, which is the Asafu area. Okay, remember that the location of especially the VIP bus stop, especially that area, is a highly crime spot. They have to do a proper auditing of the bus terminals, not even the Asafu area alone, but all the bus terminals, because they are generally crime attracted and crime hotspots. Okay, and audit those security systems there and make sure that those who board buses, we can easily have a way to profile them.
For Joy News, my name is Emmanuel Bright-Kweku.
A similar incident, a police escort team in Boku have foiled what could have been a deadly attack on Accra-bound bus carrying passengers from the volatile Upper East region town. Joy News sources say about 10 gunmen lay ambush near a gas filling station close to the Boku Senior High School and fired at the bus, but the police escort team, which was behind, quickly responded and the gunmen took to their heels. No death was recorded, but 3 persons, including a man and 2 women, have been injured and are receiving treatment in hospital. You're still watching Joy News Prime with me, Carlos Caloni. We'll take a short break. We'll return with more. Please stay with us.
When you're little, days are extremely busy. Work, traffic jams, meetings, conference calls. Luckily, our mom is here to take good care of us with day-by-day baby and day-by-day kids and their naturally active ingredients. Our skin is hydrated, soothed, and protected all day long. Yes, hello?
Daddy, this tank is big!
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow! It has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see F-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax!
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Welcome back. Now, health authorities in the Ayawaso West municipality have launched an urgent investigation into the escalating cases of upper respiratory tract infection which persists as the predominant health concern for the third consecutive year. The agency is compounded by a simultaneous rise in hypertension cases, propelling health officials to swiftly uncover the root cause behind these concerns. Now, my colleague Michael Ashale has more in the following report.
In the Ayawaso West Municipality, a concerning health trend has taken center stage as upper respiratory tract infections continue to surge, claiming the top spot among the 15 leading causes of morbidity for the third consecutive year. In 2023 alone, the municipality recorded a staggering 25,700 cases of URTI, almost doubling the figures from 2021 when 13,300 cases were reported. At an annual review meeting, it emerged that there were more than 172,000 illnesses reported at the various health facilities in the municipality. Principal Health Officer Rosemond Asase gave the breakdown.
It's seen here once again that upper respiratory tract infection is topping in the years that we have been in existence.
Exposure to air pollutants such as fine particulate matter, nitrogen dioxide, and ozone has been linked to respiratory illnesses, including URTIs. These pollutants can irritate the respiratory tract, making individuals more susceptible to infections. Additionally, air pollution may weaken the immune system's ability to fight off infections, making individuals more vulnerable to respiratory illnesses.
Other important issues emerging include climate change and issues relating to air pollution. The effects of these, we know, can be devastating to health.
In her address, Dr. Louisa Ademki Mate, the Municipal Health Director, underscored the significance of deteriorating climate conditions and their potential impact on the prevalence of respiratory infections.
We know also the relationship between air pollution and non-communicable diseases such as chronic respiratory diseases like asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease and even the cancers.
In recent times, Accra attained the unenviable top spot as the city with the most polluted air. The EPA and the Ghana Health Service both issued separate statements on the impact of the pollution on health. Nonetheless, Dr. Mate, while addressing the issue, refrained from immediately establishing a direct correlation between air pollution and the rising instances of upper respiratory tract infections. She spoke on the sidelines of the event.
As a district, we would this year look into these conditions that we have classified as upper respiratory tract infections, liaise with the facilities and look at how we can segregate the data, take more history from people who come reporting with upper respiratory tract conditions and see how many of them we can relate to other things other than infections.
The area surrounded by busy roads like Tetekwashi Roundabout deals with continuous air pollution from vehicle fumes. Clean Air Fund's census highlights the issue. Desmond Appiah, Clean Air Fund's country director, stressed on the need for investigations and specific policies in the municipality to address the growing health concerns.
Part of the projects that we are running is also putting low-cost census to augment what EPA has, and it gives a good sense of where we need to realize that pollution may be high, and then identify the things that are happening around those areas that may be leading to that pollution, just so you can be able to target your actions. This is where they say the rubber hits the road. In the districts is where the real action happens.
With a total of 32 health facilities, majority being privately owned, the Ayawaso West Municipality is yet to welcome a new government-managed health facility. Municipal Chief Executive Sandra Ahinkra confirms the upcoming addition to enhance healthcare services in the area.
I am therefore happy to inform this forum that our municipality is benefiting from the government Agenda 111 program. This will involve the construction of a 100-bed district hospital at Roman Ridge. Having finally overcome the major obstacle of land, the consultants have been instructed to commence work.
Like the adage goes, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Translating it in relative terms, wearing a nose mask daily acts as a protective shield, keeping health concerns at bay. This story was a collaboration with New Narratives. Funding was provided by Clean Air Fund. The funder had no say in the content of the story. For Joy News, Michael Ashali.
Now, the sighting of the band of women carrying lighted kerosene lanterns on the hot afternoon on the street of Damongo was a talking point for many. This symbolic act attracted diverse interpretations, but to the women, it is their way of echoing what they describe as economic darkness being experienced in Ghana due to economic mismanagement. With their lighted lanterns in the afternoon, they hope to find a rescuer in the form of former President John Dramani Mahama. My colleague Nanaya Ojima toured the Savannah region with the NDC flag bearer and filed this report.
The streets of Damongo were painted in NDC colors in anticipation of a visit by John Mahama, who won the constituency by over 55% votes in the 2020 general elections. The women are among many who made their way to the Jakpa Palace for the first meeting with their lanterns filled with kerosene balanced on their heads. These women presented the lanterns to all event grounds visited by the former president on the day.
We are looking for, because we are in darkness, we are looking for JM. JM is our light. So we are looking for JM in Northern region, Savannah region, to come and save us.
Have you found him?
Not yet. We are still looking for JM.
Damongo is the regional capital of the Savannah region, carved from the northern region. Access to potable water remains a major challenge of the people in the area. The people here largely rely on supply of water from boreholes and tanks, as others tend to drink from dams in the area. For these challenges, the women carrying lanterns to the town hall engagements claim the regional capital remains in darkness despite the change in status.
We drink water from tanks. We don't have water, no water. What we need is just the water. MPPB promises for water and zero. We are looking for correct education in our Savannah region and regional hospital. If JM, we find JM to come and look for hospital for us and then correct school.
The sentiments of the women were echoed by selected persons who had opportunity to speak at the engagements with the former president seeking re-election. John Mahama speaks of the initiative to find a lasting solution to the water situation under his tenure.
We had a loan, we got money to do the Damongo water system. When we took it to Parliament, our friends voted again. They threw it out and said no, they will come and do it. 8 years now, 8 years. Today I hear they are drilling some 2 boreholes there. We have had, NDC did Damongo water system with boreholes, but the town has outgrown boreholes. The town needs water to be brought either from the Black Volta or the White Volta to supply enough water to Damongo town. And that is what the loan we got. It was supposed to pipe water all the way from the Black Volta.
In 2020, what has become known as skirt and blouse in Ghana's politics manifested in Damongo constituency. Though John Mahama won the presidential election at Damongo, the then incumbent MP, Adam Butawakilu, was defeated by NPP's Samuel Jenapo. For Joy News, Nanaya Ojima reporting.
Now, in the circle of life, some moments stand out extraordinary. Today, we explore the unique stories of first-time mothers who have welcomed their bundle of joy on the rarest day, 29 February. Joy Prime's Lois Adeyemi was at the Greater Accra Regional Hospital and has more in the following report.
Genevieve is brimming with loads of excitement. Excitement of being a first-time mother.
I realized I was pregnant, I was so happy. Even my mom, because we wanted a baby. Then he came.
But her joy of being ushered into motherhood is tinged with the anticipation of celebrating her daughter's birthday every 4 years.
Frank, I didn't want her to give birth on 29th because it's actually a leap year which counts every 4 years. God has reasons for everything, that is what I think. Because everybody is celebrating the birthday on a normal day. Then you alone, you celebrate your birthday every 4 years. It's weird.
Abigail yearns for the joy of motherhood. She was due to deliver on 28th of February, but that did not happen. The 29-year-old is eager to welcome her little one on any day except the elusive 29th February.
29th Pandy. Hey, I would love to celebrate every year. A memorable year of the pain I went through during this childbearing and everything. I want to experience it all over again every year. And look at the fact that I have to do that every 4 years. I wouldn't feel that feeling. I need to feel it each and every year.
But what if Abigail's baby refuses to be born in March?
Hey! 29. Because I'm not told I'm waiting to count dates. Hey! Because I can't take 29th. Hey! No, shouldn't even say that one, that 29th. Yetra, we go to first match.
Well, for Sharifa, she cared less about the date. The moment she held her baby, all the pain seemed insignificant. Birthdays, leap years, it's all a background noise to the new mother. What matters to her is this little one in her arms.
I was not expecting it, but it happened. And I'm happy with it.
They have to see it as a special day, and they have to recognize it as such and be happy that they have delivered on that special day. And for the kids too, you have to accept it and also be happy that you have been delivered on that day, because it happens every 4 years and it's a special day.
In this maternity ward, new life begins its journey, and each birth, a chapter in a unique story. Whether it is the excitement of a leap year birthday or the joy of a regular celebration, one thing is for sure: motherhood transcends dates and times. Lois Shola Adeyemi's report for Joy Prime.
Indeed, happy moment for this new mother. They deserve this. Now we take a short break and we'll return with showbiz.
Okay, as far as music, as long as I can remember, I was exposed to African music. Did my own thing when it came to making music.
It's your boy DJ Razor on the 1 and 2s right now.
Still musician, rapper, and then a dancer.
Same Slumbo that Soccer did, they're doing big things.
Yeah.
Overall, if people just enjoy good music and they respect your opinion on music, I think it'll be successful, and that's the plan right now. That's the plan.
Vet Investment Limited.
Definitely, you cannot have showbiz without Becky Bex. She's in studio. What do you have?
Hello, hi.
Yeah, you're looking good.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's talk about Black Sherry, because it looks like the musician keeps exploring his interest in fashion. Once again, in this new outing, the 21-year-old modeled for a fashion brand, this time at the 2024 Paris Fashion Week. The artist walked the runway at the 2024 Fashion Week for Off-White, the clothing brand launched in 2012 by the late American designer Virgil Abloh. Off-White launched its 2024 Fall-Winter ready-to-wear collections on Thursday, February 29, today. Why we don't have new music from Black Sherif. He's busy doing all this modeling thing, you know, in fashion.
Making us proud.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah,
you should try to do one. But
one day. One day.
This March, which will be tomorrow, promises to be, you know, a fantastic month because there are a lot of things happening this March. One of the things that will be happening is a play titled The Slaves. J.T. Annan is part of this particular play, which will be staged this weekend. So he was on Hit FM and he spoke to Wendy Dusty about, you know, his role in the play and also the impact of slavery in this upcoming play.
Playing this, you know, drama, master drama, very traditional, and he comes from Mali, and you know he gets himself as part of the people who were rounded up at a point, but he's so significant to his community because he's sort of the guy who helps in the initiation of young boys and young girls into womanhood and manhood and all that, and so taking him out of that space, you know, leaves a vacuum and a block, and so this gives a reflection of how people who hold our history, who hold our customs, and are taken away, and we have to either struggle to relearn. And sometimes we even lose it, you know, we don't ever, because we know we pass it on. And so when such, those were the kind of valuable people that were lost in the slave trade, and we want to rehash that point again, that it is important that we realize that, look, this thing can happen in various forms. I think that there are elements of it happening already in the contemporary space, but we should be conscious about it and we deliberate that we need to be our brother's keeper, and so that collectively we can say no. We say no to any happenings of this.
Well, The Slaves is a must-watch. It's a stage play, and Carlos, you'll be going this weekend with me for the first time.
We'll go.
We will come back and tell everybody what we saw.
We'll be there.
Deal?
Sure. Deal.
Okay.
Deal.
Now, let's throw back. It's Throwback Thursday. It's obviously Thursday, the last Thursday of the month, February. And we're throwing back. We're going down memory lane. We're bringing you some shoes that we used to wear back in the 80s to the 90s. If you see any shoe on here that you remember, say hello at home. Roll. Sure that you've worn that before, or your sister. So yeah, these are for the ladies.
We have, they call it guarantee.
Guarantee. Yeah. We have those short ones as well that, you know, if you're on top of your game, you wear those. Those are beautiful. And this one.
I ring my bell, I think.
It's called a ring my bell?
Yeah.
Or ring the bell.
Ring the bell, something like that.
It looks like this bell is. We don't have the bell. It's just that the two.
Sure.
It looks like So that's our Throwback Thursday for today. But I have a song also for you know, our beautiful, lovely viewers out there. KK Kabobo, you know, he's been in the news for a very sad reason. He is down with a kidney issue, and he's out there soliciting for funds. If you're out there and you know him, please, or I mean, just extend a helping hand to KK Kabobo. This song is Onyami Ehun, and it's a song that we've enjoyed over the years. And this is at least you understand. You understand because you've been listening to this song for a long 90s, time. Actually. Essentially, it's telling you that whatever it is that you decide that you want to do in this life, you should think about it because God is watching. So,
but that appears not to be the situation these days. People really just act without really, you know, factoring God into their decisions.
Everything. Well, people believe in different things, Carlos. So, I mean, some people believe in God, some don't believe in anything.
Okay.
So we will have varied, you know, attitude towards certain things. But yeah, apart from God watching us, I mean, your conscience should speak to you. You know what I mean? You're doing something and you know that this is so bad. Just let your conscience speak to you. Don't think about anything. Don't think about God or anything. Just, you know, make sure that you just do the right thing. When you do the right thing, you sleep and you're good. You wanna sing?
Not today. Tomorrow is Friday. So
you're promising on national television.
Yeah, tomorrow.
That God is looking at you.
Yeah, I know.
That's the one.
So thank you so much for watching Joy News Prime. About to brush your teeth day and night with Pepsodent.
Of course.
Pepsodent, every smile matters. That's all we have in this hour. You can log on to myjoyonline.com for more stories. My name is Carlos Kaloni. Prime Business is up next.
Customer. Nada bena minka me twa papa. Ucha say. Me twa 10 Ghana. 10 Ghana. 10 Ghana cedis. Na no dia say na obenya. 10 Ghana cedis no. Me dia me di 54,000 Ghana cedis. 54,000. 540 million. Here. Pay 2 pounds. Bia me ma dumpe soft. Bia o de wanu na me twa me di ehun. Yeah. And then I get I did na we. Na wa boki. Draw no na sa se no e. Ma me me volume no. Wait. Okay. Customer. What? Maggie. Hey, make a big phone. Make you for phone. For phone. Darling. Star 946 hash. Now that pick 4 numbers. It's a no crosser. What that? I can draw when one no. 10 Ghana cedis 54.
Mario. Numbers from 0 to 9 up to 3 times daily to become one of our daily lucky winners. Dial star 946 hash to play now. Or you can also play online at www.gamepackgames.com. Game Park is regulated by the National Lottery Authority.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
You're welcome to the maiden edition of the JoyNews Impact Makers Award.
Tonight we gather here to honor and celebrate individuals.
We celebrate the goodness in our humanity
and create more inclusive, compassionate, and thriving societies.
The overall winner,
Isaac Ajoato.
In a land where dreams are often cradled in the arms of hope, there exists a league of unsung heroes. They are the silent architects of change, the torchbearers who illuminate paths where once there was only darkness. From the verdant stretches of our farms to the innovative labs of science, from the warm embrace of humanitarian aid to the simplest acts of kindness. These are the changemakers who sculpt the future of our nation, stitch by stitch. Unknown to them, their acts of selflessness have resonated across the land, stirring the hearts of many and sparking a movement of recognition and celebration. It's that time of the year again. JoyNews proudly presents the Impact Makers Awards 2024. Join us in our quest to spot and honor those steadfast warriors who are remolding the destiny of our communities and our nation. This is your moment to nominate the unsung hero in your midst, the beacon of change whose story deserves to be told. To nominate your Impact Maker of the Year, send your entries to impact.makersawards@myjoyonline.com. Let's amplify their stories. The JoyNews Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impact.
The business segment is brought to you by
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
For your QR code. It's time you switch to Bell Pack today.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Prime Business segment here on Joy News with me, Pius Kojo Baka. The Bank of Ghana is being urged to mop up liquidity in the system to control the depreciating cedi. According to research lead at GCB Capital, Courage Buti, the central bank has to be cautious in easing monetary policies going forward to control the free fall of the cedi. Mr. Buti has been reacting to the decline of the local currency crossing the 13 cedi mark.
Fiscal side, can we do more than we're doing? Already the fiscal tightening that happened in 2023 was quite tight and punitive. It's the reason unemployment rates are the levels they are, is the reason the hardship is what it is. And of course, slightly looser this year, lose this year relative to last year. But then the truth is that can we do more than we're doing in terms of fiscal tightening? I dare say probably not. The consequences, social consequences could be quite dire. So I expect we maintain things the way they are and try to keep the fiscals within check. On the monetary side of things, the BOG has the option of mopping up the liquidity in the system from the OMO operations. And of course, through the T-bill operations, government of Ghana can also mop up some liquidity from the system. It is when we mop up the currency in circulation that it will limit the potential for speculation, even in the FX market. Those are the things within our scope now we can do to try to manage the situation, plus moral suasion, really. Ghanaians need to understand that your personal objective, it's not wrong to try to accumulate some dollars, can have dire consequences for the economy. And we saw that in 2022 when the cedi depreciated to over 50%. And of course, inflation skyrocketed, prices of goods doubled, quadrupled, and the consequences were just, unbearable for all of us. If we pursue our individual selfish interests, which is not wrong legally, it has consequences for all of us. So we need to question ourselves properly. Do we have need for the dollar you are buying? And all of that. And we need to take on that nationalist hat as well. Otherwise, we will complicate life for all of us. And you would hold some dollars in your room, but at the time you would convert it, probably prices would have jumped well ahead of the gains you'd have made from any such investment.
Executive Director of the Institute for Energy Security, Nana Mwesi VII, is worried the power sector is on the brink of collapse if the government fails to acknowledge the challenges in the sector. He accused industry players for failing to criticize government.
We can only say that we'll have a sector tomorrow. If we accept the challenge, then work at it. That is the only way we can have a sector. You know, over the past few, or maybe a decade plus, the challenge has been an issue of adequate installed capacity and also supply of fuel. The adequacy in the installed capacity or available capacity to churn out power that could cover our peak demand has been dealt with long time ago, before 2017. And what is left is the fuel supply challenge. If you don't have money, then you cannot procure the fuel as well. If you can raise enough money and be liquid enough in the sector, then we have a sector that is going to work. But as we have it today, the fuel supply is a challenge. Transmission lines and systems have their own challenge. Distribution leg has its own challenge. If we're able to address all this within the value chain, then of course our system will be safe. If we don't do, we may be sitting on a time bomb. Unfortunately, the utilities that have to convey to us what exactly the problem is, including GridCo and the ECG, are also collaborating the government wrongly and suggesting that we are in a good position. For God's sake, if you can consistently, you cannot supply power to your people. You just have to churn out some timetable for them to plan their daily lives. But you don't go and also behave as if everything is right. Behind the scene, they speak to us and they tell us things are not right. But if they have to be bold enough to face it and count it as same, they are unable to do that. And that's quite unfortunate.
No longer in the energy space, and bulk oil storage and transportation company BOSS has justified the 3 pesos increase in margins, insisting it's needed to expand infrastructure and stabilize prices at the pumps. It is coming after the National Petroleum Authority increased the margins to 12 pesos per litre on all products earlier this month. However, some consumers are worried about the impact on pricing of petroleum products, especially during these times. Dr. Edwin Provençal is Chief Executive of BOSS.
It's better than nothing. At least when they gave us the 3 pesos increment, increasing it from 3 to 6 pesos, Ghanaians saw the impact it had on our infrastructure. We're able to bring up all the dead infrastructure. We couldn't do all of it. When it was increased again, we're able to do something. We will try and optimize whatever we have, despite the circumstances, even though it's not up to what we need. Ghanaians should expect that the monies will be put to good use, especially in this time where we have gone to IMF and SOEs are being limited to the amount they can borrow from the banks. So at least this money is coming in at the right time, where we started some very huge automation and huge infrastructure projects that at least it may not be enough, but it will help support the rollout of this projects and initiatives within the company.
So help me some clarity again. So for you tell me that this increment would help and improve the automation of your systems, and that is where the funds will be directed to.
Yes, we've started the automation project. It's a $24 million project. It's going to run for two years. And we were wondering, in our minds, when we're doing this, the strategy was to go for a facility and use the facility to run this project. We also have to lay the pipeline we brought from, you remember the ones we brought from Houston? We have to lay that 12-inch pipeline from Tema to Akosombo. So these are two huge projects we have to do, and we're banking our hopes on going to the financial markets to procure some funds. Unfortunately, funds are tight based on IMF issues we're going through. So we welcome this amount of money because it can help cushion, added to our internally generated funds, it can help cushion some of the funds we need for these projects.
So you talked about loan. I mean, what about using this as using the receivables to securitize any facility that you want to take? Because now there's surety that these monies are going to come in. How would this impact on your quest to get facilities to also fund this project?
We are still pressing. We have some, before any SOE takes a loan, it has to go to the finance ministry for a no objection. Once the finance ministry gives you a no objection, the finance ministry is mandated to carry the amount of money in their loan book as contingent liability. You get what I mean? And that then increases the debt in the finance books, even though it shouldn't be so. If you get a no objection, it will go a long way to help in us procuring funds but for almost a year we requested for the no objection. We haven't gotten it, and what we get is because of the IMF program.
Vivo Energy Ghana, Shell licensee, has launched its latest motor engine oil dubbed Shell Hilux Ultra Lubricant. The lubricant has been designed with high technology from Shell, and it operates at maximum to protect engine and save costs on fuel. Now, marketing manager of Vivo Energy Ghana, Kweku Sechikan, says the lubricant is affordable and very convenient. Here is more.
The Shell Hilux Ultra SP uses unique active cleansing technology to help high-performance engines operate at maximum efficiency by helping them to protect them from power-robbing deposits and wear.
This is our new innovation and the introduction of the latest of our products onto the market. It is the Shell Helix Ultra 0W20 SP. And as my technical colleagues will tell you, SP is the highest of all the technical specifications that we have. Today, modern cars are looking for thinner oils, and our Shell Helix 0W20 SP is one of such thinner oils. What sets it apart from others is its carbon neutrality, or the carbon neutral properties that it has. And it is therefore ideal for vehicles that have been recommended by the original equipment manufacturers to be using that particular specification, which is the 0W20. What is unique about this oil is that it helps to reduce the carbon emissions into the environment, and therefore it is environmentally friendly. In terms of the mileage it covers up to 50% more, and therefore it can go up to about 10,000 kilometers with an oil change. And therefore it ends up saving the customer money in terms of the frequency of oil change.
The product is unlikely to present any significant health or safety hazard when properly used in a recommended application, and good standards of personal hygiene are maintained.
Now to some agri stories. Fish farmers affected by the Akosombo Dam spillage incurred a loss of about 54 million cedis due to the incident. This was revealed by the Chief Executive Officer of the Chamber of Aquaculture, Jacob Ajika. According to him, the chamber has engaged government on different levels. However, there has still not been support to the victims. Speaking on the sidelines of the Farmed Blue Food Festival, Mr. Ajika indicated that some farms had to shut down as a result. Here's a report.
Hundreds of Ghana's cage fish farmers are still counting their losses following a devastating impact of the water spillage from the Akosomo Dam along the Volta Lake. New information by the Chamber of Aquaculture indicates that about 800 fish farms worth 54 million cedis were destroyed. Chief Executive of the Chamber, Jacob Ajika, says they are still waiting on the government to come to their aid.
The affected farmers haven't gotten any support at the moment. So every farmer, or most of affected farmers, are on their own at the moment. They have to source for their own funds to come back or to recover from this. So again, these are some of the risks that comes with the aquaculture industry. And we're hoping that through our collaboration with our stakeholders, a lot of attention will be paid to the aquaculture industry. And once again, I must say that we're still appealing to the government to come to the aid of those farmers, because most of them couldn't recover from this. Some have collapsed totally, and a lot of young men and women have lost their source of livelihood. They are unemployed at the moment because once the farms that they work for are affected, they just don't have any job. In terms of number of farmers, we projected over 896, but in terms of figures, the overall impact of that dam spillage was 54,867,000 Ghana cedis.
In Ghana, the aquaculture industry plays a vital role in the nation's economy. As consumers become more discerning, there is a growing need for transparent information about the products they purchase, particularly in terms of health, safety, and sustainability. It is for this reason the Chamber of Aquaculture organized the Farmed Blue Food Festival under the Blue Food Partnership Ghana initiative. Karen Damavivas is the overall lead of the Blue Food Partnership from the World Economic Forum.
It's been very important and gratifying to us that the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development and the Fisheries Commission is very supportive of this work. We cannot do anything without the enabling environment that needs to flourish and be more resilient for the progress of this sector and for these industry players. And alongside that, and this is a great testament to this event, it's also really important to integrate the science and the academic community, the research community into our work and our partnership building, because the private sector can't work on the innovative solutions alone. I think that we need more knowledge sharing across sectors and also break silos in order to get to a point where we can more sustainably grow aquaculture and create a brighter future for the sector in Ghana.
The Farmed Blue Food Festival is sponsored by the Blue Food Partnership Ghana initiative, led by the World Economic Forum in partnership with the Chamber of Aquaculture Ghana, with the global technical support of Future Fish.
As part of measures to increase financing within the agriculture value chain, Agri-Impact Consult says there is the need for more sensitization programs for farmers. According to Deputy Chief Executive Officer Juliana Santi Date, this is key to addressing unemployment within the economy. She spoke to Joy Business at a signing ceremony of an MOU with the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology.
Agri-Impact under Happy Program MOU with KNUST is to leverage on their e-learning infrastructure to build a new cadre of over 500 youth who will use ICT to create enterprises in the agribusiness space.
Our primary goal is to create dignified and fulfilling jobs for 326,000 young women, young men, and then persons with disability. This project is being supported by the MasterCard Foundation, and it is part of their bigger plan to create jobs for 3 million young persons in Ghana, and especially with a focus on young women. So we are picking these 4 value chains, which is rice, soya, poultry, and tomatoes, and we've brought together these partners who have years of experience working in all these 4 value chains to work together to increase production and productivity, to also increase value addition, market access, and enterprise development. And then lastly, we're also looking at policy issues. So we are looking at policy issues that will address youth involvement in agric. We are looking at policy issues that will address the role of persons with disability in the agricultural space, and we are also looking at policies that can transform the four value chains.
The enhancing agricultural productivity and prosperity for youth will create over 300,000 jobs. Over 100,000 tons of food will be produced as part of the project.
Away from agric-related stories, tax partner at KPMG, Michael Boateng, is pushing for the rationalization of the country's tax laws to lessen the burden on businesses. According to him, irrespective of the fact that some taxes have been passed, government has a greater role to play in ensuring businesses are not overburdened. There is more in this report. Businesses in Ghana have in recent times been inundated with numerous taxes, adversely impacting the operations, profits, as well as ability to fulfill tax obligations. This has unfortunately forced many out of business, with majority of them barely surviving. In a bid to assist its members stay afloat and thrive, the Accra Regional Chapter of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, in partnership with auditing firms KPMG and JS Molu, has organized a workshop on efficient tax planning for all members. Speaking to Joy Business, tax partner at KPMG, Michael Boateng, said it is imperative to rationalize the country's tax laws to lessen the burden on businesses.
I believe that as we are going through this process, a time will come that they need to have rationalized some of these taxes based on the burden on companies and to make them sustainable. I think this is a discussion that we need to have, because the issue has been that, and it's been there, that with the expansion of the taxes and others, some companies, are bearing the brunt. But at the end of the day, that discussion needs to be looked at, to make sure that companies are sustainable.
Treasurer of the Accra Regional Branch of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kwame Boidi, stated that tax planning is a critical aspect of business management that directly imparts financial performance and compliance, hence the need for the workshop.
A tax is a big thing. If we were all to pay our taxes, we won't be crying. So we thought to make our members aware that if you pay tax, it's good for government revenue, and it's a legal thing, so it's binding. But on the corporate side of it too, when you pay your taxes, it makes your finances, at the end of the day, your financials look more credible. You're able to upscale, you'll be able to get proper people to partner you, and so on and so forth. So that's a key reason why we are doing this, to allow our members to grow and to be good corporate citizens.
On his part, managing partner of auditing firm JS Molu, Bernard Bimpon, stressed that effective tax planning strategies enable businesses to optimize their tax liabilities while ensuring compliance with relevant regulations.
Tax laws has already been, passed. It's into act, it's into force. So fighting with GRA or implementing authority will not solve any problem. What you can do is look at what has been passed, the taxes that has been passed, and see how you can benefit from it, or how you can effectively manage your business within the taxes that has been passed.
The workshop aims to unlock the secrets of tax efficiency. For Joy Business, Pius Kojobaka. More on taxes, Vice President of the Association of Customs Housing Agents, Ghana, Philip Bedu Mensah, is urging the government to remove some outmoded taxes on importation at the ports. According to him, the removal of state warehouse rent, interest charges, and the COVID-19 levy charged on importations will enhance the ease of doing business at the port while making the port operational competitive within the sub-region. He spoke to Joy Business on the sidelines of the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority's first-time release study report in Accra.
State warehouse rent and interest charge. They are taxes that the government needs to take it out of the schedule, because when we talk about interest charge, what is interest charge? At first, in the 70s, importers were giving money to go to the market and bring goods. So when you bring the goods and you are not clearing them on time, then there's interest on the money they have given you. That's where government take
the interest. But today, nobody is giving anybody's money. So the goods have come at the port and you are charging interest on them. These are the charges we are trying to speak to the authorities to take it away. And then again, when we talk about state warehouse rent, the goods are not in the hands of the state. It is in the hands of private operators. But the state is taking rent, which is not applicable in this modern era. Because at first, in the olden days where these state warehouse rents were applicable, where the time even containerization has not even started coming to the state. So goods were put in at the state warehouse. So that is where the state was in control of the goods. So when you say a state warehouse is applicable, we understand. But not today, that the goods are in the hands of the private operators, that they are taking care, they are having their securities, their guards guiding the containers. And you, the government, you are taking advantage of it, taking the money. And again, we talk about this COVID levy. We have come a long way. Over 2 years now since COVID has been departed from us. But the state is still taking advantage of taking this levy to recover whatever cost they have. We are, as policymakers, we are pleading with the state to ensure that these few taxes that I've mentioned, if they can do away with them so that it will reduce the cost of doing business at the port for us.
Time now for Entrepreneur in You, and you need to get your business jargon straight. You never know who you are talking to and the extent of interest they may have in you as an entrepreneur or you are a businessman. Now, here is Dr. Maxwell Ampong with today's episode of Entrepreneur in You.
Hello, have you asked yourself the difference between profits and margin? It's because these are terms that we use interchangeably every day. So we tend to not realize that profit is different from margin and they have different functions within your business. Your profit is the amount of money you make after you subtract your cost of goods. So say I were to sell clothing, I would go to the wholesaler, buy them in certain quantities, bring them to your shop, and then sell them at a higher price than I bought it. If you bought your clothes at 600 cedis, and after selling all these clothes, you got 1,000 cedis. That means you made a profit of 1,000 minus 600. So you made 400 cedis. The difference between profit and margin is that margin is a function, it's a percentage, it's not an actual amount. It means you made 400 cedis divided by 1,000 cedis, which is 40%. So margin is basically the profit divided by your sales price expressed as a percentage. That makes margin a very important ratio to have as a business person. And margin is the same as profit margin. The term is used interchangeably most of the time, but your profit is an actual figure, margin is a ratio, it's a percentage, and your profit margin is the same as your margin. But what if on the way, I decided to buy an iPhone or a new shoe or a new watch and made it a business expense? That is why your net profit shows the actual profitability of your business, including all expenses. It includes the clothes you bought at 600, your electricity, it includes your taxes, your permits, your transportation, salaries, everything. If at the end of everything, subtracting all of these expenses, you made 200 cedis, and still sold at 1,000 cedis, it means that you made a profit of 400 cedis, but a net profit of 200 cedis. So your margin might be 40%, but your net margin in this case is 20%. So as an entrepreneur, as we fundraise, investors and your friends and family that wants to chip in will need to be shown these ratios to prove that, yes, you, number one, understand how the business atmosphere is, but also to understand why the ratio of your margin and your net margin shows how efficient you use your money and also shows how efficient your sales process is. So it means that for every CD that comes in, 40% is profit, 20% is pure profit. I'm sure you're thinking what I'm thinking. There might be some inefficiencies in the extra 20% that you might be able to carve out to make more money than you would normally make. So if someone says I made a margin of 200 CDs, you have to ask the person, maybe that's your profit. What's your actual margin? Because margin is a percentage and profit is the actual figure. And margins show how efficient your sales process is, whilst profit, that's exactly what the word says, how profitable or the potential profitability of the business. That's it for today. Keep well.
Brought to you by Africa School of Entrepreneurship.
Dr. Ampong with today's edition of Entrepreneur in You. Ending Prime Business with me, Pius Kojo Baka. See you same time tomorrow. Prime Sports is next with Razak Musbao.
The business segment was brought to you by
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
For your QR code. It's time you switch to Bell Pack today.
Stories, that's what we tell each other every day. At Joy News, we tell your story. You have a story the world should know about? Tell it to Joy News. We are your home of bold, credible, and fearless journalism. I am Emefa Apau.
Economic management team, it is quite clearly a fantastic team. Professor Jambafo, Senior Minister Yao Osafo Maf. What a solid team.
This is an unaware government.
It is your essential guide to the pulse of Ghana's democracy. Election Brief offers you a front row seat to the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and comprehensive coverage.
What does this mean? We therefore project it is almost statistically impossible for President John Dramani Mahama to achieve 50% plus one. Our projection is that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will win the 2016 presidential election.
The champion, undefeated,
During this campaign season, our experienced team of reporters will bring you exclusive insights, breaking news, and unbiased reporting from every corner of Ghana.
The people have met him with excitement and they keep chanting Savior to imply that they believe that he holds the key to turning the economic fortunes of the country.
As Vice President, I am like a driver's mate. But by the grace of God, if you make me the president, I will be in the driver's seat with constitutional.
We dive deep into the strategies, the promises, and the people shaping the future of our country. Election Brief isn't just about the headlines. It is about the voices of the people.
This is an election. These people came to us that they are going to maintain everyone. And here lies the case. We have the videos, evidence. And now they've taken our names out. Look at the number of people here. And you expect us to let the election go on. Never.
Join the conversation and have your say. Your voice matters in shaping Ghana's future. Catch the Election Brief every weekday from 2 to 2:30 p.m. only on Joy News. Joy News, your election headquarters.
Sports segment is brought to you by
Commended DBS Industries to you. Let's go to DBS Industry.
Hello, welcome to Prime Sports with me, Razak Musbao, and we are just about 6 days to the start of the African Games, and Team Ghana have been intensifying and finalizing their training for the competition. Now, one team that will be looking forward to picking gold medal is the Black Satellites, and their head coach, Desmond Ofei, has expressed confidence in the team as they head to the final stages of the preparations for the 13th Africa Games male competition. Now, the national under-20 are currently in Cape Coast as they step up preparation for the competition, which will be staged from March 8 to 2023. March 8 to 2024. Now, Ghana are in Group A and will face Congo, Benin, and Gambia in the group stage of the competition. Coach Ofei believes after weeks of intensive training at the Ghana Man Soccer Center of Excellence in Pram Pram and sessions in Cape Coast, the Satellites are poised to achieve their targets in the competition.
I think the team is progressing really nicely. We're in a final hurdle towards the tournament. You know, the last 3 weeks we've been in Soccer Center in Pram Pram, and we've been working really hard. Now we are here in Cape Coast to train. We're in the final stages of our preparation and everything is going smoothly. Working in football, there's a lot of challenges, but we must stay focused. Why? Because obviously we know what is at stake. This All-African Games means a lot to us, especially in our current state. We really want to prove something to the nation, and you know, the boys are really hungry and ready to showcase their talent. It wasn't an easy one because obviously we're hoping to get a squad of 25, 22 outfield players plus 3 goalkeepers, but for this competition, CAF chose to go for 20 players. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy because we had a lot of talented players, and unfortunately we have to make tough decisions. And in this final selection, I think we made the right calls with the right players to get the balance of the team right. It's not easy, you know, assembling a squad of 20 players, but I think that we'll be 100% ready.
Forget the past, but we move on. Cheers to victory.
Second ball, third, start diagonal. You know, we need your support. It's going to be an amazing event. We are hosting, we are the host nation, so come support us, and I'm sure we can do some magic in this All-African game.
Come tomorrow, the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, will commission the University of Ghana Stadium for the African Games. Now, the 20,000 capacity stadium, which has been completed to host the Africa Games, will be the center of attraction for the field and track disciplines during the Games. Now, about 13,000 athletes, officials, and volunteers from 54 African countries are expected in Accra for the 2-week competition, and the commissioning of the venue signifies the final phase of preparations. Now, venue manager for the facility, Dr. Bello Betugu, has been speaking to Joy Sports about the readiness of the facility.
And after that, sometime next week, it will be handed over. You can see over there, the warm-up pitch is ready. The Mondo track is ready. You can see the equipment. They are discharging them and loading them into the vehicle, into the containers, into storage. You can see over here too in the stadium, the grass is being done. The Mondo track is there. Marking will start this evening or tomorrow early in the morning. The VIP is there. I mean, maybe some 2-3% of the work yet to be done. If we go to the rugby, the same thing. So we are really ready as far as the sporting infrastructure is concerned. We are ready, and we are sure we shall get to that point by the beginning of the Games.
Doc, as a venue manager for the Legon facility, what makes this place very special?
Well, as a venue manager, and what makes it special, I will call it my baby. It started around 2003, and during my tenure, and I recall when I was interviewed, they asked me, what are you going to do with the stadium? I said, I'll complete it before I leave. Lo and behold, I am completing it in my time. So that makes it special. That makes it really great. And look at the warm-up track. Look at the rugby stadium. What do we want again? That makes it special, that it has been completed at this time. And finally, we have seen the light of day. People thought it will never happen. We were skeptical, where is the money? But we really bulldozed through, started bit by bit, and now the big one has come and it has happened. So it's special, and special too because this is the first time Ghana is hosting the African Games, and we are going to do it on the campus of a university. Again, special because it doesn't happen. Mega events don't normally happen on university campuses.
Well, another team that will be looking to impress at the Africa Games is the Ghana national boxing team. Now, the Black Bombers, 6 of that team will fly to Italy tonight for a Paris 2024 Olympic qualifier. Samuel Techi, who won bronze in the featherweight division at the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, is expected to lead the Black Bombers on that quest. He'll be fighting in the light welterweight division. The other members of the Black Bombers are Theophilus Kpakpo Alote, will be fighting in the lightweight division. Alfred Korte will be fighting in the lightweight middleweight division. Jonathan Tete fighting in the light heavyweight, and Leicester-born Mark Kojovi Ahundao, beg your pardon, will be fighting in the heavyweight division. Now, a black hitters pair of Janet Aka and warrant officer Anatu Muhammad will be competing in the flyweight and lightweight division, respectively. Now, the boxers will be led by Coach Ofori Asari and his assistant Vincent Aka Nete. Now, Coach Ofori Asari himself has been speaking to Joy Sports about this trip.
We have 7 boxers that we are determined to go, but we are waiting for the visa. If the visa comes, before we know those who are going and those who are not going. But whatever the situation, we want to at least go there and qualify 1 or 2 boxers for the Olympic Games. Because the whole nation, we are yet to have a team to qualify. And so we want to be the first team to qualify, at least.
Of how important is that going to be in the grand scheme of affairs when it comes to the preparation or the impact of that on the African Games? Because obviously that forms part of your preparations, right?
Yeah, we are aware. We are aware that is, from there we are coming to join. But it is not all the team that is going to the Paris, Paris qualification. There are some that will be left back here. And when they come back, they will join the team as well. In the tournament, we are only aiming to get into the qualification zone. If you get into the qualification zone, then we have to look back to the African Games. And we'll have some recovery within that time. And it is like going to the Olympic Games. You'll be fighting and fighting and fighting to be able to reach the medal zone. You'll have a lot of fight. So we know. So we've let me say we've matched the world qualifier to the African Games. So it will be a continuation thing.
It definitely is going to be a plus in terms of your preparation.
Yeah, that is how it's going to be. But it's a challenge we have to take because we cannot forgo the Olympic qualification and to the African Games, and we cannot forgo the African Games also to the Olympic qualification. So we match all, and we are going to do our best for that. That's why we need support.
Wow, now in a historic moment for Ghana handball, the under-20 national team saw to victory, clinching gold in the IHF Africa Zone 3 trophy tournament. Electrifying final held at the Boteman Sports Complex last Saturday saw Ghana's young talent dominating the court, ultimately triumphing 32-28 over the formidable under-20 team from Cote d'Ivoire. The victory opened a new chapter in Ghana's sporting history as the team booked their tickets to participate in the African Championship, a testament to their skill, determination, and unwavering spirit. The Guinean under-18 squad team also impressed in the competition by securing a deserved silver medal despite losing 25-33 to Nigeria in a hard-fought final. Benin finished third to claim bronze in that division also. Now, the performance of the Ghanaian side is also courtesy the leadership of the Ghana Handball Association President, Mr. Neil Lante Bannerman, who believed the sport had great potential to make bigger strides in Africa, given more investment and attention. Now, the one-week competition, which was under the supervision of Honorable Medat El Betagi, a former Minister of Sports in Egypt, and presently the first Vice President of the Confederation of African Handball, had in attendance Nigeria, La Côte d'Ivoire, Togo, Benin, and Liberia. Now, in studio with me is the president of the Ghana Handball Association, Mr. Bannerman, and the coach of the under-20 side, Mr. Hilary Mills. Thank you so much for coming, Mr. Bannerman. Good to see you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
For winning Ghana trophy. These days, trophy is hard to come by. Really hard to come by. So,
you can understand well.
Yeah, I mean, any sports and discipline that brings trophy, you're super excited about it. I mean, Mr. Bannerman, let's talk about this competition. What was this competition basically all about?
Okay, so the IHF trophy is a developmental project that the International Handball Federation embarks on to basically develop, harness, and give the opportunity for young talents to be exploited and then to develop them.
Interesting. And we had, what, 4 countries participating?
No, we had 6 countries participating.
Countries.
In fact, for our zone, as far as the handball zoning is concerned, we are 8 in our zone. We have Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Burkina Faso, Niger, Liberia, and then Ghana. Okay. But unfortunately, 2 of the countries didn't turn up. That was Burkina Faso and Niger. But the 6 other nations participated, and fortunately, we were able to take gold in the under-20 category and silver in the under-18 category.
That's impressive. And Coach Hilary Mills, you led the team in the under-20 team to pick the gold. I mean, how difficult of a contest was it for you? We played, what, Cote d'Ivoire in the final?
Yes.
Those who won the African Cup of Nations, we beat them. Sharp. We like that. But how difficult was it for you in the competition?
Yeah, Cote d'Ivoire was in the final with Nigeria in the last edition. And about 8 of their players are playing professional league in Europe. So it's not something easy for us. It needs pure tactical training, technical training, physical, psychological, and in fact the theoretical side of training that's concerned. And you know, we are licensed D coaches and we're playing against coaches with license A. So it's pure challenging, but we managed to do our best and snatch a trophy from them.
Interesting, really interesting. But let's talk about the quality of the performance of the Ghanaian side. How good have the boys become over the years?
Sure. It's due to the progressive courses we had as coaches and the opportunity given to us as young coaches to lead this team. And also, let me say, the infrastructure played a major role. The new Boteman court that was built for us by the president. You know, some of the goals that we scored, it's through diving from the wings, which the concrete surface we couldn't.
I can imagine. You can't do that on concrete surface. You cannot dive. How will you dive?
So those lovers of the game who watch on YouTube and IHF live globally, you know, they commented about our wingers, where they shoot, where they dived, and the kind of saves our keepers made, which shows that learning has taken place. They have been experienced in practice, and that means learning has taken place.
I mean, Coach, Mr. President, this is testament to the work your association is doing. I mean, you look at the performance of the team, you look at the facility that has been built. Where do you think handball is heading to in the country?
I think that given the attention and the investment that is needed, handball is surely going to fly the flag of Ghana very high. I have been with the team for some time. The first time I took this particular team on the under 18 and under 20, we went to Cote d'Ivoire. Against all odds, we participated. We saw the energy levels of the teams that played. It will interest you to know that the Nigerian team that played in this particular one are the current world champions.
Wow.
So,
current world champion.
Yes, so it tells you where we have come from and where we are heading towards. And like he said, comparing the concrete floors that we had, that we have been using to play our games, and the one that has been provided by His Excellency the President at Boteman, we can say that the onus is now on us to use it to develop handball to the state. And I can tell you it will benefit the team greatly. We are not going to rest on our horse. This is just the beginning. We know what this particular team can do going forward. We are going to keep them just like we kept them from 2021. In fact, beyond that, we had them already. But 2021, we took them to Cote d'Ivoire to participate in the IHF trophy, where Nigeria won and Cote d'Ivoire placed second. Now we are here. They've been able to manage to beat all these teams, and they have won the cup. So we know that going forward, given the attention and investment, handball will fly the flag of Ghana very, very high.
Interesting. I mean, Coach, let me come to you also before I come finally to Mr. Bannerman. So what's the plan for the team after? What's the plan you have for the team now? Are they going to go on break? When will they resume camping, etc.?
In fact, we are not resting at all. Like a week or 2 weeks at the transition, we'll come back with our theoretical tacticals I earlier mentioned. I am not doing this alone. I have about 2-3 assistant coaches who played a major role, even by video analysis, by reading meanings into previous editions, and we never came to this far by like a silver platter. So as we planned and we have the trophy, we are still going back to the drawing board, looking at videos of those who participated in the last edition, the African continent. And we are going through their videos and we are going to match them foot to foot and take that slot as well. So we are not going to rest at all.
Interesting, really interesting. Of course, your captain is here. We'll bring him in shortly. But Mr. Bannerman, you, apart from this, have another big responsibility in the Africa Games because there's going to be handball in there. Team Ghana is under your leadership. How ready is the team for the tournament? Are we ready to pick gold? Because now we have this trophy. Is you expecting gold in the African Games?
I think that looking at Ghana, we are doing our best. We are coming up. We've won gold in the under 20. Definitely to raise the bar, to give motivation for the national team to also perform. But I want to be very sincere and I want to be very optimistic without being pessimistic that we should not expect so much. I am being optimistic. I'm using the word carefully.
Yeah.
If I say the other way, if I say the other way around,
I'm being cautiously optimistic.
I'm being cautious because if you look at the first 30 teams or countries in Africa, Ghana doesn't come up. So we have Egypt coming, we have Angola coming. We know their strength. We have the likes of Kenya, the likes of Algeria, and the rest. I don't want us to be so much. I don't want us to have so much expectations. We should be measured in our expectation. Yes, Ghana is coming up in handball, but we should manage our expectations.
Interesting, interesting. So we understand for winning this, they will be playing in the African Championship. When is that coming up?
We are yet to get the date from the Confederation of African Handball and the IHF. Yeah. But by winning this, it means that for the first time in our history, Ghana is going to participate in the African Cup, just like we have the FIFA Under-20 Cup, African Cup, the same way our boys are also going to participate in the African Under-20 Cup. Unfortunately, we lost to Nigeria in the Under-18 section. Yeah. So Nigeria will be participating in the Under-18 African Cup from our zone. And I believe strongly we can do better and qualify for the world stage.
Interesting. Well, let's receive the captain now. Captain who led the Under-20 side to win it. Let's just receive him. I'm sure he'll be representing the boys. He's got what's his name?
Elvis Soa.
Soa, amazing. Elvis Soa. Elvis, congratulations.
Thank you.
And I could see your smiles. You are sorted. You just need a few more dollars and you'll be done. You know, you win a trophy like this, as big as this, you need to get some dollars in your pocket. So, it's in order, right?
It's in order. That's what we are looking forward to. Yeah. You know, we've come this far without any help from any cutters. And so we are expecting that now that we've been able to show Ghana what handball is capable of doing, corporate Ghana will come on board, government of Ghana will look on our side and also do the needful so that our boys will be well motivated to take up the rest of the world.
Absolutely. In an era where the Black Stars are disappointed, we need to turn attention to wherever we can find the excitement. And handball at the moment seems to be giving us that. So our congratulations. We wish you the very best at the championship. Mr. Hilary also, the very best. Mr. Bannerman, we're going to be in touch with you all through the African Games because we'll have a lot to talk about. Thank you so much for coming to the studio. Just stay a bit with me while I tell my viewers about another sport whose professional association has just been launched, paddle. It's one of the fastest growing sports in the world in terms of numbers played, according to the governing body, the International Paddle Federation. Paddle is now played by around 25 million people across the globe, with the game enormously popular at the grassroots and professional level in countries such as Mexico, Argentina, and Spain. Now, to help promote the sport in Ghana, the Professional Paddle Association of Ghana became the latest federation to be registered under the National Sports Authority after its launch earlier today. Joy Sports Adamu Benin Abdul Karim was there and came through with this report.
According to information available to the National Sports Authority, there are 64 registered sporting federations in Ghana, and the newest of them all is the Professional Paddle Association of Ghana, which was launched here today in Accra at the Okadiko in Spintex.
Paddle is a combination of tennis and squash, with teams of two competing against each other. The facilities here at the S2 Sports Complex are a beauty to behold. They have 4 courts to be used for the Paddle Accra Open starting tomorrow, Friday, and subsequent tournaments. The president of the Professional Paddle Association of Ghana, Jean Said, explained the thinking that went into the establishment of the association.
We wanted to, we created this, we brought the sport to the Ghana in November 22, and we didn't want to leave it like this, just a sport, just anybody can come and play. We wanted to regulate it, we wanted to develop it, we want the youth to come up, we wanted to create a championship, we wanted to create a national team, and to do that, you had to go through an association or a federation. And the best way to start is by an association that will become a federation once we have enough players registered. So that's how we started.
The Vice President, Nurusek Lawi, says their goal is to raise a national team as soon as possible to represent Ghana at international competitions.
We are also happy to announce that the paddle game is moving across Ghana and moving across regions, and there will be more paddle courts in Laboni zone, there will be more paddle courts in airport zone. This is a work in progress that will be done in the first quarter of the year or early second quarter of the year. We're also proud to announce that some of the hotels has added paddle to their hobbies inside the hotels. Now, we go to the ultimate goal, which having, instead of only gold, black stars, we would like to have golden stars representing Ghana in any paddle game. And this is the ultimate goal for a Ghanaian team to represent Ghana internationally and to excel and to raise the flag high.
The Deputy Director General of the National Sports Authority, Majid Bawa, who represented the Sports Minister, Mustafa Yusuf, at the launch, lauded the Professional Paddle Association of Ghana for taking such a bold step to introduce the sport in Ghana.
He would have loved to be here by himself, but circumstances beyond his control, he's unable to join us, and he has asked me to represent him and to convey his well wishes to the newest association in Ghana. I'm very delighted to be part of this program. So I have been at the background supporting the formation and the registration of the association with the National Sports Authority. The authority, and for that matter, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, is ready and willing to partner anybody to develop sports in the country. I will want to, on behalf of the...
Well, that's all we have for you on Prime Sports tonight with Mirzak Musbao. Please do have a wonderful evening. Up next is PM Express, the business edition.
Who is also a coach, says his aim is to introduce
economic management team, it is quite clearly a fantastic team. Professor Jambafo, Senior Minister Yao Osafo Maf. What a solid team.
This is an unaware government.
It is your essential guide to the pulse of Ghana's democracy. Election Brief offers you a front row seat to the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and comprehensive coverage.
What does this mean? We therefore project it is almost statistically impossible for President John Dramani Mahama to achieve 50% plus one. Our projection is that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will win the 2016 presidential election. The champion, undefeated,
During this campaign season, our experienced team of reporters will bring you exclusive insights, breaking news, and unbiased reporting from every corner of Ghana.
The people have met him with excitement and they keep chanting Savior to imply that they believe that he holds the key to turning the economic fortunes of the country.
So it's all lost when it comes to employment in this country. If government cannot absorb those fresh graduates or the youth, what about the private sector or private businesses? What is the current situation? Now, are there any hope for those that don't want to work in the government sector? What about those who still say that it's about the larger economy? And if the economy is doing well, definitely things will turn around. On PM Express Business Edition, you're looking at Ghana's rising unemployment situation and what should be the response of businesses. What can they do? Well, Sechuma Kwabwa is Chief Executive of the Association of Ghana Industries. He's here with me in studio, the Ghana Employers Association. That is Alex Frimpong, CEO. He'll join us, and also the head of the Econs Department at the University of Ghana, Legon, Professor William Boateng, a specialty in labor economics issues. He will also join us for us to have a 360 discussion on employment, private sector, and also the academia. What should be the way out in terms of Ghana's rising unemployment situation, and what can businesses do? We'll be right back after this break.
I love President Charcoal.
Why? When there are so many other charcoal toothpaste.
That's both charcoal and lemon.
Oh, does it?
Yes, look right here.
Yes. Pepsodent Charcoal has two of nature's powerful whitening ingredients. With the power of activated charcoal and lemon essence, it removes stains and whitens teeth naturally.
Convinced?
Well, I am. Just look at your beautiful Pepsodent smiles. For naturally whiter teeth, Pepsodent Charcoal.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to demonstrate to you
the superior properties of Flamingo paint as compared to other paint brands on the market. We take equal quantities of Flamingo paint and this ordinary paint. We then dilute them with water. And now, let the test begin. The gentleman on the left is going to apply the ordinary paint, and the gentleman on my right will use the Flamingo Superior paint. As you can clearly see, Flamingo has the obvious better hiding. Furthermore, Flamingo has painted a much larger area. You know, 1 bucket of Flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint is made with superior formulation to give superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see S-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
I love President Charcoal.
Why? When there are so many other charcoal toothpaste.
That's both charcoal and lemon.
Oh, does it?
Yes, look right here.
Yes. Pepsodent Charcoal has 2 of nature's powerful whitening ingredients. With the power of activated charcoal and lemon essence, it removes stains and whitens teeth naturally.
Convinced?
Well, I am. Just look at your beautiful Pepsodent smells.
For naturally whiter teeth, Pepsodent Charcoal. Pepsodent.
Upgrade with your recoded GCB mobile app and do more with ease. Send and receive funds seamlessly. Your recoded GCB mobile app is fast. Use it to pay all bills and enjoy the convenience. No worries. Top up on all types of ECG prepaid meters easily. Your GCB mobile app makes that possible with this smart card reader.
Chalet top the app. Live your life, make it better. No matter where you been, you don't need no account.
Pay your subscriptions and fees to over 150 merchants. It is safe and timely. All transactions on GCB mobile app are smooth. GCB mobile app, upgrade your style. GCB Bank, your bank for life.
Ahani now want our children to use the internet to learn. No we nyina be farmers, doctors, lawyers, fishers, traders in a market kahu. Ahani na ye pede ye friends and loved ones who bonkomu ofondo without any interruptions.
Ow, yes, ow. A stable service netuma send them mobile money na come our parents to fear.
JT Trot Room, Opedosha Chelsea vs Man City game without missing a moment.
Era mana, onoze nenwa jido bo receive mobile money payment every ni customers ho. Pay delay so. Eboze love talks in quoting or po. Obotuma kasa till he sleeps on the phone.
Eyimunyina is made possible because of the red, white, and grey telecommunication towers are our hen communities munti. Them telecommunication towers are safe or ho to the benefit of Obiara our community nimo. We are here, de yebobwa. In case of any emergency biara, and now you see a theft going on, for the Ghana Police Service on 191 and now 18555. Ebotunsa for 0209 222220 and 0242 435629 and now 30 for assistance. So, welcome the telecommunication towers into the approved locations in your neighborhoods so that you can keep connecting to the people and things you love. Message Ghana Institution of Engineering and the Radiation Protection Institute and a wine doors.
So, welcome back to PM Express Business Edition as we talk about unemployment situation in Ghana today. And what can the private sector do? If government can employ these people, what are the causal factors? What about those who say that, listen, it's about the economy. If the economy is not doing well, definitely they cannot employ. Let's do just a quick run through of some of the data based on what the Ghana Statistical Service released when it comes to the unemployment situation in the country. Just to refresh it, and it says that 1.85 million Ghanaians are unemployed. That is what the Ghana Statistical Service is saying. Well, this is what the Vice President said when he talked about the fact that 2.1 million jobs are. Now, I'll be getting more clarity about the definition of jobs and job creation. And what does it mean? What about a temporary job? Can it be classified as a job or an unemployed job? We'll be getting more definition of that one. If you look at the trajectory here in terms of 2010, 2015, the percentage 2022 and 2023, you've seen the spike in the graph in terms of the unemployment situation. So can we do any parallelism with respect to when the economy is doing well? Also, average unemployment rate first to third quarter 2022, we look at the 13.36. In 2023, from first to third quarter, 14.73%, and an increment of 1.10%. So, breaking it down in terms of the level, look at secondary level, that's a percentage, other levels, and also tertiary. So, it appears that the more people are educated, and there's another challenge there in terms of, so those are the basic in terms of the graphs, area-wise and all those. And we'll be getting more detailed analysis of this, but Sechuma Kabwa is the Chief Executive of the Association of Ghana Industries. A lot of things have happened in the economic space, and before I bring in Professor William Barboatin, he's the head of the Economics Department at the University of Ghana, Legon, and also when it comes to a brain on labor economic issues, well, if you've passed through that department, you know what he stands for on all these issues. And also, those who employ the association of, that is Ghana Employers Association, Alex Frimpong, CEO, will also be joining us. But before I bring in all these distinguished guests, let me come back to you, Chumakobo. I mean, we've heard about recovery. What is the situation now in terms of industry and how are things doing right now?
Well, thank you very much, and good evening to your viewers. Well, seriously, I'll go by the AGI Business Barometer, which is a major indicator of confidence level in the economy. And I recall in 2022, when we had the crisis, latter part of the year when we had the crisis, and then early part of 2023, we saw the AGI Business Barometer confidence level persistently falling. Clearly, it means that the economy was not in the best of shape. Industries were failing it, businesses were failing it. Therefore, we saw a decline in the indicator. But latter part of the year of 2023, and then up to now, we've seen some improvement in the macroeconomic environment. And you know, the indicator is measured by a couple of factors. Key of it is the expectation of the confidence level in the next quarter, and then the current situation. When you put it together, clearly you could see some improvement in the confidence level, and that's what the indicator is indicating. And what it means is that there is some improvement in the macroeconomic environment, confidence level is going up, and therefore businesses are gradually inching up to the levels that they want. But a major factor, a major indicator again, is that the level, we have what we call the baseline level. If you haven't crossed the baseline level, it means that the economy is still not in the best of shape. Below the baseline level, it means you are not performing that well. Above it, you are doing well. But then what we have noticed is that even though there has been improvement in the indicator, in the confidence level, we have still not crossed the baseline level. It means that we are not out of the woods yet, and people are still feeling the challenges.
But Mr. Kobwa, some would say that, yes, the macro numbers could be showing signs of recovery. But for governments on the street, how are these improvement or signs of recovery at the macro level impacting on industry in terms of your sales, in terms of revenue, the ability to meet your obligations, the ability to even employ more, or becoming more details on that one? Yes, the numbers are there, but is that impacting on your day-to-day dealings at the industry level?
So that's the point, George. Normally when you see improvement in the macro level,
or signs of recovery,
signs of recovery, it doesn't immediately translate at the micro level. It takes a while, especially for industries. It takes a while to recover. Recovery is normally slower than when there's a decline in the environment. And therefore, we always have to be very careful in protecting the business environment, because when you cause damage to it, it takes a long time to recover. So much as we are seeing this improvement in the macro level, at the micro level, it's taking quite a while for us to see the real recovery. So for example, if you wanted to expand, you need to borrow money from the system. You need to buy machines. You need to do so many things. If you are unsure of the business environment, you will not do that investment. And if you don't do that investment, you cannot employ more people. So that distinction is always there.
What extrapolations have you done at the industry level, and knowing in your economics background that all other things being equal, looking at these signs that we are seeing at the macro level, when would the real impact be felt? Because for somebody who is a contract worker with an industry, if government claims that the situation is turning around, I've not been called back. And so what numbers, timelines are you working that all other things being equal? If you are going on this path, then by the next 6 months or a year, these things will start impacting on us as to start calling those contract workers back.
It depends. There's different scenarios exist for different companies. For some, immediately they want to see some recovery. Others, it will take a while. But these projections are also based on certain other factors. And that's why you said all things being equal.
Yeah.
So there must be consistency in the gradual improvement that we are seeing. If we are unable to consolidate the gains we've made and allow other factors to come in, for example, between now and the end of the year, because it's an election year, one would expect that all things being equal, there will be more injection of resources into the system, so businesses will be booming. But if we overspend, next year it's going to hit us. So we need to be sure that the measures we've put in place as a country in governing the country and making sure that we are seeing some of these recoveries and macroeconomic stability, we have to consolidate it. If we're able to do so, I'm sure within a year or so, people will then see gradual improvement. It's quite slow.
So we are working, let's look at maybe like within a year.
Yeah, within a year or so.
If we go on this trajectory
exactly
of the macro situation improving.
But before then, bear in mind that the economy of the structure of the Ghanaian economy hasn't changed significantly since independence.
Okay.
A slight change here and there, but we've not changed significantly. And therefore, even if you expect to see some improvement, expecting a drastic change in the structure may not happen immediately. And that will take a while, because we are talking of industry, for example, taking a certain commanding height, changing the contribution of the various key sectors to GDP. That kind of change, it will take a while. That one is not a year matter. It's going to take a while.
Let me bring in Alex Frimpong. He's Chief Executive of the Ghana Employers Association. And Mr. Frimpong, for you, what is the situation now like for you, those who are employed, those who pay the bills, those I can walk to say I need a salary increment and all the rest, some improvement in my situation? We've heard that we are seeing signs of recovery. When it comes to employers, what is the situation now as we speak?
Good evening to your viewers and also good evening to Prof. Mabwat and my good friend Seth Apopwa. I think Seth has laid a very important foundation here. Business confidence is growing because they are seeing signs of recovery. But that is only one step. How are we able to ensure that consistently we are able to look at stabilization of the economy so that business can predict, business can forecast, business can plan, and also make sure that they are able to do what they can do best by ensuring that they are able to produce and also make money at the end, and at the same time ensure that they are able to expand and increase employment. So it will take time before we can see signs of real progress, but the signs are on the wall, and we need to work together to ensure businesses, government, everybody bringing the ideas together to make sure that we're able to stabilize the situation. It has not been easy in the last 5 years, but I can assure you that if we are able to work together, bringing or cross-fertilizing all ideas, I'm sure we should be able to make it. It's been quite tough in the last 4 years, and we can only collectively work together to ensure that we are able to recover.
So for you, that sign up there is yet to impact positively on your dealings and operations? Sorry, it looks like I'm having a challenge there. But let me bring in...
Can you please come again? The line was breaking.
I was saying that, Mr. Frimpong, that with respect to the signs of recovery that we are seeing at the macro level, it is yet to impact boldly on your operations when it comes to employers. Let me bring in Professor Babwati. He's the head of the Econs Department at the University of Ghana, Legon, and a big brain when it comes to labor economy. Prof, help us appreciate the situation. I mean, yeah, the Scott Service published this data. For some, is it really a big deal because of what the economy is going through or was expected? Help us appreciate this thing from the perspective of an economist and somebody who has been following this space as a labor economist as well. Are we struggling to connect to Professor William Babwati, Prof? If you can hear me, I was trying to find out from you that were you surprised at the data that the Scott Service put out on the unemployment situation or was expected? I mean, help us appreciate the situation, please, Prof. Yeah, sorry, and so just to get back to you again, and for you, let's quickly come back to the situation about the unemployment situation. How bad is the situation for you at the private sector level? Because we're thinking that, okay, if government cannot employ me, what about the private sector?
Well, honestly speaking, we all know that government is not even employing that many. The bulk of the employment is generated by the private sector. In Ghana, the informal sector is quite big and it employs a significant number of our people. But then one would expect that if there's proper growth in business, in agriculture, in manufacturing, in industry, then the growth of employment will also follow. Unfortunately, because of the challenges we've had, I speak to a lot of our companies, and clearly, expansion is not in the horizon immediately. What most of them are trying to do is to consolidate what they have. At least, but what they are against is sacking people or
But isn't that taking place? Because there are some industries who are allowing their people to go.
Some
it
have
is
even
happening.
closed down. Some have even closed down. But I'm talking of generality.
Some?
Yes.
I mean, we understand more have closed up. Some might be an understatement.
Well, some have closed down. Some are
relocating.
Also, some are relocation. I wouldn't say, the way the businesses operate, especially for the big companies that we work with, some of them have plants in other countries. And and they have different products that they produce from the different plants. Depending on where cost reduction is the best and they are getting the best of returns on investment, they do more of that product in that country and then import from other countries. So what some of them are doing, they realize that for a particular brand or a particular product type, local environment is becoming too expensive to produce it. And bringing it from outside will become cheaper. Then they will do so.
But then the fact is that it is expensive to do that product line here. And that is why they are realigning the operation.
So they have to realign. But it also means that there are some that we are producing more here. So it works in both ways. But what, as a country, and I mean to be selfish here, would have loved that we do more of the products, whichever products in Ghana, and rather shift the investment from elsewhere to Ghana. But it's not really happening.
But the underlying issue here is about the cost of doing business. Because 5 years ago, they were here. If now they are moving their service to Cote d'Ivoire because it's more cheaper there, then the underlying reason here is that it has become more expensive to produce that good here. That's why they are moving out.
Yes, competitiveness is key, and there are so many factors of competitiveness. You have to look at your cost of capital, your cost of energy, the cost of raw materials. So many of these things come into play. And I think that Ghana, we are quite an expensive country in terms of cost of production. There are certain areas we have a bit of competitive advantage.
Quite might be an understatement. We are expensive.
We are, depending on which countries you are comparing to. I mean, if you compare to
our peers in the region.
Our peers in the region, we are one of the most expensive countries.
And it looks like we are not improving in that area because increasingly...
Unfortunately, we are not improving that much.
Why are we not improving?
We are not improving that much, but I think that the potential is there. But we are not improving because we have not been able to develop the key major raw materials that help the supply chain. If you want to reduce cost of production, you have to look at the entire range of your cost of production. For those who are manufacturing, you need to have consistent, reliable supply of raw materials at the cheapest possible cost. Otherwise, if your input cost is high, it will translate into your final cost of production and then the price that you sell the products at. So once you haven't been able to develop that, every effort that goes in, you still bring the imports of the materials from somewhere. Other cost of production also comes into play. Cost of finance today is so high, it's unbearable. And people, even if you give them the funds, they probably will not borrow. Because we are talking of policy rate of 29%, lending rate to be 30-something plus. Who can do serious business, especially if it's medium to long term, borrowing at this interest rate? So these factors come into play, and it makes cost of production quite high.
And that rise in cost of production is driving some of these businesses to realign the operations by moving elsewhere because, listen, they can't continue to be. Let me bring in Professor William Babwati as we get some understanding from him. He's the head of the Accounts Department at the University of Ghana, Legon Accounts Department. Prof, for you, were you surprised by the numbers or it was expected when it comes to the rising unemployment situation? It looks like we are having a challenge to...
No, I can hear you.
Prof, I was saying that were you surprised by the numbers put out by the Statistical Service when it comes to our unemployment situation? Or, listen, it was expected. The economy was struggling, and employment is a reflection of a moving economy. So, Prof, you should talk. We can hear you, Prof.
Yes. Okay. Well, not at all. I wasn't surprised because I've been following the figures, and this is the first time the Ghana Statistical Service has done this kind of analysis based on panel data following the same people over the past 7 quarters. Now, if you even compare it with 2021 population census, that gave us unemployment rate of 13.4%. It wasn't that surprising because of the situation that we find ourselves as a country.
And for you, what can be done about the situation?
Well, George, I think as a country, we haven't looked at this situation as a big issue. We always tackle it like just adopt firefighting approach, the memory lane. I mean, from 1984, when we started this structural adjustment program that moved our economy from that recession, we started having problems as far as the social aspect of our economy was concerned. Poverty, unemployment started going up. So what we have been doing is to just start one thing and then we change it and then we go to the other one. If you remember in 1988, we have what we call PAMS card. It didn't work. It traveled through up to the 2000s. We have what we call the STEP program. It didn't work. We brought the National Youth Employment Program. It became GIDA. We have NEIP. There are so many programs that we have implemented. Remember the recent one of NAPO, but we still have the problem. It means that we haven't actually tackled the problem holistically. I mean, we are talking about the private sector as the engine of growth. Private sector is supposed to be the main source of employment. And any country that you visit that has been able to solve this problem, they look at the private sector. But you can talk about the business environment, as my colleagues have said. Business environment, we are talking about high interest rates, we are talking about high taxes, we are talking about challenges with electricity, water, everything that we can think of. So the private sector that is supposed to be the main source of employment is not doing very well. And if you also look at government is also struggling, as it were. And therefore, we continue to have that kind of problem. Unless we look at the problem of creating employment as the main thing to focus on, we can bring everything along. Otherwise, we will still come back and have the figures the same way as we see it.
You raise a very, very important point, Prof, about supporting private sector. And that is what something that we're trying to focus on this evening, about what businesses can do. Do I get the understanding from you that, listen, the private sector itself is struggling. Businesses themselves are struggling. So listen, it's a doom situation for us. If government cannot employ, if the current macro situation is that bad, even the private sector can't absorb the situation?
Well, the private sector, as I've said, is supposed to be the main source of employment. But we need to bring everything on board. If you want to tackle problem of unemployment and, for that matter, quality of employment, you look at it from the two major angles, and then you bring in the middle one. You look at the demand side. So when I talk about the private sector, as my colleagues have said, that is the demand side of the equation. You also need to talk about the supply side. I will be a liar to say that we have any employment over the past 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. If you look at Ascar Service data, it tells you that between over the 7 quarters that we looked at, employment has gone up. So you can see that employment to population ratio, which is supposed to be the main measure of employment generation, has gone up. But it has gone up at a very slow pace. Let me give you an example. So you have about 1.8 million people who are considered to be unemployed. And the government employment to the tune of 200. Let's say the private sector is able to add about 300,000, pardon me. If the private sector is also able to come up with, let's say, additional 300,000, you have 500,000. But you are looking at 1.8 million people who are looking for employment. In that case, then the employment that you are creating is not enough to meet the number of people who are looking for employment. That's the first thing that we normally see when we look at the data. The second part of it is that you may create employment, but it will not go to those who are looking for employment. it might even go to people who already have employment and have moved from one point to the other. So from your data, you think you have created 500,000 employment, but it only benefited 400,000 people. And therefore, you need to understand the data, you need to understand the situation. We need to look at it as a project, as a country. And then whilst we are enacting policies, we know what is on the ground. But if we just come up and say, well, unemployment rate is 14.7%, who are the unemployed? What is their educational background? What skills do they have? Are the skills relevant for what industry is looking for? We need to have a conversation on all these before we'll be able to get the problem at least solved.
So, Prof, I get from you, it's also about a policy mismatch here, because we are not getting it right in terms of putting out the right policies that can create the jobs that we are all looking forward to. And let me come to you. I mean, for you as industries, again, yes, let's hold government policies constant here in working out this equation. Yes, of course, they've not been able to do it for us. But what about the business community as well? Working with academia to look at some of the problems that we can look at some of these things, because it's a serious situation. Now, you are working in an environment where people are unemployed. The security of your industries is at risk here.
I mean, the business community would always love to employ and employ more, because the essence of employing is that you are growing, you are expanding, and as you are expanding, you need more people to work with. But no business person will employ just for the sake of employment, because you cannot survive.
You're not for the Christmas.
You're not for the Christmas. You must have return on your investment. You have taken loans to do business. You must pay back the facilities. And therefore, if you spend all your money employing people and you are not generating adequate resources through expanded markets, you cannot continue to employ. So that is a fact. So businesses grow and then employ. If they don't grow, they won't employ. In the situation that we found ourselves for the past few years with the kind of crisis we had, most businesses are adapting strategies that will make them survive. And I was speaking to some of them. They said, well, at this stage, if there's anywhere they can automate a little bit to reduce even employment, they will do so, because they must introduce efficiency to be able to survive. Okay? And then where they have to, even in some instances, they outsource the employment. They don't want you to be on their permanent role, on their permanent staff list, to have all these other costs associated. So if you outsource it, another company handles it. So all kinds of arrangements in order to be able to survive. The point is that we need to see growth in business. And the way you see growth, there must be expanded market. The way you see expanded market, you must be competitive. If you are competitive and they are buying more of your products, then you have a bigger chance of employing more. Now, we have a situation where in Ghana, the bulk of our products we are consuming today is imported. The influx of...
Because you're not producing more. Because your members yourself are outsourcing these things to bring it down from outside.
Yes.
If you are producing more at a very competitive price, obviously I'll come to you.
The manufacturing is tough. Cost of production is high. The difficulty in getting access to certain key elements of your ingredients and your materials is difficult. The tax levels is so high. In a situation like that, it is easier to import than to produce. And when you produce and you can't get the market because you are not that competitive because of cost, your cost is higher, then you have no choice than to downscale or scale down whatever you're doing. And in doing so, it means reducing the employment levels. And that's why as a country, if you really want to develop, if you want to create more jobs, then we must create conditions that enable the businesses to grow, especially the manufacturing and agriculture. And linking the two is key. Some of the manufacturing firms are doing well, but they can do better if they get the input supply on a reliable basis at a cheaper cost from local sources. And in doing so, if you also grow your agriculture and its feeding industry, that's another kind of employment you can create. Today, agriculture is not employing that many. You know, if you look at the data, about 36%. Years ago, it was so high. We are not saying that we should continue to push people into agriculture. We must modernize agriculture. But then once you're doing so, you are also increasing output for industry, and you are making industry more competitive. So this change must work. If it doesn't work that well, industry will not be that competitive, because if you depend so much on imported raw materials, for example, you are virtually always needing forex to be able to do so. Access to foreign currency itself is a problem. The exchange rate depreciation becomes so unpredictable. So you are so much dependent on what happens in other countries. And that is not proper way of growing your industry and manufacturing.
And I get from you...
change must work.
I get from you that you are rather laying off people than even employing people. That is the fact.
Well,
that is the situation on the ground.
Some will do so in order to survive. But there are a few that are also expanding. But generally speaking, if you put in general context, yes.
There are more businesses now that are laying off than before.
I think you can also have it from another indicator. If you look at the growth in manufacturing, consistently we are not growing. Industry itself, about 11% to GDP and even consistently so. So if you are not seeing growth in manufacturing and growth in industry, it also means that there's no growth in employment by this sector because they are not growing to employ more. As to whether they are laying off, as I said, we have different companies, different industries, different challenges that they are associated with. Some would lay off, some will maintain, a few will employ. But if you talk about it generally speaking, I don't think we are seeing significant growth in manufacturing, and that's a fact.
And that is contributing to all of this. Let me try and bring in Alex Frimpong, Chief Executive of the Ghana Employers Association, whether we have our connection better now. So, Mr. Frimpong, for you at the employers level, what do you want to incentivize you to get more people into the business than even asking those who are there to go home?
Well, primarily it has to do with the business environment, the macroeconomic environment, looking at the cost of borrowing coming down, looking at the fact that cost of utilities coming down, looking at the fact that we are able to control the influx of shoddy goods and counterfeit products into the country. If we are able to work together to bring these indicators down to appreciable levels, I'm sure business will be able to stand up to the challenge.
But it appears that is not happening. But that's what I'm saying, that what for instance, listen, if government claims that they cannot employ people now, what are those immediate things that you want government to do for you so that the employers can take on the people that government cannot employ?
Well, one, the cost of borrowing, it is still very high. It is still very high because you need to have working capital, you need to be able to procure the latest technology, equipment, and it costs a lot of money to be able to do that. So we need to ensure that if really we want to ensure that businesses are able to stand on their feet and compete and also employ, then we need to look at the cost of borrowing, which is very, very, very important. Then we may also have to look at how we can reduce, if not control, the influx of shoddy goods, shoddy products, and counterfeits into the country. I can assure you that we have a lot of Ghanaian entrepreneurs who can compete and compete favorably. But if we are not able to control the influx of shoddy goods, counterfeit products into the country, it's going to create a lot of problems for us, because definitely the cost of doing business in Ghana or the cost of producing these products is relatively higher compared to the ones coming from Europe and Asia. So that's a major issue. Even utilities, the cost of running electricity, water in a business concern in Ghana is relatively very high. And not to talk about the fees and charges, levies by other agencies, even apart from corporate tax. Assemblies, we talk about hotels, there are a lot of taxes. If you talk about the tourist industry, a myriad of taxes, and so many of them. So altogether, you realize that if we are not able to handle the cost of production and also how we are able to use the cost of borrowing, inflation, the forex issues, then we'll be in a challenge. But if we're able to overcome these challenges, I'm sure businesses will be able to step up. But ultimately, we need to dialogue. Dialogue is the way. Dialogue is the way because government may try to do its best to improve the environment, but at the same time, they need to listen to practitioners and also businesses, so that together with academia, we should be able to carve a path not to help all of us to boost business confidence and also have a congenial business environment.
Mr. Fimpo, you've highlighted on a very critical point here about listening to businesses. What has happened to all those rounds of engagement, pre-budget engagement, and still I get employers complaining? Is government not listening to you?
Well, I think that the engagement framework is there, but what is lacking or what is missing is that we are not able to collectively follow through to ensure that what we all mutually commit ourselves to do, we are able to achieve that. That is a challenge that we all have. Businesses will make suggestions which are very good, very genuine, which can address the issues. Government will genuinely listen to us. But beyond that, we must have a concerted effort to be sure that we are able to move this discussion, actualize them, so that collectively we can make it. If businesses do not make it, government revenue will suffer. And if government revenue suffers, it means that national development will also have problems. So collectively, we have to make sure that once we commit ourselves that businesses must thrive and grow, for government to get revenue for them, government to also have some freedom because they are able to, the business are able to employ graduates who are coming out of schools, and also increasing the purchasing power of people and taxes coming here and there, consumer taxes coming here and there. So it is the interest of government to listen to businesses so that once they thrive and grow and progress, government can also have the needed revenue to do government business.
Mr. Fimpo, you've highlighted on a lot of issues here, and I don't see those issues improving anytime soon. It appears that for a lot of us who are trying to run for solace in private sector and employers like you, if it is bad in the public sector, it appears that we have to go and sleep because there isn't even hope in the private space for employers like you to take us on.
Well, I think that businesses thrive on optimism. And for me, I'm a consummate optimist. Because if you are doing business, you must always have hope. You must always be optimistic and you must always be hopeful in the hope that things will progress. You don't just throw your hands in the air. In whatever situation, I believe that we can come out of this. And this is not the first time we are going through these challenges. In the last 50 years, Ghana has gone through ups and downs in terms of improving the business environment for businesses to thrive and grow. And I'm sure lessons learned that can help us to progress if we are able to collectively ensure that this is the way we want to go. I think we should be able to do that. But primarily, I believe that there should be optimism. We need to be more hopeful for a brighter future for the country. We cannot just throw our hands in the air.
Let me bring in Professor William Boateng here. Prof, for some, I get the understanding that, listen, it's all about, in business they'll say sometimes it's all about the bottom line. Do I also get from you that it's all about the economy? As long as the economy is struggling, listen, we will see these numbers. Do we have a situation where even developed economies where they are doing so well, the unemployment situation is not that good? Or let me frame it well. George, it's all about the economy. If the economy performs, listen, we can go and sleep.
Well, the economy will perform well if businesses are also doing very well. So the economy is not standing somewhere the economy is made up of sectors. We have agriculture, we have industry, which is made up of manufacturing, mining, construction, and so on. We have services and so on. So when you say the economy is doing well, it means that all these sectors are also doing well. Businesses are doing well, and then they are employing people. The only missing link is that you may have economic growth being high, but if indeed it is not coming from, as Chuma Kwabwa said, if it is not coming from agriculture and manufacturing, where labor absorption capacity is high, you may have the economy doing well in terms of growth, but it will not reflect on creating employment for the people. So it is not just about the economy, it is also about all the sectors, it is also about all industries within the sectors, and it's also about all economic activities.
I see. Prof, I'll come back to you on the way forward and the immediate actions we should take. But let me come to you, Mr. Chuma Kwabwa. For you, what are the things that needs to be done right now? Because when I read the report card of industry, I am worried. The relocation, the cutting down, and all the rest. And every day, things doesn't look that good. There are some who are just pay as you go and all the rest. I can do that. What can be done now so that the next 2 quarters, the next year, we can see the situation improving when it comes to graduates who are finishing and getting first class, knowing that, listen, I have a hope in being employed by Lever and the other members?
Thank you. George, economic structure doesn't change overnight. Business and industrialization doesn't happen overnight. So you can't immediately say the next quarter and suddenly there's a boom within a quarter.
1 year.
It doesn't happen like that.
The signs.
Signs are good, and therefore let's work at it. There are low-hanging fruits though. So you have to plan differently. You have to plan for the immediate term, you have to plan for the medium term, and then the long term. We should have all these plans in place. In the immediate term, there are certain things we can do, which I'll call the low-hanging fruits. Why are manufacturers complaining? There are various products that are coming into the country, competing unfairly with you because they are maneuvering, they are not paying the right taxes, they are not policing the borders well. So those ones, they are immediate things we can do. And I can tell you, some of the companies that we work with, they will tell you they are struggling. If you take the textile company, I'll cite them as an example. If you take the textile companies, the major problem they have is not about competition in terms of cost of production. It is more about the unfair trading that is going on. They do their designs, people go to China and other places, within 3 weeks, the products are in the market, copying them and smuggling them into
Is it only industries in Ghana that are exposed to that challenge?
I think so, because
not in other countries.
Well,
because there's always this argument about Ghanaian industries want to be overprotected.
It's not about protection. We are talking of fairness in trade. If I do my design, people go outside and copy and bring to the market at a cheaper cost. Bear in mind that where it's coming from, their cost of production is relatively lower. So when it enters the market, they outcompete you. Secondly, when they are smuggling the products in, they don't pay the right duties and taxes. It is a reason why government even saw the reason to introduce the zero VAT for the textile industry. Because otherwise, the products are being smuggled. So that is one. So police the borders immediately. Those are things you can do immediately. The tax regime can be reviewed. Why should you have a tax
under an IMF program where we need to correct the revenue situation?
Yeah, so you want to correct the revenue situation.
And convince the creditors who you are trying to give them a haircut.
So you should milk the cow that is giving you so much, that you make him so mad, it becomes so weak, you can't even get anything out of it again. I don't think that should be the approach. So the tax regime, even in this IMF situation, we can still review it and make it more tailored to support local manufacturing. These are some of the things we can do immediately. In the medium term, we should look at our value chains. I remember last year when we had our industry summit, Farm Milk said we would like to source 80% of our products, of our inputs locally.
Are they doing that? They can't.
They can't do that immediately, but they have plans to do so. They have plans to do so because the milk will be sourced locally. Of course, you must have the cattle railing going on very well, so the supply chain must work. If you take Guinness, they are sourcing some of the local products. They are not getting enough of it. Sometimes they have to import. Take Blue Skies. They are importing some of their basic raw materials like mango and the rest from Cote d'Ivoire. So those are the quick wins we can pick. In the medium term, if you plan it, most of these companies, they are prepared to source locally. As a matter of fact, it makes business sense to do so. Nestle today, the cereal we produce, they're actually buying the maize from Ghana in the north. If you're able to grow the maize adequately to feed them, the cost of production will go down, and then they'll produce more of it. They will employ more people. So some of these big companies are prepared to do local sourcing, but they can only do it when the products are available and at a competitive price. So in the medium term, we should plan it that way. And then in the long term...
And that is a policy decision of then government to help improve the supply chain, because then if you then get these things to cast down your cost of production, you can then employ more as the business expands.
Exactly. So policy can drive it. You can even have policies that give incentives to companies that are buying locally. In fact, there's something we call the sliding scale, which is a policy that was developed by AGI and its members, where if you use, for example, cassava, local cassava or some local input to produce beer, you get customs, what do we call it? Your tax, serious tax relief. So those are specific measures you can take to give incentives to local producers to source locally for their inputs. And in doing so, you're also giving opportunity for the farmers to grow it. There's always an off-taker arrangement, which when it comes in, banks are even prepared to give you more resources because they know that when you produce, there's an off-taker. That kind of thing should all be supported by policy. And when you have a policy-driven arrangement, you can grow some of it. It's not rocket science. So within a year or two, you can actually make significant changes. And then in the long term, you plan with the technology introduction and so on and so forth. So there's a lot that can be done. So I'm very hopeful. I think that if you have stability in the economy, but at the very onset, you need to have reasonable stability. If you have stability, you should be able to plan and predict. And then we need to also sort out the issue of finance. Finance is a major headache for most of the businesses. I know you've set up the DBG, but how much money have we given to the development bank?
Are they supporting industries?
Not enough. Not enough. They've started, but the source of their funding is still an issue. So because of that, their interest rate is still high. DBG was supposed to provide funds at the cheapest possible cost so that people can borrow and do medium to long-term investment in the manufacturing and in agriculture. But unfortunately, their cost of funding is still high. So we need to be able to give them adequate funding. I'm not sure they got in adequate funding. I know development funds have come in from World Bank, GIZ, and the rest, but then these are all dollar denominated. And to keep it at the face value, you must necessarily increase the interest rate to keep even if it's given to you at 0%. So therefore, the source of funding for doing development projects, doing medium to long-term funding arrangements has to be good in order to be able to sustain it. So funding has to be sorted out because most of the Ghanaian entrepreneurs, access to funding is a major problem. So they can't upskill. And once you operate in a very small scale, you can't enjoy economies of scale. That's why most of the indigenous Ghanaian businesses are not doing that well. Funding is a major, major problem. And if we consider manufacturing as a strategic and linking manufacturing to agric as a strategic way to create employment, then we need to push more of our resources in there. But the percentage of resources that go into this area, I don't think it's that much. It's not sufficient. So really, there's a lot that can be done. And I'm very hopeful that if we put proper measures in place and plan well, we can grow the manufacturing and the agricultural sector.
Prof. William Boateng, some would say there's a huge elephant in the room, the IMF program, where it's more of looking at correction, contraction, fiscal prudence, and all those things. And all those things has an impact on employment, where even some would say in the government sector, freeze on employment until maybe it's essential service. That is a very big problem in trying to undertake this correction of the economy and giving some hope to the youth and the graduates that are coming out of universities that you can get employed in the public sector.
Well, I think a lot has been said, and within the IMF program, one would say that government may need more revenue, and therefore talking about taxes may be a problem. But where I sit, I think government needs to look at the tax charges, levies regime to be able to know that there are a lot of leakages in the the charges and fees and levies, which do not go to government, but the public, and for that matter, businesses are paying. If you look at the tourism industry, I can tell you there are 14 different taxes, levies, fees, and charges. Now, the only one that go, the few that go to government come up to give out a 13% of GDP. However, a lot of them go to what they call authority, as far as the structure of our governance structure is concerned. So tourist authority will be entitled to 1% of net turnover of conference facilities and hotels and so on. And these revenue that go to these authorities, how is the government able to monitor them? So government only looks at what comes to the consolidated fund, but those who are paying as many as 14. Can we look at this and consolidate them and know how much people are paying and how much government could have gotten to be able to get what we want? We are talking about exemptions, and I think this doesn't need to be repeated. I guess we have passed the exemption bill. If I'm wrong, you can forgive me, but we're still giving exemptions to a lot of businesses. I want to find out if these exemptions are going to manufacturers. If it's going to manufacturing companies that are employing more, one would say that, well, we are trying to swap tax revenue for employment. But when you go deeper into it, you may realize that that is not the truth. So it is not about just being within the IMF framework, but breaking it down into the micro to be able to know where we are going to get the money from, where are the leakages, are we doing what is right to be able to get the necessary revenue, or we are just looking at the aggregate and therefore pouring on taxes and taxes. I think we need to interrogate the tax regime. That is the low-hanging fruit, as I can say. But we can go to the medium and longer term, where you look at our education system, you look at our land tenure system to be able to produce more, mechanize our agriculture, link agriculture to manufacturing, to be able to get more people employed. That will be the medium to long term.
Prof, you've spoken about the educational system, and that is where I'll push you against the wall. And there are some also saying that the educational institutions, the higher educational institutions, they have not helped the situation when it comes to dealing with the unemployment situation, the collaboration between academia and the business community. If government has failed us, what about academia and the business community? There's a huge challenge there, Prof.
The educational system needs to be revamped, and it must start from the basic education through to secondary education and tertiary education. If you look at the numbers, I think I shared with you some numbers. And when you look at it, you realize that unemployment rate is highest among those with secondary and senior high school. Why is it so? It is because of the fact that we came up with a policy which is good for everybody. Free SHS, excellent. But have we prepared the labor market to be able to absorb them, even if they go to tertiary institutions and the free SHS first batch are in the final year of the university now? Have we been able to prepare the labor market to be able to absorb them? No. So it means that we started looking at the supply side, but we haven't looked at the demand side. And I will throw this to you and you can investigate. When you look at what is happening in the unemployment situation, the secondary school is getting the highest because of one thing. In the past, somebody completes basic education, and if he's not able to get to secondary education, he learns trade. He can go and do maybe just go to some magazine or Kokumpe to learn something, maybe hairdressing, tailoring, and so on. He didn't find those enterprises to be something that they don't want to go. Now we have introduced a very nice scheme, free SHS. These people finish free SHS, and if they are not able to get to the university, you want them to go and learn trade, they will tell you, no, if I wanted to learn trade, I would have finished at BEC. We need to interrogate that. So long as we introduce policy, we have to make it holistic. We are preparing these children. I can tell you as a teacher in the university, when the students come from senior high school, you can see that they are not prepared at all. If you give a student an essay to talk about the Ghanaian economy, and he gives you just half a page, thinking that I have exhausted everything. It means that at the basic level, we have not introduced the students to how to write essays and so on. So if I extend it to engineering and all those things, you see that at the basic level, we are not preparing the students well to be able to adapt to what we are teaching them in the university. I don't think in the university, that is where you are going to teach somebody, I didn't went. You expect that these things have been taught at the basic level, and when they come, you build upon it. It gets to a point where it becomes very difficult to be able to get them to a level that you want. I think we need to look at the educational system from KG up to the university level, look at what we can do, and make sure we outline everything that we do to be able to meet the needs of what economy that we are building.
Prof, you've spoken about the policy bit. I also want to look at the tertiary bit, what is within your fold, and what are you doing? The bit about even industrial attack, because apart from the economic bit, there's also the bit about being able to work with what is being produced. And so I stand to educated how that is feeding into the unemployment situation. If the universities are producing graduates that I cannot work with, I will not employ them as industries here and employers. That isn't your fault.
Technically, they are coming out in their numbers. I mean, if you are talking about 15,000 people graduating in a particular year, I can tell you we can have very excellent ones within. But when you look at the numbers, you may have a lot more that you think they are not well prepared. There are some of them that are good that you can make use of them. But of course, I can tell you that the tertiary institutions are doing their bit. Many of the universities have introduced internship. You come to University of Ghana, we have internship policies that we are running, and we expect that we link students to industries. We link students to the world of work. I prefer to use that one because not only industry, as we see it, that the students are supposed to go and work, they can also go to other areas. So this internship, many students come and then we are able to introduce them to certain areas. We give them letters so that when they go and have vacation employment, by the time they come out of school, they know certain work ethics and so on. And I guess many of the other universities are doing so.
Prof, just a rude intervention. You were talking to a data about the level of education and how that is feeding into the employment situation. I have that on the screen. If you can just do a quick run, I'll be grateful. The bit about the primary GHS and with the data. If you can help me, I'll be so grateful. Just quick run through this data.
So what you have there is trying to break down unemployment by education and also by age. So if you look at the first one, which is the blue one, we are talking about unemployment by education for everybody who is 15 years and above. And if you look at the figures, you will see that secondary school is supposed to be the highest. If I have mine, I could have given you the figures, but you see the blue one is still the secondary school, which is the highest. And when you come to the green one, we are talking about those who are 15 years, between 15 and 35. That is the young people, 15 and 35. And we are looking at their unemployment by education. And you still see that unemployment increases with education. And that is where you see secondary school also being the highest. But when you break it into between 15 and 24, you see that bachelor's becomes the highest. Why? Because many of our students end their bachelor's or they leave their bachelor's at around 22, 23. So they do their national service. So between 22 and 24, that is where they are looking for job. So within that 2 years, many of them are looking for job. And that is why you have them to be very high. And it is very simple to explain this. And I've said it many times. Unemployment rate becomes very low for those who have no education or less than primary education. It is also low for those with primary education and even JHS. But when you go to education, those who have some level of education, it becomes higher because when they have secondary school or bachelor's or PhD, they don't see informal sector as the way to go. But those who are below basic education, I use this phrase He that is down needs fear no fall. In other words, you don't have any education or you only have primary education. You cannot look at the formal sector as the place to have your employment. You look at the informal sector and take refuge there. And always you will have that to be very low. But those who have education and they don't see the informal sector as attractive, but the formal sector is not expanding enough to absorb these people, you would tend to have unemployment rate to be high. So it is not okay.
Prof, just hold on quickly. I still want to hold on there. Let me bring in Alex Frimpong. And so let's have the data on our screens, please. And I'll come to Chimakabo as well. Are fresh graduates and young and savvy people, someone 35 years, he has a PhD, are they demanding so much that now it is difficult to employ some of these people? Or what? Just looking at this data where the more people are educated, the difficulty is it to have jobs. I remember a friend told me this, and George, I went to an interview. They said they want to employ me. Later they said, listen, we cannot pay you. And so they had to let me go. Is that a problem for you as an employer, Mr. Frimpong?
Well, I think the issue is not about the qualifications that are coming to the labor market. The issue is that businesses do not have the requisite vacancies that can absorb a lot of these young graduates. That's one. Two, in the past, when all of us left university, we didn't know anything. We got opportunity as fresh graduates to be trained on the job, and businesses had the time and the patience to groom us to be fit for purpose. Because at that time, businesses were not having so much difficulties coping with the challenges in the business environment. The same cannot be said of today. Now, if the business wants some skill, immediately they need to find other means of procuring that skill to improve their productivity or production, other than getting the time and the patience to train a young graduate. And we need to be very clear about this. So the time was when businesses would just engage young ones and grow them, nurture them for over a period so that they can be fit for purpose. Now, not many organizations will be able to do that. So I think, that, again, the numbers are also frightening. As Prof. Babwati said, the numbers are frightening. If you look at the vacancies available as against the growing number of graduates coming out, then you would appreciate that even though there are very, very good, talented ones, highly skillful ones, not many of them will find employment.
Interesting. So it is not true that we are demanding so much, and therefore, listen, I would rather prefer to go and get an SSS graduate and employ. That is not the situation, Mr. Frimpong.
Well, I don't think that that is the case. Look, there are very, very, very sharp, brilliant, talented ones who are coming through the system. And I can assure you that if you sit in interviews, you'll be amazed at how 20, 21-year-olds, first-class graduates, engineering, finance, and what have you, the type of ideas they have and the type of contributions that you give them, the opportunities they can bring to the business, you may be surprised. But not many of them will find employment because the vacancies are limited and there are so many of them. We should not really underestimate the intelligence of the young ones today. Given the opportunity, I can assure you that they can make significant progress on how we can manage our affairs in this country. But especially when it comes to employment, I can assure you that the challenge you have is that the supply is exceeding demand. And we need to really contend with that. And we can only cope with that when, as I said earlier on, we improve the economic situation in the country. We are able to support business by way of access to cheaper finance, and also ensuring that Ghanaian business become competitive. That's what everybody is doing. Even though nobody is saying that we should have a closed shop when it comes to dealing with your national affairs. Realistically, all countries are protecting their environments and making sure that they are nationals first. If that economic nationalism does not really ring a bell to us, I can assure you that we want to open our doors. We are going to have a lot of challenges.
Yeah. I'll come back to you, Mr. Frimpong, but let me come to industries and manufacturing firms. I mean, when we were young, we were being encouraged that go to school, and you get a good job. The data is defeating that. And then it comes back to my question that, are we having too much skilled people coming out of tertiary institutions? They are demanding more money, more better conditions, and you just cannot take them on?
I think Alex answered it.
Yeah.
For the manufacturing sector or industry sector, it looks at labor productivity. If I will employ you and pay you 100 cedis, and then your productivity will give me 500, I'm getting better return on having you than to go employ somebody. I will pay 50 cedis, and his productivity will give me 100 cedis, because yours is giving me 5 times as much. So any serious seasoned business person or manager would like to employ the one who has better skill and can therefore multiply, have a much better multiplier effect than employing a lower skilled person. So it's not really the case that because you've come out of tertiary institution and because you are demanding a little bit of a higher salary to commensurate to your educational level, I wouldn't employ you. I think the critical issue is what he mentioned. There aren't that many vacancies around.
The universities are overproducing.
Yeah, the universities are producing a lot, which is good. We are educating everybody, it's good. But then it's not enough. You should be able to link education to research, to science, to technology development, and then to productivity. When you are able to do this and develop the right skills, that's where the industry will be able to take you. Bear in mind that there's also competition even among the businesses themselves. Today, when you have spent so much time and effort to train a particular individual or labor, he can be easily poached away. And therefore, the time when people could take time and really develop the skills of their workers and really make use of them is going, because now we want to have ready-made skills so that when you employ, the next day the person is working, is adding to your productivity levels. First, initially they used to have a training program where you can work a whole year in a company.
Is it the management training system?
Management training system and all that. But you see, competition, even among the companies themselves, is also driving this. And therefore, people want some level of skills developed before they even employ you. So I think that it's not so much the education, the higher education we've achieved. It's rather the skill. Today, technology is driving everything. You could have somebody, and you see, when it comes to productivity, it's not too much the education either, it's the skill. And therefore, if somebody has come from a secondary school, okay, say SSS, and he's so skillful in what he's doing, he's managed to understand technology so well, and basic things, data entry, everything that you ask him to, he's able to do it so skillfully. Somebody has come from a tertiary institution, and then he is all theory with a PhD or whatever, and you cannot do what the secondary school person is doing. It's not because he has a higher education. I'm looking at the productivity that I'm getting and the multiplier effect on my bottom line. And that is how they use, that's the major determining factor. So therefore, what I would advise is that we should not discourage people from getting tertiary education because of what you're saying.
The PhD, rather, the MPhils, the MBA.
Get it, it's too good. But in doing so, be practical in your orientation. Learn something else. I mean, if you are a university student, what stops you from working with an SME and getting some practical experience and skills on the ground? Through that, you build your CV. You may say, I've worked here before. You may have even been the manager of a small enterprise. It could be a 5-10-man employee enterprise, but you can still get some skills, and then you can then move to a higher level. So don't shy away from learning the practicals. It is so critical. And that's why I like what Dr. Bambuatin said, that they have Professor Bambuatin said, they have an attachment program. We do a lot in AGI to link some of the students to our companies to get a bit of attachment. That practical experience you get propels you to get better jobs when you grow. But it's not so much the fact that you are demanding. It's the skill, your ability to make proper use of your skill to contribute to my bottom line. That's what they will look at for in employing you.
I'll be coming back to pick the final thought of my panelists, especially Professor Bob Whiting, the bit about entrepreneurism and whether we failed in that direction in terms of the policy going forward. We'll take a short break and be right back. This is PM Express Business Edition.
Upgrade with your recoded GCB mobile app and do more with ease. Send and receive funds seamlessly. Your recoded GCB mobile app is fast. Use it to pay all bills and enjoy the convenience. No worries. Top up on all types of ECG prepaid meters easily. Your GCB mobile app makes that possible with this smart card reader.
Chalet top the app. Live your life, make it better. No matter where you been, you don't need no account.
Pay your subscriptions and fees to over 150 merchants. It is safe and timely. All transactions on GCB mobile app are smooth. GCB mobile app, upgrade your style. GCB Bank, your bank for life.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see Sintex. Sintex.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Sintex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Sintex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Sintex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Sintex is the answer. Sintex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
As we try and welcome to PM Express Business Edition's look at Ghana's rising unemployment situation, what can businesses do? And as we try to wrap up our discussion on this program, Prof, in trying to wrap up in about a minute or 2 minutes for you, the way forward, and also if you can box in the bit about entrepreneurship as well, have we also filled in this direction? Because listen, the business community cannot absorb everyone.
Entrepreneurship, and I would say that I think we are not looking at entrepreneurship from business perspective. We are looking at entrepreneurship as somebody just trying to get something on a tabletop and sell or maybe do something with it, and that is why we don't seem to have entrepreneurship moving forward as it were. Let me tell you, if you take the data all over the world, the best form of employment is wage employment. working for somebody to employ you. If you take data from US, Germany, whatever, 80% of employment are wage employment. Why is it so? Because you are talking about an entrepreneur who has started and expanded, started with maybe 2 people, and now he has employed 7,000 or even 100,000. How many people have been employed by Dangote? How many people have been employed even in Ghana by my colleague and friend in manufacturing? So you are talking about entrepreneurship that looks ahead, not entrepreneurship that I would say is just to be BDA. Because if somebody completes university and then you say, I want you to set up your own enterprise, and then you train the person and you give the person 10,000. Remember, entrepreneurship is risk-taking. If the person is not somebody who has the ability to take risk, that 10,000 will just whittle away within a short period of time. But if you have somebody who is a risk taker and has business acumen, and then you are able to train that person, give that person enough, not 10,000, but you give that person 500,000, give that person a bit of tax holidays, give the environment, and the person will be able to move forward within a short period of time and employ his colleagues, and that will be what will mean the best form of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship doesn't also thrive in business environment as we find now. If the existing ones, the bigger ones, are struggling with taxes, struggling with interest rate, struggling with electricity and so on, how do you expect somebody who just starts business to be able to do well within this environment? So to be able to develop entrepreneurship, we need to look at the business environment as well.
Mr. Frimpong, in a minute, way forward, in just a minute, way forward. Mr. Frimpong.
Well, thank you, George. I think we need to work together, government, the business community, academia, especially our experts in finance, economics, and related subjects. We need to work together to make sure that we cross-fertilize ideas and come up with solutions of the day that will help ensure that businesses thrive and grow. We're able to employ, we're able to stabilize the economy so that the country can be able to rise up to the growing challenge. Because the global outlook on the economy is quite difficult. But countries, depending upon how they want to work together, can make a case and achieve their national objective. So I think that dialogue should be the way.
Okay. Mr. Chumakobwa, final thought, way forward in a minute.
Well, the unemployment, rising unemployment situation is a concern, but there's definitely a solution, and we should work together to make sure we grow our informal sector to become more formal. We are talking of employment, but we're also talking of quality employment.
Yeah.
When you talk to people who are employed and they say they are unemployed, it means that they have something doing, but the quality of it is so poor that they don't consider themselves as employees. So therefore, we should grow the informal to absorb more people in a formal manner, and then also grow the medium enterprises to become large-scale enterprises, have a sustainable arrangement for jobs creation. I think it is key that we work together to make sure this happens. And government has a major role to play together with the private sector.
Sir Chumakobwa is the Chief Executive of the Organization of Ghana Industries.
It is always exhilarating to be back in Parliament.
Businesses do. I know the debate will go on in your homes and your offices about how we can better address this challenge. My name is George Afe. Have a good day.
is always exhilarating to be back in Parliament and to discharge the duty in fulfillment of Article 67 of the Constitution of delivering to the House a message on the state of the nation on this occasion for the penultimate time. I have one more still to give. In accordance with protocol and convention, it is good to see that First Lady Rebecca Akufo-Addo, Vice President Mahamudu Bawumia, Second Lady Samira Bawumia, the spouse of Mr. Speaker Alisha Joy-News, Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu, and Justices of the Supreme Court, representative of the Chairperson and members of the Council of State, the new Chief of Defense Staff, Lieutenant General Thomas Opon-Pepra, the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Akufu-Dampare, and service chiefs are all present, as are the Dean and members of the Diplomatic Corps. Mr. Speaker, the House is also duly honored by the welcome attendance of the former President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and former First Lady, Her Excellency Nana Konadu Agyeman-Rawlings. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to be able to report that the entire territory that makes up our nation is safe, secure, and under the control of the government and people of Ghana. This might sound like a pedestrian statement with which to start a message on the state of the nation. Unfortunately, far from it being an everyday truism, this is no longer a statement or claim that can be easily made in these times in the neighborhood in which we are. West Africa is under threat of terrorism and violent extremism, rapidly spreading southwards from the Sahel to coastal West Africa. We can no longer take the territorial integrity of our countries for granted. Indeed, many of our neighbors have already fallen victim and lost large portions of their territories to extremist groups. And Ghana, by the grace of the Almighty, is the only coastal state along the Gulf of Guinea that has so far not recorded a terrorist attack. The Speaker, the peace and security we have in our country has not happened by chance. It has taken deliberate policy and planning on the part of government and a lot of hard work and dedication on the part of our security services to keep our country safe and secure. I might add that it has also meant that we've had to spend a lot of money that would have otherwise have been available to spend on many of our development needs. But I believe we're all agreed that the primary responsibility of the state towards its citizens is to provide and guarantee peace and security, and we're doing just that. Since we came into office, we've ensured a significant expansion of the armed forces and all the other security agencies. We're paying diligent attention to their welfare as well. The accommodation and physical environment generally of the security agencies are being improved. We've quickened the pace of the retooling and equipping of the security agencies to ensure readiness towards the emerging security threats. For the majority of us, in our everyday activities, it is the security of our streets and homes and communities that concern us most. We want our children and grandchildren to grow up in a safe atmosphere, and the Ghana Police Service played the lead role in this. Again, government has performed most creditably. The police are much better equipped than they have ever been, and their increased visibility on the streets goes a long way to reassure the community. The changing image of the police is perhaps best exemplified by the dramatic facelift they have given to the frontage of the police headquarters on the Ring Road in Accra. It is beautiful, and I recommend it to all institutions and indeed households. Whilst we're spending time, money, and energy and lives keeping the country safe from external dangers, I must add that it is a matter of great concern that we continue to have so many chieftaincy and land disputes around the country, which tend to be breeding grounds for internal tensions and destabilization. Mr. Speaker, I must make special mention of the troubles in Boko. The tragedy is not only that a thriving and dynamic town is being reduced to a wasteland of destruction and distrust. We're spending money and energy that would have been better spent on development needs of Boko, providing security to keep brothers and sisters from killing each other. Mr. Speaker, what should concern all of us, and not just the people of Boko, is that in its current state, Boko is an alluring magnet to mischief makers and extremists operating a few kilometers away from the border. In a bid to find a lasting solution to the conflict, government has in the past year undertaken a number of measures, including the establishment of a special Boko task force and the intensification of engagements with the factions for the resolution of the chieftaincy dispute. On the recommendation of the Upper East Regional and National Security Councils, 4 radio stations that have been broadcasting incendiary language and propagating hate speech have been shut down by the National Communications Authority. The Chief Justice, for her part, has also recently established specialized courts in Accra and in Kumasi to deal expeditiously with criminal matters emanating from the Boko conflict. Government is determined to do all it can to ensure that there's security in every inch of the territory of our country. But it is also very much up to the citizens to help create the needed atmosphere. And I'm thus appealing to all citizens, all Ghanaians, to take the See Something, Say Something campaign of the Ministry of National Security very seriously. There is indeed, Mr. Speaker, a state of palpable anxiety and tension in every corner of West Africa, raising the specter of regional instability, which we thought had been banished. Unconstitutional changes in government in parts of Africa, especially in West Africa, through a series of coups d'etats and military interventions in governance, testify to an unfortunate democratic regression in the region. It is in the interest of democratic growth that this development is reversed as soon as possible, and we in Ghana continue to give maximum support to ECOWAS, the regional body of West Africa, and the AU, Africa's continental organization, in their efforts to restore democratic institutions in the affected nations. We must help stem the tide of this unwelcome evolution and help entrench democracy in West Africa. We believe also that a reform of the global governance architecture, such as the Security Council of the United Nations, to make it more representative and accountable, will help strengthen global peace and stability, and thereby help consolidate democratic rule around the world. Mr. Speaker, we in Ghana have had our fair share of political instability and experimentation about how we should govern ourselves. There might be new names being ascribed to some of the supposed new ideas being canvassed by some today. But I dare say on close examination, we will discover that they are not new. We have tried them here, and they have failed. We know about all-powerful, cannot-be-questioned messiahs. We know about liberators, and we know about redeemers and deities in military uniform. It might sound new to some, but those of us who have been around for a while have heard the argument made passionately that democracy was not a suitable form of government if we wanted rapid development. It is a tired argument that was regularly used by apologists for coup d'etats. It's also not new to have political parties and politics in general being denigrated. Indeed, there used to be national campaigns of fear waged against politics and political parties. It took time, and it took long battles, but in the end, the consensus did emerge, and we opted for a multi-party democratic form of government under the Constitution which ushered in the Fourth Republic. Mr. Speaker, it is not a perfect document. Constitutions do not ever pretend to be, but it has served us well these past 32 years, considering where we have come from. It is a sacred document that should not be tampered with lightly. But I hasten to add, our Constitution did not descend from heaven. We Ghanaians drew it up to serve our needs, and we can amend it to suit our changing needs and circumstances. We should work towards finding a consensus on the changes that the majority of Ghanaians want made to the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, democracies are founded on elections, and the holding of free and credible elections ensure that people have confidence in the government that emerges at the end of the process. The honorable members of this House, who are at the center of it all, know more than the rest of us that this is an election year. The increased decibel level in all communications would ensure that even the most politically uninterested person among us would know that on December 7th, we should be going to the polls to elect a new president and new members of parliament. A lot of the responsibility lies on the Electoral Commission to put the organization in place that will ensure that we have credible elections. Government is doing its part to make the work of the Electoral Commission go smoothly. A lot of responsibility lies on the political parties as well, and I hope that the parties recognize that their credibility is also on the line, especially with some people wanting to undermine the multi-party democratic system of government. It is up to the parties to demonstrate that competitive elections are an honorable, character-enhancing experience, and that at the end of the process, the loser will congratulate the winner, and the world does not come to an end because an election has been lost. There is nothing inherently dirty or corrupt about politics, and nothing about elections that should generate violence. We who are in politics, and we who are members of political parties, owe it to ourselves, the institutions we claim to belong to, and above all, we owe it to Ghana and the people of Ghana to make politics and elections the serious and joyful phenomenon they should be. In discharging their responsibility, I urge the Electoral Commission to work with the political parties to iron out whatever problems there might be. And I'm happy that the Electoral Commission, after engaging the parties, has shelved plans to change the 7th December date. Politics, after all, has been described as the art of the possible. And if that is what we are engaged in, it should not be beyond us to resolve the problems that come up and concentrate on working to build the happy and prosperous country we want. Government, on its part, will do what is expected of it to make sure that the reputation of Ghana is not damaged and the free will of the people is manifested at the end of the electoral process. And I want to reassure the people of Ghana that I'll do everything in my power to help ensure the conduct of transparent, free, and fair elections on 7th December. I have confidence in the security services to ensure that those who might want to cause havoc or any kind of mischief to disrupt the electoral process will have no room to operate. Mr. Speaker, there are amongst us those who, for ideological or other unstated reasons, have never accepted multi-party democracy and therefore take every opportunity to portray the governance efforts in the most disparaging manner. There are also those amongst us who consider the rough and tumble of politics to be beneath them and will not want their sainted images to be soiled by what they term the dirt of politics. Mr. Speaker, we can and we should continuously improve upon the performance of the institutions that hold the state together. But nobody should undermine the integrity of the arms of government for parochial reasons. There is definitely much room for improvement in the workings of the executive arm of government, the judiciary, and our parliament. Even those who have had parliaments as part of their governance systems for hundreds of years still make mistakes and sometimes get things alarmingly wrong. It would be surprising if our 31-year-old parliament did not get things wrong sometimes. This august house, which holds so many fond memories for me of my personal political journey, does not always measure up to the expectations of the people, or even sometimes of its own members. There's a lot of anxiety currently about how our MPs get elected. There's anxiety about the rapid turnover of members in the House and the loss of institutional memory. There's a lot of anxiety about some of the procedures in the House. We will not all agree with everything that the Parliament does. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, that I do not agree with everything that goes on in here.